In the dim, muted light, a pair of clear blue eyes snapped open without warning, sharp and startled, like the person behind them had just been ripped awake by a sight they were never supposed to witness. At exactly 8 o'clock that evening, breaking news flooded across every screen at once. The announcer's voice carried the impossible report. S-rank mage Lee Seojin had been killed during a mission. The words landed like a nightmare crashing into reality, and the boy could only stare at the television, his whole body frozen stiff, unable to believe what he had just heard. This could not be happening. Lee Seojin was not the kind of person who was supposed to die. According to the broadcast, that same S-rank mage had been locked in battle against Crew Eyes, the evil dragon that had suddenly descended into the very heart of downtown Seoul, when he was swallowed up by the disaster. Lee Seojin had only been 25 years old. Ever since making his official debut as a mage in 2034, he had risen into a national hero, loved by the public and known for stepping into one dangerous incident after another and bringing them to an end. Because Lee Seojin had built such deep trust with the people, earning their admiration, gratitude, and affection over the years, the announcement of his death struck the entire country like a heavy blow. Before long, memorial altars would be set up nationwide, while those hearing the news were already sinking into stunned silence, grief, and disbelief. The boy could not bear to listen any longer. The report felt too heavy, too suffocating, pressing down on his chest until he finally reached forward and shut the television off. Even after the screen faded to black, he stayed rooted in place, staring at the empty darkness in front of him while his mind stubbornly refused to accept the impossible news. The protagonist was never supposed to die here. Not this early. Not at this point in the story, when everything should still have been moving forward. For one brief moment, it almost felt like some twisted prank, the kind of cruel, senseless joke that made his thoughts go blank. But there was nothing funny about it at all. Not even a little. The Lee Seojin who had appeared on the news was the very same 25-year-old genius mage everyone knew, the young prodigy who had climbed to the top faster than anyone around him could have imagined. His gift for hunting monsters was far beyond ordinary. With terrifying skill and effortless movement, he could cut down several beasts at once, charging through danger with the confidence of someone who had been born to stand on a battlefield. He was the shining young hero of the age, the kind of figure people naturally looked toward, admired from afar, and quietly placed their hopes on whenever disaster appeared. But for the boy, Lee Seojin's fame was not even the most important part. That S-rank mage was more than just an old classmate. He was the main character of the novel this entire world came from, a story known as the Modern Wizard. That incredible mage, the one admired by the whole world and treated like humanity's brightest hope, was supposed to stand at the center of everything as the protagonist. If the story had continued the way it originally should have, every event would have slowly moved toward a happy ending. And once that ending finally arrived, the boy had always believed he would be able to return to his own world and leave this place behind. But then, without warning, that enormous dragon appeared inside the dungeon, crashing into the original path the protagonist was meant to follow and tearing apart the future that should have been waiting for him. No matter how many times he turned it over in his mind, he could not understand it. Why would the protagonist die so early, right here, in a part of the story where his death should have been impossible? What truly terrified him was the question that came next. If the protagonist was gone, then what would become of this world? Lee Seojin was supposed to survive long enough to keep everyone else from falling apart. Without him, the entire story felt like it had lost its foundation. The boy had been waiting for the novel to reach its ending so he could finally see his old friends again. But now that the protagonist had vanished from the board, he could not help wondering whether an ending could still exist at all. As fear twisted tighter inside his chest, the boy suddenly remembered a time when he had been laughing freely with his friends back in his original world. One of them had joked that if they ever possessed some nameless background extra in a novel, they would either snatch up every lucky opportunity for themselves or stay far away from the main story completely. While sitting together over mugs of beer, he had asked the others which path they would choose. The beautiful woman beside him laughed softly, her expression light and carefree, before answering as if it were obvious. Of course she would grab every lucky chance she could. The brunette, however, only let out a weary sigh and shook his head, making it clear that he would never do anything reckless like that. After all, if they carelessly shoved themselves into the main plot and started changing things, the real protagonist could end up dying. And once the protagonist died, the entire story might collapse beyond repair. His friend immediately burst into laughter and teased him, asking if he was seriously claiming he would never step forward in the story, not even a single time. The brown-haired boy firmly insisted that getting involved would only drag them through every kind of suffering imaginable. That was not something an ordinary person could easily endure. Besides, he had no confidence that he could work as hard as the true main character. Endless training, constant growth, and fighting even more demons sounded exhausting just to think about. Even the blonde had to admit that he was making sense. The group seemed to be reaching the same conclusion. though even when Kim Seon-woo was right, he somehow managed to say it in the most irritating way possible. Even so, the atmosphere around them stayed bright and relaxed. The friends lifted their glasses together, laughing as the mugs clinked in a cheerful toast before they drank. That was when the brunette suddenly received a strange message saying he had won some kind of prize. The friend sitting beside him instantly leaned closer, eyes bright with curiosity, asking what sort of event he had entered. The message claimed to have come from the author of The Modern Wizard, and somehow, Kim Seon-woo had been selected as the winner of what sounded like an unbelievably unlucky event. The prize was written as a travel ticket to a very special place, and strangely enough, he was even given the choice to either accept it or ignore it. At first glance, the whole thing seemed bizarre, but also oddly interesting. Caught up in excitement, the boy showed the message to his friends, and they immediately began celebrating as if he had just won an actual vacation package. They laughed and cheered, saying he was going on a trip, joking that it was insane for him to cash in on luck that ridiculous. Then they started asking when he had even entered an event like that in the first place. Swept along by the noisy excitement around him, the boy clicked yes while his friends tossed out guesses about where the mysterious trip might take him. None of them had the slightest idea that they were about to see something completely impossible. They assumed he might be sent overseas, maybe to some exciting destination, and the moment he pressed the accept button, they raised their drinks again, cheering happily in his honor. And just like that, 7 years ago, the bright, drunken air around him began to shine even more intensely. In the next instant, he was no longer sitting with his friends. He found himself standing as a young teenager in the center of a magic circle, while nearby teachers shouted in alarm that students were not supposed to climb onto the circle while it was still being drawn. That was how Kim Seon-woo was thrown into the novel he had loved reading, The Modern Wizard. Luckily, it truly had been one of his favorite books, or the whole situation would have become unbearable much sooner. Even then, he still could not believe that the world of his favorite novel could fail to follow the path its own author had created. Because the original plot was never supposed to change, Kim Seon-woo had spent all these years carefully keeping himself away from the main storyline. He avoided important characters, kept his head low, and made sure he never stood out enough to draw attention. So now, as he sat there in stunned silence, all he could do was wonder where everything had started to go wrong. If he had barely interfered with anything, then the story should have unfolded exactly as it was written. So how had the protagonist ended up dead? Just as that thought tightened around his mind, the television in front of him suddenly began to glitch. Kim Seon-woo was sure he had already turned it off, yet the dark screen flickered with strange light, as if it had come back to life on its own. He leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes in confusion as he tried to figure out what was happening. He even nudged and adjusted the screen a little, checking whether it was simply malfunctioning like an ordinary broken television. But before he could make sense of it, a deafening noise erupted through the room. The space in front of him began to split open and distort, as if the entire universe itself was being torn apart. It was a horrifying sight. Anyone who looked out the window and saw the sky cracking apart, collapsing above the city like broken glass, would feel their blood turn cold. Kim Seon-woo's gaze shot toward the window, and the moment he saw what was happening outside, the terror inside him sank even deeper. Beyond the glass, people were dissolving before his eyes, their bodies melting away as if they had never been real in the first place, only fragile illusions fading from existence. Only then did the truth strike him with brutal clarity. The death of the protagonist meant the death of the entire world itself. The central axis that held this world together had disappeared, and with it gone, all the extras who existed only to support his story were beginning to vanish as well. Kim Seon-woo, the unlucky victim of that so-called travel ticket, recoiled in horror and screamed, demanding to know what was happening and why. But he had no power to stop it, and no real understanding of the nightmare tearing itself open around him. Then, fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, an error message appeared before his eyes, offering him an explanation for the disaster unfolding around him. The message made the situation mercilessly clear. Lee Seo-jin had died, and because of that, every major scenario connected to him had now been judged as a complete failure. Since the story could no longer continue from this point onward, the entire world was scheduled to be reset. The message alone was terrifying, but watching it become reality was even worse. Sweat streamed down Kim Seon-woo's face as cracks spread through everything around him, the scenery shattering, twisting, and rearranging itself like a game being forcibly restarted. But there was one major problem. Kim Seon-woo was not an ordinary piece of that game world that could simply be replaced without consequence. His eyes widened in terror as cracks began crawling across his own body as well, and an earth-shattering pain tore through him. The poor kid was dragged into the reset along with everything else. For a while, the entire world sank into complete darkness. Then, from somewhere deep within that darkness, a voice called out and told the student to wake up. More voices soon followed, urging him again and again to open his eyes. He was awake now. They had already reached the school, and a firm voice cut through the haze before rising into a sharp shout. Kim Seon-woo jerked upright in his seat, his body reacting before his mind caught up, and he yelled back in panic like someone had just dragged him out of the most terrifying nightmare of his life. The bus driver recoiled at the sudden outburst, his face tightening with genuine concern. He quickly apologized, explaining that he had only been trying to wake the student because they had arrived, and it was time for him to get off the bus. Kim Seon-woo blinked again and again, still half lost in confusion, before awkwardly getting to his feet and apologizing for making such a scene. But inside, his thoughts were spinning wildly. The driver had called him a student, and yet, he was certain he had just been inside his room when the whole world collapsed around him. Now, somehow, he was standing on a bus in front of an annoyed driver, while the end of the world still felt painfully real in his memory. Still shaken, the brunette stepped down from the bus, forcing himself to stay on guard even though his legs felt unsteady beneath him. His mind kept circling the same impossible question over and over. Had everything he had seen really been nothing more than a dream? The moment he stepped outside, the sunlight hit his eyes with a sharp brightness, making him wince on instinct as he lifted one hand to shield his face from the glare. Right in front of him stood the grand school, a place so familiar that simply seeing it again stirred a strange, almost nostalgic ache deep in his chest. On the board outside the school grounds, a large congratulatory message had been posted, warmly welcoming the newly admitted students of Korea Magic Academy's class of 2030. This was the same school he had once graduated from in this world. But the moment he looked closer, something felt wrong. The year should have been 2032. As soon as that realization struck him, Kim Seon-woo drew in a sharp breath. This was 7 years earlier. Somehow, he had been thrown back 7 full years into the past. Almost without thinking, he pressed a hand against his own chest, trying to confirm the impossible through the feeling of his body. But the instant his palm touched himself, his worst suspicion became impossible to deny. His hands were smaller than they should have been. His chest felt smaller too. He was no longer in his adult body at all. He had become a teenager again. Kim Seon-woo had regressed. It was an incredibly rare and special kind of ability, and somehow, it had dragged him back to 7 years before everything collapsed. The school announcement continued ringing across the grounds, its cheerful voice welcoming every student entering Korea Magic Academy that day as if nothing strange had happened at all. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and all students were being told to take their seats. In other words, Kim Seon-woo was expected to walk right back into high school and live through it all over again. It was complete madness. Just imagining himself repeating those years made his head throb, like his mind was one step away from snapping under the weight of it. Everything around him matched the past exactly. The school buildings, the atmosphere in the air, even the announcements echoing across campus. Since reality had already pushed him this far, he had no choice but to accept that this was really happening. At the very least, this was still better than dying forever in a world that was cracking apart and collapsing into nothing. Now that he had returned to the past, he would have to endure everything he had already suffered through once before. The thought alone drained all the excitement out of being back at school. Maybe he could use this chance to earn better grades this time, but grades were not the real issue pressing down on him now. What Kim Seon-woo truly needed to figure out was why Lee Seo-jin had died. According to the original story, there should have been absolutely no reason for the protagonist to lose his life at that point. Lee Seo-jin was strong, talented, and perfectly built for battle. Crew Eyes going berserk was an event that was supposed to happen in the story, and after an intense, brutal fight, Lee Seo-jin was meant to defeat that dragon with his own hands. If that was the case, then something else had to be hiding behind the hero's death. Some unseen reason must have pushed the story away from its intended path and toward disaster. Kim Seon-woo thought it through as carefully as he could, but no answer came to him. In his previous life, he had deliberately kept himself as far away from the protagonist as possible. If he had never gotten close to Lee Seo-jin, how was he supposed to know what had gone wrong around him? Then, while sitting inside the classroom, Kim Seon-woo suddenly raised his head and looked around, his gaze sharpening as another thought crept in. A fresh wave of fear settled over him. What if the protagonist somehow died again in this life too? If that happened, he might be dragged back to the past all over again. Kim Seon-woo had already gone through high school twice, and he had absolutely no desire to suffer through that nightmare another time. Even worse, there was no promise that the world would reset again next time. It might simply end for good, breaking apart completely with no second chance waiting afterward. Nothing was certain anymore, but one truth was painfully clear. Lee Seo-jin could not be allowed to die. That outcome was out of the question. This time, Kim Seon-woo could not stay quiet in the background and simply watch things happen. If he wanted even the slightest chance of returning to his original world, then this time he had to step into the story himself instead of avoiding it. He needed to stop Lee Seo-jin's death and guide the novel back toward its proper ending. And if he wanted to make that happen, Kim Seon-woo would have to start building connections with the main characters. Of course, the first person he decided to approach was a girl. His focus sharpened immediately, almost as if some part of him had been waiting for the chance to get close to one of the pretty heroines. One of the main characters was sitting right beside him, close enough to reach with a single glance. Kim Si-woo turned toward her, forced the brightest and friendliest smile he could manage onto his face, and gave her a small wave. In his mind, the smartest move was to start forming relationships with the main characters as early as possible. Era, a second-year student and the second-ranked character in the story, was exactly the kind of person he needed to get close to right away, or at least, that was what he believed. Unfortunately for the newly regressed Kim Si-woo, the very first person he chose was the cold, serious type. Era looked straight at him with chilly eyes and asked whether he even knew her. She did not even give him time to answer properly. With a frosty expression, she scoffed and said she had no memory of ever meeting him, so he had no reason to act so familiar. Kim Si-woo knew plenty about her, but from her side, he was basically a stranger, so honestly, her reaction made perfect sense. Kim Si-woo kept his hand raised in a weak little wave, his smile gradually stiffening on his face as he hovered awkwardly between surprise and a completely failed attempt at being friendly. Before he could pull the greeting back, Era asked if he actually had something to say to her. She really gave off the feeling of a tsundere type, cold enough to freeze the air between them. Hopefully, somewhere beneath all that ice, there was at least a slightly softer side. Kim Si-woo could only admit that he did not really have anything to say. He had just been saying hello. Era immediately dismissed him and told him to look somewhere else. Apparently, choosing the pretty girl sitting closest to him as his first target had not been the wisest decision. He was clearly making her uncomfortable. And inside his own head, Kim Si-woo could only grumble about how rude this little kid was. It did not take long for Kim Si-woo to understand one harsh truth. Getting involved with the main characters was going to be far more difficult than he had imagined. Inside the hall, the students were lined up in neat rows of seats, all facing the stage as each grade representative was called forward one after another. The representatives stepped out before the crowd, 3 students in total, each one standing beneath the gaze of the entire room. The instant one of them appeared, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone recognized him at once, and applause spread through the hall, stirred by the presence of the story's main character himself. Some students whispered that he had trained directly under Chairman Kim Jin-chul, which meant his talent had to be on a completely different level. This was Lee Seo-jin, the second-year student ranked first. Even though he was still only a student, the protagonist of the story was already rising fast and making a name for himself. Of course, that was only natural. The modern wizard was a power fantasy, and Lee Seo-jin stood right at the center of it all. The students also clapped and cheered for the top-ranked freshman, with some quietly admiring how pretty she was. With her bright expression and gentle-looking smile, she almost looked like a cheerful saint standing in front of everyone. But that pretty, flower-like girl was nowhere near as innocent as she appeared. Every gesture she made, even the small smile resting on her lips, was carefully calculated. Her true goal was to build valuable connections inside the academy. The senior representative had also held first place for 3 years in a row. He might not have looked especially overwhelming at first glance, but maintaining that position for so long was still an incredibly impressive achievement. Watching all these outstanding characters stand on stage, Kim Si-woo could understand why he had once believed he could simply enjoy life as a background extra. He did not know much about the top third-year student, but the guy still seemed remarkable. Even in the original novel, though, that senior barely received any real attention. Then it was time for the student oath. All the representatives on stage raised their hands together, facing the academy as they began reciting the oath in front of the assembled students. But for some reason, the girl sitting beside Kim Si-woo was practically trembling in her seat. He could not help glancing over at her, wondering if something was seriously wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Era's fist was clenched so tightly that her knuckles almost seemed to strain, and a dark, stormy aura seemed to roll off her entire body. Her foot tapped against the floor again and again, barely holding back the rage building inside her. They had only met a few seconds ago, yet Kim Si-woo had already discovered that there was someone she hated with just as much intensity as she seemed to hate him. Honestly, that was impressive in its own way. Seeing her get so emotional, Kim Si-woo wondered if this might be his chance to earn a few points with one of the main characters, even though the idea itself was unbelievably foolish. And the words he chose made it even worse. He told her it was a shame that she had ended up in second place behind the protagonist. Era's temper ignited on the spot. Her eyes narrowed into a sharp glare as she turned toward him, asking whether a tiny, insignificant rat like him was seriously trying to speak to her. From the cold look on her face, it was obvious she thought he needed a very clear lesson about where he stood. Naturally, Kim Si-woo chose the worst possible response and pushed even harder. He said yes, he was absolutely talking to Little Miss Stick in the Mud. The moment those words left his mouth, Era's glare grew even more dangerous, and she demanded to know exactly what he meant by calling it too bad. Kim Si-woo slowly let out a breath. almost like he was bracing himself before saying something far more serious than the situation probably deserved. Then, with surprising honesty, he told her that in his opinion, she was definitely better than those two people standing up on the stage. But Yuera was proud, sharp-eyed, and far too smart to fall for empty compliments from some stranger who was clearly trying to score favor with her. She scoffed in disbelief, asking what he could possibly know and whether he was mocking her on purpose. If he had ever actually watched those three use magic, she said, he would not be standing there with such confidence while spouting brainless nonsense. So much for trying to cheer her up. Kim Seon-woo had only succeeded in turning every bit of her anger straight onto himself. Kim Seon-woo admitted that maybe he had not exactly seen their magic with his own eyes, and that answer only made Yuera's fury burn even hotter. To her, he had no right to judge anyone's talent when he did not even know what kind of power they carried. But instead of backing away, Kim Seon-woo chose to keep pressing forward. If he was already gambling, then he might as well go all in. With an expression that looked completely serious, the brunette claimed that he could tell everything just by looking at her. Apparently, he had amazing instincts, and he flashed a confident grin as though the sheer force of his presence was enough to prove every word. In reality, that ridiculous confidence only made him look like a fraud digging himself deeper into a hole he had made with his own mouth. Yuera's expression turned even colder, her gaze sharpening as her voice dropped into a dangerous edge. She asked if he was seriously trying to mess with her right now. By that point, Kim Seon-woo really should have chosen the safe route, closed his mouth, and backed away before things got even worse. He could hardly believe his very first attempt at getting closer to a main character had gone this badly, so his mind raced, desperately searching for some new angle that might change the flow of the conversation. Honestly, the smartest choice would have been to stop talking entirely. Instead, Kim Seon-woo opened his mouth yet again and asked Yuera whether she had been worrying about her future lately. That question actually landed right where it needed to. Yuera paused for a moment, her eyes shifting with suspicion as she wondered how he knew that. From the outside, Kim Seon-woo was starting to look less like an ordinary classmate and more like some suspicious fortune teller throwing out guesses with a straight face. After disturbing her peace again and again, Kim Seon-woo finally decided to introduce himself properly. He told her his name was Kim Seon-woo and said she should remember it. Somehow, coming from him, the words sounded less like a friendly introduction and more like a strange warning. Yuera coldly added that he should not dare open his mouth and spout any more nonsense for the rest of the day. She had clearly reached her limit with him. Every effort Kim Seon-woo had made went painfully to waste, and the heroine he had tried to approach was now stomping away from him in irritation. That was definitely not the reaction he had been hoping for when he first started talking to her. His mission had barely begun, yet he had already managed to completely ruin his first attempt. The new semester at the Magic Academy began with an evaluation test on the very first day. It was the test that would determine each student's ranking, almost like an initiation ritual where everyone had to reveal their abilities in front of the entire student body. Some students were already panicking before the test had even started. After all, not everyone had enough confidence in their own skills to stand before the whole academy and prove what they were capable of. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo watched those nervous kids with a small smirk, thinking they looked almost cute. His own goal had already become clear. He was going to aim for a spot in the top 10 among the second-year students. In his previous life, he had been offered a promotion to B rank more than once. But for one reason or another, he had ended up staying at C rank instead. Still, if he could not at least perform above average against a group of students, that would be downright embarrassing. Now that he had returned to the beginning of the story, he had no intention of looking weak. Kim Seon-woo was almost excited to show off the skills he had built as a working mage, while his number one hater was already glaring at him from a distance. He had failed to make a friend, but somehow, he had succeeded in gaining an enemy. It was honestly ridiculous. Of course, the top 3 students in each grade were on a completely different level compared to everyone else around them. The polite, smiling freshman raised her magical power with a sharp cry, sending it surging outward in a powerful wave that swept through the charging enemies and swallowed them in a haze. One after another, the earth-colored golems were struck down by her magic, their heavy bodies breaking apart and collapsing under the force of each attack. The students gathered around the testing grounds watched the exam with growing excitement, praising anyone who showed outstanding talent. Before long, their attention locked onto the top-ranked freshman, whose skill made it obvious why she had been recognized during the assembly. Her magic was clean, powerful, and impressive enough to draw admiration from the entire crowd. After the first-year students finished their turns, it was finally time for the second years to step forward and begin their own evaluation. One by one, their names were called out, and each student was ordered to come up in front of everyone and show what they could do. Naturally, Yuera, Kim Seon-woo's blazing number one hater, used that opportunity to reveal just how exceptional her abilities really were. She unleashed her power straight ahead, and the targets in front of her were blasted apart under the overwhelming force of her magic. The other students stared with wide eyes, wondering how someone so powerful could possibly be the same age as them. Her flames were already at a professional level, fierce enough to overwhelm the entire testing area. But because she attended the same school as Lee Seojin, even those brilliant flames were forced into the shadow of the hero shining above everyone else. Even with that shadow hanging over her, Uera was still a legendary talent in her own right, the kind of student no ordinary mage could casually compare to. Then Lee Seojin stepped forward, and within seconds, his body shot toward the targets with terrifying speed. The small stone creatures tried to scatter and flee in every direction, but before they could escape, Lee Seojin cut them down in an instant, slicing through them with effortless precision. Once the golems had fallen, the hero stood calmly among the wreckage with a satisfied smile, looking completely at ease after such a flawless display. He was undeniably impressive, so impressive that Uera looked as if she could barely stand watching him receive that kind of attention. This time, at least, Kim Seon-woo had learned a bit of common sense. He was not about to offer comfort to someone who clearly did not want to hear a single comforting word from him. In truth, Kim Seon-woo still thought Uera was extremely skilled, even if she would never care about his opinion. The real problem was that Lee Seojin's performance had practically reached the level of an active professional mage. Uera had always been used to standing in first place, only for that position to be taken by a pillar of natural talent who shone even brighter than she did. Her frustration, when looked at that way, was honestly understandable. Then, at last, the time came for second-year Class A's Kim Seon-woo to show what he could do. His name was called, and he was instructed to step forward and display his power in front of all the gathered students. Kim Seon-woo rose from his seat with a proud smile spreading across his face, looking almost pleased now that his turn had finally arrived. The students around the testing area immediately began murmuring among themselves, glancing at one another as they wondered who Kim Seon-woo even was. One female teacher had been in charge of last year's first years, but even she could not clearly remember his name. A man nearby smiled faintly and said he did remember the boy being in their class, though he had never had much of a presence, so it was no surprise that people forgot him. According to last year's records, Kim Seon-woo had shown talent in reinforcement magic. Reinforcement was useful, of course, but now he had walked out to fight empty-handed, which made the situation strange. It almost looked as if he had switched to manifestation magic somewhere along the way. Then again, students like that did appear from time to time. And with all those quiet guesses surrounding him, Kim Seon-woo stood before the golem dummies, ready to begin his evaluation. He stretched one hand forward, and a portal-like swirl opened inside his palm. Of course, there were always students who chose to specialize in what they loved, rather than what they were naturally best suited for. At first glance, Kim Seon-woo looked far more ordinary than anyone in the crowd had expected, with nothing about his appearance giving away anything special. However, a woman standing farther back suddenly noticed something unusual about the boy in front of her. It was not his face that caught her eye. It was the magic gathering in his hand, twisting and compressing in a controlled swirl. That child was using the compression manifestation technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was materialization. Once a mage compressed that materialized mana, they could finally begin controlling the next stage, known as projection. That advanced method was called the compression manifestation technique. It was not the kind of spell work a normal student should be capable of using. This was a technique normally handled only by veteran mages with real experience. Both Lee Seojin and Uera stared in surprise as Kim Seon-woo calmly brought that magic to life right in front of them. For a second-year student to already wield a technique like that made no sense at all. But this second year was not ordinary. He was a regressor, and Kim Seon-woo was more than ready to shock every person watching. With a bright, confident smile on his face, Kim Seon-woo fired the compressed power straight toward the golems, and the blast tore forward with a thunderous boom that shook the testing grounds. The dense, compressed mana began to swirl around the upright mannequins, spreading outward in a strange, swelling wave that no one in the classroom had expected to see. For one breathless moment, the entire room froze. Every student simply stared at the display in front of them, stunned in a completely different way than they had imagined, with no one quite knowing whether they should be amazed, confused, or horrified. Then, right as that heavy silence settled over the class, a sharp burst of laughter suddenly cut through the air. It was loud, cruel, and painfully mocking, and in an instant, the strange tension in the room shattered completely. Only then did everyone realize what had actually happened. The thing Kim Seon-woo had been trying to summon had not completed properly at all. Halfway through the process, his mana had run dry, and the entire attempt had collapsed before it could fully take shape. The students around him immediately broke into laughter, pointing out that he could not even control the power he had tried so hard to show off. What was the point of making mana materialize if he did not have enough left to project it afterward? Those rotten little jerks did not hesitate for even a second, and before Kim Seon-woo could recover, they had already turned him into the punchline of the entire class. And as if Kim Seon-woo's humiliation was not already crushing enough, he quickly realized that this was not just embarrassing. he was genuinely in trouble. While he stood there in confusion, desperately trying to understand what had gone wrong with his abilities, several glowing system windows suddenly burst open in front of him all at once. Kim Seon-woo stared blankly at the floating windows, his eyes widening in disbelief. But that shock slowly twisted into something closer to horror, because he could not understand why the system had chosen this exact moment, of all times, to finally appear. Later, after everything had ended, Kim Seon-woo sat alone in his room with his shoulders slumped and a long, exhausted sigh slipping out of him. He sulked in silence, still unable to wrap his head around why that window had shown up so ridiculously late. The last time he had opened that same kind of window, it had also been around this exact time of day, which only made the timing feel even stranger to him. Something about his power had definitely changed. Kim Seon-woo could feel that much clearly, and before he ended up embarrassing himself any further, he needed to figure out exactly what had gone wrong with his current abilities. Back then, several windows had appeared one after another, telling him that the outsider's benefits had finally been unlocked. The main scenario had officially begun, and another message soon followed, announcing that he had obtained the second time around achievement and received a reward of 3,000 points. On top of that, he had also earned an achievement called Talent of the Clown, as if the system was personally trying to rub salt into his wounds. And the most ridiculous part was that this humiliating clown achievement somehow gave him an even bigger reward than the achievement for regressing. Just for being laughed at, Kim Seon-woo received 5,000 points. By that point, 230 people had already remembered his face as the idiot who had made a fool of himself in class. They had laughed at him, booed him, and shouted for him to get off the stage, while the system coldly tossed another 1,000-point reward at him like it was mocking him too. Honestly, the system was brutally cruel, and for some strange reason, even the protagonist of the story had now started paying attention to him. It was absurd that everything had happened for the worst possible reason, but even that humiliation earned Kim Seon-woo another 1,000 points. In fact, 4 main characters had noticed him, and the system rewarded him with 1,000 points for each one. He had wanted to introduce himself somehow, and this was definitely not the clean, impressive debut he had imagined. But in the end, the important people had still noticed him. In one short, painfully embarrassing moment, he had gained 10,000 points. The only real problem was that he still could not use those points properly until the outsider's benefits were fully unlocked. That was a serious letdown, but at least he already had a rough idea of what those benefits could do. This point-based magical system seemed to exist only for special privileges, which basically meant that Kim Seon-woo was the only person who could use these points in the first place. The achievement system had now activated as well, though for some reason, the talent he had gained seemed to have been cut off or left incomplete. Kim Seon-woo quietly sorted through the situation in his head. From what he understood, he could earn points by stacking up achievements through the system. He could also collect even more points whenever his name spread farther and more people started recognizing who he was. Among all the outsider's benefits, the points shop was one of the most powerful. If he had enough points saved up, he could buy traits, skills, and even special items. It was such an absurdly broken setup that it almost felt unfair. Having that many points was definitely good news, but there was still one painful truth he could not ignore. On his very first day back at school, Kim Seon-woo had already been branded as the class clown. The only reason he had managed to gather all those points was because he had basically turned himself into a walking circus act in front of everyone. And honestly, naming the achievement talent of the clown was just unnecessarily vicious. When Kim Seon-woo had tried to unleash that wide-range, flashy attack earlier, he had completely forgotten one crucial fact. His current body simply did not have enough mana to handle such a high-grade skill yet. And to make everything even worse, he had never once stood under that kind of spotlight in his entire life. So even though he had earned an enormous number of points from the incident, he could not exactly sit there feeling proud or happy about the way he had gotten them. What mattered most right now was understanding his real strength in this current body and figuring out what level he was actually starting from. Kim Seon-woo called up the system again and opened his status window, wanting to check his stats with his own eyes. The window appeared in front of him and displayed Kim Seon-woo's information, including the 10,000 points he had already collected. His health was in decent condition, his strength was not bad, his mana was only passable, his speed sat around average, his reflexes were fairly solid, and his dexterity was normal. None of his stats were especially outstanding, but at the very least, he was not completely useless either. Still, after remembering all the effort and points he had poured into himself before, seeing these numbers felt painfully miserable. His stats had been reset along with everything else, which meant he had no choice but to build himself back up from the beginning all over again. Then Kim Seon-woo suddenly caught on to something important. In this new life, he had a chance to distribute his stats properly from the start instead of repeating the same mistakes. The system window laid out the structure of magic in this world, explaining that it was divided into 4 major branches: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Enhancement magic was used to strengthen the body or reinforce weapons, making it the branch closest to direct hand-to-hand combat. Naturally, mages who specialized in enhancement needed stronger health, tougher bodies, and enough endurance to survive close-range fights. Manifestation magic, on the other hand, allowed a person to cast actual spells and shape mana into visible attacks that could be released into the world. That was the classic image most people had when they thought of a mage. As for summoning and support, those were exactly what their names suggested. One called things forth, while the other backed up allies from behind and strengthened the team. And for the record, Kim Si-woo had absolutely chosen manifestation as his main path on purpose. If he was going to learn magic, then of course he wanted the kind that looked flashy, hit hard, and felt exciting to use. He could almost laugh at himself now, though considering how badly everything had gone, it was not actually funny. Since he had chosen manifestation, his first priority was obvious. He needed to raise his mana as high as possible so he could finally use the power he had chosen without collapsing halfway through. Just then, another status window suddenly popped open in front of him, informing him that 50 more people had been added to his circle of influence. Wonderful. News about him was already spreading like wildfire, and of course, it was spreading for all the wrong reasons. But strangely enough, that was not entirely bad. If he handled this attention properly, he could gather enough points to strengthen himself once he managed to obtain some truly useful skills. Kim Si-woo was starting to understand just how many points a single stupid moment could bring in. The payout was so huge that he almost began to care less about being treated like the class clown. In fact, as ridiculous as it sounded, the whole situation was starting to feel strangely amazing. Before long, 400 people had remembered his face, and the system rewarded him again, adding another 2,000 points to his total. 400 people was an insane number. At this rate, there was no way Kim Si-woo would ever enjoy a normal school life again. Then again, he had already thrown away that dream the moment he decided to save the protagonist. Still, the number felt absurdly high, almost as if more people knew about him than there were students in the academy. Someone had probably recorded the whole disaster. After all, plenty of guests had been watching from the balcony that day. Kim Si-woo immediately pulled out his phone and opened the Korea Magic Academy website, his fingers moving quickly as he checked to see what had happened online. And just as he had feared, someone had already uploaded a video with the title second year's last place test. The comments were absolutely tearing him apart. Kim Si-woo had never been clowned this hard in his entire life. Some people were even asking how someone like him had managed to enter the academy in the first place, which made the whole thing feel even more painfully unfair. Kim Si-woo had never imagined that his evaluation video would blow up like this. The embarrassment was so intense that he almost wanted to disappear from the world entirely, but at the same time, the points pouring in were honestly hard to hate. Since things had already spiraled this far, he figured he might as well squeeze whatever value he could from the attention. Before long, he found himself wondering whether there was a way to draw even more eyes onto himself and earn even more points. Suddenly, Kim Si-woo's eyes lit up, and a bold idea flashed through his mind like a spark catching fire. With this plan, he could pull even more attention toward himself. And if that attention brought in enough points, he might finally be able to buy the one thing he had always wanted. The next day, the whispers had not died down at all. Everywhere Kim Si-woo went, students were still murmuring about the so-called class clown. Some students stared at him with wide eyes, whispering to each other and asking if that guy was really him. The person in yesterday's video looked exactly like him, so there was almost no doubt that he was the one everyone had been talking about. A normal person with even a little shame would probably hide their face after becoming the academy's laughingstock, but Kim Si-woo did the opposite. He had points to earn, and he intended to earn them in the most shameless way possible. He needed people to keep talking, so he walked around openly, letting every stare, every whisper, and every mocking glance feed his growing reputation. He had spent the entire night fanning the flames of the incident, and it had worked perfectly. His failed test video was now trending with over 1,000 views, and plenty of people were criticizing his pathetic academy performance, with some even calling it an academy scandal. He even pushed the ridiculous situation further by calling himself an S-rank mage right in the middle of the scandal, making the whole thing look even more outrageous. Thanks to all the hate, mockery, and attention that video received, Kim Si-woo earned another 5,000 points from the system. As absurd as the whole thing was, stacking up that much hate somehow felt surprisingly good. That morning, Kim Si-woo stepped into the classroom wearing the same harmless, almost innocent look as always, his expression soft enough to seem oddly adorable. He walked in casually, as if yesterday's disaster had never happened and nothing about him was strange at all. But the instant he appeared in the doorway, the entire classroom reacted. Every classmate who had been sitting inside turned their heads at once, their eyes snapping toward him like he had suddenly become the main show everyone had been waiting for. One student did not even try to be subtle about it. Right there in front of the whole class, he lifted his hand and pointed straight at Kim Si-woo like he had spotted some rare exhibit. The guy pointing at him was blonde, and from the smug look on his face to the way he carried himself, he looked exactly like the kind of stereotypical bully who always shows up in stories like this, ready to make trouble the second he finds a target. But then, in a completely unexpected turn, that same boy moved right over to the brunette and clung to him like they were close friends, laughing loudly as he brought up yesterday's ridiculous scene. Apparently, after Kim Seon-woo had made his dramatic exit, the entire class had laughed so hard that the room could barely calm down. The other students were still caught up in that excitement too, chattering loudly as they kept asking how he had managed to run out of mana in such an absurd way. Some of them assumed his family must be loaded, because otherwise there was no way a guy like him could have gotten into this academy. That only made the whole thing even more laughable, since Kim Seon-woo's enrollment was not some proud privilege at all. It was basically one giant unlucky accident in his life. At the very least, Kim Seon-woo recognized another important person from the original story. The blonde guy's name was Park In-won, and in the novel, he was the insane troublemaker who caused chaos throughout the early part of the plot. Getting involved with someone like Park In-won was obviously a terrible idea, so Kim Seon-woo made the safest decision he could. He would stay quiet, keep his eyes away from him, and avoid getting tangled up in anything no matter what. Unfortunately, Park In-won had already locked onto him completely, a nasty grin spreading across his face as if he had found a new toy. From now on, he announced, he would call Kim Seon-woo blockhead, and whenever he called, Kim Seon-woo had better come running. Otherwise, surviving in a school like this would become very difficult. But before Park In-won could fully enjoy pushing him around, another voice suddenly cut through the classroom and brushed off his bullying with calm, fearless confidence. Of course, the one stepping in was none other than the shining star of the second years. The glorious protagonist appeared at just the right moment, facing the blonde directly and telling him not to pick on other people. Park In-won clicked his tongue in irritation as his gaze landed on the dark-haired hero, the genius the entire world was watching, Lee Seo-jin. And now, that same genius was standing there acting like some righteous defender even inside the classroom. Naturally, kind-hearted people made fake tough guys like Park In-won feel sick, because someone like him could not understand what genuine kindness looked like. Ordinary troublemakers like him had no choice but to play along when the hero decided to step in. Lee Seo-jin answered in a low, firm voice, his tone carrying a clear warning. He made it obvious that Park In-won should stop there and not push the situation any further. In the end, even Park In-won knew better than to pointlessly test the second-year hero. With an annoyed look twisting his face, he backed off and walked away, dragging his useless little group of goons along with him. Once those guys finally disappeared from the immediate area, Kim Seon-woo could breathe again. The irritating pressure pressing down on him faded for the moment, giving him at least a short break from the classroom's attention. Lee Seo-jin turned toward him and asked if he was all right, looking so sincere and kind that it almost hurt. He really was a cute, good-natured guy, and Kim Seon-woo could not help feeling grateful for the help. Without even meaning to, he had somehow caught the attention of the one person he needed to protect more than anyone. Lee Seo-jin studied him for a second, his eyes lingering on Kim Seon-woo's face, and then he seemed to realize exactly who he was, the class clown who had made an unforgettable debut the day before. The so-called clown quickly tried to reassure him that he was fine. After all, thanks to all the attention and laughter, he had practically profited from the whole situation. Then he remembered that a normal person should probably be at least a little embarrassed about becoming famous in such a humiliating way. So he let out a small sigh, lowered his mood on purpose, and whimpered that he had no choice but to accept reality. The video had already spread everywhere, so his fate was sealed. Lee Seo-jin gently told him not to worry too much, saying the person who had intentionally spread the video was the one truly at fault. Of course, Kim Seon-woo had also helped that video spread in his own way, so he was not exactly in the best position to act offended by other people's wrongdoing. Either way, Lee Seo-jin wished him a good day and was already about to turn away. But there was no way Kim Seon-woo could let such a perfect chance slip out of his hands. In an instant, he grabbed hold of Lee Seo-jin's attention, mumbling awkwardly as his mind raced behind his eyes. He had to choose the right words fast, because there was a request he absolutely needed to make. After all, if Kim Seon-woo truly wanted to stop the protagonist from dying, then from this point on, he had to stay as close to Lee Seo-jin as possible. So Kim Seon-woo suddenly brightened up, flashing a sparkling, harmless smile as he brought up the semester's dungeon class. With every ounce of sweetness he could force into his voice, he asked if he could team up with Lee Seo-jin for that dungeon lesson. On the surface, it sounded like a cute and innocent request. The problem was that Kim Seon-woo looked like pure deadweight. Lee Seo-jin clearly had no idea how he was supposed to respond, so he simply asked why Kim Seon-woo wanted to team up with him in the first place. Kim Seon-woo put on the gentlest, most harmless expression he could manage, softening his face as much as possible while explaining that teaming up would actually benefit Lee Seo-jin too. Lee Seo-jin paused and seriously weighed the pros and cons of bringing the class clown, who looked like a complete liability, onto his team. After thinking it over, he rejected the poor guy so quickly and cleanly that it almost felt like a shy Japanese girl turning down a love confession. In other words, Lee Seo-jin had never once imagined Kim Seon-woo as a possible teammate. Fortunately, Kim Seon-woo was not the type to back down once he had made up his mind. That stubbornness was exactly how he had managed to clear an entire run of the game without ever interfering in the main character's life. Before Lee Seo-jin could make that rejection final, there were two important things Kim Seon-woo needed him to hear. Lee Seo-jin finally agreed to listen, and the moment Kim Seon-woo secured that opening, it was time for him to sell himself with everything he had. The first thing Lee Seo-jin needed to know was simple. Kim Seon-woo was ranked dead last among all the second years. Of course, that was not exactly shocking information. Everyone already knew he was terrible, and honestly, it should not have been something he used as a selling point in the first place. Lee Seo-jin stared at him in genuine disbelief, stunned by how shamelessly he had said it. At the very least, the guy could have pretended to have some pride. Lee Seo-jin asked if that was seriously supposed to be his reason, because at this rate, Kim Seon-woo was making his own argument harder and harder to believe with every word. Kim Seon-woo explained that everyone knew group tests came with an adjustment score. In other words, if the top student in the school teamed up with someone at the absolute bottom like him, Lee Seo-jin's final score would almost certainly rise higher because of the balance system. The good-hearted hero clearly had not expected the class clown to present self-sabotage as a strategy with this much confidence. And the annoying part was, the logic actually made sense. Even so, the risk was still enormous, because the person standing in front of him had not shown any real skill so far. Inside a dungeon, Kim Seon-woo looked like he would be nothing but dead weight. Still, Kim Seon-woo had a second reason ready, and this one was meant to be strong enough to make Lee Seo-jin seriously reconsider his answer. Yu Era, the second highest-ranked student in their class, had already chosen two lower-ranked students for her own team. That alone made it obvious that she was also thinking about the score balancing system. And as Lee Seo-jin already knew, Yu Era specialized in wide-area magic. Even if she carried two low-ranked teammates with her, she would still be able to handle herself perfectly well inside a dungeon. That point was convincing enough that even the protagonist could not easily deny it. Then came the third reason, because apparently, there was a surprise third reason, even though Kim Seon-woo had confidently claimed there were only two. Kim Seon-woo beamed proudly and pointed straight at himself, presenting his own body like the final piece of evidence. He was the third reason. Sure, he was in last place, but he insisted that he was still a fairly decent fighter. There was no actual combat record to prove that, of course, but he had at least come close to using high-grade summoning magic, and considering the insane stunt he had attempted, that was basically the only impressive thing he could offer. Lee Seo-jin finally could not hold it in anymore. The absurdity of the whole performance hit him all at once, and he let out a laugh. The protagonist really was such a warm and cheerful guy that finding the motivation to protect him felt almost effortless. Even from Lee Seo-jin's point of view, this class clown standing in front of him was seriously funny. Lee Seo-jin had noticed Kim Seon-woo's strange potential from the moment of his ridiculous debut. So, since Kim Seon-woo had managed to entertain him this much, Lee Seo-jin finally agreed to team up with him. However, because Lee Seo-jin was the kind of nice guy who actually cared about the people on his team, he added one condition before making it official. Lee Seo-jin smiled, and said he would choose their remaining teammate himself. Since there was a very high chance he would pick another main character, that condition was more than acceptable. Even then, Lee Seo-jin was considerate enough to ask if Kim Seon-woo was okay with it. Kim Seon-woo had no objections at all, and just like that, he shook hands with Lee Seo-jin, the character who had now taken a serious interest in him. As a reward for drawing that attention, Kim Seon-woo gained 2,000 points, and he was absolutely thrilled that things had progressed this far. With that major step taken care of, it was time to return to the more serious business of class and studying. The lesson began with the origin of magic, tracing the subject all the way back to the 14th century, when the foundations of modern magic first began to take shape. Back then, magic was not divided into the four branches people used in the present day. Instead, the entire system was much simpler, existing as only two major branches. But that clean two-branch system did not remain stable forever. The teacher paused in front of the class, letting the silence stretch for a moment before asking if anyone knew why that structure had eventually collapsed. To everyone's surprise, Kim Seon-woo raised his hand. Naturally, nobody expected much from the class clown, but he had already gone through this exact lesson once before, so to him, the answer was almost embarrassingly easy. The two old magic systems collapsed because of Bloodsword, the first enhancement type mage to appear in the 18th century. Kim Seon-woo might have been nothing more than background character B2, but somehow, he had actually studied properly, shocking both the teacher and the students around him. The teacher praised him for giving the correct answer. For the manifestation-centered medieval mages of that era, Bloodsword's appearance had been a massive shock, because the manifestation mages at the time could not even stand against him. From that turning point onward, research into manifestation magic began expanding at an explosive pace. The teacher continued her important lecture on the history of magic while Kim Seon-woo sat there listening with a bored expression, as if he had already heard every word before. Even for someone as gifted as Lee Seo-jin, old magical theory and complicated formulas were not exactly easy subjects to handle. But for Kim Seon-woo, the situation was completely different. All of his confidence came from the special outsider benefits he had been given. The instant those rewards took effect, a flood of basic knowledge about this world rushed straight into his mind, filling in gaps he should never have known. So when the class moved on to written subjects, Kim Seon-woo sat there feeling strangely calm and ready, far more prepared than the rest of the students around him. With his face practically glowing, the boy threw himself into using that cheat-like advantage. His hand moved quickly across the page as he wrote down note after note, looking so excited that, for once, studying actually seemed fun to him. Behind him, the other students began murmuring to each other, hiding snickers behind their hands as they called him the class Hermione. In the span of a single day, he had somehow transformed from the class clown into the class know-it-all. A few of them even laughed quietly, saying there was no reason for him to listen so seriously when, at the end of the day, he was still the lowest-ranked student. That comment dug right under the brunette's skin. It was bad enough that those guys had laughed at him because of his earlier mistake, but now they were making fun of him just for acting like a serious student. If they were really that jealous of his ability, then they should stop whispering from the back and answer the teacher's questions themselves. After a while, the lesson finally wrapped up, and the stiff classroom atmosphere immediately loosened. Chairs scraped against the floor, voices rose from every corner, and the room filled with the restless noise of lunch break as students began standing and gathering their things. Kim Seon-woo had not exactly made many friends in class, so while most of the students naturally left in little groups, he stayed behind for a moment. He stood there awkwardly beside his desk, looking like someone who still had no clear place to go. He was still wondering what he should do next when, all of a sudden, someone walked toward him and called his name out loud. The voice was casual, direct, and clearly meant for Kim Seon-woo. Since that was obviously him, he turned his head toward the sound. For a moment, curiosity flickered across his face as he wondered who had come over to speak to him so naturally. Standing there was the cheerful hero, smiling at him as if approaching him had been the most normal thing in the world. He told Kim Seon-woo that since they were teammates now, they might as well eat together. And honestly, that easygoing invitation came off unexpectedly cool. The two of them went to collect their trays, then walked side by side through the cafeteria while looking around for somewhere to sit. Lee Seo-jin carried himself with such bright, friendly energy that it was hard not to feel comfortable around him almost right away. As they moved between the cafeteria tables searching for open seats, an excited boy suddenly lifted his hand high into the air. He waved at Lee Seo-jin with a big grin and called him over, clearly wanting him to sit nearby. That boy was Shin Young-jin. Lee Seo-jin headed toward him with a bright smile, and the moment they met up, the two of them started laughing and joking around like it was second nature. Shin Young-jin was also one of the main characters of this world, and even more importantly, he was Lee Seo-jin's closest friend. Because putting all the top rankers on one team would only hurt their scores, it looked like most of the strongest students had decided to scatter into different groups this time instead of joining forces. Only after that did Shin Young-jin notice the brunette standing near the table, lingering a little stiffly at the edge of the conversation. The boy immediately smiled and greeted Kim Seon-woo by name. Of course, he recognized him right away. By now, pretty much everyone had already seen that ridiculous video. Getting points from that incident was one thing, but having to deal with all the attention afterward was proving to be an entirely different kind of trouble. Even so, Kim Seon-woo quietly sat down with them. Shin Young-jin, still sounding amused, asked when the so-called loser had suddenly gotten so close to the protagonist. Lee Seo-jin answered calmly, explaining that it had only happened earlier, and that they were planning to enter the dungeon together the day after tomorrow. Shin Young-jin looked like he had just heard something completely impossible. The surprise hit him so hard that even his usual playful smile nearly froze in place. He leaned closer to Lee Seo-jin's ear and lowered his voice, asking if Seo-jin was really confident enough to take first place even without relying on the last place buff. From Shin Young-jin's point of view, if they were already that strong, then dragging this deadweight into the dungeon made no sense at all. Lee Seo-jin let out a tired sigh and explained that Uera seemed completely determined to fight for first place with everything she had. Shin Young-jin blinked, finally realizing that she was the reason behind this entire choice. Apparently, the second-place hero was taking the race for first place extremely seriously. She had even put two bottom-ranked students onto her own team, which made Shin Young-jin flinch a little. That girl clearly was not playing around when it came to winning. Either way, the decision had already been made, and Kim Seon-woo was now joining their team. Lee Seo-jin suggested that they just eat for the time being. Shin Young-jin quickly agreed, saying he had been starving anyway. Kim Si-woo did not exactly enjoy the fact that the entire conversation had been about him while completely leaving him out, but for now, he decided to let it pass. They continued eating together, but the noise around them did not settle down. If anything, the cafeteria gossip only grew louder, with nearby students whispering about the person who had posted something in the forest of the great sage. Seo Yuna, the one who had made that post, and the so-called perfect girl of the first-year class, had been quietly staring in their direction when one of her classmates suddenly called out to her. The girl snapped back to herself in surprise, her eyes shifting away a little too quickly. Then she brushed off the concern, acting as though she had not been looking at anything special at all. She insisted that it was nothing, keeping her face calm and composed as she tried to make it seem like there was no reason for anyone to worry. Even so, the first-year fairy could not fully shake off the curiosity tugging at her. She simply could not understand how the class clown had suddenly become close enough to sit with the second-year hero, as if the two of them had known each other for ages. Later that same day, several students gathered inside a small training center. Practice dummies stood around the room, and various tools for combat training were arranged nearby, giving the place a serious, focused atmosphere. This time, Kim Si-woo knew he had to train his magic properly. Lee Seo-jin had been generous enough to bring him onto the team, and the last thing Kim Si-woo wanted was to become dead weight. For now, he decided to focus only on the amount of mana he could actually handle. He slowly gathered power into his hands, steadying his breathing as he prepared to manifest it. Bit by bit, that same blue portal opened in his palm, and magic began to collect there, bubbling and swirling just like it had before. Now that he had a decent amount of mana available, he concentrated on controlling the output instead of letting the power run wild. Then he lifted his hand toward a nearby dummy, fixed his aim, and prepared to fire. This time, his attack actually hit the target. The students watching from the side seemed a little impressed despite themselves. It was not some incredible top-tier spell, but it was definitely not the worst attack they had seen either. Kim Si-woo was doing better than most of them had expected. He could hear their gossip clearly too. They were not even considerate enough to whisper quietly behind his back, so every word reached his ears. Still, it bothered him much less than before, because for the first time, he could actually feel himself improving. Before the regression, he had used his points to buy stats directly. Back then, he had spent them almost casually, grabbing whatever caught his interest while living his carefree life on the sidelines. But eventually, he had received a warning. The more stats he bought, the higher the cost would become. That meant he had to be much more careful with his points. Base stats increased in price by 10 points for every 10 purchases, so spending recklessly now would only make things harder later. Kim Si-woo quietly turned that problem over in his mind, thinking through the long-term value of each option instead of rushing to spend points on impulse. It worked under the same logic as games where leveling up became harder once a player reached higher levels. In the long run, rather than pouring all his points directly into raw stats, it made more sense to invest in traits or items that could improve his mana growth and gradually raise his stats over time. With that thought in mind, he decided to use the search function. He opened a window and started searching for the skill he wanted. There was a specific trait that appeared around the middle of the novel, and he needed it right now, especially after making his own life more difficult by teaming up with the protagonist. At last, he found it, the blessing of great nature. It was a skill that allowed the user to absorb mana directly from nature itself. This was exactly what he had been looking for. While training mana, Kim Si-woo would be able to gain additional mana depending on the surrounding environment, reaching up to 150% extra mana gain, while also increasing his mana recovery speed by 50%. For him, that was an incredibly tempting bargain. He carefully read through the passive effects, checking every detail to make sure it matched what he remembered. One line after another, everything lined up perfectly with the trait he had been searching for. Then his eyes dropped to the wristwatch on his arm. The returner's wristwatch was a piece of equipment that increased both health and mana regeneration by 200%. At this point, Kim Si-woo really was stacking one cheat-like advantage on top of another. In this life, he had been selling and buying skills, giving up weaker abilities so he could obtain stronger ones in return. He could also sell traits to earn points, but letting go of useful abilities still felt wasteful. Master Chef, for example, was one of the skills he had sold in order to buy the watch, and he already knew he was going to miss being able to cook that well. Still, with the blessing of great nature and the returner's wristwatch together, his starting position in this life was already far better than it had ever been before the regression. Just then, his phone suddenly began to ring. The sound felt strangely out of place, because Kim Si-woo barely had any friends, so he could not immediately imagine who would be contacting him at a time like this. He picked up the phone and looked down at the screen. His eyes widened slightly as he tried to process what was appearing in front of him. For some reason, it was a group chat. Young Jin-tae had invited Lee Seo-jin, Kim Si-woo, Yoon Hae-young, and Shin Jae-ik into the same chat room. Young Jin-tae cheerfully told everyone to give it their best for the next 2 months, and Yoon Hae-young replied with the same bright energy, immediately agreeing with him. A full group chat had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and that instantly made the class clown curious. Aside from Yoon Hae-young, he did not really recognize the other names in the room, which made him wonder if they were all low-ranked students like him. Yoon Hae-young was the type of girl who would become an important character later on, but at this point in the story, she still had not awakened her ability. For now, she should not have been someone who mattered all that much. Either way, if these low-ranked students would just be honest about what they were actually capable of, then building a plan would become much easier. Kim Seon-woo already remembered some of their strengths from the original story, but there were still a few people in the group whose abilities he could not pin down completely. Shin Jae-ik, from what he could tell, leaned more toward the support side, with manifestation as his secondary specialty. Yoon Hae-young also used manifestation, along with the attribute office, while her secondary specialty was closer to support. As for Young Jin-tae, he was an enhancement type with manifestation as his subspecialty, though from the way everyone talked about it, he was apparently awful at that part. Yeah, there was no mistaking it now. This really was a team packed with low rankers from top to bottom. Kim Seon-woo also put his own information out there without hiding anything, admitting that his specialty was elementless manifestation. Since he was still hovering around the beginner level, he could not exactly dress it up as anything impressive. Then that jerk Shin Jae-ik laughed, saying there was not a single person in the entire school who did not already know the class clown's specialty was manifestation. Kim Seon-woo clenched his jaw and growled under his breath. He had only been trying to cooperate and help everyone understand the team's actual situation, so there was no need to stab straight at his weak spot. He already knew better than anyone how badly he had messed up before. In that case, the safest plan was painfully clear. Lee Seo-jin needed to stand at the center of the team, and everyone else had to move around him, covering his gaps and doing whatever they could to support his performance. If they were seriously aiming for first place, then Yu-era's team was the first wall they had to get past, and before Kim Seon-woo could even think about how to beat them, he needed to find out exactly who she had chosen to bring along. From there, training carried on as everyone threw themselves into preparing for the upcoming dungeon raid. Since this evaluation would directly affect their scores, getting ready properly was not just helpful. It was something they absolutely could not afford to neglect. As the students trained side by side, some of them received direct guidance from their instructors. The teachers pointed out that they were putting too much attention on control while neglecting projection. Instead of just keeping their mana neat and steady, they needed to push more power into it, release it faster, and send it out with real force. The girl listened carefully to that advice, then steadied her breathing as her posture settled. She raised her hand, gathered energy into her palm, and the mana there began to thicken and concentrate. Then, with one sharp swing of her arm, she released a powerful blast. The force shot forward in a clean, violent wave, tearing through a huge number of enemies lined up in front of her as if they had been swept away all at once. Everyone gathered nearby stared in shock at the overwhelming firepower. Their eyes followed the path of destruction, and for a moment, no one could look away. This was exactly what a true genius looked like, the kind of talent that made the difference obvious the second anyone saw her move. Of course, maybe because she was still young, her technique was not completely polished yet. There were still rough parts in how she handled her mana, and her control could definitely improve. Even so, seeing someone with that much natural ability in action was still enough to leave people genuinely impressed. Then the teacher turned her head toward another part of the training grounds and suddenly paused, her expression shifting as something unexpected caught her eye. It was the same clown from the manifestation exam, a student almost everyone in the school would recognize by now. Her eyes widened when she saw him fire a blast straight ahead, and the attack slammed into the target before completely destroying it. That attack was not bad at all. In fact, it was good enough to surprise her, especially since most people had already written that kid off as nothing more than a failure. Kim Seon-woo himself looked almost unable to contain his excitement. The moment he realized he had improved, his whole face lit up with such obvious joy that it was honestly a little cute to watch. Back then, the young class clown had been so fixated on materialization that no matter how hard he tried, he could not even manage proper projection. But now, even with only the bare minimum amount of mana he could use, he was carefully balancing both sides. Instead of leaning too far into one skill, he was handling projection and materialization together with far more control than before. He was even managing to maintain clean projection while keeping his mana steady at the same time. For someone his age to recognize his own weak points and start correcting them step by step was not something anyone could dismiss lightly. The teacher could not help feeling impressed as she watched. A gentle smile slowly spread across her face while the students trained, struggled, pushed through their limits, and kept growing right there in front of her. After some time passed, the special lesson finally came to an end. The teacher, clearly pleased with what she had seen, thanked everyone for giving their best during training and praised them for their hard work. The students thanked her as well, showing appreciation for the effort she had put into guiding them. All that training had helped everyone release a lot of built-up stress. Honestly, This was the kind of class most of them enjoyed far more than ordinary lessons. Blasting things apart with magic was obviously much more exciting than sitting still and listening to lectures. So once the session ended, most of the students began heading off to rest. As the students started leaving the training area one after another, Kim Seon-woo was just about to walk away when someone suddenly called him back. The teacher told him he had worked very hard during class, then asked if he had been keeping up with his training lately. Kim Seon-woo answered as honestly as he could, saying he had been squeezing in practice whenever he found the time. Then she asked how his mana training was going. The truth was, he was making unbelievable progress in that area. But of course, he could not exactly admit that he had been cheating by buying extra mana from the market and borrowing even more from nature itself. Kim Seon-woo paused for a moment, feeling a little awkward under her gaze. He could tell that the teacher had already noticed his mana pool was still smaller than it should have been for someone at his current level. After a brief hesitation, he admitted that he was working on increasing it little by little and trying to build it up steadily. The teacher spoke gently, telling him that he did not need to rush himself. Overall, he was doing well. His mana was still on the low side, but building mana was not something that came with an easy shortcut, so the most important thing was to keep training patiently and not give up. Kim Seon-woo thumped his chest with a burst of confidence, then cheerfully promised that he would keep doing his best from now on. With a warm smile, the teacher held out a chain bracelet and told him to take it. It was an item made to help with mana breathing, while also keeping the wearer's condition stable during training. Kim Seon-woo stared down at the unexpected gift in surprise. He had not seen this coming at all, and for a second, he looked unsure whether it was really okay for him to accept something like that. The teacher told him not to feel burdened by it. It was only an F-rank practice item, nothing especially valuable. Since it did not cost much to make, giving it to him was not a big deal in her eyes. Kim Seon-woo's expression brightened at once, and he said he would make good use of it. Since class was already over, the teacher then told him he should hurry along and get going. As he walked away, Kim Seon-woo could hardly believe he had just received such an unexpected reward. He kept looking down at the bracelet in his hand, unable to hide the pure happiness spreading across his face. While he was on his way home from practice, his steps suddenly slowed. Near the wall ahead, a girl was lingering in place, and her dark hair and sharp, laser-red eyes immediately drew his attention. She greeted Kim Seon-woo first, which instantly made him wonder why she was even talking to him. After all, she had made such a big deal before about not wanting to speak with him at all, and yet now, apparently, he was suddenly worth addressing. When he reminded her that she was the one who told him never to talk to her again, her irritated expression made it obvious she remembered every word and absolutely hated being reminded of it. Anyway, she had apparently heard that the loser had somehow ended up in the same group as Lee Seo-jin this time. Kim Seon-woo narrowed his eyes, watching her closely as he asked how she even knew about that. She simply scoffed, saying it was obvious he was clinging to the top student like some shameless leech. Too bad for him, because first place in this exam was going to belong to her this time. So, as far as she was concerned, he needed to wake up from whatever ridiculous dream he was having. So in the end, it seemed she had gone out of her way just to stand in front of him and mock him directly to his face. The girl turned away with another sharp scoff, then stomped off as if that really had been the only thing she came to say. What an exhausting tsundere. Kim Seon-woo could only stare after her in disbelief, watching her leave while wondering why she had to act so prickly and irritated every single time they crossed paths. Later, on Thursday morning, several students had already gathered outside the dungeon entrance. Kim Seon-woo hurried over with visible excitement on his face, clearly relieved that he had managed to arrive on time. Lee Seo-jin, the shining hero himself, looked glad to see him as well. Since this would be the first time all the team members were gathering together in person, he said they should give it everything they had and do their best this semester. Everyone responded with enthusiasm, agreeing that they would work hard and give it their best. Their energetic replies seemed to make Lee Seo-jin genuinely happy, and his expression softened with satisfaction. Of course, there was always one guy who had to turn even a normal moment into a problem. From the side, he scoffed and remarked that their team looked pretty strange. After all, somehow the top student and the very last student in class had ended up standing on the same team. Kim Seon-woo quietly wondered if that was supposed to be an insult aimed at him, or if this idiot simply did not know how to speak without sounding rude. It was definitely an insult, and the nonsense kept going as the guy told the loser of their class to actually pull his weight during the exam. That was a bold thing to say for someone so forgettable that barely anyone remembered him. He had the nerve to mock Kim Seon-woo for failing to fire even a single spell during the last test, while his own name barely left an impression on anyone. Kim Seon-woo could not care less about some random loser taking shots at him, and it seemed another teammate felt the same way, because he quickly stepped in to defend him. The other guy said it did not matter how badly the class clown had failed during the first exam, because Lee Seo-jin was the one who brought him along. If the hero had chosen him, then it was fine. In other words, Lee Seo-jin would just carry him through everything, simple as that. Unfortunately, Kim Seon-woo's so-called defense squad seemed to be made up of someone who was clearly just trying to ride on Lee Seo-jin's coattails. At that point, he could not help wondering whether there was even a single person on this team who would actually be useful. Well, at the very least, they still had Yoon Hae-young. Her true moment to shine in the story was still much farther down the line, but even at this stage, she was not someone useless. With a bright, cheerful smile, she greeted the hero and asked if he had slept well. Watching the mood around the group, Kim Seon-woo could not help wondering if everything had shifted because he had joined this time. After all, the team Lee Seo-jin had gathered now was completely different from the group he was supposed to form in the original flow of the story. Yoon Hae-young was one thing, and her presence at least gave Kim Seon-woo a little confidence. But the moment his eyes moved across the rest of the team, that confidence started to wobble. A question kept rising in the back of his mind. Once the test actually began for real, would this group truly be okay? Because honestly, when he looked around at the faces gathered there were not many students who could be called real heavy hitters. The lineup did not give off the feeling of a team packed with overwhelming firepower or reliable combat power. As the students continued moving forward, their attention was suddenly pulled toward a man standing in front of the dungeon gate. From the way he waited there calmly, blocking the path just enough to be noticed, he looked like one of the teachers. And judging by the timing, he was probably there to explain the rules for today's dungeon exploration. The teacher began by explaining that this class would take place twice, once in the morning and once again in the afternoon. Since this was their very first day entering the dungeon, they would not be sent deep inside right away. For now, their exploration would be limited to basement level 1. After laying out the basic schedule, the teacher moved on to the next important point. He began explaining how their scores would be calculated during the dungeon exploration, making sure everyone understood exactly what would affect their results. The first scoring standard was dungeon clearing speed. In simple terms, the faster a team pushed through the dungeon and cleared each difficulty level, the more bonus points they would be able to earn. The second factor was the rank difference adjustment score. If a student had more teammates ranked lower than themselves, then that student would receive more personal points from the evaluation, which made team composition matter a lot more than it first appeared. And lastly, there was contribution. Naturally, this was the part of the scoring system that mattered more than anything else. This artificial dungeon had been equipped with a special contribution system. That meant students would receive additional points based on how much they actually helped their team during the exploration. But before anyone got too caught up in scores and rankings, the teacher made one thing very clear. No matter what happened, safety had to come first. Once the explanation was finished, the teacher looked over the gathered students and asked if everyone understood the rules. The students answered loudly, their voices ringing out with excitement and nervous energy. With everything properly explained, it was finally time for each team to enter the dungeon. Most of the kids were practically buzzing with anticipation, while others called out encouragement, telling them to have fun and do well inside. Meanwhile, the monitoring room was already filled with teachers. One by one, they sat in front of the glowing screens, keeping their eyes fixed on the students moving inside the dungeon. The teachers were not treating safety first as some empty phrase. They were genuinely prepared to watch every student closely and make sure everyone who entered the dungeon came back safely. Teacher Zhang was there too, raising a hand in greeting as he explained that he had come over right after sending the kids in. Another teacher had apparently been waiting for Mr. Zhang to arrive. Now that he was finally there, they could begin their little wager over which team would end up with the highest score. Of course, for the bet to have any meaning, everyone needed to choose a different team. The problem was that almost every teacher in the room clearly wanted to put their money on Uera's group. Sure enough, most of the teachers had already chosen Uera's team without hesitation. With everyone leaning toward the same group, the whole wager looked like it was about to lose its meaning before it even began. But then the teacher wearing glasses spoke up, as if the answer was obvious. According to her, there was still a simple way to make the bet work. With a bright and confident smile, she announced that she would place her bet on Group 3, the team led by Lee Seo-jin. The way she said it made it clear she was not just choosing randomly. She seemed genuinely convinced that his team had a real chance to perform well. The other teachers could hardly believe what they had just heard. To them, it seemed obvious that the spectacled teacher was only trying to be kind. Even though both Lee Seo-jin and Uera had filled their teams with low-ranked students to take advantage of bonus points, the difference between their choices was huge. Lee Seo-jin's team looked unstable from the very beginning, and most of his members were enhancement types. No matter how capable Lee Seo-jin was, one boy still had limits. He could not possibly carry all those useless teammates on his back forever. The teacher with glasses did not deny that criticism. She admitted that enhancement specialists were generally designed for one-on-one combat. If they did not have proper support behind them, then dealing with groups of enemies all at once would naturally be difficult. And once they compared that to Uera, the gap became even easier to see. Her specialty was wide-area magic, and she had already pushed all the way to the middle section of the first floor during the dungeon raid. When it came to clearing speed, that girl was moving at an impressive pace. Even so, the spectacled teacher only giggled and said she still believed in a bottom-ranker uprising. In the end, they would just have to keep watching and see who actually won the bet. If she lost, then it would be her own funeral. So the others accepted her choice and turned their attention back to the screens. At that same time, inside the dungeon, the hero was moving exactly as expected. Lee Seojin rushed ahead without the slightest hesitation, cutting down the monsters that came charging toward the team. Step by step, the group pushed deeper into the dungeon. Monsters appeared along the path, but they were brought down one after another, allowing the team to continue advancing steadily. So far, their progress was going unbelievably well. In fact, things were moving so smoothly that most of the other team members barely had to do anything at all. Lee Seojin was fighting impressively at the front, while the shameless coattail riders behind him seemed perfectly content to stay back and let him drag them straight toward victory. There really had to be a limit to how shameless people could be. They were already halfway through the floor, and those guys had barely needed to lift a finger. As they kept moving forward, the students began wondering what kind of monster would be waiting as the first floor boss. Nobody knew for certain, but since this was only the first floor, most of them guessed it would probably be some weak trash mob. They chatted among themselves, casually throwing out guesses about whether it might be a giant rat, a dog, or some other low-level creature. But even while the others were underestimating it, Yoon Hae-young remained cautious. No matter what form it took, a boss was still a boss, and it would naturally have the strength to match that title. Then Yoon Hae-young turned toward Kim Seon-woo and asked what he thought would appear. Since he had already gone through this exam before, he answered without much hesitation. A giant wolf was going to show up. Saying it with that much certainty was definitely bold. The bully in the group immediately seized the chance to mock him, asking how he could possibly know a giant wolf would appear. Kim Seon-woo had no intention of arguing with him or revealing how much he truly knew, so he simply said he had his ways. A giant wolf was coming, so they needed to prepare for it. He had already experienced this part again and again, unless the exam had somehow changed this time. Of course, the shameless bully only scoffed at him, looking down on him with obvious contempt as he called him a compulsive liar. Hearing that made Kim Seon-woo seriously want to beat that trash into the ground. Whether the jerk believed him or not was his own problem, but the bully openly declared that he did not believe a single word from that clown. In fact, it was obvious he was trying to be irritating on purpose. Kim Seon-woo had to use every bit of self-control he had just to stop himself from reacting to that filthy piece of garbage. The hero gave a light laugh and told his teammates not to start fighting among themselves now. What mattered most was continuing through the dungeon as quickly as possible. With that, the tension eased for the moment, and the team began moving again. But before they could go much farther, someone suddenly told the entire group to stop. The hero and the rest of the team came to a halt in confusion, glancing around as they wondered why they had been stopped so suddenly. The bully even smirked from the side and teased them, asking if the top student in class had suddenly gotten scared. But that was not the reason at all. Something was lying directly on the floor ahead of them. Everyone looked forward, and sure enough, a large magic circle was drawn across the ground. None of them could immediately tell what kind of circle it was, but it definitely looked like something that would activate the moment they stepped through it. The other students became hesitant as they stared at the markings. They could sense danger coming from that magic circle, and a few of them started worrying that the teachers might have placed something too dangerous in front of them, even though they were still only students. Kim Seon-woo moved a little closer, then bent down to examine the circle more carefully. The moment the hero saw him approach it, he warned him to be careful. After all, none of them knew what might come out if the magic circle suddenly activated. But Kim Seon-woo calmly said he was fine. He was only taking a closer look at the runes and the structure carved into the circle. He studied it carefully, his gaze tracing each marking one by one as he tried to remember why a magic circle like this would appear on the first floor. From what Kim Seon-woo could tell, it was not especially dangerous or complicated. It seemed to be a simple barrier. Still, there had to be a reason why a barrier had been placed here at this point in the test. Of course, Kim Seon-woo recognized it because he had already seen this exact barrier activate back in his previous life. He reached out carefully and touched the invisible barrier surrounding the small magic circle, testing the space in front of him with his hand. The moment his fingers made contact, everyone could clearly see the magic shifting in the air like a transparent wall rippling around the circle. Kim Seon-woo then turned and looked straight at the others, making his point without needing to say much. The bully looked annoyed that the clown had actually been right, then muttered under his breath that he had known that too. Now that they had confirmed what it was, one thing became clear. They could not simply walk through it like this. One of the coattail riders wondered if they had no choice but to turn back, but doing that would waste a huge amount of time. And from where they stood, there did not seem to be any other path forward. The hero tightened his grip around his weapon and decided he would try to cut through the barrier with his sword. He steadied his stance as magic gathered around his body, his power rising until it began to glow. Then, without a moment of hesitation, he charged straight toward the barrier in front of him. The others watched with excitement in their eyes, fully expecting his strike to smash the barrier apart. In their minds, there was no way an attack from Lee Seojin would fail. But when the impact faded, the barrier had only been dented slightly. They had come close, and for a brief moment, it really looked like it might break. Still, after expecting his attack to shatter it completely, the others could not hide their disappointment. The hero let out a sigh as he looked at the damaged barrier in front of him. Breaking through still seemed possible, but it was clear now that brute force alone would not be enough. They would need to find the right method. At that moment, it finally seemed like the bully had found a chance to prove he was not completely useless. For once, the attention in the group began drifting toward him, as if this was the one problem he might actually be able to handle. The boy's mouth curled into a cocky little grin, and he proudly reminded everyone that he was a support-type fighter. If they wanted the barrier handled the proper way, then all he needed was enough time to work his magic. He lowered himself in front of the magic circle, crouching close enough to study the glowing lines spread across the floor. Then he gathered his mana, carefully drawing his power together and pushing it toward the formation beneath him. The bully pressed his palm directly onto the magic circle, and for one brief second, it really did look like he might finally do something useful for the team. Everyone watched as if this could be his moment. But that confidence did not last long. Almost right away, his expression stiffened as the flow of magic refused to respond the way he had expected. The formation was far more complicated than he had thought, and the more he examined it, the more embarrassing the situation became. Even if he hurried as much as possible, he realized cracking it would still take around 40 minutes. 40 minutes was an absurd amount of time to waste inside a dungeon. The instant Kim Seon-woo heard that number, he stepped in without hesitation and grabbed the boy's hand before he could keep fumbling with the circle. If the bully was going to spend that long wrestling with a single barrier, then they obviously needed another solution. Kim Seon-woo spoke calmly and said he would just break it himself. Coming from the one person everyone had been treating like the weakest link, that sounded almost unbelievable. Of course, the bully could not just swallow those words quietly. He immediately tried to snap back and challenge him, but Kim Seon-woo did not even bother wasting breath on the provocation. They had already lost enough time, and he had no intention of entertaining pointless insults. Kim Seon-woo stepped forward, lowered his hand toward the floor, and placed his palm against the magic circle. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the strange formation glowing beneath his fingertips. Right then, deep inside him, his unique trait, Outsider's Benefits, quietly began to activate. In an instant, the magical formula behind the barrier was decoded. The hidden structure unfolded before Kim Seon-woo's eyes, as if all that complicated information had been pulled apart and reshaped into something he could actually read. What appeared in front of him was a crowded mass of magical characters, strange symbols, and layered patterns, all tangled together and waiting to be sorted into the right order. And because Kim Seon-woo had a sharp talent for reading and interpreting information, he quickly began to understand the overall structure. The confusing symbols stopped looking random and started forming a clear pattern in his mind. Once he arranged the correct characters in the right sequence, Kim Seon-woo lifted his fingers and tapped the exact spot on the magic circle. The moment he did, the formation answered with a sudden burst of light. Right before the entire team's eyes, the barrier scattered and dissolved into the air. And honestly, there was something incredibly satisfying about watching the person everyone had dismissed as useless solve the very problem the bully claimed would take 40 full minutes. Kim Seon-woo finished everything in only about 5 minutes. With a bright, satisfied look on his face, the brown-haired boy turned back toward the others and proudly announced that he had done it. Even the hero looked genuinely taken aback. The barrier had not only been removed, it had been removed much faster than anyone thought possible. The bully stood there completely speechless, unable to squeeze out even a single comeback. And now, Lee Seojin himself was staring at Kim Seon-woo with open astonishment, his interest in him clearly rising even further. Kim Seon-woo could not hold back the small smile that slowly spread across his face. Because Lee Seojin's interest in him had increased again, Kim Seon-woo received a reward of 5,000 points. But strangely, the connection itself seemed like it might become even more valuable than the points. Even Kim Seon-woo was surprised. He now had an interest level system, and the protagonist's interest had officially climbed all the way up to level 1. Then, without warning, a loud commotion erupted from the path ahead. Heavy paw steps slammed against the ground one after another, each impact sending a deep rumble through the dungeon corridor. Just as Kim Seon-woo had predicted, the boss had finally appeared. And sure enough, it was a giant wolf. The boys and the single girl in their group all froze for a moment, staring at the terrifying monster blocking their way. The massive boss stalked forward with a low, threatening growl rumbling in its throat. Saliva dripped from its jaws, and its sharp eyes locked onto the students as if they were nothing more than prey standing in front of it. The coattail rider was completely amazed now. Kim Seon-woo had been right about the boss as well. It really was a giant wolf, exactly like he had predicted earlier. The enormous creature suddenly kicked off the ground and lunged straight toward the hero. But Lee Seojin was already ready for it, standing his ground with his body braced as he faced the beast head-on. The wolf roared and threw itself into the attack, but Lee Seojin's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. In the very next instant, he swung his blade, cutting cleanly through the massive boss in front of him. The strike was instant, savage, and completely merciless. The monster was given no chance to recover, no chance to counterattack, and no chance to survive. Whenever Lee Seojin faced monsters, the look in his eyes changed completely, becoming far sharper and colder than the expression he usually wore. Normally, Lee Seojin seemed like a pretty decent person, but it was obvious he enjoyed being praised. After cutting down the boss in a single swing, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary mob, he smiled brightly and even blushed a little while his teammates showered him with compliments. The door opened immediately after that, and the students broke into excited cheers. Relief washed over the group as they realized their dungeon run was finally over. When they stepped out of the dungeon, their teacher was waiting to greet them. She congratulated Group 3 and announced their result for the first week. They had finished in second place. Lee Seojin was stunned the moment he heard that. His eyes widened, and he immediately asked who had taken first place. Naturally, the answer was Group 7. That team had cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster than them. And of course, Group 7 was the team led by Uera. The others could barely believe what they were hearing. Uera was truly operating on a different level. She had torn through the dungeon in 4 hours and 11 minutes, a speed that sounded almost unreal. And to make things even worse, Group 3 had only beaten the third-place team by 2 minutes, meaning their position could be stolen very quickly if they slipped even once. Of course, having so many useless members in the group had definitely dragged down their overall speed and made the run far harder than it needed to be. Even so, thanks to Kim Seon-woo, they had managed to hold on to second place instead of falling to third. Lee Seojin turned toward the class clown with a grateful smile, clearly still appreciative of the help Kim Seon-woo had given them, even though they had failed to reach first. Kim Seon-woo could not help blushing a little under that praise. Apparently, he liked being acknowledged too. If he had not removed the barrier so quickly, their ranking would have dropped even lower, and the entire team would have ended up in a much worse position. Lee Seojin, however, looked frustrated with himself. His shoulders seemed heavy as he sulked, saying he was the one who had failed everyone. If only he had cleared the dungeon faster, they should have been able to take first place. But the only girl on the team immediately spoke up, insisting that they had only made it this far because Lee Seojin had been carrying them. Besides, this was only the first week, and they had only finished clearing the first floor. Their run was nowhere near over yet. Kim Seon-woo told Lee Seojin to lift his spirits because they still had plenty of chances to turn things around. But from this point on, the other members of the team would also need to start doing their part. As the group began making their way back, a voice suddenly called out Kim Seon-woo's name from behind. Kim Seon-woo turned around in surprise and saw the support-type instructor looking straight at him, her gaze fixed on him with clear purpose. The teacher had walked over because there was something she wanted to offer him. Kim Seon-woo wondered what kind of proposal she could possibly have for him. Then the support teacher looked at him with a serious expression and asked him to transfer to the support major immediately. The request came so suddenly that everyone around them was left shocked, staring in disbelief at what she had just said. But Kim Seon-woo did not hesitate for even a second. He rejected her offer on the spot. Naturally, the teacher was not willing to accept that answer so easily. She could hardly believe this little brat had turned her down before even listening to the conditions. At the very least, he should hear what she was prepared to offer first. With her authority, she could provide him with a special talent scholarship worth 50 million won. That kind of money was definitely enough to make anyone stop and think. But even an offer that generous was not enough to pull Kim Seon-woo away from the flashy appeal of manifestation. In the end, she still could not get him to agree. The teacher was visibly upset, and one of the nearby students could not stop themselves from blurting out that rejecting a 50 million won scholarship was absolutely insane. They seriously had to wonder if Kim Seon-woo had completely lost his mind. After all, Kim Seon-woo was terrible at manifestation anyway, so switching majors should not have been some huge sacrifice. Anyone else in his position would have accepted the offer and transferred immediately. Even the other weak students nearby admitted they would have switched without a second thought. Then someone asked him again, almost as if they still could not believe it, whether he was really not going to switch majors. Kim Seon-woo looked up, and sure enough, the person standing there was none other than his number one hater. That same girl happened to be standing nearby again, silently catching the end of their conversation before stepping in as if she had been listening the whole time. With a calm, composed expression, she pointed out that being recognized as a special talent was not only about scholarship money. That status came with far more advantages than most students understood, and the moment Uera showed even the slightest interest in their discussion, everyone around them looked genuinely stunned. Kim Seon-woo simply smiled at their concern, as though every word they said had only made his decision feel even clearer. He thanked them for taking the time to speak with him, but no matter how many people tried to convince him, his answer would not change. Deep down, he was still a manifestation type, and he loved manifestation far too much to give it up now. He had no intention of switching paths or running away just because others thought that would be easier. Yuera stared at him with a puzzled look, completely unable to understand where that confidence was coming from. From her point of view, his certainty looked almost reckless, like he was stepping forward with his eyes closed while still somehow believing everything would work out in his favor. After that, school life continued on as usual. During the quieter stretch between classes, the talented first-year student walked down the hallway with relaxed, unhurried steps, carrying herself like the space naturally belonged to her, while the familiar noise of the academy echoed around her. But then her pace slowed, and she came to a stop. Someone else was moving through the hallway as well, and the moment she noticed that figure, a small spark of curiosity crossed her face as she wondered who was wandering around there. She paused for a brief second before calling out a light, casual greeting. Almost immediately, recognition flashed across her face, because the person standing there was none other than the so-called class clown she already knew about. She looked straight at him and greeted him as Senior Kim Shinnok, her voice bright and effortless, as if she had absolutely no doubt that she had gotten his name right. Of course, that was not his name at all. He was Kim Seon-woo, and he corrected her right away without missing a beat. Yuera gasped dramatically, pretending it had been nothing more than a harmless mistake, but the look on his face made it clear he suspected she had done it on purpose. Then, still wearing that innocent-looking smile, she asked why her senior was out here cleaning the hallway like some cheap servant. Kim Seon-woo did not seem offended in the slightest. He simply answered that the hallway was dirty, so he cleaned it. In his mind, it was only natural. If someone had hands and saw a mess right in front of them, then cleaning it up was just what a decent person was supposed to do. Yuera let out a soft little giggle, then laughed as if his answer had genuinely amused and charmed her at the same time. With a bright smile still spread across her face, she told him that her senior really was such a nice person. Still smiling cheerfully, she gave him a light wave and began walking away. Her voice remained sweet as she told him to keep up the good work, leaving Kim Seon-woo behind in the hallway with the cleaning supplies beside him. Of course, deep down, Yuera thought the whole thing was painfully meaningless. But for Kim Seon-woo, all that cleaning had paid off in a completely unexpected way. He had just unlocked the Fairy Housekeeper achievement, and the reward for clearing it was a clean 1,000 points. Honestly, that outcome could not have been better for him. It was not as if he could walk around proudly telling people he had scrubbed the school hallway just to unlock something as ridiculous sounding as the Fairy Housekeeper achievement. So while everyone else only saw a strange student cleaning for no obvious reason, Kim Seon-woo quietly accepted his hidden reward. With the cleaning finally finished, Kim Seon-woo decided there was no reason to linger in the hallway any longer. He picked up the bucket and prepared to return it to where it belonged. However, someone had quietly been watching him while he worked. As that person observed Kim Seon-woo cleaning without making a fuss or asking for attention, a small smile appeared on his face, carrying a quiet sense of pride, as if he had just witnessed something unexpectedly admirable. Back in class, the lesson moved forward. The teachers stood at the front of the room and began explaining the many different categories of monsters the students might encounter, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to grow noticeably more serious. There were monsters with human-like forms, beast-type creatures that resembled wild animals, flying monsters that attacked from the air, and countless other strange types that could not be neatly sorted into one simple category. But among all those monsters, the most dangerous were, without question, the manies. Even the teacher's tone changed when she mentioned them, making it clear that these creatures belonged to a completely different level of threat. Then the teacher looked across the classroom and asked if anyone knew why manies were considered so dangerous. The question immediately pulled the students' attention forward, and the room seemed to quiet down around her words. Their bookworm did not miss the chance to answer. He took the baton and explained that unless manies willingly revealed their disguise, or unless they were right on the verge of going berserk, it was nearly impossible to tell them apart from ordinary humans. The teacher smiled, clearly satisfied with his answer, and confirmed that he was correct. Manies fed on human blood, controlled monsters, and stood at the very root of all evil. Even worse, they had already slipped deep into human society, hiding among normal people without drawing suspicion. Because there were so few visible differences between humans and manies, ordinary civilians could almost never identify them without proper equipment. But in the situations the bookworm had mentioned, their eyes would turn completely black. As Kim Seon-woo listened to that explanation, his eyes slowly widened in sudden realization. That was right. This weekend was supposed to be the episode where the first mane finally appeared in the story, the event that would begin pulling serious attention toward that threat. It was the part where Lee Seo-jin, despite still being only a student, would defeat a mane and draw attention all over again. That incident was meant to become another key moment that pushed him further into the spotlight. Lee Seojin would probably handle the whole situation perfectly fine on his own anyway. Since he was the one meant to resolve that event, Kim Seon-woo figured there was not much reason for him to step in and interfere with that part of the story. Still, after seeing how badly the Krua incident had gone off course, Kim Seon-woo could not completely ignore the matter. Even if he had no plan to interfere directly, he decided it would be safer to at least check whether any danger was starting to gather around Lee Seojin. But if he wanted to go out and keep an eye on Lee Seojin, he would need some money first. That practical problem immediately weighed on him, and he started wondering what he could possibly do to solve it. Later that day, Kim Seon-woo made his way to the training center. There, he settled himself down and began focusing on mana training, knowing that improving his mana was essential if he wanted to strengthen his skills properly. Through steady meditation, the mana already resting inside his body began to grow little by little. It spread like a calm pool of green energy, slowly circulating through him as he remained still, quiet, and fully focused. As Kim Seon-woo continued meditating and pushing himself through training, his mana increased by 0.02. On top of that, the Great Nature's Blessing effect granted him an additional 0.03 mana, and the proficiency of Great Nature's Blessing rose by 12%. All the training he had squeezed in whenever he had even the smallest bit of free time was finally beginning to show real results. Bit by bit, Kim Seon-woo had managed to build a decent amount of mana inside his body. Then, without warning, his body went still. A strange pop-up window appeared in front of him, and his gaze immediately locked onto it. Great Nature's Blessing had upgraded to rank 2. That alone was already excellent news, but the message did not stop there. The active effect of the trait, Great Nature's Blessings, had finally been unlocked. From that moment on, he could now use Great Nature's Heart, a new active ability connected to the blessing he had invested in. Kim Seon-woo's face lit up with excitement. He knew buying Great Nature's Blessing had been the right decision. Even though the cooldown was long, for 1 full minute his mana recovery speed would rise dramatically. That meant he could not throw it out carelessly whenever he wanted, but if he used it at the right moment, it would become incredibly powerful. Thanks to that effect, his path as a manifestation type felt even more secure. This was exactly the kind of ability that supported the direction he truly wanted to follow. He remembered the teacher urging him to transfer to the support department right away, but he shook that suggestion off like a piece of bad luck clinging to him. Just thinking about it made him want to reject the idea all over again. Kim Seon-woo had no intention of giving up his clear passion for manifestation. To be honest, the only reason he had been able to break barriers was mostly because he was benefiting from being an outsider. He was not actually suited for support, and he could not even properly create barriers himself. The support department was completely beyond him. Still, losing out on that scholarship money hurt more than he wanted to admit. At the moment, his bank account was in terrible shape, and for one brief second, the thought of transferring almost sounded tempting. But Kim Seon-woo knew himself well enough to understand that he would not function properly in that department. Besides, it was not exactly strange for him to be broke. Most students were broke anyway. After sitting with that miserable thought for a moment, he finally pushed himself up from the floor, refusing to stay there forever, just feeling sorry for himself. There had to be some way for him to earn quick cash. He only needed to think carefully and find an option that would not completely ruin him in the process. He had been entering dungeons and hunting monsters, but selling the items dropped from those hunts was far too risky. If anyone started asking questions about where they came from, it could create the kind of trouble he definitely wanted to avoid. Another option was climbing the tower. He could probably handle some lower difficulty towers, but at the end of the day, he was still only a student. The moment he tried stepping onto any of the higher floors, he would be crushed before he could even get a proper foothold. No matter how he looked at it, Kim Seon-woo was trapped in a difficult position. On top of that, because he was still a minor, he could not even get a license that would allow him to enter significantly higher floors. The rules themselves blocked him before he could even take the risk. Kim Seon-woo rubbed his head in frustration, running through every possible option one by one. None of them looked simple, and every path seemed to come with its own dangerous catch. Then, all of a sudden, a pretty good idea flashed through his mind. His expression shifted slightly, as if he had finally spotted a possible way out. That night, bright stars glittered across the sky above the school. Under that quiet night, the teachers gathered and spoke among themselves about the surprisingly admirable student they had seen in the dungeon that day. The so-called trash student, Kim Seon-woo from the second year, was beginning to prove that he might not be simple trash after all. The way the teachers talked about him carried a faint sense of reconsideration, as if their old impression of him was slowly starting to change. They even mentioned that he had come to school early in the morning just to clean. For a student with his reputation, that kind of behavior was not something they had expected to see at all. The other teachers also admitted that Kim Seon-woo had been paying close attention during theory class. Not only that, he had even been actively answering questions, making it harder and harder for them to dismiss him the way they once had. His attitude towards studying was honestly impressive. He listened closely, pushed himself hard, and carried himself with such seriousness that even the teachers watching him began feeling motivated to put more energy into their own lessons. Naturally, the teacher with glasses looked absolutely thrilled the moment she heard the others praising her student. Her expression brightened with pride, and she happily declared that this was exactly how manifestation-type children were supposed to be. Someone had clearly tried to snatch away her precious student, but in the end, that plan had failed in the most satisfying way possible. The teacher threw her head back and laughed with open delight, showing that she had a surprisingly wicked side of her own. Of course, from the very beginning, she had believed her treasured student, Kim Seon-woo, would never be foolish enough to fall for such an obvious lure. Either way, in an era where students like him were becoming harder and harder to find, having someone diligent, honest, and sincere in the classroom was an enormous relief for the teachers. After all, most students these days only had their eyes fixed on strength, status, and money. But then again, Kim Seon-woo was not exactly an ordinary student anymore, was he? Today, the class clown was smiling so widely that he looked like he had just confirmed himself as the greatest genius in the entire room. Somehow, he had unlocked the achievement for becoming a student beloved by his teacher, and the reward was a full 2,000 points. That was an incredible bonus, especially since he had not even been seriously aiming for this achievement, yet the points had landed right in his hands anyway. With those extra points safely added to his total, Kim Seon-woo's mood instantly soared. Without wasting even a second, he opened the point shop and went straight for the search function. The item he had his eye on cost exactly 1,000 points. Now that he could finally afford it, he was determined to squeeze every bit of value from that purchase and turn it into actual cash. And so, the supposedly beloved student cherished by his teachers was sitting at the back of the classroom, chuckling to himself like a complete lunatic. The other students could only steal nervous glances in his direction, clearly wondering whether something had finally broken inside his head. Later, when Saturday morning arrived, a figure dressed in gear walked forward with clear purpose, heading straight toward a uniformed man standing guard ahead of him. The man in uniform calmly held out his hand, silently asking the visitor to show his mage license before allowing him to go any farther. The person standing in front of him slipped one hand into his pocket, searched around for a moment, and then pulled out the license he had prepared in advance. Apparently, a new visitor had arrived at the tower. And of course, it was none other than Kim Seon-woo, wearing what might have been the cheapest and most suspicious disguise imaginable. He had simply slicked his hair back, put on fake glasses, and decided that from this point forward, he would be known as Kim Jin-woo. The ID claimed he was 25 years old, and somehow, the person in the picture was dressed exactly like the suspicious fool standing right beside the security guard. The guard examined the license for a short moment, then placed it into the verification device to check whether it was legitimate. It quickly became obvious that Kim Seon-woo had not planned for the possibility that the entrance might actually have a proper verification tool waiting for him. But then, completely against all common sense, the 25-year-old mage Kim Jin-woo was verified as a legitimate hunter without any issue at all. That result felt like some kind of absurd system error. Even so, the security guard politely greeted him and returned the card as if nothing about the situation was strange. Apparently, the security around dungeon areas was far more careless than anyone would expect. Kim Seon-woo had believed from the beginning that he would not get caught, but that did not stop his nerves from nearly exploding. Honestly, it was ridiculous. He had really placed his trust in a flawed and corrupt system just to sneak inside and reach the place he needed. This was the new identity he had bought from the point shop a few days earlier. Apparently, that ridiculous shop of his could even sell him an entire fake background. As unbelievable as it sounded, it was real, and he had even been able to customize the details of that identity however he wanted. A mage license could also be issued along with the identity. Naturally, that kind of convenience was not cheap at all. It cost him 10,000 points, which explained exactly where all the points he had worked so hard to gather had disappeared. Now that he had finally saved enough points, Kim Seon-woo bought the fake identity card right away and used it to sneak into low-tier dungeons. In this world, mage licenses were incredibly special because each one contained a unique magic formula, making them impossible to forge through normal methods. Of course, that rule did not mean much when someone had a blatant cheat system doing the impossible for him. On top of that, he was wearing those amazing color-changing glasses, so in his own mind, the disguise was practically perfect. With everything prepared, his plan was simple. He would clear the tower as quickly as he could, then head straight toward the Han River without wasting time. Lee Seo-jin's fight with the main character was scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock. More precisely, the event would begin at 9:30, and Kim Seon-woo needed to be somewhere nearby when that moment arrived. So he hurried deeper into the dungeon, even taking a second to admire the surprisingly polished decorations around the area as he passed through. Kim Jin-woo was welcomed into the Tower of Proof, and according to his current level of power, he was only allowed to climb as high as the 27th floor. The boy stepped forward, and the tower immediately responded, asking him which floor he wanted to enter. Kim Seon-woo was definitely ambitious, but he was not reckless enough to act like a complete idiot. He chose the 10th floor. Unfortunately, that floor had already been cleared before, meaning even if he cleared it again, the quality of the reward would be reduced. Surprisingly, Kim Seon-woo did not seem bothered by that at all. He still chose the 10th floor anyway, because the reward was not the only reason he had come here. The portal system was extremely convenient, especially since transport devices like this could be found inside every tower. There were many different types of towers in this world, and in most cases, the strength of the monsters and the difficulty of the traps were determined by the tower's level. In the side story from the original work, both of them had entered the 10th floor of the Tower of Proof. It was a floor that most guilds preferred to avoid, mainly because its difficulty was strangely high compared to what people normally expected from that level. The brunette appeared inside that place and immediately found himself facing a bizarre wolf-like monster covered in far too many eyes. The moment he stepped into the tower, the creature lowered its body close to the ground and released a deep, threatening growl straight in his direction. Of course, the monster charged at him right away. But Kim Seon-woo was already prepared, and he moved first, slamming a solid burst of mana directly into the creature's face. The monsters that appeared here were usually on the weaker side, but for someone like him, they were still excellent targets for practice and an easy way to gather points. With that first kill completed, Kim Seon-woo earned the additional title of First Hunt, and the system rewarded him with another 1,000 points. This floor was packed with traps and complicated high-difficulty magic formulas. In other words, it felt almost as if the entire tower had been designed specifically for him. At this pace, he still had more than enough time to clear the place without falling behind his schedule. So, after steadying himself, Kim Seon-woo got ready to push forward and continue deeper into the tower. Later, near the Han River, ordinary people moved through the area, enjoying the morning air and going about their usual daily routines. The riverside was crowded with people, and the hero was there spending time with his best friend. It was not even a festival day, yet somehow, a huge number of people had gathered around the Han River. Since the two of them had come all the way out here together, the best friend suddenly grew excited and suggested that they take a photo. Lee Seo-jin seemed a little reluctant about posing for a picture, but his best friend insisted that moments like this were important memories worth keeping. Lee Seo-jin did not completely agree with that logic, but since his friend was asking so earnestly, he figured there was no real reason to turn him down. So the two of them moved closer together, leaning in as they prepared to take the photo. While they were enjoying their time by the river, Kim Seon-woo had just finished knocking down yet another monster inside the tower. This time, he had even managed to obtain a magic crystal, making it seem as if luck was clearly on his side today. That crystal would be enough to cover his transportation money, so there was no reason for him to stay in the tower any longer. It was time for him to move on. Carefully, the brunette began moving around the area, searching for something that should have been hidden nearby. His hand slid over the surface of the door in front of him, feeling along every section as he looked for a concealed clue. Then, just as expected, his fingers brushed against a small golden section on the door. The instant he found it, his expression brightened, because he knew he had finally discovered exactly what he had been looking for. The instant Kim Seon-woo pressed his hand against the door, the gold on its surface began to spread like living light. It widened across the door in bright, glittering veins, shining stronger with every passing second, and Kim Seon-woo's eyes widened as he watched the strange change unfold right in front of him. Kim Seon-woo had successfully unlocked the Barrier Breaker achievement, and as soon as that accomplishment was recognized, the tower rewarded him with another 2,000 points. The enormous door slowly opened in front of him, revealing the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof and the sealed inner world beyond it. As Kim Seon-woo stepped inside, it felt as though the tower's gaze had settled directly on him. Mystical mana drifted through the air like glowing mist, and the space beyond the door was surprisingly beautiful, elegant enough to make him pause for a moment. The second he entered, he unlocked the Mystery Explorer achievement as well, earning another 5,000 points. Kim Seon-woo's lips curved into a satisfied grin. This was exactly what he had been searching for from the start. He had aimed for the hidden place, found the correct entrance, and hit his target perfectly. O Challenger of the Tower of Proof. The statue standing before Kim Seon-woo suddenly began to speak, its voice echoing through the beautiful space around him. It gave him only one demand. If he wished to continue forward, then he had to prove himself. In the very next instant, a crushing aura exploded from the statue like a violent shockwave. The force rushed straight toward Kim Seon-woo and slammed into him head-on. Kim Seon-woo let out a strained groan as he struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure bearing down on his body. The heat pouring toward him was intense and suffocating, heavy enough to make simply standing in place feel difficult. Then, all at once, playful giggles rang through the air. Flowers began swirling around him, fluttering and spinning in every direction, as if the entire garden had suddenly awakened around his body. A soft flutter of wings followed the laughter. Tiny fairies revealed themselves among the flowers, dancing through the air around Kim Seon-woo while laughing brightly and letting out mischievous little giggles. Flower fairies had appeared before him. They were only C-rank monsters, so compared to truly dangerous creatures, their raw strength was not especially impressive. But even if each fairy was weak on its own, a whole swarm of small flying C-rank monsters was still a nightmare to deal with. If he handled them carelessly, they could turn into an incredibly irritating problem. Almost immediately, the fairies' sweet, harmless expressions twisted into something vicious. They bared their sharp little teeth, dropped the cute act completely, and shot straight toward Kim Seon-woo with clear intent to hurt him. These monsters were not powerful in the normal sense, but they were vicious little things that completely lost control the moment they spotted a human in front of them. Fortunately for Kim Seon-woo, their biggest weakness was easy to see. They were tiny, and more importantly, they were flying targets. So Kim Seon-woo immediately got to work. Before the fairies could close the distance and swarm him up close, he started blasting them out of the air as quickly as he could. After all, fighting those tiny ant-like pests at close range would be unbearably annoying. He had no intention of letting himself get tangled up with them and accidentally making things harder by shooting himself in the foot. Against buzzing little nuisances like these, speed was what mattered most. At the very least, each shot was bound to catch one of them. Without hesitation, Kim Seon-woo fired again and again, picking off the flower monsters in midair with cold, ruthless efficiency. One by one, the fairies staggered, dropped from the sky, and crashed down around him. Before long, the remaining fairies began to hesitate, clearly shaken by how quickly their numbers were being cut down. But Kim Seon-woo was not done yet. He raised his power once more, and a magic circle began to form in front of him, glowing with controlled energy. Even if he wiped out every single fairy in that garden, defeating them alone would not be enough to clear this hidden floor. The statue had told him to prove himself, but that demand was not as simple as beating a few monsters. Kim Seon-woo's individuality was not something he could show off just by shooting down a swarm of fairies. So he activated the unique trader through Outsider's benefits and began decoding the magical formula laid out before him. The formula appeared on the screen again, almost like a cheat code handed down by a god, arranged neatly enough for him to read through it. Kim Seon-woo quickly scanned the information in front of him, focusing carefully on what the room was truly asking from him. In the end, the request was simple. He only needed to prove himself, and that was exactly what he planned to do. The magic flowing through the garden revealed itself to him, and the secret hidden within the room began to shine through the blue mana surrounding the area. As Kim Seon-woo understood what had to be done, excitement spread across his face, and he grinned at the challenge waiting before him. His individuality was the very act of decoding the formula unfolding right in front of his eyes. It was the collection of every special ability he had gained as an outsider in this world. By using that unique power, Kim Seon-woo proved who he was, and the Tower of Proof finally acknowledged him with the recognition by the Tower of Proof achievement. As his reward, Kim Seon-woo gained 10,000 points. The garden around him faded away, and once the scenery cleared, he found himself standing before a pillar where two female statues stood side by side. The Tower of Proof then granted Kim Seon-woo its blessing, and a new adaptive trait was added to him, Proof of Tower D. The rewards for clearing this level were impressive as well. He received the Red Dragon's Soul, the Magic-Imbued Book, the Sacred Herb Seed, and 5 Sacred Herbs. Kim Seon-woo was also blessed with an additional 5 mana, a 20% increase to mana recovery speed, and a 10% boost to spell power. When he saw those results appear before him, he could not hide his excitement and cheered at how good the rewards were. The tower congratulated Kim Seon-woo as a brilliant spark lit up the surroundings. Then fireworks burst through the air, announcing that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor of the inner world. Meanwhile, the two boys relaxing near the Han River lifted their heads and noticed that the festival around them was finally beginning. Then Kim Seon-woo turned toward his best friend and asked him to take a closer look at something. It was the photo they had taken earlier, but Kim Seon-woo was not looking at themselves in the picture. Instead, his finger moved towards something strange in the background. Behind them in the photo, a dangerous-looking man had been standing among the crowd, watching them with dark, unsettling eyes. His best friend gasped the moment he noticed what Kim Seon-woo was pointing at. Those eyes were impossible to mistake. It seemed unbelievable, and yet the photo made the truth painfully clear. There was a monster hiding among the crowd right now. As they searched the area, they soon spotted it moving through the crowd like something straight out of an apocalypse movie. It stumbled forward with an unnatural, lifeless gait, and no matter how human it looked on the outside, that thing was definitely not a person. The clock chimed nearby, and Kim Seon-woo realized with a sudden jolt that it was already almost 9:30. The monster was clearly walking around in plain sight, which made Kim Seon-woo wonder where the hero was supposed to appear and slay it. But for some reason, the hero still had not shown up. The longer Kim Seon-woo waited, the more anxious he became, and he started wondering if he would be forced to step in himself. The problem was that this was supposed to be a major event, A nameless extra like him was never meant to complete it. If the hero failed to arrive now, Kim Si-woo might end up like those unlucky side characters in transmigration novels who accidentally became the protagonist because they interfered too much. Even so, a monster disguised as a human was still wandering through the middle of a public festival. If that thing was left alone, it was absolutely going to cause serious damage. Kim Si-woo found himself trapped in a brutal dilemma because he desperately did not want to ruin the original plot. But then, some clueless passerby started walking straight toward the monster, apparently thinking it might need help. That single act destroyed Kim Si-woo's chance to remain a harmless bystander. If he did nothing now, that idiot was going to die. Horror filled Kim Si-woo's face, but even as he reacted, his body was not moving fast enough to stop what was about to happen. Blood suddenly sprayed across the grass, and the poor Good Samaritan paid the price for being a genuinely decent person at the worst possible moment. Kim Si-woo's eyes widened in pure horror as the merciless creature tore into the man. It truly gutted him, driving its long claws deep into his chest in a gruesome, unmistakable attack. The monster still had a strangely attractive appearance, but that was absolutely not the issue Kim Si-woo needed to focus on right now. Its once black eyes had turned a terrifying red, and it flung the poor first victim's body aside like a piece of trash. Blood scattered across the area, staining the scene as panic began spreading through the crowd. A man let out a wet, guttural cough as a spray of blood erupted from his lips. His body was sent spiraling through the air like a rag doll, helpless and battered, landing hard against the pavement. As he collapsed, his eyes likely filled with a desperate, crushing regret for every single decision that had brought him within arm's reach of that absolute nightmare of a monster. The man didn't even spare the poor man a second glance, tossing him aside, as if he were nothing more than discarded trash. In a bizarre show of dominance, the beast tore its own shirt to shreds, letting out a deafening, guttural roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the festival grounds. To be honest, the monster possessed a disgustingly well-defined set of abs that lent a strange, terrifying weight to its posturing. But the sight of the blood, the chaotic screaming, and the sheer volume of that primal howl snapped the festive crowd out of their revelry, instantly dousing the atmosphere with the icy realization that this was no longer a celebration. It was a battle for survival. One woman, trapped in the path of the beast, found herself paralyzed by sheer, unadulterated terror. As the creature's gaze shifted and locked onto her, her entire body went rigid. The color drained from her face. She stood frozen in a trance of fear, trapped in the chilling knowledge that she was essentially standing before her own executioner. For Kim Si-woo, the time for lurking in the shadows and playing the role of a passive observer had evaporated. He could no longer justify standing by and treating this tragedy as someone else's problem. The sheer, unadulterated madness of the scene was unfolding right in front of his eyes, demanding action. The crowd finally shattered into absolute pandemonium. Pandemonium erupted as people finally realized that a mane was hunting in their midst, its berserker rage turning the festival into a slaughterhouse. Voices rose in frantic, overlapping cries, one person desperately shouting for an emergency signal, begging someone to report the beast's location before the death toll rose any higher. In the middle of the growing chaos, Kim Si-woo finally snapped into motion. With his fake glasses still perched firmly on his face, he lunged forward, discarding his hesitation and throwing himself headlong into the fray. He sprinted toward the heart of the danger without a second thought. Regardless of the broader plot or the risks involved, his priority was singular: saving the innocent. A helpless woman was staring down death mere feet away, and there was no way in hell he was going to stand by and watch her be destroyed. He had played the part of the bystander long enough. It was impossible to keep pretending that he was disconnected from this horror, and he refused to stay rooted to the sidelines while a monster tore through the crowd. As it turned out, the hero's arrival had been delayed for the most mundane of reasons. He had been fulfilling his civic duty by reporting the mane's presence the moment he spotted it. The authorities had finally established contact, and he was currently receiving the final assessment of the situation from headquarters. Upon scrutinizing the photograph, they confirmed the monster's identity. It was unequivocally a mane. The investigation was being spearheaded by Young Hyun-soo, an operative from the high-stakes anti-terror special task force. Operating under the strict oversight of the Mage Association, the agent remained focused, but the rapid-fire nature of the emergency made his standard questioning feel agonizingly slow. He was pressing for precise details, including the exact timestamp of when the image had been captured. The confirmation that the photo had been taken in the immediate vicinity sent a jolt of alarm through the agent. Finding such a creature at a packed festival turned a standard mission into a catastrophic public threat. The more blood a mane consumed, the more rapidly it evolved in power, making time the most critical and dangerous resource they had. They had to advance with extreme caution. Lee Seojin's expression darkened with grave concern upon hearing the briefing. Suddenly, his head whipped toward the source of the commotion as he felt a massive, unmistakable surge of magical power erupting from across the festival grounds. The agent didn't need further convincing. He bolted forward instantly. He had felt the same massive spike of energy, and he understood exactly what it signaled. There was zero room for hesitation left. The escalation was clear, an active engagement had begun, and they had to reach the epicenter of the chaos before it was too late. Back near the monster, the remnants of the crowd who hadn't managed to flee stared in bewilderment. They watched, mouths agape, as this lone, mysterious figure sprinted headlong toward the hulking beast, seemingly inviting death. Kim Seon-woo seized the split second of distraction when the mane turned its attention elsewhere. With a fluid, practiced motion, he condensed his energy and hurled a glowing, brilliant orb of blue-white power directly at the creature. His aim was precise, locked onto the vulnerable spot at the back of the monster's skull. If he was going to end this quickly, that was the singular weak point he had to exploit. The massive blast struck home with a thunderous impact, and for a fleeting, suspended moment, the creature's momentum ground to a total halt. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon the immediate vicinity, leaving both Kim Seon-woo and the monster frozen in a high-stakes standoff. Kim Seon-woo held his breath, wondering for a heartbeat if that singular, powerful strike had been enough to put the beast down for good. But even as the thought crossed his mind, his intuition told him the truth. A monster of this caliber would never fold so easily. Sweat beaded on Kim Seon-woo's forehead as the hideous behemoth began to slowly pivot toward him. Half of its face had been obliterated by his blast, leaving a raw, mangled mess of tissue and bone. It looked even more grotesque than before, its ruined, shredded maw pulling back into a jagged, furious grimace that radiated pure hatred. The situation had just taken a turn for the catastrophic. Kim Seon-woo had failed to land the finishing blow on the creature's brain, and now, his retaliatory strike had earned him the undivided, murderous attention of the monster. Sure, he could handle a handful of minor fairies without breaking a sweat, but a giant, raging, blood-soaked monster barreling toward him was an entirely different league of danger. The beast was absolutely incensed after being tagged by what it clearly perceived as a pathetic, stinging attack. Kim Seon-woo felt his own pulse spike. His initial instinct to retreat was quickly overridden by the creature's terrifying, relentless charge. It had absolutely no intention of letting him slip away. This was the exact scenario where Kim Seon-woo had to play dirty to stay alive. He had been hoarding his secret technique for a more opportune moment, but reality had left him no choice. He was going to have to unveil it right here, in front of the entire public. What an absolute, monumental headache. He triggered Great Nature's heart. For the next 60 seconds, his mana recovery rate would skyrocket by a staggering 1,000%. Looking at the monster looming over him, he couldn't deny that it was a fair trade-off for his survival. As shimmering currents of mana coalesced rapidly around his palms, Kim Seon-woo tempered his expectations. He knew taking the beast down completely in a single minute might be a stretch, but if he pushed his output to the absolute limit, he could at least beat it to the brink of death. Fueled by that resolve, he unleashed a relentless, explosive barrage of fireballs, each shot trailing sparks as they whistled through the air, pummeling the monster with wave after wave of searing impact. The assault immediately forced the mane to reconsider its tactical approach. It had clearly expected to chase down a helpless, fleeing victim, only to find itself being bombarded by a relentless storm of mana-infused blasts right to its face. Needless to say, the beast was not handling this change in momentum at all well. Huge swaths of its hide were scorched and blackened by the incoming fire. The creature staggered backward, its footing failing, only for a fresh, rapid-fire volley of mana orbs to slam into it before it could even regain its balance. At this rate, it almost seemed like Kim Seon-woo might actually neutralize the threat before the protagonist could even intervene. Then, with a sudden, eerie shift in behavior, the massive monster lowered its center of gravity, shifting into a pugilistic, boxing-ready stance. Kim Seon-woo's lips curled into a grin, effectively goading the monster to keep blocking until it couldn't stand anymore. If it wanted to turn this into a war of attrition, he was more than happy to oblige with a constant stream of high-intensity strikes. He poured every ounce of his focus into the casting, hurling one mana ball after another with frantic precision to ensure the monster stayed occupied and away from any more bystanders. He was locked in. No matter what the cost, he was going to pulverize that thing's skull. Just as the pressure began to mount, the true protagonist finally made his entrance, swinging a legendary blade into the fray with cinematic perfection. The climax of the scene mirrored the book almost beat for beat, with one vital deviation. The mane's head was suddenly severed, soaring through the air, its jaw frozen in a look of stunned disbelief that anyone could have bypassed its guard from behind. Kim Seon-woo's eyes went wide as he saw the hero finally step onto the stage. Lee Seo-jin had arrived, though he had certainly taken his sweet time getting to the fight. In a single, fluid strike, the mane was carved into pieces. The agent, having arrived just in time to see the conclusion, exhaled a long, shaky breath of relief as the immediate crisis finally dissipated. Jung Hyun-soo, the task force operative, stepped forward to express his genuine gratitude toward the mysterious combatant who had made the cleanup so much simpler. He then gestured politely, asking to verify Kim Seon-woo's mage license so that he could properly log the incident and ensure the man received his rightful reward. Fortunately, Kim Seon-woo had a doctored license prepped for exactly this contingency, and he handed it over without so much as a tremor of hesitation. The agent scanned the document, his eyebrows arching in genuine shock. He struggled to reconcile the rank on the card with what he had just witnessed. He had assumed the man was at least B rank, given the sheer stamina required to hold out against the beast for so long. While the agent was busy debriefing the mysterious mage, a group of classmates hovered in the distance, observing every detail of the exchange. This drew a spike of anxiety from Kim Seon-woo. Now disguised as a brunette, he felt the weight of their gaze. The last thing he needed was for the hero to cut through his magical deception and recognize him. He had already channeled magic to alter his eye color, and he could only pray it was sufficient to keep the protagonist's suspicion at bay. However, Lee Seo-jin and Shin Young-jin were standing uncomfortably close to the scene. Kim Seon-woo couldn't help but feel a flash of irritation. They had conveniently arrived just as the danger was winding down, leaving him to shoulder the burden of the hardest part of the fight. Still, he couldn't deny that it was for the best. If he hadn't stepped up, the casualties would have been significantly higher. Across the clearing, Lee Seo-jin's gaze lingered on Kim Seon-woo. It might have been his imagination, but the hero couldn't shake a nagging sense of déjà vu. There was something about the way the stranger stood, or perhaps the look in his eyes, that felt strangely, hauntingly familiar. Lee Seo-jin began to stroll toward him, and Kim Seon-woo's pulse started to hammer against his ribs. Lee Seo-jin asked the stranger if he happened to be acquainted with a guy named Kim Seon-woo. His memory was undoubtedly sharp, but it was exactly that keen, probing nature that was the last thing Kim Seon-woo needed right now. The protagonist wasn't dropping it. He remained convinced he'd encountered this face somewhere in his past. He repeated the question, his voice cautious and inquisitive, asking again if the man had any connection to someone by the name of Kim Seon-woo. Damn Lee Seo-jin and that absurdly sharp memory of his. Out of all the faces and names he could have let slip from his mind, he had somehow paid just enough attention to Kim Seon-woo to recognize him clearly, remembering not only what he looked like, but his name as well. Lee Seo-jin went on to explain that the person he meant was a student from the Magic Academy. And the moment he said it out loud, Shin Young-jin's expression shifted too. Looking again, he could not deny it. The strange hunter standing before them really did bear a strong resemblance to Kim Seon-woo. Naturally, that made him wonder whether this mysterious man had some connection to that boy. Hidden behind those fake glasses, Kim Seon-woo gave an awkward little laugh, even as his mind raced through every excuse he could possibly use. Then, forcing himself to sound casual, he chuckled lightly and claimed he had never heard of that boy even once in his entire life. Lee Seo-jin seemed genuinely caught off guard by that answer, but Jung Hyun-soo quickly stepped in before the suspicion could grow any deeper. He insisted that the random mage probably just had such a plain, forgettable face that they had confused him with someone else. The insult came so suddenly that it hit harder than it needed to. Either way, the agents finally told the boys to stop troubling the kind stranger and move on. Jung Hyun-soo bowed his head and thanked the mysterious stranger one more time, but Lee Seo-jin still did not look away. His golden eyes remained fixed on Kim Seon-woo, sharp and unwavering, as if he still had not fully let go of his doubts. It was honestly ridiculous. Most protagonists were supposed to be innocent, pure-hearted airheads, yet this one kept staring like he could peel the disguise apart with his gaze alone. If Lee Seo-jin had simply shown up when he was supposed to, Kim Seon-woo never would have been dragged into this mess in the first place. He had only stepped forward because the situation had demanded it, because someone had to buy time and act before things got worse. That was all there was to it. For the moment, the agents decided to leave ahead of him. Before going, Jung Hyun-soo explained that more agents would arrive soon to deal with the reporters and clean up the chaos left behind. Then the boy lowered his head politely, his voice sincere as he thanked the mage for saving his life back there. As the night stretched on, Kim Seon-woo finally slipped away from the noise and returned to the shadows. Once he was alone, he opened his stat window, only to freeze slightly at what appeared before him. According to the system, he had officially taken part in defeating the B-rank villain Jiangyan. The brunette stared at the message in surprise, realizing his involvement had been counted after all. Of course, when he thought about it, he really had participated. He had held that monster back long enough for the protagonist to arrive and land the finishing blow. The original story had shifted more than he had expected, but perhaps that was simply how things were going to unfold from now on. Unfortunately, even that small change had not escaped the system's notice. Kim Seon-woo was rewarded with 5,000 points for altering the story, which sounded amazing at first, until he noticed that his causality rate had risen by 0.2. That number immediately made his expression turn serious, and he began wondering what causality truly meant. Causality, it turned out, was something gained by resolving important events connected to the main storyline. The more he interfered with the original flow of events, the more causality he could accumulate. And once he had enough, he could spend it to activate special powers. From Kim Seon-woo's point of view, that sounded like an unbelievably profitable system. Then a sudden thought struck him hard. In the unchanged version of his first playthrough, Lee Seo-jin had died. So if Kim Seon-woo had interfered back then and changed that event, did that mean he might have been able to save him? When he looked under the powers category, a whole list of possible abilities appeared before him. Several of them looked powerful enough to make him wonder whether even the things he wanted most could actually be achieved. In other words, Kim Seon-woo might truly be able to obtain whatever he desired, and that realization sent excitement rushing through him. The power called Deus Ex Machina required 100 causality, but if he managed to unlock it, it could grant any wish he had. And deep in his heart, there was one wish burning brighter than anything else. He wanted to return home to the real world. He wanted to see his friends again, laugh with them like nothing had ever changed, throw around stupid jokes, and return to that ordinary, everyday life he had lost so suddenly. Unlike most people who were thrown into another world, Kim Seon-woo had actually loved the life he had before being ice guide. He had people he cared about, and a world he wanted to go back to. So if there was even a real chance of reclaiming that life, then hesitation was no longer an option. From that moment on, he decided he would move straight ahead without holding back. He would change the story as much as he could, keep strengthening himself, gather every advantage available, and push forward until he finally achieved the success he truly wanted. If his goal was to protect Lee Seo-jin while also gaining more causality, then standing quietly on the sidelines would not be enough anymore. From now on, he would have to step directly into the story and interfere with it on purpose. Then, as if rewarding him at the perfect time, a 15 million won payment arrived for defeating the main. The amount was almost absurd, and Kim Seon-woo had to admit that sneaking around with a hunter's license came with some surprisingly excellent benefits. The brunette could hardly believe he had earned that much money just by stumbling into a major event and getting caught up in the chaos. He had been worried about carrying his flashy trident all the way back to the dorms, but after everything settled, the results had turned out far better than expected. After surviving such a ridiculous day, Kim Seon-woo decided he deserved to spend the money on himself properly. Like a shameless teenager who had never once heard the words savings or investment, he headed straight for luxury and checked into Hansung, a 5-star hotel made exclusively for mages. Hansung Group was a massive global corporation built on power, influence, and overwhelming wealth, and it also held an important place in the original story. The moment guests stepped into the hotel, attendants greeted them with polished smiles and perfect manners. Kim Seon-woo looked around at the dazzling interior and could not help letting out a whistle at how ridiculously fancy everything was. As luck would have it, a wealthy and handsome mage happened to be visiting the hotel that same day. This man was none other than Han Sa-jun, the vice president of Hansung Group. Not only that, he was widely considered the strongest candidate to inherit the company in the future. Mr. Rich and Handsome himself was surrounded by people, casually chuckling as if this kind of attention was just part of his everyday life. Everyone around him seemed eager to earn even a brief moment of his notice. During the conversation, someone even mentioned that his sister's attendance at dinner that evening had been confirmed. His sister, Han Se-young, would be joining them as well. Han Sa-jun did not seem troubled by that in the slightest. If anything, his expression softened with genuine welcome, since it had been a long time since he last met his beloved younger sister. Han Se-young was another fascinating figure, and from what Kim Seon-woo knew, she was likely an important character too. Later, after settling into a private room, he took out his extravagant weapon and examined it carefully, his gaze turning thoughtful as he studied every part of it. The artifact looked unbelievably wicked, the kind of weapon that would draw attention the moment anyone saw it. Carrying something that flashy around in public would only invite unnecessary trouble, so he needed to find a way to adjust its size somehow. The spear stood out far too much, which meant selling it might be the smarter choice. As for the magic book, he could keep that aside and save it for later. When it came to the sacred herbs, however, Kim Seon-woo already had a different plan in mind. He intended to bring them directly to Han Se-young, especially since he already had a proper reason to seek her out. To make that meeting happen, he would have to wait until the next day. Even so, Kim Seon-woo was already beginning to move in strange and noticeable ways within the community, slowly setting the pieces of his plan into motion. The next morning arrived with a bright, cheerful news broadcast filling the air. And as it turned out, one particular person had suddenly become the center of public attention after clearing the hidden floor of the tower. Even though this mysterious stranger was supposedly only a C-rank mage, he had not only conquered the hidden floor, but had also helped bring down a berserk main at Han River Park immediately afterward. To the public, that combination sounded almost unbelievable. That was a little troubling, because Kim Seon-woo was receiving the spotlight even though Lee Seo-jin had been the one to land the final blow. The Mage Association was now openly praising the achievements of Kim Jin-woo, and even announced that they were considering raising his rank. His face appeared across billboards as well, and countless people stopped in the streets, staring up in admiration at this apparently incredible new hero. Some people even began guessing that he had faced the main entirely on his own during the chaos. Of course, that version of events was not even close to what had actually happened. Kim Seon-woo had now gained the title of Little Hero, with 2 million citizens appreciating his courage and praising his actions. Several important characters who had not even met him yet were starting to grow curious about him too. And since one new segment alone had earned him 20,000 points, Kim Seon-woo was definitely not in any position to complain. It was not exactly the kind of attention he had originally been aiming for, but attention was still a useful weapon if he knew how to use it. In the end, fame could open doors just as effectively as strength. Now that his fake identity had gained enough public credibility, Kim Seon-woo decided the timing was finally right. It was time to meet Han Se-young. So the brunette made his way to Hansung Pharmaceuticals. The moment he walked inside, several girls passing nearby began giggling softly among themselves, clearly recognizing him from the television broadcast. Fame really did come with its advantages. But then Kim Seon-woo suddenly slowed his steps when he noticed someone nearby, casually looking toward a small garden while tapping away on his phone. The muscular white-haired man standing there was none other than the sword of the Hansung family, the S-rank Mage Jang Soo-ji. Kim Seon-woo could hardly believe that an S-rank had appeared almost the moment he stepped through the door. It felt strangely close to fate. On top of that, far too many people around him were already recognizing his face from the morning news. Using that newly gained popularity, Kim Seon-woo planned to cash in by selling the sacred herbs he had obtained from the tower. Naturally, he would much prefer Director Han to handle the appraisal herself. With his name now floating around everywhere, he did not hesitate to call for important people and make bold demands as if he owned the place. A mage who had just become the talk of the city visiting in person was already unusual enough, and the materials he brought with him were just as intriguing. Hansung Group's youngest daughter, Han Se-young, somehow made time for the meeting almost immediately. Luckily for Kim Seon-woo, she was not occupied with anything more urgent at that moment. Kim Seon-woo definitely carried himself with a suspicious amount of confidence, but the herbs he presented were even stranger. They did not even have the basic mana stem that should normally be present, which made them difficult to judge at first glance. They were hard to understand, but their value was undeniable. Han Se-young looked over the materials carefully and asked how he had managed to figure out their properties. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was relying on what was practically a cheat code advantage in this world, so for him, it was less about experimenting and more about already knowing what worked and what did not. Kim Seon-woo gave a small chuckle and claimed that he had spent years studying medicine as well. Even so, he understood perfectly well that the sacred herb was no ordinary resource, and its value could not be judged by common standards. Its true worth came from the way it amplified the effects of other ingredients. On its own, however, it could not display nearly the same level of effectiveness, which made proper use of it especially important. At this point in the timeline, the sacred herb was still considered an extremely rare material. Even among experts, processing it properly was known to be very difficult, and very few people could bring out its full potential. Honestly, something like this should only be handled by a genius apothecary. Han Se-young, however, still had not fully grasped what Kim Seon-woo was trying to lead her toward. The important thing was that this was a solid deal. Han Se-young was willing to accept the herbs, but since he had brought such precious materials all the way to her in person, she wanted to know whether he had any conditions of his own. Kim Seon-woo calmly raised one hand, making it clear that he did indeed have a few extra terms he wanted to place on the table before they moved forward. First, he wanted 5 million won paid up front. It was an incredibly greedy demand, almost shamelessly bold. Honestly, he was lucky his name had been all over the news that morning, because without that public reputation backing him up, he probably would have been kicked out immediately for attempting daylight robbery. Kim Seon-woo pushed the negotiation even further, boldly asking for 0.005% of Hansung Pharmaceuticals shares as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The request was so outrageous that Han Se-young could only stare at him, her expression frozen in disbelief. Just from the way her eyes lingered on him, it was clear she was wondering whether this boy truly understood the terrifying scale of the Hansung Group he was trying to bargain with. But Kim Seon-woo did not shrink back at all. Instead, he wore a calm little smile, completely unaffected by the weight of her stare, and told her that shares were precisely the point. If the sacred herb ever reached the market as a commercial product, Hansung would become the force dominating the entire pharmaceutical industry. So from his perspective, asking for stock was not greed. It was simply the most logical choice. Still, no matter how amusing or strangely charming Kim Seon-woo's boldness might have been, Han Se-young had no intention of giving company shares to a young mage she had only met moments ago. Her expression settled back into calm control, and rather than accepting that absurd demand, she smoothly told him to offer another condition instead. Kim Seon-woo had already seen that response coming. In fact, the moment she rejected the shares so decisively, he knew she would be more open to accepting something else in their place. So without missing a beat, he shifted the conversation and asked for a VIP membership to the underground auction. Then he added a few more requests. He wanted her to make potions for him and arrange item deliveries whenever he needed them. Naturally, he made sure to say he would pay for those services. For someone who had entered the shop with nothing more than a few rare magical herbs in his hands, Kim Seon-woo's demands sounded almost unbelievably shameless. Of course, the herbs were valuable enough to give him real bargaining power. But this was still their first meeting, and most people would have at least acted modest for a while before asking for favors on that level. Han Se-young, however, did not seem offended in the slightest. If anything, the sheer nerve behind his confidence appeared to amuse her, as though she had found something unexpectedly entertaining. Kim Seon-woo noticed that reaction right away and answered it with a faint, knowing smirk of his own. From Han Se-young's point of view, this young mage was more or less asking her to become his personal errand runner. But Kim Seon-woo was not offering empty words in return. In exchange for her cooperation, he placed something far more tempting on the table. He would reveal the weakness of Vice Chairman Han Se-jin, the older brother of the division head. The instant Han Se-young heard that name, her eyes widened. For a brief moment, the composure on her face cracked, and that tiny reaction said more than any answer could have. This was not information she could simply brush aside. It had struck exactly where Kim Seon-woo intended. Han Se-young had always planned to claim control of the Hansung group one day, and if reaching that seat meant turning her blade toward her own blood relatives, she was ruthless enough to do it without hesitation. Kim Seon-woo understood that dangerous side of her because he already knew the original story. And the more he considered the Hansung family, the more they seemed like a nest of poisonous snakes, all smiling politely at one another while waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Meanwhile, the news continued to make a spectacle out of Kim Jin-woo's achievements. Every broadcast seemed to be repeating his actions over and over again, as if nothing else worth mentioning had happened in Magic Korea that day. The Dark Guild had also confirmed that Jang In was dead, and they were far from happy about it. In their minds, if they had intervened while he was rampaging, they might have been able to stop the disaster before it ever reached such a humiliating end. The man speaking had dark, furious eyes that looked ready to burn through the room. Veins bulged sharply across his forehead as his anger swelled, all because one of his own colleagues had been brought down by some unknown mage who had appeared out of nowhere. In the end, he could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he began hurling objects around the room, the crashes echoing one after another as he shouted that Jang In's death should never have happened in the first place. Across from him, another man sat quietly, calmly sipping his tea as if the rage in the room had nothing to do with him. Without raising his voice, he told Baek Kong to settle down, reminding him that the order had come from someone above them. If they had helped a Maine who was losing control in the middle of a human crowd, they would have brought danger straight to their own doorstep. Even worse, they could have exposed their true identities as Mainies, dragging all of them into a far more dangerous situation. The red-haired man cursed under his breath, and a thick, oppressive darkness began rolling off his body in heavy waves. Barely holding his fury in check, he spat out the question through clenched teeth, asking how much longer they were expected to keep living like this, hiding in the shadows like frightened animals. The humiliation burned so fiercely inside him that he swore he would kill that bastard Kim Jin-woo with his own hands, no matter what obstacles stood in his way or what price he had to pay. The other man, who was human, looked at him with a more cautious expression and asked whether doing that would really be acceptable. After all, that mage seemed to have some kind of connection to their client, and acting recklessly could complicate things. The red-haired man merely scoffed, dismissing that concern as if it were too trivial to even consider. To him, there was absolutely no reason to hesitate over something like that. Both of them knew exactly what kind of person their client was. He was not the type to be swayed by something as ordinary as loyalty, affection, or even family ties. Their client was the kind of man who could smile gently while cutting off his own relatives without blinking. To someone like him, betrayal was not an emotional matter. It was simply another clean and polite business decision. In other words, the head of the Hansung family was anything but innocent. Behind his polished public image and respectable smile, his hands were already stained with more than enough ugly secrets. He greeted his sister with a warm, affectionate smile, hiding every trace of malice behind that friendly expression. She waved back happily and said it had been a long time since they had spent time together, completely unaware of the dark intentions buried deep inside her brother's heart. The two of them climbed into the car together and sat side by side, speaking in a casual, familiar tone. On the surface, it looked like nothing more than siblings enjoying a peaceful reunion after a long time apart. Then her brother turned his gaze toward her and asked how things had been going at the company, especially with the responsibilities she had taken on in the pharmaceutical division. Han Se-young answered with a polite smile, saying that work had been difficult and that dealing with people every day was truly exhausting. If she had to put it into words, she supposed she was feeling a little mentally worn down. Her brother then remarked that their father had been too hasty when he handed so many company shares to her at such a young age. Since Han Se-young was already fighting for her own place in the power struggle, those words landed like a direct insult disguised as worried concern. He did not stop there. With that same calm tone, he told her that if handling everything alone had become too difficult, she could simply hand it over to him instead. The sheer disrespect made Han Se-young burn with anger beneath the surface, but her brother continued speaking as if he were being generous. He even added that once he became chairman, he would make her vice president, talking as though he were offering her a merciful reward. Men like him truly had a gift for lying without the slightest change in expression. Han Se-young quietly curled her hands into tight fists, forcing every trace of anger away from her face. In her mind, her brother was nothing more than a ridiculous joke, and the words coming from his mouth were so absurd that they almost made her laugh from sheer fury. Meanwhile, Kim Se-woo had returned to his room. While the conflict within Han Sung continued moving quietly in the background, he sat alone and focused on taking care of his own preparations. He had now secured the information through 2 separate accounts, keeping it safely stored where it could not be easily lost or traced. Meeting Han Se-young had definitely been the right move, and the fact that she had handled the spear sale for him only made the situation even more convenient. Thanks to Han Se-young's help, Kim Se-woo was able to return to his dorm room with a much lighter mind. He no longer had to take the risk of selling a dangerous item on his own and drawing unnecessary attention from people he did not want watching him. Han Se-young should also have access to reliable information networks. And when he revealed that he could tell her about her brother's weakness, she reacted immediately, proving that the bait had landed exactly where it needed to. Kim Se-woo wondered whether she was already investigating the information, checking if that weakness was real and whether it could actually be turned into a weapon. Considering this was the Hansung family, she would never move recklessly without confirming every detail first. Then, while he was quietly thinking everything through, a message notification suddenly appeared in front of him, cutting into his thoughts without warning. The message was from Han Se-young, and it was about the arrangement they had just made. For the next month, she would act as his errand runner, exactly as they had agreed during their negotiation. The message made one thing very clear. Han Se-young had decided to trust him. She said she would send both the upfront payment and the money from the spear sale within the day, then asked if there was anything else he needed from her. Because he had managed to gain Han Se-young's trust, Kim Se-woo received a reward of 1,000 points. For someone who cared about points as much as he did, that was incredible news. It had happened faster than he expected, but that only made the reward feel even more satisfying. He told her that he wanted the talented pharmacist to prepare some potions for him. On top of that, he also needed an admission ticket to the underground arena. Since the potions would take time to brew, Han Se-young said she would contact her newest partner once they were finished. For now, their deal was officially settled, and if things went well, they could always extend the arrangement later. Now Kim Se-woo only had to prove that this relationship would benefit Han Se-young as well. But another problem was already waiting for him. If he kept moving around under the name Kim Jin-woo, he would naturally attract the attention of the mainies. A revenge plot had existed in the original story too, and now that his fake identity had been broadcast as the mage who defeated the monster, that identity was in real danger. Kim Se-woo activated the search function, knowing that it was time to prepare for a possible attack before it happened. Detection-related results appeared in front of him, and he began scrolling through the available skills one after another, carefully checking each option. Then his eyes stopped on the exact skill he had been looking for. It could detect killing intent aimed at him from within a 500-mile radius. The only problem was the price. Purchasing it would require an enormous 50,000 points. That cost was absurdly high. To afford a skill like that, Kim Se-woo would need to gather a massive amount of admiration, and buying it meant putting a huge portion of the points he had worked so hard to earn on the line. Even so, he knew he had no choice but to buy it. This was no longer about comfort or convenience. This was the cost of keeping himself alive. Kim Se-woo closed his eyes for a moment, steeled his resolve, and finally pressed the purchase button. A few days passed, and Kim Se-woo continued living his usual school life as if nothing unusual was happening. Behind the scenes, however, his preparations kept moving forward, and eventually, he was able to collect the potions he had requested from Han Se-young. She had brewed them by mixing in the sacred herb, which made the results far stronger than ordinary potions. But there was one important thing he needed to keep in mind. The effects had been amplified, and the side effects had been amplified right along with them. The amplified mana elixir potion increased mana recovery speed by 500% for a full 5 minutes. The downside was that once the effect ended, Kim Se-woo would suffer from mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. Honestly, considering the boost it gave him, that was almost a reasonable price to pay. Then, as if the thought had come out of nowhere, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and casually complimented her, saying she looked pretty good right now. Of course, Han Se-young was not the kind of woman who would fall for such obvious bait. Her eyes narrowed sharply as she stared straight at him, refusing to give him the reaction he was trying to draw out. Instead, she cut the moment short and abruptly changed the topic. To Han Se-young, there was nothing ordinary about this mysterious young man sitting in front of her. He was clearly a capable mage, yet he asked for a high-ranking potion with the casual attitude of someone ordering a simple drink. What unsettled her even more was how he knew about the hidden conflict between her and her brother, when to nearly everyone outside the family, they still looked like a perfectly affectionate pair of siblings. Since Han Se-young had already completed her side of the agreement, she no longer wanted to waste time circling around the subject. Her gaze sharpened as she moved on to the real reason she had come to see him. She wanted Kim Se-woo to finally talk about the weakness of her brother, the one he had mentioned so confidently the other day. She had already used her own private channels to investigate the matter, and what she discovered was enough to leave even her shaken. Her brother had always carried a suspicious air in certain ways, but she had never imagined that he, of all people, might have truly killed someone. And judging from the traces she uncovered, it did not seem to have ended with only one victim. The signs pointed toward many more. On top of that, there were also traces showing that he had been in contact with someone suspected of being connected to the Manies. Every piece of information she found was disturbing on its own, and the deeper she dug, the more rotten the whole situation began to look. What she truly could not understand was how Kim Se-woo had discovered any of this before her. Of course, for Kim Se-woo, the reason was painfully simple. He knew all of it because he had read the original novel. But no matter how convenient the truth was for him, there was absolutely no way he could say something like that out loud to Han Se-young. Han Se-jin was an extremely dangerous character, the kind of person who carried risk wherever he moved. Driven by greed, he would eventually join hands with the Manies, and as time passed, that greed would drag him deeper and deeper until he became a complete villain. But Kim Se-woo could not exactly sit there and tell her that he knew everything, because this world had once been a fantasy story he had already read. So instead, he leaned back into his usual calm attitude and told her that if she wanted the answer, she could hand over 5% of Hansung Pharmaceuticals stock. It was another absurd demand, and he fully expected her to refuse it immediately. Han Se-young's expression tightened with clear irritation, because she could tell right away that he was only using that demand to dodge her question. The way he avoided giving her a proper answer made her visibly angry, but from Kim Se-woo's perspective, watching her react like that was honestly a little amusing. As their conversation began to wind down, Kim Se-woo smoothly turned his attention to another matter. He looked at her and asked about the arena ticket he had requested earlier, as if the tension from a moment ago had already passed. Han Se-young had indeed managed to obtain the ticket, but there was one troublesome condition attached to it. Apparently, the ticket could not be transferred to someone else, which meant Kim Se-woo would have to enter the arena together with her. Only then did Kim Se-woo finally understand why Han Se-young had shown up dressed in such a strange, eye-catching outfit that day. The moment he seemed to notice, Han Se-young snapped back at him in frustration, shouting that it was his fault she had been forced to wear such flashy and ridiculous clothes in the first place. After spending money, using connections, and even taking risks just to meet his demands, Han Se-young could not help asking what he was actually planning to do at the arena. Kim Se-woo answered with a casual shrug, saying that since he had made some money, he needed to make it grow. Put simply, his grand plan was nothing more than gambling. Han Se-young could barely believe what had just come out of his mouth. He was seriously planning to take the money she had just sent him and throw it straight into a gamble. In her eyes, young people these days were far too reckless with money, treating huge sums as if they meant nothing at all. Kim Se-woo, however, had no intention of sitting there quietly while another adult scolded him, especially when he himself was already pretending to be an adult. And if he counted everything he had gone through with regression and crossing dimensions, then technically, he was far older than Han Se-young. In his mind, she should have been showing him at least a little respect. Han Se-young clearly did not approve of his decision at all. Her voice turned cold as she told him to consider their deal finished once the month was over. At that moment, her disappointment in him grew even stronger, and the interest she had been feeling toward Kim Se-woo dropped sharply. She was so disappointed that Kim Se-woo probably would not be able to earn any more points from her for a while. But to him, that was not a serious problem. He had already expected that trust could rise and fall depending on what happened next. He reached for the elegant mask he had brought with him and placed it smoothly over his face. Behind that mask, Kim Se-woo was already thinking ahead. By the time they walked out of the arena tonight, he believed he would have earned back even more of Han Se-young's trust than before. As the evening sky slowly darkened above them, the two made their way toward that hidden special location, moving through the night toward a place most ordinary people would never even know existed. Naturally, Guards were stationed at the entrance, standing watch with sharp eyes and controlled posture. Before allowing anyone inside, they had to confirm whether Kim Seon-woo and Han Se-young truly had permission to enter. After their VIP badges were checked and handed over, the two of them were finally allowed through. Kim Seon-woo and Han Se-young stepped past the entrance and continued deeper inside, leaving the ordinary world behind them. From the way the staff reacted, it seemed the arena had not welcomed a VIP guest in quite some time. Their attention naturally shifted toward the two newcomers, as if their arrival itself was something worth noticing. Kim Seon-woo was just about to continue walking in, but then his eyes caught sight of a dark-haired man wearing a mask. The man looked strangely familiar, and the moment Kim Seon-woo recognized him, he froze in place, staring in shock. The man had disguised himself, but that disguise was useless against Kim Seon-woo, who knew far too much about this world and its hidden figures. He recognized him almost immediately. This was Ha Ryong, an S-rank main and one of the top-tier villains. That realization sent a chill straight through Kim Seon-woo. Ha Ryong's eyes did not feel ordinary at all, and a cold sweat began to form as Kim Seon-woo understood just how dangerous it was for someone of that level to be standing here. Ha Ryong was not merely another guest at the arena. He was the host of this entire place. With a calm, refined smile on his face, he greeted them politely and told them to enjoy their time there. Then Ha Ryong walked past them with that same composed smile, moving as if nothing in the world could disturb him. Kim Seon-woo could not stop himself from turning his gaze after him, staring at the man's back in complete awe and tension. That man was terrifying, and Kim Seon-woo knew better than anyone that he was nowhere near powerful enough to handle someone like Ha Ryong. No matter what happened inside the arena, he had to avoid getting tangled up with that monster at all costs. After that tense encounter, Kim Seon-woo and Han Se-young continued moving deeper into the arena. As expected, the stands were already packed with people, and the air inside was thick with noise and excitement. Every person in the audience wore a mask, hiding their faces as they leaned forward from their seats. Their attention was fixed on the stage below, where the matches were unfolding under the arena lights. There were far more people gathered inside than Kim Seon-woo had expected, and the atmosphere was already burning with anticipation. Most likely, all of that excitement had been stirred up because of one fighter in particular, Yang Hongju. Han Se-young glanced toward Kim Seon-woo with a curious look and asked who that was. The name clearly did not sound familiar to her, and she seemed to want to know why the crowd was reacting so strongly. Kim Seon-woo explained that Yang Hongju was currently the most popular fighter in the entire arena. He was a mage who had held the champion position for 3 full years, and when it came to pure combat power, he was practically close to the level of an 8th-rank mage. The wealthy heiress immediately understood what that meant. If Yang Hongju had been winning that consistently for years, then betting on him would barely earn anything. Almost everyone in the arena would naturally choose his side, which meant there would be little profit in following the crowd. Kim Seon-woo already knew that perfectly well, but he had not come here to make money the same way everyone else did. He had a simple trick in mind, one that could turn this situation into a much more profitable opportunity. With a cheerful, almost carefree attitude, Kim Seon-woo waved over the arena officials and told them he wanted to place a bet. The officials quickly approached and asked how much he wanted to wager, and more importantly, which fighter he intended to bet on. Kim Seon-woo answered them with the widest, proudest smile he could put on his face, as if he were about to announce something completely reasonable. Then he declared that he would place a staggering 530 million won on Yang Hongju's opponent. The amount was so absurd that even Han Se-young, who was used to dealing with massive sums of money, could not believe he would make such a reckless choice. The official standing in front of him was so stunned that he almost seemed unable to trust his own ears. He stared at Kim Seon-woo for a moment, then asked him to repeat what he had just said, as if hoping he had heard wrong. Han Se-young urgently tried to make him reconsider. They knew almost nothing about Yang Hongju's opponent, yet Kim Seon-woo was casually throwing an enormous fortune onto what looked like a completely foolish gamble. But Kim Seon-woo only smiled, because he had some idea who that opponent really was. He knew a rookie would be making his debut match today. The rich heiress could not believe this idiot was actually about to bet such a massive amount of money on a rookie who had not even officially debuted yet. From her point of view, it was reckless beyond common sense. Meanwhile, in another room away from the noisy arena stands, Ha Ryong had already removed his mask, revealing his face as he listened to the report brought to him. He had already heard the rumor that someone had placed an entire 530 million won on Yang Hongju's opponent. The report was true, of course, and Ha Ryong immediately became curious about what kind of fool had enough money to throw around like that. The answer was simple. The person behind that ridiculous bet was a man wearing a rabbit mask. Unfortunately for Kim Seon-woo, who had been trying so hard not to catch that monster's attention, he had already done exactly that. Ha Ryong even remembered him clearly as the VIP guest who had entered earlier. To Ha Ryong, this was an interesting little development. For someone with VIP status, that amount of money might truly be nothing more than pocket change. A rich eccentric with strange tastes was not necessarily something worth worrying about. However, another piece of information soon traveled elsewhere, reaching a completely different set of ears and setting another danger into motion. The red-haired man had just heard that Kim Seon-woo had appeared at the underground arena. Not only that, he had also learned that Kim Seon-woo had come to the event together with Han Se-young. For the red-haired man, the timing could not have been better. He had been forced to sit with his frustration for far too long, and now the chance he had been waiting for had finally appeared in front of him. He had been furious because they had no useful information on that guy, but now the opportunity had finally fallen into their hands. It was time to prepare the car. Tonight, they would avenge Jang In. Meanwhile, back inside the arena, the crowd's attention had already shifted to the stage, where a battle between two men was unfolding under the lights. They watched the chaos play out below them in the pit, where one battered fighter had already been pushed past his breaking point. His body trembled, his voice cracked, and he desperately begged the man in front of him to spare his life. Just from that scene alone, it was obvious this was nothing like a clean, honorable tournament. This was a vicious underground death match, the kind of place where blood, panic, screams, and humiliation were treated as part of the entertainment. That was exactly why so many men had packed themselves around the arena, their eyes fixed hungrily on the violence below. The wounded fighter kept crying out that he surrendered, repeating it again and again like those words might save him. But his opponent only looked down at him with a cruel sneer. He mocked the man for begging now, saying he should have quit before ever stepping into the fight. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he swung his weapon in a merciless arc and cut him down. The fighter staggered where he stood, blood choking in his throat, before his body finally collapsed heavily onto the floor. And with that brutal ending, the first match was decided. The one left standing in the pit was none other than that wild, long-haired madman, looking completely at ease as if the bloodshed around him was just another ordinary part of the night. The crowd stared in disbelief, struggling to accept what had just happened right in front of them. That insane fighter, the one so many gamblers had trusted enough to bet on, had actually lost his nerve and surrendered in the middle of the fight. A massive amount of money had been riding on him, and now all those people could do was freeze in shock as their bets vanished before their eyes. Of course, the ones who had lost their money immediately turned furious. In their eyes, the fallen fighter was no longer a wounded man who had barely survived. He had become nothing more than useless garbage who had destroyed their wagers. They leaned over the railings and hurled vicious insults down at him, showing not even a trace of sympathy for his injuries. To them, the money they had just lost mattered far more than the fact that he had nearly died. This underground arena was merciless from top to bottom, and the spectators watching from above were every bit as cruel as the fighters spilling blood below. Even after seeing all that, the main character spoke calmly and told her not to worry too much. According to him, no matter how savage these fights looked from the stands, the host of the arena would not truly allow the fighters to die inside the pit. Hearing that made the situation feel at least a little less terrifying. But there was no room to relax for long, because the next match was already about to begin. The strange rookie was finally being sent in against the reigning champion of the arena, and the long-awaited fight between Liang Lung and Yang Hongzhu was about to start. The betting pool for this match was on an entirely different level. A staggering 2.8 billion had been placed on the champion, Yang Hongzhu, while the amount riding on the rookie Liang Lung sat at only 530 million, making the difference between them look almost ridiculous. In other words, barely anyone in the arena had seriously bothered to support Liang Lung. Almost every gambler chose the safer-looking option and threw their money behind Yang Hongzhu instead. But that also meant something very dangerous and very tempting. If Liang Lung somehow won, the payout would be enormous, and Kim Seon-woo would end up walking out of this place with a terrifying amount of money. The people nearby began whispering among themselves, their eyes sliding toward the reckless lunatic who had dared to put such a huge bet on Liang Lung. Reverse odds were tempting, sure, but in their minds, there still had to be a limit to stupidity. If that rookie lost, then the person backing him would lose every last bit of that money. As far as they were concerned, the outcome was already obvious. The long-reigning champion was going to crush him. Kim Seon-woo simply smirked as their doubtful voices drifted around him. He did not bother correcting them or arguing with their judgment. They could talk as much as they wanted, because if things played out the way he expected, he would leave this underground arena with nearly 6 times the amount he had originally put down. At last, the fighters began making their way into the battlefield. The first to appear was the huge, heavily muscled champion himself, the famous behemoth almost every gambler in the arena had chosen to trust with their money. Then the second fighter stepped into view. He was a dark-haired man named Liang Lung, and the moment the crowd got a proper look at him, quiet murmurs immediately started spreading through the stands. To be honest, even Kim Seon-woo's confidence wavered the instant he saw Liang Lung in person. The first thing that stood out was just how small the man looked. Compared to Yang Hongzhu's massive frame, the gap in size and weight class was so absurd that the match almost looked like a mistake. Kim Seon-woo tried to keep his face calm and act like everything was still going according to plan. Yes, Liang Lung was far thinner than he had imagined, and maybe that was simply because he had not fully grown into himself yet. But the truth was, Kim Sian-woo had not come here only because of the money. There was a certain villain organization that would later become a major force in the main story, and that organization was known as Jane. The fighter now standing in the arena was someone who would eventually become part of Jane. At a glance, the short, skinny man with unnaturally muscular arms might have seemed dangerous if he had been taller or carried himself with more presence. But with that sickly frame and unimpressive build, he looked far weaker than Kim Sian-woo had expected. Still, that was exactly why Kim Sian-woo wanted to observe him closely. If this man was destined to become an important fighter on the villain's side, then Kim Sian-woo needed to see his combat style with his own eyes at least once, no matter how underwhelming he looked right now. The problem was that Kim Sian-woo had never imagined Liang Lung would look this unimpressive. Around him, people were already muttering about who could possibly be stupid enough to bet such an enormous amount of money on a loser like that. Embarrassment crept up Kim Sian-woo's back, and he had to force himself to remain composed. He needed to trust the original story. Even if many things had already begun to change, he had to believe that this part would still unfold the way it was supposed to. After all, this match had existed in the original novel. Kim Sian-woo had not interfered much with this specific part of the plot, so it should still be relatively stable. In that version of the story, Liang Lung had never lost even once inside the underground arena. Naturally, the champion took one look at the sickly, short, pitiful rookie standing across from him and immediately burst into loud laughter. He sneered that Liang Lung looked so weak he could barely bring himself to care. To Yang Hongju, being forced to fight someone like this was almost insulting. Arrogance radiated from his entire body as he looked down on his opponent. With a cold scoff, the muscular champion began to release his power, sparks crackling around his body. Then he launched himself forward at full speed, crossing the distance in a flash as he charged straight toward the smaller fighter in front of him. Liang Lung gasped and twisted his body away at the last possible second, narrowly slipping past the punch that came blasting toward him. Somehow, despite looking so thin and half-starved, the future villain managed to avoid that brutal opening strike. But what made it strange was Liang Lung's expression. He actually looked surprised, his eyes widening slightly as though he had not expected Yang Hongju to come at him with that kind of speed from the very beginning. Then Yang Hongju immediately turned that momentum into a second attack. His powerful body spun through the motion, and this time, while Liang Lung was still trying to dodge, the champion caught him cleanly. With a sharp cry of pain, the smaller fighter was struck hard and sent flying backward. Liang Lung slammed into the wall with a heavy crash, his body hitting the surface hard enough to shake loose dust and debris around him. He struggled to push himself upright, but the massive champion was already advancing toward him again, closing in with complete confidence. The crowd erupted into cheers, roaring with excitement as they watched the champion dominate the match. Meanwhile, Kim Sian-woo was quietly beginning to panic. For once, it was strangely refreshing to see the main character doubting his own decision, because he definitely did not want to lose 500 million on what was starting to look like a reckless gamble. He still believed in the story, but Liang Lung was taking such a brutal beating that even Kim Sian-woo had to wonder whether that tiny man could really turn the fight around. And while Kim Sian-woo was busy worrying about the future of his finances, a sleek car was already moving toward the arena, carrying people who planned to destroy every possible future he had left. They needed to get to the underground arena, but they understood one thing very clearly. No matter how badly they wanted to act right away, they could not simply rush in and start causing trouble. If he ruined Ha Riyang's event, then even if he managed to get his revenge, there was no chance he would make it out of that place in one piece. So instead of charging in blindly, the red-haired man decided to approach the matter carefully. First, he needed to know exactly when the event would end. Fortunately for him, the schedule was easy to confirm, and the underground event was set to finish at 10:30. That timing could not have worked out more perfectly. The vicious monster curled his lips into a satisfied grin, clearly pleased by how neatly everything was falling into place. When he finally killed that loser, he would make sure the man regretted every choice he had made before the end came. Back inside the arena, Liang Lung was being beaten so badly that he looked like he was barely holding himself together. The enormous Yang Hongju attacked him from every angle, tossing around that smaller body as if it weighed almost nothing at all. With one heavy fist, the champion drove a massive punch straight into Liang Lung's stomach. The impact folded the smaller man forward and forced a loud cry of pain out of him. The fight had become so one-sided that Kim Sian-woo had every reason to worry about where things were heading. The huge, muscular brute laughed down at him with open contempt. He told the little runt to remember his place and disappear, treating Liang Lung as if he was not even worthy of being taken seriously. Then, without holding back in the slightest, he kicked Liang Lung with enough force to send him crashing into the wall once again. By this point, Yang Hongju was no longer fighting like someone who simply needed to win. He was treating Liang Long like a personal punching bag, casually kicking him, striking him, and throwing him around as if the match had become his private entertainment. It was humiliating, brutal, and unfair from every possible angle. Unfortunately, inside this arena, even dirty moves were allowed. That massive gorilla of a man could keep beating his opponent however he wanted until Liang Long either surrendered or became unable to continue. The poor rookie looked even worse than when he had first entered the pit, his arms, chest, and entire body smeared with dust, grime, and broken debris. The crowd kept shouting and chanting for Yang Hongzhu, completely swept away by the champion's violent display as their voices thundered through the underground arena. At this rate, it truly looked like Kim Sian-woo was about to lose an enormous amount of money. And honestly, he had every right to be upset. No normal person could calmly watch that much cash disappear in front of them and feel perfectly fine about it. He had trusted the story, but now the entire crowd was joyfully roaring Yang Hongzhu's name. Kim Sian-woo could hardly believe how badly reality seemed to be turning against him. There was no way that big gorilla had actually won, right? He kept blinking at the scene below, almost as if refusing to accept what he was seeing might somehow stop real life from stealing away his hard-earned fortune. Then, without warning, dark blood suddenly sprayed across the arena. A heavy silence fell almost instantly. Yang Hongzhu turned in shock, only to see the opponent he had thought was completely crushed rising back to his feet again. The champion coughed up blood, his face twisting in disbelief as the realization slowly hit him. Something had struck him, and he had not even properly understood it until now. Liang Long smiled wickedly through the blood and dirt covering him, his expression lighting up with a disturbing kind of joy now that he had finally managed to land a blow. Naturally, Yang Hongzhu was not pleased at all about being hit by someone he had looked down on so completely. Rage burned in his eyes, and he threw himself straight at the smaller fighter with all the strength packed into his massive body. Liang Long only stood there with a smirk, calmly waiting for him to come closer. Then he began pulling weapons out from inside his own body. The sight was horrifying. He dragged bones from beyond his ribs, his skin splitting open like water, as though his flesh was nothing but a sheath hiding rows of blades. Once he had a firm grip on the next set of bone weapons, he launched them forward. It was a truly ghastly sight, the kind of grotesque display that seemed to make the entire arena grow colder for a moment. Each bone shot through the air and slammed into Yang Hongzhu, piercing into different parts of his enormous body. Wrapped in dangerous purple energy, they curved and arched like flying blades, stabbing into him again and again from angles he could not easily avoid. Fresh blood continued sliding down his chest in thin, ugly lines, staining his skin as it spread. The champion who had claimed victory again and again in this arena finally could not hold back anymore. A raw scream tore out of his throat, sharp and cracked, as the pain ripped through his body all at once. The legs that had always kept him standing proudly in the pit suddenly gave out beneath him. Yang Hongzhu staggered backward, his balance breaking completely, and then his massive body dropped like dead weight, crashing hard onto the arena floor. After all, no matter how powerful someone was, it was almost impossible to stay on their feet when roughly 5 bones were buried deep in their stomach. Every breath made those sharp pieces grind deeper through his body, turning even the smallest movement into agony. The undefeated champion, Yang Hongzhu, finally collapsed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The moment his huge body hit the floor, the sound seemed to shake the arena, and the entire room fell into a silence so heavy it felt unreal. No one cheered. No one screamed. The wild excitement that had filled the underground arena only moments ago disappeared in an instant, as if someone had cut the noise clean out of the air. Under normal circumstances, this should have been a historic moment for the arena. But how could anyone celebrate when almost everyone inside had just watched the biggest match of the night wipe out their bets? All they could do was stare down into the pit, frozen between disbelief and awe, waiting to see what would happen after such an impossible upset. None of them could bring themselves to accept that Yang Hongzhu had truly suffered his first defeat in years. Even Han Se-young stood there staring into the arena, her eyes wide with amazement as she tried to process the impossible sight unfolding below. Then, all at once, an angry shout ripped through the stillness. Someone screamed in frustration, and that one furious voice spread through the crowd like sparks catching dry grass. People began hurling curses at the defeated fighter, calling him a coward and a loser, even though they had been cheering his name only minutes earlier. The same champion they had worshipped was now hated simply because he had dared to lose their money. While the crowd roared and threw insults down into the pit, Kim Sian-woo knew it was finally time to wrap up his long day of work. The match had come terrifyingly close to ending in disaster, but now that the result was settled, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. Naturally, Han Se-young hurried after him, though her eyes still kept drifting back toward the arena. She had just witnessed something so unbelievable that she could barely pull her gaze away from it. Calling everything that had happened tonight a simple coincidence would have been far too convenient. An extremely important person had appeared at their arena on the exact same night their undefeated champion finally fell. Not only that, this person had casually placed a massive bet on a rookie that almost no one expected to win. There was clearly something hidden beneath the surface, and an S-class villain would never overlook something that suspicious. Liang Long had won tonight because Yang Hongzhu became arrogant, relaxed too much, and allowed carelessness to take over. But that enormous bet on a first-time rookie was not random at all. There had to be a clear purpose behind it, even if that purpose had not yet revealed itself. Manager Zheng was soon called in, and the arena's owner gave him several direct orders about the man who had won big from that day's wager. He wanted Kim Xianwu investigated, and he wanted to know exactly what that man had done inside their arena. Meanwhile, after the fight ended and the underground arena sank into complete chaos, Kim Xianwu and the heiress quietly slipped away from the scene. Han Se-young looked at him with open amazement, unable to keep her questions bottled up any longer. She asked what on earth he really was, and how he could have possibly known that Liang Long would be the one to win. Kim Xianwu only flashed her a smug little smirk and said that, naturally, he had relied on his brilliant intuition. Han Se-young let out a tired sigh, already exhausted by his answer. No matter how many questions she asked, he never gave her anything truly useful, and at this point, she was almost ready to stop trying altogether. Meanwhile, Kim Xianwu could not wipe the grin off his face. His mouth kept stretching wider and wider, because today had turned into the kind of jackpot most people could only dream of. Thanks to that one bet, his balance had shot past 1 billion won, and somehow, he had even managed to move all that money directly into Kim Xianwu's own bank account. Of course, transferring illegally earned money into his legal name was an extremely dangerous move, especially when enemies were already watching him from the shadows and waiting for any chance to strike. But right now, Kim Xianwu was far too caught up in his victory to care about the risk. He had earned the Gambler of the Century award, and on top of that, Han Se-young was slowly beginning to trust him again. Even better, her curiosity toward him had become much stronger. With how interested and helpful she was becoming, it almost felt like she was crawling her way into main girl territory. In fact, her interest in him had now officially reached level 1, and that small change was definitely worth paying attention to. Kim Xianwu also gained 7,000 points just from reaching that interest milestone, which meant he was basically collecting rewards one after another today. After spending so many points to buy the killing intent sense, he was already earning them back. But right at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and the killing intent skill activated on its own. Kim Xianwu froze in place as a thick, suffocating sense of danger rolled toward him from a mysterious, white car parked along the road. Killing intent had appeared. In fact, it came so suddenly that it almost felt like he had summoned it himself just by thinking about the skill. What a miserable turn of events. There was only one group that came to his mind right away. It had to be the Vengeance Society, finally showing up to carry out their little revenge plan. In the original story, a major character had appeared to avenge their comrade, Zhang Han. Kim Xianwu hesitated as that realization settled in, and Han Se-young immediately noticed the strange change in his expression, asking why he had suddenly made such an uneasy face. He turned toward Han Se-young with a nervous laugh, looking awkward as ever. Once again, he had another favor to ask from her, and even he seemed to know how troublesome that sounded. The car continued down the road, but its route soon became strange. It began turning through the streets in an odd pattern, twisting away from the normal path as its movements changed without warning. Of course, the person tracking them noticed that shift immediately. The moment their behavior stopped looking natural, his attention sharpened, and his eyes followed the car with far more focus than before. A grin slowly spread across his face, and he ordered the car to stop. Their plan was simple, direct, and brutal. They would attack Kim Xianwu right there on the road and try to murder him before he had any chance to escape. But it seemed Kim Xianwu had been thinking along the same lines. By the time they moved to act, he had already stepped out of the car, standing there as if he was ready to face the threat head-on. The red-haired man stepped out as well, his gaze locking straight onto the victim he had chosen. Kim Xianwu stood there alone in the open, and Han Se-young was nowhere to be seen anymore. Still, the red-haired man could not help questioning whether this pathetic-looking hunter was really the one who had killed Zhang Han. Kim Xianwu did not look impressive at all. His body was not trained, and there was nothing muscular or intimidating about him. Even worse, the energy coming off him felt weak and pitiful, with barely enough mana to be worth noticing. Now the dangerous redhead was genuinely confused. But while the enemy stood there silently judging him, Kim Xianwu calmly raised the expensive elixir he had just bought and chugged it down. He had spent a painful amount of money on that thing, and now it was gone in a single use. After swallowing that little cheap potion, a stronger trace of power began to seep from his body. Kim Xianwu wiped his lips, grinned, and called for his enemy to show himself already. He needed this to move quickly, because whatever disgusting liquid he had just forced down his throat tasted absolutely horrible. He had taken the amplified mana elixir, which meant his mana recovery speed would increase by 500% for the next 10 minutes. But once that boost ended, he would suffer from mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. In other words, this fight had to end fast, and his opponent needed to come out immediately. He could not afford to let the battle drag on. Since the enemy was taking his sweet time, Kim Si-woo decided to provoke the jerk a little. They already knew this little monster had been aiming for him for a while, so there was no point wasting time on polite greetings. They could skip straight to business. The red-haired man frowned as he sensed Kim Si-woo's aura suddenly shift. It still was not exactly terrifying, but at the very least, he no longer felt as weak as he had just moments earlier. Then the man gave a low chuckle, amusement slipping into his voice as he admitted that Kim Si-woo was actually a little more impressive than he had expected. Without warning, he summoned several fierce fire spears, each one blazing hot, as its sharp tip pointed straight toward Kim Si-woo. The hunter had realized he was being followed, and that suited the enemy perfectly. If both sides already understood the situation, then there was no need to drag things out. What the red-haired man wanted was painfully simple. He wanted Kim Si-woo dead, and there was no reason to make that demand sound any more complicated than it was. Of course, Kim Si-woo had not survived the collapse of an entire universe just to calmly accept dying on some random roadside. He gathered mana into his hand, his expression sharpening as he prepared himself for battle. The shot forming in his hand expanded, swelling with compressed mana before firing forward in a sharp burst. It tore through the air and flew straight toward the crazed opponent standing in front of him. The two of them clashed like tigers fighting for dominance, both refusing to back down. But instead of fists and claws, they hurled magic at each other, smashing mana against mana in a violent, brilliant exchange. The blast lit up the area around them, and through the chaos, the enemy's grin only grew wider. He still had 2 powerful shots of firepower left, and once those were used up, he could always switch to physical strength, which would make the fight extremely difficult for Kim Si-woo. But Kim Si-woo also had the advantage of his 500% mana recovery boost, meaning that for a short while, the two of them could stand on roughly equal footing. At least, that was how it seemed, until those terrifying yellow spears suddenly shot forward, racing straight toward Kim Si-woo. The instant he saw them coming, genuine horror flashed across his face. A massive explosion erupted in the road, flames bursting outward in a violent wave that swallowed the area. From a distance, Han Se-young watched the fire bloom, sweat forming on her face as she stared at the terrifying scene. She had known a fight was about to break out, even if she still did not fully understand the reason behind it. Earlier, she had seen Kim Si-woo's face suddenly turn serious and asked him why his expression had changed so drastically. Kim Si-woo had told her that someone was tailing them, and the moment those words reached her, panic hit her hard. Her first thought was that the pursuer might be someone from a rival company targeting the Hansung group. But Han Se-young was not the only important person sitting in that car, and she needed to give Kim Si-woo a little more credit. Technically, this situation was connected to her too, since her brother had gotten involved with those evil monsters. Either way, Kim Si-woo needed her to drive somewhere more secluded. Simply avoiding this man would be a terrible idea, especially if the enemy ended up following him all the way back to school. The best move was to lure that guy out, catch him, and deal with him as quickly as possible. Han Se-young asked whether the person chasing them was someone he could actually fight, and Kim Si-woo answered with a smile, saying it definitely would not be easy. The enemy's mana was far stronger than anything a simple B rank should have been able to release, so Han Se-young had every reason to look worried. She knew Kim Si-woo was not some weak pushover, but even so, standing beside her, he did not exactly look like an unstoppable battle monster built to crush enemies with raw power. With anxiety clear in her eyes, Han Se-young asked if he would really be all right facing someone like that. But Kim Si-woo only answered with his usual shameless confidence, reassuring her that there was nothing his plot armor could not handle. And because of that, he needed her help right now more than ever. In the end, the pharmacist's air guided the car to the side and brought it to a stop. Even though the danger ahead was obviously far from ordinary, she chose to trust Kim Si-woo's judgment and put her faith in what he could do. Still, there was one thing she absolutely needed from him. He had to come back safely. Her gaze stayed locked on him, filled with concern, because whether he wanted to admit it or not, she was already counting on him to return alive. This was definitely not the best moment for Kim Si-woo to start showing off the loser version of aura farming, and yet somehow, he still managed to twist his body away from the deadly pikes flying straight toward his face. Honestly, the whole thing was almost ridiculous. It was as if that red-haired bastard was genuinely trying to kill him or something. Even with the attacks slicing past him one after another, Kim Si-woo only let a smirk pull at the corner of his mouth. Dodging this many strikes was troublesome, sure, but it was not enough to make him panic. After all, up until his first year, he had been an enhancement-type fighter. His body still remembered how to move under pressure, and keeping up with the speed of those incoming projectiles was something he could handle without completely falling apart. His vicious opponent watched him slip away again and again, then smiled coldly. With mockery dripping from his expression, he asked whether running around was the only trick Kim Seon-woo knew. Right after saying that, the man lifted his hand, and even more dark spikes rose into the air around him. Apparently, his entire fighting style was simple. Keep hurling everything at Kim Seon-woo until one of those attacks finally tore through him. He unleashed an even bigger storm of massive, intimidating spikes, sending them ripping forward all at once. Even Kim Seon-woo was startled for a moment, because he seriously could not understand how many of those things this guy had hidden away. It seemed this was the enemy's unique style of magic. The attacks were now moving even faster than before, cutting through the air with sharper force. But Kim Seon-woo had already braced himself for that increase in speed as well. A blast of fire erupted toward him next, roaring through the space between them, but he slipped away from that attack too. For the first stretch of the fight, his plan looked painfully simple. Keep dodging, keep surviving, and drain away the enemy's momentum little by little. The redhead was clearly getting irritated by that strategy, but then Kim Seon-woo noticed something even worse. He suddenly realized he had less than 2 minutes left before the effect wore off, and that fact was so absurd it almost made him want to laugh. They had barely even begun trading blows, and already the boost was about to run out. At this point, it honestly felt like a complete scam. That meant Kim Seon-woo had no choice but to do something unbelievably reckless before his extra power disappeared. He had to end the fight here and now. Without wasting another second, he activated the powerful effect of Great Nature's Heart. For 1 full minute, his mana recovery speed would climb by 1000%, and from that moment on, things were about to become seriously nasty. The red-haired man immediately sensed something strange spreading through the air. The atmosphere around Kim Seon-woo shifted in an instant, and the moment he noticed that change, his eyes widened sharply. All of a sudden, the hunter standing in front of him was no longer giving off the same weak presence from earlier. A much stronger aura surged from Kim Seon-woo's body, heavy and sharp enough to feel completely different from before. Now it was finally time for Kim Seon-woo to farm aura at full power. He pushed that sudden boost as hard as he possibly could, letting the rising mana flood through him without holding back. He lowered his body close to the ground, like a frog compressing every bit of strength before one explosive leap. Then, in the next instant, he shot forward, charging toward his opponent with the speed of a bullet train. The furious redhead responded by preparing his special magic, summoning what looked like an entire banquet of deadly spikes around him. He growled as he aimed them at the madman sprinting straight toward him without the slightest hesitation. This was dangerous, and anyone watching could feel how thin the line had become. One wrong step, one mistimed movement, and the fight could turn fatal in an instant. The monster understood that he had to stop Kim Seon-woo's charge no matter what. Common sense said dodging would probably reduce the damage and help him avoid taking the attack head-on, but fear was already forcing him to hold his ground. And that fear was completely justified, because Kim Seon-woo was weaving through those fire spikes like they were nothing more than a casual maze placed in front of him for practice. He slipped through the gaps, closing in with terrifying control. The enemy let out a horrified grunt as he watched Kim Seon-woo close the distance step by step. No matter how many attacks he threw out, the boy kept getting closer, moving in with frightening speed. The monster grabbed one of his spikes as if he meant to turn it into a weapon, then slashed it out in front of him to stop Kim Seon-woo from coming any nearer. But Kim Seon-woo did not hesitate for even a second. Instead, he gathered mana into his palm, compressing it into a bright blue sphere. The glowing ball looked suspiciously like a special attack borrowed from another franchise with a very famous blonde-haired lead. The moment the blue ball finished forming, Kim Seon-woo hurled it forward. He made sure not to step too close to Mr. Red and Nasty, choosing instead to launch the attack from just enough distance to stay out of immediate danger. The blue sphere slammed straight into the poor man's stomach, landing with a solid impact that forced a choked cry of pain out of him. The blow shoved the enemy backward, but even after taking that massive attack, he still stayed on his feet. That meant Kim Seon-woo absolutely could not let up now. If he gave the enemy even the smallest opening, it would be used against him instantly. So Kim Seon-woo charged up another attack and fired again at the wicked creature in front of him. At this point, his best option was obvious. Keep spamming that attack mode for as long as his power lasted. The vicious redhead managed to block the attack, but irritation twisted across his face. He growled under his breath, clearly annoyed by just how stubborn and persistent this student had turned out to be. The man cursed quietly as he raised both hands and forced the attack back. Kim Seon-woo was pouring everything he had into it as well, but even he was struggling. From this angle, aiming directly for the monster's brain was extremely difficult. Then, right in the middle of that pressure, a sudden idea flashed through Kim Seon-woo's mind behind his glasses. Without warning, he stopped relying on long-range attacks and rushed straight into close combat. He stepped directly toward the man who was actively trying to murder him, closing the gap in a move so reckless it almost looked insane. Naturally, The redhead was stunned by that sudden charge, and before he could fully react, his shock grew even worse as a brutally unforgiving fist smashed straight into his jaw. At this distance, Kim Seon-woo could finally aim for the brain properly. The monster growled at him to stop, as if Kim Seon-woo would actually slow down now, when hesitating for even one moment could mean certain death. This had to be the finish. Kim Seon-woo grabbed the monster by the neck, his fingers tightening around it as he tried to crush down with enough force to end its life for good. But for some reason he could not understand, the neck beneath his hand simply refused to break. It made no sense. He had boosted his mana recovery speed by 500% for only 10 minutes, and now, of all possible moments, that cursed mana exhaustion decided to kick in for the next 30 minutes. The timing could not have been worse for Kim Seon-woo. For reasons he still could not fully grasp, he failed to kill the man, and with his power slipping away, he had no choice but to pull himself back. Of course, the monster immediately seized the opening that had been handed to him. Its wounds began closing as it healed itself, and then another spike formed within reach. The creature turned it slowly, a vicious light burning in its eyes as it prepared to strike again. With almost gleeful cruelty, the monster raised the spike high above him. It was clear from that motion alone that he intended to bring it down and end Kim Seon-woo's life right there. But before the strike could fall, a massive slash tore through the air. Blue light descended in a clean, terrifying arc, slicing through the monster's body and splitting it neatly in two. Behind the fallen beast's corpse stood a familiar, tough-looking man with an overwhelming presence. Kim Seon-woo stared at him in pure awe, realizing that the situation had changed in an instant. At last, someone truly powerful had arrived on the battlefield. It was Jang Soo-ji, the S-rank mage known as the Sword of the Hansung family. It seemed the small favor Kim Seon-woo had asked from Han Se-young had finally reached the right person. Now that the huge, nasty beast had been cut down, Kim Seon-woo was left standing there with the rescuer who had arrived just in time, almost like a knight appearing at the last possible second to save him. Of course, this knight was not wearing shining armor. He was an old man from the very family Kim Seon-woo happened to be exploiting at the moment. Still, the sword demon Jang Soo-ji had appeared right when he was needed most. In the original story, he was one of the strongest fighters around, the kind of man who had once cut down Baek Kong, someone capable of trading blows with A ranks in a single strike. Honestly, it was admirable behavior at its absolute peak. The old man was clearly furious that a mere man had dared to lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Hansung family. That was not exactly what had happened, but Kim Seon-woo was definitely grateful that Han Se-young had told the story that way. If that little lie made her guard rush over faster, then he had absolutely no reason to complain. Then the lady of the hour finally appeared, running over in a hurry to check whether her dear Kim Seon-woo was all right. The sweet, doting rich girl rushed straight up to him, anxiously looking him over from head to toe for injuries. Kim Seon-woo only laughed and reassured her that he was not hurt too badly, and that he did not even need help standing. In the end, he had handled things fairly well, mostly by buying just enough time for the real heavy hitters to arrive with backup. Han Se-young was more than happy to help Kim Seon-woo bring down his enemies, especially because she believed her own life had been on the line as well. Sure, that big red monster had actually come after Kim Seon-woo today, but now, at the very least, the guy would not be causing any more trouble in the future. In a way, they had still managed to kill two birds with one stone. From Han Se-young's point of view, she had made the most sensible choice available. If a dangerous battle was about to break out, then naturally, she would bring the strongest person she knew as backup. And because she had made that decision, the B-rank villain Baek Kong was now dead. That alone was a clear deviation from the original flow of the story, causing the causality rate to rise by another 0.6 points. Thankfully, Han Se-young's trust in Kim Seon-woo had not been damaged, so that part worked out nicely, and he even received a 1,000-point reward. For defeating a villain, the prize felt a little underwhelming, but considering how cleanly the situation ended, Kim Seon-woo was still satisfied. The old man holding the large sword then asked whether they should report everything that had happened to the chairman. But this was not exactly the kind of warm and affectionate family where everyone could simply gather around, speak honestly, and share the whole truth without consequences. Of course, being attacked by a monster was not some small incident they could casually brush aside. Even so, Kim Seon-woo immediately advised them not to report it, his tone making it clear that staying quiet was the smarter move. After all, Han Se-young's older brother was connected to the monsters. If he caught even the slightest hint that his little sister was getting close to the truth, he could start moving in dangerous ways. The moment he suspected she was snooping around behind his back, the entire situation would become much harder to control, so keeping this buried was the safer choice for now. If word got out that someone from Hansung Group had been attacked by a monster, it would cause a massive uproar that nobody wanted to deal with. On top of that, Kim Seon-woo had no desire to make this deviation from the original story any larger than it already was. Things had changed enough for one day, and he wanted to keep these extra problems contained as much as possible. Han Se-young stayed quiet for a moment, thinking over what he had said. Then her expression slowly settled, as if she had realized that his reasoning made far more sense than she wanted to admit. If the incident leaked to the outside world, it would drag in an endless pile of annoying trouble. Besides, Han Se-young also needed to remain under the radar so she could quietly make her own plans. So she told him firmly that everything that happened here would stay between them. It would also be best if Uncle Suji kept his mouth shut about the matter. The older man understood the situation immediately and promised he would say nothing. At his age, he had no interest in spreading gossip anyway, especially when silence was clearly the wiser option. 3 days later, Kim Seon-woo was back in his room, relaxing comfortably as he passed the time. With his body settled in place and his phone in hand, he scrolled across the screen as if nothing especially dangerous had happened recently. As thanks for saving her during the Baek Kong incident. Though, honestly, she had ended up saving him as well. Han Se-young offered to find him any information he needed. It was her way of repaying the favor, even if the situation between them had been more complicated than that. The information Kim Seon-woo asked her for was the exact timing of when the sacred herb potions would be released commercially. For this moment, he had gone all in, pouring everything he had into Hansung Pharma stock. Now he watched his phone like a hawk, waiting for the perfect moment to cash out. The clock crept from 8:50 toward 9, and the instant the market opened, Kim Seon-woo jumped in like this opportunity had been made for him. The stock price shot upward, and he burst into cheers. This was his chance to rise in life, because before regression, even a lifetime of dungeon runs would not have been enough for him to buy a house. Back then, Kim Seon-woo could never have imagined that making money could feel this easy. Now he was cashing out in style, a wide grin spreading across his face as he practically giggled to himself from pure happiness. The whole thing felt almost a little bittersweet when he thought about it. After working so hard in the past just to stay away from the main story, he was now profiting directly from the very events he had once tried to avoid. Then a notification suddenly popped up on his phone, making Kim Seon-woo sit up a little straighter. To his surprise, Han Se-young had started contacting him regularly now, and this time, she was inviting him out for lunch. His interest rose almost immediately, because along with the lunch invitation, she mentioned that she had prepared a present for him. And that one word was more than enough to make him curious. They met at Café Veller, and Kim Seon-woo was a little surprised when he arrived. Han Se-young had actually gotten there even earlier than him. She was already seated by herself, calmly sipping her drink with a graceful air, looking sweet, composed, and perfectly at ease. Han Se-young looked up at him with a smile, and said it was simply a habit. As expected from a businesswoman, she always made sure to arrive on time and keep herself prepared. Hansung Pharma's stock had risen by quite a lot, and Kim Seon-woo chuckled as he admitted that he had enjoyed himself thanks to her. Han Se-young then asked how much profit he had made, wondering if it was somewhere around 500 million. Kim Seon-woo only smirked and calmly told her that he had made 3 billion in a single day. That number was impressive enough to leave her almost speechless. Still, after taking a moment to absorb it, she decided they could simply treat it as a small token of appreciation. Kim Seon-woo said it was all thanks to the director, and since he had come all the way here to meet her, he was naturally very excited to see the gift she had mentioned. Han Se-young's expression then grew a little more serious. She explained that she had uncovered the identity of the monster who had attacked them. Of course, Kim Seon-woo already knew that part, but he could not exactly admit it out loud. So he simply played along, letting her reveal the information she had found. Han Se-young told him that the man's name was Baek Kong. When he disguised himself as a human, he had been known as a notorious hitman, the kind of figure already tied to plenty of bloodshed. But during the investigation, they discovered something even more important. Someone had been dealing with Baek Kong on a regular basis, maintaining contact with him behind the scenes. And that person was none other than Han Se-young's own beloved older brother, Han Se-jin. Kim Seon-woo had already suspected that her rotten older brother was involved with the monsters. What he had not expected was that the big red one, Baek Kong, would turn out to be connected to him as well. Even so, Kim Seon-woo was not especially surprised by the situation. It was definitely interesting, but he could not help wondering how this information was supposed to benefit him. Han Se-young noticed that calculating look on his face and smirked, clearly amused that he could still think that way even after the two of them had saved each other's lives. Either way, she said it was time to show him the real gift. This was her way of telling him that she would be relying on him from now on. With a pleased look, she placed a box in front of him, letting the mysterious package speak for itself. She had called him out today because she was about to become extremely busy for a while. Kim Seon-woo stared at the mysterious black box on the table, curiosity growing in his eyes, and asked if something had happened. Han Se-young explained that now her brother, no, that man was too despicable to even be called family anymore, so she would rather call him Han Se-jin, had been directly linked to Baek Kong. And with that connection exposed, it was obvious who had been behind the attack, wasn't it? The heiress still believed the attack had been aimed at her, because Kim Seon-woo had not revealed that Baek Kong had only used her as a convenient excuse. Han Se-young scoffed, and said she hated owing anyone a debt. In truth, Kim Seon-woo was probably the one who owed her, but by helping her uncover her brother's wicked actions, he had settled that balance in her eyes. Whether it was a favor or a grudge, Han Se-young was the kind of person who preferred to settle everything quickly. She did not like leaving debts unpaid, no matter what form they took. With that, Han Se-young rose from her seat and left, leaving Kim Seon-woo alone at the table with the storage item and the mysterious box sitting quietly in front of him. Han Se-young's belief that Han Se-jin had been the one behind Baek Kong was still technically a misunderstanding. However, the fact that her brother was a villain had not changed at all. That man was dangerous, rotten, and evil, and it would probably be better to deal with him as soon as possible. Sooner or later, Han Se-jin would end up standing in Han Se-young's way as well. If that was the case, then using Han Se-young to bring down Han Se-jin did not sound like a bad plan at all. Just then, Han Se-young stopped before leaving completely and called out to Kim Seon-woo one last time. She smiled and said she hoped the gift suited him. That simple comment only made Kim Seon-woo even more curious about what was hidden inside the mysterious package. After all, she had put real effort into choosing that gift herself, which meant it was not something she had picked carelessly. Kim Seon-woo smiled back at her and thanked her, genuinely appreciating that she had gone out of her way to prepare something for him. Then he carefully opened the box and found a silver band resting neatly inside. It was a mana alloy bracelet, a sturdy accessory infused with mana and boasting an impressive SS rank durability rating. How generous of the rich heiress to buy him something this expensive. Honestly, it almost felt like flirting. Kim Seon-woo beamed with delight as he admired the incredible gift, happily enjoying one win after another. Then, all of a sudden, another notification appeared before him. Kim Seon-woo looked up in surprise and saw that Ha Ryong had become curious about him. He had just gained 1,500 points from that change, and there was absolutely no way that could be a good sign. Inside his office, the big boss of the monsters sat quietly with a file in his hands. Ha Ryong studied every piece of information he could find about this strange masked rich man, his attention fixed on the details laid out before him. Someone entered the room, lowered his head respectfully, and greeted him as Lord Ha Ryong. Ha Ryong said it had been almost 10 years since he had known Qianhai, then asked if the man had come to discuss matters involving the 10 Demon Council. That was indeed part of the reason, but there was another matter the council wanted to address as well. Before getting into that, the man said there was something he wanted to ask first. With his head still lowered, he said Ha Ryong had surely already heard the news. His close friends, Zhang Han and Baek Kong, had both been killed only a few days ago. And strangely enough, both incidents could be traced back to an encounter with a human mage who had somehow gotten involved in each case. According to Baek Kong, before he died, that same man had visited the arena not long ago. Then the bowed man asked his king, Lord Ha Ryong, whether he had ever heard of a hunter named Kim Seon-woo. And that was exactly what made the moment so interesting, because Kim Seon-woo happened to be the very person Ha Ryong was already investigating. Of course, the Dark Lord already knew exactly who Kim Seon-woo was. In fact, he had been looking into him even before this conversation ever began. What made the situation more interesting was that other people were now starting to focus on the same target as well. Still, that was not exactly shocking. Kim Seon-woo had been moving far too actively lately, leaving traces everywhere he went. And on top of all that, he was the only VIP who had placed a bet on Liang Long. Inside the dim office, where heavy shadows seemed to cling to the walls, Qianhai lowered his voice and finally revealed the reason he had come. He wanted Ha Ryong to hand over whatever information he had gathered about Kim Seon-woo. Qianhai's resolve was so intense that he looked ready to spill his own blood over the graves of his fallen comrades, if that was what it took. And then came the detail that made the whole situation even more troublesome. He was also a man. One after another, these important figures just kept appearing, as if the story had suddenly started dragging every dangerous person into the same place. The moment the atmosphere began to sharpen, Ha Ryong immediately called Qianhai to heel. Coming into his office and making a request was one thing, but letting that request heat up until it sounded almost like a demand was something else entirely. Qianhai needed to watch himself, because one wrong move in front of Ha Ryong could get him burned. A thick, oppressive wave of power rolled from the Dark Lord's body, pressing down like an invisible weight. The warning hit Qianhai instantly, and he understood without another word that he had to shut his mouth. If he was even thinking about touching Ha Ryong's client, then he had better be prepared to face something dark, demonic, and merciless. Somehow, Ha Ryong had already claimed Kim Seon-woo as his client, which meant Kim Seon-woo now had a strange kind of shadowy protection wrapped around him as well. Qianhai immediately bent his head low, his attitude changing in an instant. He apologized without hesitation, swore that he would never lay a hand on Kim Seon-woo, and quickly begged Ha Ryong to forgive his reckless behavior. Once that tension was settled, Ha Ryong turned the conversation back toward business. He told the trembling man to stop wasting time and deliver the message from the 10 Demon Council. At that moment, that was the only thing he actually cared to hear. Qianhai was still sweating under the pressure, but he forced his voice to stay steady. According to him, a prophecy had descended from the holy relic known as the Prophet's Altar. And with that one sentence, the entire situation suddenly took a far more ominous turn. The prophecy said that in the year the child destined to destroy the Manes turned 18 and awakened, the king of the Manes would meet his death at that child's hand. It was a grim message, heavy with disaster, the kind of prophecy that could only drag chaos in behind it. Haoyang narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing that the king must have started stirring up trouble again to draw out such an ominous prophecy. Since the message centered on the child of prophecy, he pressed Qianhai for more details. Had the prophet's altar revealed anything else? The answer was short, but it was enough to shake the direction of everything. The place where this 18-year-old child of prophecy was currently staying was none other than the Magic Academy. After so many days tangled up in side incidents, strange detours, and unexpected trouble, the story finally swung back toward the school. That was where the supposed real protagonist was staying, though by now, whether he could still be called the protagonist was starting to feel a little questionable. Kim Xianwu stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the object in front of him as he studied every small detail with careful attention. For the moment, Kim Xianwu was admiring the beautiful bracelet Han Se-young had given him. As Kim Xianwu, he had already caused more than enough chaos recently, so now it was time to lower his profile and avoid drawing any more awkward attention to himself. Haoyang had already started showing curiosity toward him, and that alone was a very bad sign. The extra points he gained were nice, of course, but he absolutely did not want a major villain locking eyes on him right now. It was still far too early to get tangled up with Haoyang. If Kim Xianwu moved carelessly, he could be swallowed whole before he even realized what was happening. Besides, there was something far more important that Kim Xianwu needed to focus on right now. This was the kind of matter that had to take priority over every other distraction in front of him. Kim Xianwu reached forward, picked up the scroll lying before him, and carefully opened it. The moment it unfurled, a faint magical glow shimmered across the surface, revealing the power sealed inside. It was a magic-imbued book containing a spell shield. Once activated, it could deploy a barrier strong enough to block a single spell, but the effect would only stay active for 12 hours. Kim Xianwu was doing everything he could to study properly and prepare himself in advance. The midterms were approaching fast, and there was not much time left before the real pressure began. These exams were not ordinary school tests where students simply sat at desks and filled out answers. They were the kind of event where students had to prove their abilities in front of all kinds of powerful and influential people. In the original story, this was a major event tied directly to Li Xiujin's future path. But this time, the midterms carried even more weight because of one very specific factor. That factor was the child of prophecy, an almighty existence foretold in ancient records, a future ally of Li Xiujin, and the one born with the terrifying power to destroy the Manes. To drag out the child of prophecy before the awakening was complete, the Manes would suddenly appear at the school and infiltrate the academy at 4 o'clock in the evening. Using their dark powers, they would try to pressure the academy into handing over the child they were searching for. But their plan would not last for long, because Li Xiujin would step in and wipe them out before they could get away with their nonsense. At least, that was how the incident had unfolded in the original version of the story. The raid itself was not especially large in scale, but it was packed with important hints and future clues. This time, Kim Xianwu had to watch not only Li Xiujin, but also the child of prophecy. No matter what happened during the attack, he had to make sure neither of them got hurt. That day at school, the teacher called for the students' attention and brought the classroom to order. Along with the schedule for next week's midterms, there was one more announcement everyone needed to hear. The students were already being crushed by the thought of midterms, so the idea of yet another announcement made them wonder if they could even survive academy life anymore. One girl looked so drained by it all that the only kind of news she wanted to hear was something romantic. Unfortunately for them, there was no escaping the academy's brutal routine. In this place, training meant live combat, and live combat was simply treated as another form of training. To help everyone prepare for the midterms, the second-year students would be spending the next several days taking part in free sparring classes. The moment that announcement landed, the entire class looked stunned. Free sparring was definitely an interesting idea, especially when everyone was already tense and restless because of the upcoming exams. If a student could not find a partner that day, they were allowed to watch the others or practice alone instead. Once that was explained, the teacher dismissed the group and let everyone move freely. The announcement had barely ended before Yuera suddenly flared up with holy flames, her whole body burning with competitive energy. That girl was completely obsessed with Li Xiujin, and the hero already looked tired just from having to deal with her. Kim Xianwu had already guessed that Li Xiujin and Yuera would end up paired together, just like they had in the original novel. And since Yuera was already charging straight toward him, it seemed that part of the story was going to play out exactly as expected. Even so, Kim Xianwu still found it hard to believe that not a single person in the entire class wanted to partner with him. He had worked so hard during the last test to improve his terrible reputation, and yet the other students were still moving in every direction except toward him. Being ignored that blatantly was honestly painful to watch. Then again, considering how most people saw him, it was not exactly shocking that he was being abandoned. No matter how strong he was in theory, and no matter how impressive his barrier-breaking skills had been, nobody wanted to team up with the student who ranked dead last in almost every other area. But in the end, that did not really matter. The person who would become his sparring partner had already been decided in his mind. Kim Seon-woo already had his eyes on the person he wanted to fight beside. She was a timid girl standing quietly on her own, saying nothing while no one else chose her either. Meanwhile, it did not take long for Yu-era to get the fiery match she wanted. She charged into battle with flames bursting everywhere, blasting, crashing, and forcing her way forward as she tried to take down the #1 fighter in the class with everything she had. Lee Seojin barely managed to dodge her wildfire attacks, shifting out of the way just in time. Even then, he let out a strained groan, as if simply avoiding the blast at the last possible second had nearly killed him. Of course, Yu-era was nowhere near finished. Burning with madness and ambition, she shouted at Lee Seojin and asked if that was all he had. With skills like his, she declared that she would be taking the top spot in the academy from now on. She wanted that #1 position so badly that she was throwing every bit of her strength into stealing it. Even with such a fierce opponent pressing him, the kind-hearted hero stood his ground. Facing her head-on, Lee Seojin calmly warned her not to get ahead of herself. Then, with a confident smile spreading across his face, Lee Seojin drew his sword. He was ready to meet her challenge directly and cut her down with everything he had. He had not even finished warming up yet, but he still swung his weapon toward her without hesitation. Sword and flame crashed together as the two of them fought with frightening intensity. And while those two monsters were clashing with blades and firepower, Kim Seon-woo had somehow ended up paired with a gentle, quiet girl. For some reason, the girl looked around in silence, her eyes drifting across the area as if she were calmly admiring the peaceful surroundings around her. But it was not the scenery that had caught her attention. Through the window, she could see Lee Seojin and Yu-era practically trying to tear each other apart. Both of them were completely absorbed in their intense fight, which made sense, since they ranked first and second in the entire school. The girl turned away from the window and quietly raised her hands. Small shards of ice began forming in her palms, glittering coldly as she gathered her power. She could not afford to keep watching them right now. What mattered was making her own small power grow, one step at a time. The more she compared herself to geniuses, the smaller she would feel. So what if she had not reached their level yet? As long as she kept moving forward, catching up was only a matter of time. Yoon Hae-young had not even been considered as a sparring partner by most of the class. Everyone overlooked her because she was ranked 82nd, a painfully low position in the class hierarchy. Her theoretical knowledge was solid, and on paper, she understood the concepts well. But when it came to actually putting that knowledge into practice, her ability was still weak, leaving her far behind the stronger students around her. Yoon Hae-young acted as if the words drifting in from nearby had not reached her at all, keeping her face as calm as she could. But no matter how hard she tried to pretend, the sting still showed in the smallest cracks of her expression. She already understood better than anyone that she was not especially powerful, yet hearing her own classmates brush her aside so easily still pierced deeper than she wanted to admit. For someone with such a sharp mind, it was painfully unfair that her actual talent in combat refused to keep pace. And the person who felt that humiliation most clearly was Yoon Hae-young herself, the very girl her classmates had already written off as not good enough. She was gentle, sincere, and always willing to work hard. But inside an academy like this, kindness did not stop people from looking down on you. She pressed her teeth into her lower lip, forcing the ache in her chest back down as she turned that frustration into a desperate need to improve. Tears would not make her stronger, and collapsing under the pressure would not change the way anyone saw her. If Yoon Hae-young truly wanted to climb higher than the place she was standing now, then there was only one path left for her. She had to block out the whispers, swallow the hurt, and pour every last bit of herself into becoming stronger than before. Yoon Hae-young raised her hand toward the target in front of her and released a volley of ice shards. But the frozen fragments that shot out were still too small, too thin, and too fragile, barely carrying enough weight or force to leave behind any meaningful damage. By the time the attack faded, the target was still standing there almost completely unharmed, as if her effort had barely touched it. For someone struggling so hard to prove her worth, that result landed like another painful reminder of how far behind she still was. Yoon Hae-young finally could not hold herself together any longer and let out a raw scream of frustration. At that point, it would have been strange if she had not snapped at least a little. No matter how much time and effort she poured into training, she simply could not understand why nothing ever came out the way she wanted. That was the moment Kim Seon-woo stepped in and offered his own brutally direct version of advice. He did not bother wrapping his words in anything soft, and instead pointed out plainly that the ice she was forming was far too weak and flimsy. Yoon Hae-young turned her head in surprise when she realized the one speaking to her was none other than Kim Seon-woo, the boy everyone knew as the dead last student in class. And strangely enough, that was not the only thing about his sudden comment that caught her completely off guard. Kim Seon-woo kept going without the slightest hesitation. He told her that the ice itself was not cold enough, and on top of that, her aim was so poor that it made the whole attack look unstable from the very beginning. When all those flaws were put together, they pointed to one simple problem. Her basics were still too shaky, and because of that weak foundation, every technique she tried to use ended up falling apart before it could show its real strength. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was not throwing those words at her just to laugh or mock her. In his own rough and awkward way, he was trying to take responsibility for the situation that had changed because of him. Originally, during the dungeon expedition, Lee Seo-jin's advice should have been the turning point that pushed Yoon Hae-young forward. By this stage, she was supposed to have improved enough to climb all the way up to 6th place among the second-year students. But because Kim Seon-woo had stepped in and disturbed the original flow of events, that opportunity had slipped away from her completely. The growth she should have experienced never properly began, and her progress had stalled before she could reach the level she was meant to achieve. Yoon Hae-young might have been lacking at the moment, but if she stayed near Kim Seon-woo, he had already decided he would at least help her reach a point where she could stand on her own in battle. The problem, of course, was that advice like that sounded ridiculous coming from the student ranked dead last. Even if the whole situation looked awkward from the outside, Kim Seon-woo had made up his mind that he would help her grow. Yoon Hae-young dropped her gaze for a brief moment, her expression tightening. Then she snapped back at him, sharply saying that of course she already knew all of that. Because Kim Seon-woo's reputation was already so terrible, Yoon Hae-young naturally assumed he was only trying to crush someone else's confidence so he could make them follow his lead. She had completely misunderstood his intention, and that misunderstanding made her anger flare up even faster. But honestly, it was hard to blame her when the person giving the advice was famous as the worst student in the class. If only she knew what he was truly capable of right now. Kim Seon-woo simply shrugged his shoulders and let out a light laugh at her assumption. Then again, there was another possibility too. Maybe she was getting this angry because, deep down, she knew she could not actually deny anything he had just said. Yoon Hae-young glared at him with a sharp, burning look, and the expression on her face made it obvious that his words had hit closer to the truth than she wanted. There was no real need for her to explode over it, but the heat in her eyes kept rising anyway. Still simmering with anger, Yoon Hae-young turned away from him and began to walk off. She held her posture high and proud, almost haughty, as if she absolutely refused to let Kim Seon-woo see just how much his words had actually shaken her. Back inside the dungeon, Yoon Hae-young had honestly believed Kim Seon-woo was a fairly decent person. But after hearing him speak like this now, she began to question whether she had completely misread him from the start. Kim Seon-woo watched the way she reacted, and for the first time, a faint worry crossed his mind. Maybe he had pushed the provocation a little too far. No matter how stubborn she acted, she was still just a high school girl carrying her own insecurities. He was just about to apologize for going overboard when Yoon Hae-young suddenly growled that they should settle this through a match. She wanted to see with her own eyes just how impressive this so-called dead last student really was. She would probably regret throwing out that challenge so confidently, but honestly, getting knocked around a little might be exactly the kind of lesson she needed. The moment Kim Seon-woo heard that, his face lit up with obvious excitement. To him, this meant she had finally taken the bait, and now that she was willing to fight him directly, he could begin teaching her the kind of practical skills that would actually help her improve. Yoon Hae-young had already made up her mind about the match, and there was no chance she was going to let his disrespect pass quietly. Her anger seemed to gather around her like a freezing storm, and a cold, icy power began to rise from her body. So before anything else, the two of them would settle things with a match. Yoon Hae-young was fired up in the coldest way imaginable, determined to find out how someone ranked dead last in the entire school could actually fight. And the so-called dead last student looked absolutely delighted by the whole thing. Kim Seon-woo did not seem nervous in the slightest. If anything, he looked thrilled, as if he was more than ready to throw himself straight into this reckless little battle. The instant he accepted, Yoon Hae-young launched her opening attack without hesitation. I shot forward with a sharp, piercing force, flying at him so aggressively that it almost felt like she was aiming to kill. That first strike carried a startling amount of killing intent, making it clear that she had no intention of treating this like a harmless spar. Immediately after, more ice projectiles tore through the air one after another, each frozen shard rushing straight toward Kim Seon-woo with dangerous speed. Now Kim Seon-woo had to take the fight a little more seriously, because Yoon Hae-young had clearly thrown away any timid hesitation she had been showing before. That suited him perfectly, because he was more than ready to push this battle into a higher gear. He drove his heel hard against the ground and launched himself forward. His body slipped past the incoming projectiles with sharp, desperate movements, like someone fighting to survive in a brutal life-or-death game. The moment Yoon Hae-young became serious, the density of the ice she created changed in a way that was impossible for Kim Seon-woo to miss. He noticed the difference immediately, and that sudden improvement made the fight far more interesting than before. Her technique was not bad at all. In fact, Kim Seon-woo found himself genuinely impressed by the pressure and intensity behind her attacks. With that kind of drive, someone like Yoon Hae-young could grow quickly once she found the right direction. The only real issue was that her attack pattern was still far too simple. She needed to try something different, because ice attribute manifestation mages were supposed to be most dangerous when they used versatility and utility to control the battlefield. Yoon Hae-young clenched her teeth as his words landed like yet another insult. Anger flashed across her face, and she growled back at him, asking if he was truly ready to see a different kind of pattern. The moment those words left her mouth, Yoon Hae-young lifted her hand, and a massive ice spear suddenly formed above her. It was honestly impressive enough to steal the breath from the scene. She had no reason to keep wasting time on tiny ice projectiles when she could summon something like this, because the frozen spear towering overhead was at least 5 times taller than she was. Kim Seon-woo stopped where he was for a brief moment, clearly taken in by the enormous size of the weapon. Creating something that large was definitely impressive, but the real question was whether Yoon Hae-young could control it properly and turn that size into an actual threat. With a violent burst of power, Yoon Hae-young sent that deadly weapon flying straight toward the student everyone believed was dead last in the entire school. The attack looked almost like an attempt to murder him. Kim Seon-woo's eyes sharpened in alarm as the gigantic ice spear came tearing toward him at a frightening speed. Kim Seon-woo immediately kicked himself upward, dodging into the air at the last possible moment. The ice spear ripped past beneath him and exploded, sending out a freezing wave that spread across the area and covered nearly everything in ice. Even Yoon Hae-young herself froze in shock at what had just happened. That technique was something she had been trying to develop on her own for a long time, but until now, she had never once managed to make it succeed. After so many failed attempts, it was almost unbelievable that it had finally worked here, right in the middle of this fight. The explosion of ice had been so dangerous that even Kim Seon-woo was forced to throw himself into the air just to escape it safely. If he had reacted even a little slower, the blast would have swallowed him completely. He landed lightly on top of the huge ice pillar that had risen from the aftermath of the blast. From that frozen height, he looked down at Yoon Hae-young, who stood below staring up at him with wide eyes full of awe. Some people needed the right kind of pressure before their abilities could truly come out. Judging by what had just happened, provoking Yoon Hae-young had been the right choice, because she was already improving faster than expected. Standing above her on the ice, Kim Seon-woo allowed a small smile to settle on his face. It was a quiet, satisfied expression, showing that he was genuinely pleased by the growth she had just displayed. Yoon Hae-young, however, seemed to take that smile as another insult aimed directly at her pride. But even that was fine, because this kind of provocation appeared to be surprisingly effective for pulling out her potential and sharpening her fighting spirit. She snapped at him, demanding to know how he planned to win if all he did was run away. Then, still burning with anger, she rushed toward him and shouted that if he truly wanted to be her partner, he should stop dodging and show her what he could actually do. The battle kept moving without slowing down, and Kim Seon-woo suddenly stomped his foot hard against the ice beneath him. An inexperienced manifestation mage like Yoon Hae-young carried a weakness that most mages of her type shared, and he had already seen through it. With a sharp burst of speed, Kim Seon-woo shot forward and closed the distance between them in only a few seconds. Yoon Hae-young gasped, her eyes widening as she realized he had reached her far faster than she expected. A faint smirk crossed Kim Seon-woo's face, because once the fight shifted into close quarters, even powerful mages could often be shut down almost instantly. Still, Yoon Hae-young refused to freeze up completely. She reacted as quickly as she could, lifting her hand to block the attack coming toward her. Magic power gathered in her palm and surged upward like a bubbling current, rising just in time to meet the force of Kim Seon-woo's incoming elbow. Now the real question was who would hold the advantage at such close range. Ice and magical force burst between them at once, and Yoon Hae-young was knocked clean off her feet. Since she had only just begun fighting in this more serious and aggressive style, it was no surprise that her footing collapsed so quickly under pressure she was not yet used to handling. The poor girl fell backward, her body thrown off balance as fear flashed across her widened eyes. Kim Seon-woo's attack came dangerously close to her face, and at this rate, she was about to take his magic head-on. But right before the blow could land, Kim Seon-woo's magic suddenly broke apart in midair, scattering into nothing before it ever touched her. He had clearly never planned to strike a girl in the face just to show off his strength. Instead, he stood there with a calm smile, looking at Yoon Hae-young as surprise, fear, and relief all mixed together across her face at once. By this point, Yoon Hae-young had finally begun to sense how she was supposed to handle her own magic. That was exactly what Kim Seon-woo had been aiming for with this entire spar from the very beginning. He had pushed her so she could draw out the power buried inside her, and once he saw that she had taken the first step, he smiled at his classmate and told her she had done well. Yoon Hae-young could only stare at him, completely stunned by what had just happened. She had never imagined that a student known as dead last in the class could move with that kind of strength, much less stop at the final instant and calmly acknowledge her effort afterward. The poor girl finally reached her limit, and the last bit of strength drained out of her legs. She dropped down onto her knees, breathing heavily as all the tension that had been holding her together suddenly loosened. After that intense exchange, she looked shaken, exhausted, and overwhelmed by everything she had just experienced. She had lost the match, but that defeat had also shown her something she had never properly understood about herself. The whole situation felt almost too much for her to take in at once. Even so, while still catching her breath, Yoon Hae-young let out a small, disbelieving laugh and wondered if maybe learning magic from the dead last student was not such a ridiculous idea after all. Kim Seon-woo's expression softened as he reached his hand out toward her. With a gentle smile, he told her that the answer was actually simple. She had talent inside her, but she still did not know how to draw it out in the right way. That was really all there was to it. Keeping that calm smile on his face, Kim Seon-woo offered to help her from now on, saying that instead of struggling alone, the two of them could work through it together step by step. Yoon Hae-young looked genuinely caught off guard as her eyes lowered to the hand he was offering her. For a short moment, she simply stared at it in silence, as if trying to decide whether this strange boy really might be able to teach her how to control the talent she had never managed to use properly. In the end, Yoon Hae-young slowly reached out and placed her hand in his, choosing to accept the gamble in front of her. Even if doubt still remained in her heart, she was willing to step onto this strange new path and see where it might take her. Since the fight had at least helped her make real progress, Yoon Hae-young finally allowed herself to smile. She agreed to give Kim Seon-woo a chance, but if he was going to teach her, then he had better make sure he taught her properly. After all, from this moment on, Kim Seon-woo had become her teacher, and once again, he had managed to gain something for himself as well. Yoon Hae-young's interest in him had awakened, and that interest had now reached level 1. From that point forward, their training would move into a tribute adaptation, a much more focused kind of practice designed to help Yoon Hae-young connect with her ice magic in a deeper and more natural way. Kim Seon-woo then lifted something in his hand and held it out for her to see, preparing to guide her into the next stage of training with the same calm confidence as before. All magic began with adapting to an attribute. For any mage, learning to understand the true nature of the element that suited them was one of the most important foundations for growth. To adapt to an attribute meant learning it deeply enough to feel how it moved, how it formed, and how it responded to the mage's will. That level of understanding would decide how smoothly and powerfully they could manifest their magic when the time came to fight. In other words, if that foundation remained weak, then no matter how desperately someone practiced, their real level would never rise the way it should. Effort alone could not fix a core that had not been properly built. Yoon Hae-young already understood the basic idea behind attribute training. At least, she thought she did. But she had certainly never heard of anyone practicing it in such an extreme and unreasonable way before. The poor girl now found herself standing in what looked like a huge pool of ice. Freezing cold pressed in around her from every direction, leaving her shivering, confused, and probably wondering how being trapped in all that ice was supposed to count as training. Kim Seon-woo was acting almost like some dark overlord now, calmly insisting that feeling her attribute with her entire body was the fastest and easiest way to grow. So she needed to start adapting as quickly as possible. If she took too long, the ice would melt, and dealing with that afterward would become troublesome. Later that night, somewhere deep in the darkness, suspicious movement began to stir. Strange shadows slipped through the area like dark spirits carrying out a hidden mission, drifting over fallen beings as if they were quietly draining the life from them. The black shadow eventually gathered into a faint, barely recognizable shape. Then, from within that dim form, a low voice asked whether everyone had assembled for the meeting that was about to begin. Everyone answered Cheon-hae at once. Following his order, the mains had been gathered together, especially those who had been operating near the Magic Academy. They knew the layout of the academy, the flow of movement around it, and even the weak points hidden inside the building. The date for infiltrating the academy and finding the Child of Prophecy had finally been decided. Their attack would take place next week, and the mission was now moving from planning into action. All the gathered members listened closely as their boss, Cheon-hae, explained the mission in detail. Their inside contact had told them that security often became loose during midterms, and that exact moment of weakness was when they intended to strike. The time had finally come, and the assembled mains could not hide their excitement. Still, one of them raised a concern before Lord Cheon-hae, saying they wanted to ask Lord Haoyang for additional support so they could eliminate the Child of Prophecy once and for all. Unfortunately, that request had not gone the way they wanted. Their higher boss had turned dangerously stormy the moment harming his person of interest was even mentioned. Apparently, the big boss had declared that there were matters more important than the fate of their entire race. Naturally, that answer did not satisfy the others at all, because none of them could imagine what could possibly matter more than extinction. But of course, not one of them had the courage to say that directly to the big boss. Even so, they still did not believe that 4 B-rank mains would be enough to kill the Child of Prophecy. On a battlefield with so many unknown dangers, they would be horribly outmatched from the very beginning. One of the more arrogant mains scoffed at that worry and asked if his colleague was really so scared that he needed help to kill a single brat. But this so-called brat was the child destined to bring their entire race to ruin, so treating the target lightly would be more than careless. It would be pure foolishness. Just because academy security would loosen during midterms did not mean they could walk in without facing serious danger. This was still a prestigious school, and one careless move could get them all wiped out. On the day of the midterms, scouts from every major guild would be flooding the academy grounds, watching the students closely and searching for promising talent to claim. That was not the kind of place where 4 B-class mains could simply stroll in as if they were powerful enough to handle every threat on their own. The amount of force gathered there would be far beyond anything they could ignore. The boss standing before them understood that concern and agreed that the danger was real. However, the situation would become completely different if they could seal away anyone who attempted to interfere. Cheon-hae then raised a pink, glowing magical orb in his hand. A moment later, the light inside it expanded outward, washing over the area and spreading across every main gathered before him. The gathered mains stared in awe as that overwhelming power rolled over them. It was an incredible demon Grand Barrier. The foot soldiers looked around from inside its glow with wicked excitement, and their boss told them they were free to rampage as much as they wanted. In fact, Cheon-hae himself would be joining them on this mission. For the foot soldiers, that made the order perfectly clear. No matter what happened, they had to make sure the Child of Prophecy died. Meanwhile, on campus the following evening, Kim Seon-woo was still training his newly adopted student so she could improve as quickly as possible. First, she needed to master the attribute, and after that, the form. She had to solidify the water in front of her, picture ice even when there was no actual ice present, and then carve that sensation deep into her entire body. Yoon Hae-young focused with all her concentration, carefully gathering her mana until a single snowflake appeared above her hand. It was small, delicate, and beautifully shaped, glittering softly as it hovered over her palm. Slowly, that tiny snowflake began to expand, changing shape until it transformed into a giant snow spear. The weapon looked large and intimidating, but this time, keeping it formed did not drain nearly as much of her mana as it had before. Yoon Hae-young trembled with pure joy, her face lighting up as excitement rushed through her whole body. After struggling again and again, she had finally managed to make it happen with her own hands. After so many attempts, failures, and repeated rounds of practice, Yoon Hae-young had finally created an ice spear through her own power. In only a few days of training, the difference in her growth had become impossible to miss. Honestly, Kim Seon-woo felt genuinely proud of his little student as he watched her success. Just like he had told her from the beginning, Yoon Hae-young had always possessed plenty of talent hidden inside her. Yoon Hae-young now fully trusted Kim Seon-woo, and he received a bonus of 1,500 points. With bright happiness in her voice, she called him her teacher and even declared that from now on, she would believe anything he told her. Now Kim Seon-woo had gained a devoted believer, and he let out a soft laugh at how quickly her attitude had changed. Then he asked whether the shape of the weapon felt bearable for her to handle. Yoon Hae-young looked more than ready to throw ice at any problem that dared to stand in her way. Her excitement was so strong that, for a moment, she seemed almost unstoppable. Her cheeks were flushed from effort, and her hands were slightly bruised from all the harsh training she had forced herself to endure. There was no doubt that she was enthusiastic, but the strain on her body was also painfully obvious. Even so, Kim Seon-woo wanted her to endure just a little longer. Everything he was making her go through, no matter how harsh it looked, was meant to help her become stronger in the shortest time possible. Even now, he was still adding more ice into the freezing pool where she stood. There was no denying it anymore. Kim Seon-woo might have been some kind of torture master in a previous life. Still, he was determined to push her hard enough that one day, she could stand beside Lee Seo-jin as a true ally. The poor girl was practically drowning in cold by this point, her body trapped in that icy training from every side. If they kept pushing much longer, they might seriously have to rush her straight to the hospital. Meanwhile, someone appeared to be watching all of this training quietly from a distance. It was a woman, though her identity remained hidden, making her seem like a mysterious shadow observing everything from the side. That dark figure silently watched the ice user tremble through her training. Yoon Hae-young shivered in the cold, struggling with everything she had as she fought to become better. As the mysterious woman continued to watch from afar, a troubling thought crossed her mind. At this point, she could not help wondering whether what she was seeing was still training, or whether it had turned into some new level of high school bullying. No matter how she tried to understand it, the situation still looked like that pitiful girl was being forced to stand helplessly in the middle of the ice, while her awful classmate tormented her out in the open. The bullying inside the Magic Academy seemed far too severe for her to ignore, and the young girl could not just watch in silence as it happened right before her eyes. She had to report this to the teachers immediately. But before that little tattletale could turn and drag everyone into trouble, a teacher suddenly appeared nearby with a calm smile and gently said that watching talented students grow was always a beautiful thing. The person who had appeared so suddenly was Teacher Li Hiang. Her timing was so smooth and unexpected that it almost felt as if she had been standing there from the very beginning, quietly watching everything unfold. But the young first-year student was far too alarmed to waste even a single second on that strange arrival. She immediately lifted her hand and pointed straight at those horrible second-year students, accusing them of the cruel behavior that was clearly happening right in front of her. But Teacher Li Hiang, who had enough adult experience to recognize both proper magic training and the messy process of student growth, only smiled gently and explained that this was obviously a tribute adaptation training. Besides, she already knew perfectly well about the madness taking place around the school. That answer left the young girl completely shocked. She had never imagined that something this harsh, this intense, and this close to outright bullying could actually be accepted as training. What surprised her even more was realizing that Teacher Li Hiang had apparently been watching the whole thing from the very first day. Yoon Hae-young was steadily improving her mana manifestation, and considering how little time had passed, her growth was genuinely impressive. But while the progress of the student enduring the training was remarkable, what caught the teacher's attention even more was the sharp judgment shown by the student standing beside her. Of course, the one suffering the hardest right now was the ice girl herself, pushing through the cold and forcing her body to adapt through sheer effort. But her classmate had somehow noticed his friend's real problem almost immediately, understood exactly what she needed, and then guided her in the right direction without wasting a moment. That student was Kim Seon-woo, their senior. The first-year students were genuinely startled to hear that someone they thought of as a loser could matter that much at all. Teacher Li Hiang smiled when she realized the first year already knew his name, since she had assumed Choi Seo-yeon was the kind of girl who only bothered memorizing the names of students near the top. Choi Seo-yeon's face stiffened ever so slightly, and a faint awkwardness passed over her expression. It was a little embarrassing to realize that some of the teachers had already seen through her usual habits so clearly. The girl tried to protest in a weak, uncertain voice, but Teacher Li Hiang simply added that Seon-woo was a student with very high potential, so remembering his name early was not a bad thing at all. Choi Seo-yeon was not sure how she was supposed to react to that. Sure, maybe the boy looked a little impressive right now, but he was still the same student ranked dead last in the entire school. And that fact alone was more than enough to make anyone feel uneasy. No matter how promising he looked in that moment, the title of dead last was not something people could easily ignore. On top of that, Seon-woo seemed like the type of person who only went around helping others improve. They could not help wondering when he was finally going to turn that effort toward himself, raise his own skills properly, and show everyone the results of his own hard work. Teacher Li Hiang fell silent for a moment, her gaze settling on the young girl as though she was calmly considering something. Then, with a composed expression, she said they could simply give that boy a chance to prove what he was truly capable of. Teacher Li Hiang smiled with quiet confidence and said they could all look forward to the upcoming midterm. Her tone made it sound as if she already expected something interesting to happen. Meanwhile, the person at the center of all that expectation was absolutely not looking forward to the midterms at all. For Kim Seon-woo, there was something far more urgent weighing on his mind. Inside his system shop, a special sale had suddenly appeared for a subspace pocket that could store up to 30 kilograms. The offer was only available for a limited time, and the discount would disappear in 5 days. A subspace pocket was an incredibly valuable item, so the moment Seon-woo saw it, he wanted it badly. After all, that pocket was priceless because it allowed him to summon stored items whenever and wherever he needed them. It was not just useful for ordinary convenience either. In a real fight, an item like that could completely change the way he moved, prepared, and responded to danger. It was amazing that something this useful had appeared in the special sale shop in the first place. The problem was that even with the discount, the poor brunette only had a little over 8,000 points to his name. That meant this limited edition item, even with its lowered price, was still out of reach for him. If Seon-woo wanted to buy it before the sale vanished, he somehow had to earn 11,000 points within 5 days. And for that, he needed a reliable way to gather points as quickly as possible. Seon-woo grabbed his head in frustration, squeezing at his hair as he desperately racked his brain for an answer. Then, right when he was spiraling through every possible option, a sudden thought finally struck him. Teacher Li Hiang was calling for him. And for Xian Wu, that was definitely not something he had been expecting at that moment. Meanwhile, in another place, a conversation had started around three particular names: Yu Era, Park In-won, and Kim Xian Wu. Apparently, those three students had somehow been selected for the second-year manifestation advanced class. Poor Lee Seojin had not even been considered, though to be fair, manifestation magic was not his field in the first place. Teacher Lee Hyang wanted the students to think of it as an intensive class meant for those with high potential, regardless of where they currently stood in the rankings. In other words, present rank was not the only thing she was looking at. Lee Seojin was already part of the enhancement advanced class. If Xian Wu could somehow enter this manifestation class as well, then he would gain far more chances to stay near him. And for Xian Wu, that was perfect, because nothing generated points quite as reliably as the protagonist paying attention to him. However, the blonde student in the manifestation class immediately raised an objection. He could understand why the second-ranked student and his own handsome self had been recommended, but he could not understand why the teacher would even consider dragging a failure like Kim Xian Wu into the advanced class. Xian Wu honestly did not even know where to begin with this guy. Park In-won was a second-year student, and he was ranked 5th in their year. Xian Wu was not exactly fond of him, and he could not help wondering what this guy's problem was. But Park In-won kept pressing the issue, insisting that as the 5th-ranked student, being placed together with a dead-last loser was completely unfair. The pouty blonde then turned toward the second-ranked student and demanded that she complain as well. But the girl only let out a tired sigh, as though she could not believe he was dragging her into this, and asked what exactly she was supposed to complain about. To her, it did not matter who entered the advanced class or who stood beside her during training. The only thing she needed to worry about was her own growth, her own results, and nothing beyond that. Park In-won was clearly irritated by that perfectly reasonable answer. Deep down, he cursed to himself that this was exactly why that little witch had no friends. Then the attention shifted toward Kim Xian Wu, and he was asked what he thought about Park In-won's opinion. For a moment, everyone seemed to wait for how the dead-last student would respond. Xian Wu simply gave a small smirk and said that if ranking was the problem, then the solution was obvious. All he had to do was raise his own ranking and remove the excuse entirely. Teacher Lee Hyang, of course, looked extremely satisfied with that answer from her favorite student. Then she added that before he officially joined the advanced class, he should prove his ability through the midterm. If he worked hard enough to place within the top 80 or higher, that would be enough. With that calm smile still on her face, she asked if he thought that goal was reasonable. Later, at a grand and lively ceremony, bright confetti burst high into the air and fluttered down over the crowd like a colorful rain. If everything went according to plan, Xian Wu smiled and said that a goal like that was absolutely achievable. Yoon Hae-young stood happily beside him with a bright expression, eagerly agreeing to follow his lead without hesitation. The second-year midterm was arranged as a cooperative battle. In other words, students had to form pairs and fight together against a summoned green giant in front of everyone. If they could strike the weak point hidden somewhere inside the creature's body, they would be able to bring the beast down instantly. Finding and hitting that spot was the key to ending the match quickly. However, those weak points were never simple to deal with. Each one appeared in a different troublesome location, making them extremely difficult to spot at a glance. One could be hidden near the ankle, while another might sit right on the head. Because of that, most students earned decent grades simply by surviving the monster's attacks until the end. But truly talented students were different. Geniuses could charge forward and unleash blazing fire straight from their hands, forcing the entire arena to pay attention. Naturally, the team drawing everyone's eyes was the endlessly tenacious Yu Era and the story's hero, Lee Seojin. While Yu Era kept the monster busy with powerful long-range attacks, Lee Seojin dove into the chaos at close range. He slipped through the opening she created and sliced into the creature with clean, decisive movements. Those two basically already had the cheat code for excellence. They had no reason to rely on the weaker strategy of carefully searching for hidden weak points when they could simply overwhelm the huge, terrifying creatures head-on and cut them down through raw strength and coordination. The scouts in the crowd could barely contain their excitement. They cheered loudly for Lee Seojin, shouting with joy as they watched how smoothly he moved. At such a young age, he already had incredible synergy with his partner, and Yu Era's firepower was so overwhelming that it left the audience stunned. The two of them were clearly the stars of the moment, shining in front of everyone without any doubt. And once those geniuses had finished their turn, it was finally time for the two so-called losers to step forward. Now it was Kim Xian Wu and Yoon Hae-young's turn to aim for the top ranks. Both of them stepped forward with fierce energy, fully fired up and ready to prove that they were not the weaklings everyone believed them to be. The moment the match began, Xian Wu rushed straight ahead without hesitation. As he charged toward the enemy, he called for Yoon Hae-young to open a path for him. Yoon Hae-young responded immediately. She channeled her ice attribute down into the floor, and the crowd watched in amazement as frost rapidly spread beneath their feet like a shining blue road. Her beautiful magic flowed across the ground in layered shades of blue, glittering as it stretched forward. Wu used that slick path as a boost, pushing himself faster across the arena and closing the distance between himself and the massive, ugly ogre waiting in the ring. Meanwhile, the unimpressive talent scouts were already laughing among themselves. They recognized Wu right away as the idiot who had humiliated himself during the public ranking test. Some even guessed that a kid like him must have bribed his way into this position, while others laughed and wondered whether he would run out of mana all over again. But all that mockery was actually working perfectly in Wu's favor. A message informed him that 254 people were feeling anticipation toward him, and as a reward, he would receive 1,000 points. Wu smirked, because he knew exactly what kind of anticipation filled the crowd. They were waiting for him to embarrass himself again. Unfortunately for them, this so-called clown had already done the research and training needed to overcome the mistake he made last time. He had no intention of becoming entertainment for their laughter again, not in this midterm and not in front of this crowd. At that moment, Outsider's benefit began to activate. Wu's senses sharpened in an instant, cutting through the noise of the arena as he quickly detected the location of the ogre's weak point. This time, it was hidden right in the creature's chest. Wu had come ready for exactly this kind of situation. Even his shoes were chosen for the slick, frozen ground beneath him. His feet slid cleanly over the ice as he pushed forward, moving almost like he was skating, his eyes locked ahead with a sharp, focused stare. This time, no matter what happened, he refused to let anyone turn him into a joke again. Without slowing down, he thrust one hand toward the beast standing in his path and released his magic straight at it. The blast struck hard, tearing into the monster's body, and in the next instant, blood burst from the wound and spilled across its thick flesh. The gem marking the ogre's vulnerable point cracked apart instantly, shattering before anyone in the arena could even process what had happened. The second ogre saw its companion collapse and let out a furious roar, the sound shaking through the air like a mix of rage, grief, and wild loyalty. The remaining ogre wasted no time. Its massive body lunged forward, heavy feet pounding against the arena floor as it charged straight toward the brunette with terrifying force. But Wu was already setting his stance, preparing himself to bring down the second monster too. He was so absorbed in proving wrong every person who had laughed at him that a laugh slipped out before he could stop it. For the first time in the match, Wu felt it clearly. This fight might actually end far more easily than he had ever expected. The ogre lifted its enormous fist high above its head, ready to crush him with one brutal strike. But just as the attack was about to come down, Wu's eyes widened, because something else had suddenly entered his line of sight. There, seated up in the stands, was a face he knew far too well. It was Qinhai. The instant Wu recognized him, his heart sank, because he understood right away that another troublesome character had just appeared in the middle of the story. Wu had been moments away from blasting the second monster directly through its weak point. But the second he noticed Qinhai watching from the audience, he shifted his aim on purpose. Instead of delivering the perfect finishing shot, he deliberately missed the gem and struck only the ogre's shoulder. Naturally, a sloppy hit to the shoulder was nowhere near enough to stop a monster that large from charging. But for Wu, looking clumsy was much safer than attracting the attention of yet another main character. Around the arena, disappointed voices immediately broke out, with spectators groaning that he had failed to land a proper hit. Even then, considering he was known as the student ranked dead last, landing a clean graze on the ogre's shoulder was still more impressive than most people wanted to admit. Meanwhile, Wu was anything but calm on the inside. His thoughts were racing, because he could not understand why the leader behind the upcoming attack was already inside the academy. In the original flow of events, this main character's infiltration into the school was supposed to happen at 4 in the afternoon, after the exams were already finished. Yet now, somehow, Wu was staring at their boss sitting casually among the audience, blending in like a perfectly ordinary visitor. Kim Wu barely had time to keep spiraling before Yoon Hae-young's sharp voice cut through the chaos. She called out to him in warning, forcing him to snap his attention back toward the fight. The brunette jerked out of his thoughts and looked ahead, only to realize the ogre had already closed the distance. Its huge body was almost right on top of him, leaving barely any room to react. Luckily, Wu twisted away at the last possible second, narrowly avoiding that furious, massive fist. But the ogre's blow still smashed into the ice beneath his feet, cracking the frozen ground apart and sending his body flying backward from the shock. Even so, Yoon Hae-young had not trained all this time for nothing, and that sudden opening gave her the perfect chance to prove what she could really do. With excitement shining across her face, Yoon Hae-young unleashed her ice magic. Dozens of sharp ice spears came raining down toward the ogre, stabbing into the ground around its body as frost spread outward, freezing the area and slowing the monster's movements. She shouted for her senior to get back up and pull himself together. If they truly wanted to climb into the advanced class, then they could not afford to fall apart here. They had to win this match no matter what. Yoon Hae-young rushed over to Seon Woo and helped him back onto his feet while he groaned weakly from the impact. Across from them, the huge leathery beast threw its head back and released a booming roar that echoed through the arena. That arrogant roar seemed to be the final thing Seon Woo needed to wake up completely. He could put up with a lot, but watching that creature celebrate as if victory already belonged to it felt far too insulting for him to ignore. With one sharp motion of his hand, blue magic erupted from Seon Woo's palm and shot straight into the ogre's body. The force tore through the massive creature with frightening precision, cutting deep enough for him to slice the beast cleanly in two. At the exact moment when he should have been hiding his strength, Seon Woo accidentally let a glimpse of his terrifying destructive power slip out in front of everyone. Yoon Hae-young stood frozen in shock, and the entire audience went silent along with her. For a brief moment, no one even knew how to react. They could only stare blankly, trying to understand how the student ranked dead last had just fired one casual-looking attack and completely destroyed the enormous monster in front of them. Then the murmurs exploded all at once. People started arguing over how unbelievable his combat ability was, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. Some said he should not even know the compression manifestation technique. Others insisted he had only struck the weak point and nothing more. A few decided it had to be pure luck. And honestly, that excuse worked perfectly for Seon Woo, because standing out was the very last thing he wanted. Still, among the people watching from the stands, someone could not shake the thought that this so-called loser might actually be far more skilled than everyone believed. Soon after, the stunned silence gave way to roaring cheers. The crowd shouted and celebrated, amazed that a match they had expected almost nothing from had turned into such an exciting performance. And Seon Woo was not the only one who had caught their attention. The girl fighting beside him had also displayed an incredible level of manifestation skill. That was at least a relief. The crowd had properly recognized Yoon Hae-young's part in the victory. The ice girl was so overwhelmed with joy that she threw herself into her teacher's arms, while Seon Woo watched from the side and responded with genuine warmth. Then the system window appeared before him, announcing that 582 people now remembered his face. As a reward, he gained 3,000 points, and for achieving the promising B-rank accomplishment, he received another 2,000. On top of that, Kim Deok-hyun had taken an interest in him, Park In-won had been humiliated because of him, and Seon Woo earned 1,000 more points. But despite all those rewards piling up, the bruised brunette could no longer focus on the exam at all. Even after walking away from such a dramatic victory, Seon Woo's gaze stayed fixed on the clock inside the hall. The hands clearly showed 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The timing of the school raid plot had already started drifting away from the original story. He had even defeated one of the main villains with help from another side character who was never supposed to get involved this early. Around him, the other students kept moving through their day like nothing was wrong, but Seon Woo's panic was starting to rise. He finally understood that his own behavior was changing the original storyline. It had taken him this long to realize that his actions carried real consequences. And if the plot could shift this much, then even the way the school was supposed to be saved might no longer happen as planned. For the moment, the current exam rankings still had the protagonist sitting in first place, exactly as expected. Seon Woo and his teammate, the ice girl, were ranked together in second place. Yoon Hae-young looked at her partner with clear worry in her eyes and asked if he was truly all right. After achieving something so impressive, he should have been happy or at least relieved. Instead, sweat was running down his face, and she could tell immediately that something was weighing on him. Seon Woo suddenly remembered that this was not the time or place to stand there lost in his own thoughts. He quickly raised his hands and waved off her concern, telling her he was only tired. He did not want her worrying over him, so he said he would rest for a bit and told her to head to the training room first, since he had some feedback he wanted to give her later. Even after hearing that, Yoon Hae-young still looked uneasy. Her expression made it clear she was wondering whether she had made some kind of mistake during the exam. But that was not the problem at all. Seon Woo softened his voice and encouraged her to trust herself more. He told her she had been perfect today and that she needed to understand just how well she had done. The moment those words reached her, her face brightened and a happy blush rose across her cheeks. Seon Woo gave his young student an encouraging smile, watching her light up with gratitude as she realized how much she had grown in such a short time. Seeing her happy was a good thing. But right now, he had much bigger problems pressing down on him. Yoon Hae-young waved at him before leaving and told him to make sure he got proper rest. If his body hurt too much, she added, then he did not need to come to the training room at all. Seon Woo waved back and told her to return safely. But the moment Yoon Hae-young was out of sight, the warmth on his face disappeared, and the brunette's expression sharpened as he immediately shifted back into action. Now that the timing of events had been thrown off, he needed to confirm exactly how far the story had already changed from the original flow. If things were still moving along the original path, then at around this time, Lee Seo-jin should absolutely be standing in one specific place. Just as Seon Woo had expected, the hero was exactly where he was supposed to be, right on schedule. Fortunately, at least this part of the story had not been altered. A crowd of talent agency representatives had already surrounded the hero, practically pleading with him to join their newest guilds. Others tried tempting him with offers from older and more established guilds, and none of them seemed willing to leave until he gave them some kind of answer. There was also another noisy swarm of fanboys gathered around the protagonist, making Lee Seojin look completely overwhelmed from every direction. Some guild representatives were even offering him a free apartment if he agreed to sign with them. Lee Seojin nervously waved both hands in front of him, trying to create even a little space, and explained that he was only 18 years old. He was not old enough to join a guild yet. But that excuse did not slow them down at all. They kept pushing their business cards toward his face, insisting that he take them, and clearly willing to offer almost anything just to get his number. These relentless hounds had even skipped scouting the third years so they could watch the second-year exams instead, because they knew an incredible hero would appear there. All that effort had been aimed at their beloved Lee Seojin. Then, just as the hero was being pressed from every side and nearly buried under attention, someone suddenly called out to him. It was Cian Wu, arriving at exactly the right moment to rescue the hero from the crowd. He told Lee Seojin that teacher Zhang in Sheol was looking for him, and that their teacher seemed to have something to say about his exam results. For some reason, the annoying reporters still felt the need to mention that Kim Cian Wu was the lowest-ranked student in the entire school. Even so, they could not deny what they had seen. For someone with such poor grades, he had fought with surprising stability, and his growth curve looked promising as well. The clever brunette gave Lee Seojin a bright, knowing smile. The hero caught on immediately, understanding exactly what Cian Wu was trying to do. And just like that, Lee Seojin finally found a way out of the troublesome crowd. He hurried over to Cian Wu without wasting another second, insisting that there was no way he could possibly keep a teacher waiting. He would still have to deal with all those guild offers sooner or later, but right now, escaping came first. Lee Seojin quickly slipped out of the crowd and hurried back to Kim Cian Wu's side, leaving the recruiters frozen in place with irritated faces. In their minds, they had been just one step away from convincing him to sign, only for the chance to vanish right in front of them. With their little recruitment plan falling apart for the moment, the scouts had no choice but to swallow their frustration. One by one, they turned away and headed back toward the third-year exam hall, deciding they might as well finish watching the remaining matches before making another move. Nearby, a younger man shifted his gaze toward the senior standing beside him and asked what he thought of Lee Seojin's fight. The young man was Jung Hyun-soo, a member of the Special Task Force, and from the look in his eyes, he was clearly curious about his senior's judgment. The senior beside him was none other than Kim Deok-hyun, the leader of that very same Special Task Force. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he admitted that the so-called hero had performed better than expected. After all, that level of ability made sense for someone known as the third disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-chul, the strongest mage. Even so, in Kim Deok-hyun's eyes, the brat Soo-jin was still painfully inexperienced, and raw talent alone would never be enough to survive a true battlefield. Jung Hyun-soo smirked as he teased his senior, saying he was already talking as if the boy had agreed to join the Special Task Force. They had only come to offer him a chance after graduation, nothing more. Kim Deok-hyun immediately snapped at him to shut up, saying he did not need some gloomy little critic ruining his mood or clouding his judgment. Then he grumbled under his breath, wondering how his junior had even managed to grow older while still acting that way. The younger man simply laughed it off and said he only regretted never getting a chance to speak with that amazing kid during the Han River main incident. He was, in fact, the one who had responded to the main report Lee Seojin sent back then. If Lee Seojin had been the one to face the main directly during that incident, he might have gained exactly the kind of real combat experience Kim Deok-hyun was talking about. Kim Deok-hyun fell quiet for a moment, his expression turning a little more serious as he considered that. Then he smoothly changed the subject, asking his junior what he thought about the student ranked dead last in the entire academy. Jung Hyun-soo knew exactly who he was talking about, Kim Cian Wu. That name had already started spreading like wildfire across the city. For someone everyone mocked as the last-place student, his battle instincts were far sharper than they had any right to be. But Kim Deok-hyun shook off the idea that it was only instinct. Kim Cian Wu had instantly read his enemy's weak point and struck it perfectly in a single blow, just as he had done against the first opponent. That was not the kind of precision ordinary talent could explain. More often than not, that kind of timing was carved into someone through real experience. That only made the situation even harder to understand. Jung Hyun-soo frowned slightly, wondering where an 18-year-old academy student could possibly have gained that much practical combat experience. A second later, both men ended up laughing, because the thought sounded far too ridiculous to take seriously. There was simply no way a kid that young had been sneaking out of school to fight monsters in secret. At only 18 years old, the idea felt so absurd that it seemed more like a joke than an actual possibility. But then, something suddenly came back to Jung Hyun-soo's mind. Lee Seojin had once said that the last place student looked strangely similar to the mage who handled the main during that incident. Now that he thought about it again, that mage really did resemble Kim Seon-woo from Lee Seojin's class. Even so, the idea was still difficult to accept. No matter how many angles they considered it from, imagining an 18-year-old using compression manipulation at such a level felt far too strange to believe easily. Because of that, both the senior and junior quietly carved the name Kim Seon-woo into their memories. Whether it was suspicion, curiosity, or instinct, they both understood that this was one student they absolutely needed to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, the teacher in charge of their year was happily chatting with several guests, while everyone else continued moving through the academy as if nothing unusual was happening at all. From the outside, the entire place looked completely normal. It was just another busy exam day, filled with visiting guests, restless students, and the loud excitement of matches echoing through the school. While all of this was happening, Lee Seojin turned to Kim Seon-woo and thanked him for saving him from that earlier situation. If Seon-woo had not stepped in when he did, Lee Seojin might have been stuck dealing with those people for far longer than he wanted. Still, Lee Seojin could not hide his curiosity and asked why Kim Seon-woo had come back for him in the first place. Seon-woo just laughed lightly and said it was a good chance to get an early preview of next year's exam. Lee Seojin admitted that he really did not want to be surrounded by those scouts again. If they sat in the stands, he worried it would only make him easier to spot. Kim Seon-woo smiled and calmly reassured him, explaining that the scouts had already gone to the reserved seats with the teacher. Since the two of them had entered through a different route, they probably would not run into those recruiters at all. Besides, if Lee Seojin wanted to keep his position firmly secured, it would help to watch how other people fought. Studying their movements and picking up useful techniques could only benefit him in the long run. With that tempting argument, Kim Seon-woo managed to convince Lee Seojin to stay by his side. As long as they watched quietly from their spot, Seon-woo believed no one would pay much attention to them. Getting Lee Seojin to agree was a huge relief. After all, the main attack was supposed to begin right here in the third-year exam hall, the exact place where it would be easiest to make contact with the insider. Since the timing of the attack had become uncertain after so many events shifted out of place, Kim Seon-woo needed to keep Lee Seojin inside the exam hall while he went to find Qianhai. Even though Kim Seon-woo was worried about changing the original flow too much, his greedy side was still aiming to take down another major villain. In his mind, that was the fastest and simplest way to protect the child of prophecy. But at this rate, he was slowly erasing the hero's importance from his own story. So first, Kim Seon-woo casually asked Lee Seojin if anything important had happened after the exam. Lee Seojin looked down at the fighters below with a relaxed smile and asked if Seon-woo was talking about the scouts. He said that kind of thing happened to him all the time, so it was not really a big deal. And since Seon-woo was only asking out of concern, he assured him that he was perfectly fine. That answer was exactly what Kim Seon-woo had been hoping for. It meant the original flow had not completely collapsed yet, and that small confirmation gave him at least a little relief. Down in the ring, another sparring match began. The fighters rushed at each other with sharp movements and bursts of power, their attacks flashing across the arena as the crowd around them erupted into cheers. At the same time, the scouts had already entered the third-year exam hall. Their eyes moved carefully over the students as they searched for promising graduates they could recruit into their guilds. Everything was unfolding exactly as the insider had told them it would. The man then turned his gaze toward the others and asked how the remaining preparations were going on their side. His subordinates had already begun moving throughout the school. Across the academy, they had released and hidden a large number of monster summoning circles, quietly planting danger everywhere like invisible traps waiting for the right moment to activate. However, Jensen was guaranteed to lose control the instant he saw a human, so they had made sure to place him somewhere isolated, far away from the crowded areas of the academy. So far, everything had gone smoothly. The boss praised Yangon for her work, and she smiled as she replied that they had only managed to come this far because the great Lord Qianhai had joined them. The man stood there with his purpose already decided, ready to begin the raid and unleash his magic across the academy. A sinister smile curled across his face as he gathered a pink bubble of magic into his hand. Now, he was fully prepared to begin the hunt for the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting third years were still locked in fierce combat inside the ring. Bright powers flashed back and forth while the audience clapped, shouted, and cheered without realizing what was coming. One third-year girl took a heavy hit and was sent staggering backward. Her body swayed under the pressure, and it was clear she could no longer keep up with the match. Without wasting any more strength or risking another blow, she quickly raised her voice and surrendered, choosing to end the fight right then and there. Park Min-hee forfeited the match, and the final winner was announced as the mysterious Kim Chong-hyun, the ace of the third-year class. Lee Seojin was enjoying the exam far more than he had expected. His eyes practically sparkled as he watched the third years battle each other, and after seeing how fierce and exciting their matches were, his entire impression of the exam changed. To him, Senior Kim Chong-hyun was the perfect example of a manifestation type, while Senior Park Min-hee's movements had been incredibly sharp. As Lee Seo-jin excitedly admired the fight, like a full-on fanboy, Kim Seon-woo stayed tense beside him, worrying about the attack that was supposed to happen somewhere in this very area. Kim Seon-woo had been scanning the entire place throughout the match, but Shin-hae still had not appeared. He had clearly seen that suspicious man in person before, and according to everything he knew, the attack was supposed to begin from this arena. Sweat gathered on Kim Seon-woo's face as he tried to figure out what was going wrong. Lee Seo-jin noticed his distraction almost immediately and asked who he had been searching for so intensely. Kim Seon-woo, being the little liar he was, put on a bright smile and said he was only wondering if any guild out there might be interested in scouting him. Lee Seo-jin laughed and told him that surely someone would end up calling for him from somewhere. Compared to the beginning of the semester, Kim Seon-woo had improved at a shocking pace. Anyone who had properly watched his exam would have been stunned by how much he had grown in such a short time. In fact, Lee Seo-jin was just about to ask how Kim Seon-woo had trained enough to become that strong so quickly. But before he could finish his question, both of them suddenly felt a dark, chilling sensation spread across the entire school. A deep purple barrier expanded over the stands, wrapping the area in an ominous glow. The two boys immediately looked around in alarm, and in that instant, Kim Seon-woo realized the situation was even worse than he had imagined. The mains were using something that had never appeared in his previous life, a move that completely broke away from the events he remembered. And as that barrier closed in around them, the truth became painfully clear. Serious trouble had finally arrived. Down below, several people had already gathered around the strange barrier that had suddenly wrapped itself around the school. They knocked against the surface in confusion, staring at the magical wall with wide eyes, unable to understand why something like this had appeared out of nowhere. Some of them immediately started whispering that maybe this was some kind of prank, or worse, that someone was deliberately trying to cause trouble inside the academy. Their first instinct was simple. They needed to get in touch with the teachers as quickly as possible. Nobody understood what was truly happening yet. Some students and visitors were trapped outside the barrier, staring nervously through the purple wall, while the people stuck on the other side began asking in frightened voices whether some kind of accident had just happened. Meanwhile, the mysterious monster summoning bags that the demons had secretly planted began to open one after another. Dark energy twisted around the bags like smoke, and from that swirling darkness, monsters started crawling out into the academy. One of the bags split open completely, stretching into a huge multicolored portal that churned like a violent storm. The boys standing nearby froze on the spot, their eyes going wide as they stared at the impossible sight in front of them. And when several red eyes appeared from the deep darkness inside that swirling portal, absolutely no one felt relieved. The glowing eyes stared back from within the portal's depths, and the sight alone made the air around them feel colder and heavier. The wicked man curled his lips into a satisfied, smug smile. Then, without hesitation, he fully activated the portal, releasing the monsters that had been waiting inside. Goblins sprang out of the portals one after another, filthy, vicious, and starving for violence. The moment their feet hit the ground, they lunged toward the people nearby, forcing students and visitors to scatter in terror. No one had expected monsters to attack them in the middle of a school event. Screams burst out from every direction as people shouted that monsters were chasing them, then cried desperately for help. The warning spread across the school almost immediately. Monsters had invaded the academy. Calls for backup rang out at once, begging anyone capable of getting past the thick barrier to come and help. At the same time, students and visitors were ordered to evacuate to the safe zones as quickly as possible. The emergency announcement repeated again and again, making it painfully clear that monsters had entered the school grounds. But the worst part was that the teachers, scouts, and mages strong enough to fight had all been sealed inside the barrier. With no proper fighters left outside to protect the students, the child of prophecy would be forced to reveal themselves. It was a disgustingly clever trap. All the capable fighters had gathered to watch the third-year match, which meant anyone with real combat power was now trapped behind that strange purple barrier while monsters ran loose through the school. As evil plans went, this one was disturbingly well prepared. But just as the goblins began tearing through the area and sending people running, someone finally stepped forward to stop them. One goblin was cut down in an instant, its body sliced apart before it could continue its attack. The leader clicked his tongue in irritation and cursed under his breath, wondering who had dared to interfere with his carefully prepared plan. It was the senior agent and his junior. The special task force had arrived, and unlike everyone else, they had not been trapped beneath the barrier. That was definitely annoying, and it put a crack in his scheme. Still, Shin-hae had no intention of abandoning his wicked plan just because of one unexpected setback. The moment some of the students recognized the special task force, they cried out in relief, their frightened faces finally showing a bit of hope. Apparently, those agents had originally come here to watch Lee Seo-jin's match. But now, Instead of sitting back as ordinary spectators, they were cutting down monsters and pulling people out of danger, making their arrival feel like a life-saving miracle. Both the hero and Kim Seon-woo felt slightly calmer after seeing them. If the task force was here, then Captain Kim Deok-hyun was involved too. Once the barrier came down, the fighters trapped inside would immediately join the rescue, so the students did not need to completely lose their heads. For now, they had to trust their teachers. Kim Seon-woo also felt a measure of relief, because if the special task force could properly join the battle, then they still had a real chance to turn this disaster around. However, there was still one extremely annoying problem standing right in front of them. None of them knew how they were supposed to break through the barrier. The people outside were pounding against the barrier in desperation, begging the mages trapped inside to break out somehow and save them. The entire school had fallen into chaos, with monsters running wild and screams echoing from every direction. Some students trembled in fear, cursing themselves for not staying inside the arena. To dispel a barrier of this level, they needed help from an A-rank support-type mage. The support teacher, Kim Yoon-jin, immediately stepped forward to solve the problem, but unfortunately, they did not have anyone like that available. High-rank support mages were already rare enough to begin with. Kim Yoon-jin shouted that they had to keep searching anyway. If she tried to break the barrier by herself, it would take a full 30 minutes, and there was no way they could leave so many innocent people trapped and defenseless for that long. Kim Seon-woo, of course, heard every word. 30 minutes was far too long. They could not leave the safety of the entire school population in the hands of only 2 task force agents. Against a monster horde, even skilled agents would not be able to hold out forever, and the time limit was not the only problem. This massive barrier was so powerful that breaking it under normal conditions was practically impossible. After all, Qianhai's barrier technique was known as one of the best in the entire world. Even in the original story, Lee Seo-jin had only managed to defeat that man because he launched a surprise attack at the right moment. Without that advantage, the outcome of the fight would have been completely different. That meant Kim Seon-woo needed to step up here. Even the hero seemed to be glancing toward him, almost as if expecting him to come up with something. But before Kim Seon-woo could say anything, someone else suddenly offered to help. A woman stepped forward and introduced herself as Yang Yeonjin, an A-rank support-type mage. On the surface, it looked unbelievably fortunate that someone with the exact skill they needed just happened to be nearby. But this little devil was actually the woman working directly with Qianhai. She was a key piece of the enemy's side, and now she was pretending to cooperate so she could slow them down from the inside. Yang Yeonjin smiled brightly and said she would handle everything, acting like a helpful savior even though every word coming out of her mouth was a filthy lie. Kim Seon-woo knew he could not accuse her of being a monster right here and now. He had no evidence, and if he made a scene in front of everyone, it would only make the crowd more suspicious and confused. That would waste even more precious time, and at this moment, every single second mattered. Even so, allowing this piece of garbage to join the effort would absolutely slow down the process of breaking the barrier. The fake Good Samaritan said she would begin working from her side, then politely asked the other mage to assist her in dismantling the barrier. Together, the 2 mages began their work. Kim Yoon-jin attacked the barrier from the inside, while Yang Yeonjin pretended to work from the outside. The naive, kind-hearted hero believed it was a relief that the teachers had finally come up with a plan. In his eyes, they would probably be free in no time. Unfortunately, one of the people pretending to help was a complete demon, so there was no way they could actually rely on her. Kim Seon-woo knew they had to move immediately. He grabbed the ultimate plot-armored powerhouse and dragged him along, because they could not afford to stand around waiting for a barrier that was never going to fall quickly. The 2 students left the mages behind to continue their work, but it did not take long for Kim Yoon-jin to notice that something was wrong with the barrier-dispelling magic. Every time she unlocked one side, a second lock activated immediately on the other. The barrier was not weakening under the magic coming from outside at all. Instead, it was being reinforced. Kim Yoon-jin was an excellent teacher, and she quickly realized the other woman was deceiving her. But even after noticing the trick, she knew she had to handle the situation carefully. First, she needed to figure out who was truly manipulating the barrier. When she lifted her head and scanned the area, her eyes landed on Qianhai standing nearby, looking far too suspicious. The man had already expected that the support teacher trapped inside the barrier would become a problem. Kim Yoon-jin was sharp, and sooner or later, she would understand exactly what was happening. That meant Qianhai needed to create a distraction before she could expose the trick. With a slight curl of his finger, the aura in the nearby area began to shift and twist unnaturally. The task force was still busy fighting monsters throughout the area, but when that dark magic brushed across the creatures, something strange immediately began to happen. The goblins screeched as darkness seized their hearts, and 2 of them suddenly broke away from the rest of the horde. The task force agents noticed the movement right away, especially when the monsters seemed to be charging straight toward another area. One of the goblins launched itself directly at the woman working to dismantle the barrier. It was a brilliant move by the enemy. If their own teammate was attacked by a monster, then no one would suspect that she was actually one of them. Fortunately, before that wicked goblin could reach her, a brilliant long-range shot tore through the air and obliterated the beast. The monster was smashed into the ground in a brutal burst of blood, impact, and destruction. The task force hunter retrieved his shining red weapon, then turned toward the woman and asked if she was all right. Yang Yongjin smiled with obvious relief, acting completely overjoyed that she had been saved. From the task force agent's point of view, the two mages were clearly working together to break the barrier from both the inside and the outside. So the task force agents decided to position themselves in front of Yang Yongjin and protect her, fully believing that she was working hard to help everyone escape. Those poor fools had no idea what was really happening. The junior shouted for his senior to be careful, saying he had almost been caught in the last attack. The senior brushed it off, saying that if something like that could take him down, he would have to hand over his task force badge. He was not weak enough to fall from that kind of strike. Unfortunately, the two agents had now turned their backs on an extremely dangerous enemy. Still, with so many witnesses nearby, there was at least some hope that she would not dare make any reckless move in the open. The agents confidently reassured the barrier mage, telling her that on the honor of the special task force, they would protect her no matter what. The evil demon could barely hold back her delight. A wicked little smirk curled across her lips as she even thanked them, finding the entire situation almost unbearably hilarious. She had come here with the sole purpose of slowing them down and ruining their progress. Yet these fools were now standing in front of her like loyal guards, protecting her as if she were truly on their side. Meanwhile, away from the noise and panic, the hero glanced around the quiet space behind the arena. Seeing how far they had deliberately moved from the others, he could not help asking why they had come all the way back here. Kim Seon-woo answered that this place was perfect precisely because no one was paying attention to it. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two mages working on the opposite side, which meant they could use this hidden spot to focus quietly on breaking the barrier. If they wanted any chance of finding the child of prophecy, they had to tear this thing open first. The hero blinked in surprise, realizing they were not simply going to help the teachers struggling near the front gate. Kim Seon-woo let out a quiet sigh and chose to tell only the protagonist the truth. The useless guy who had shown up pretending to help was actually one of the mains, which meant they could not trust him for even a second. On the surface, he looked like he was assisting with the barrier, but in reality, he was secretly strengthening it from the inside. If things continued this way, that barrier would never fall before it was too late. The hero's expression tightened with horror the moment he heard that. His first instinct was to rush back and warn everyone immediately, but that would not solve the problem. Mains were dangerous enough already, and worse, this was still only a suspicion without any solid proof to support it. If they caused a commotion now, they would only look like fools spreading panic in the middle of a crisis. To the protagonist, though, the answer sounded simple enough, so he told Kim Seon-woo to prove it. After all, he was the one who had been offered a spot in the special class for barrier breaking. Even then, there was no guarantee the adults would believe the words of a student. For now, their first priority had to be breaking the barrier. Once that was taken care of, they could go back and reveal what was really happening. They could not afford to create another problem before solving the one already blocking their path. If the person making the accusation had been a world-famous genius instead of an ordinary student, then maybe the adults would actually stop and listen. Once he heard that, the hero finally understood why they had to move with caution. So now, everything came down to one simple question. Could Kim Seon-woo actually break through this barrier, or was even he going to hit a wall here? The boy was just about to test the answer with his own hands. Kim Seon-woo turned his full attention toward the barrier, his gaze sharpening as he studied the magic in front of him. Beside him, Lee Seo-jin quietly drew his sword, keeping his movements controlled and restrained. Then Kim Seon-woo activated his ability, preparing to unravel the magical formula woven through every layer of the barrier. The system reacted almost instantly, racing through the structure and reading every piece of information it could pull from the magic before him. The obstacle standing in their way was the Demon Grand Barrier. The little maid could hardly believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. The grand barrier they had placed around the entire school had actually been pierced. Kim Seon-woo finally let his shoulders relax, breathing out in relief as he casually dusted off his hands like the whole thing had been nothing more than a simple chore. That massive barrier had been broken as if it were nothing, and he had done it in a single instant. The hero stared at him in disbelief, still struggling to process what he had just witnessed. But they had no time to stand there frozen in shock. Kim Seon-woo told Lee Seo-jin to hurry up and handle the situation, but before the protagonist could leave, there was one thing he needed to ask. Lee Seo-jin asked why Kim Seon-woo was trying to hide his role in all of this. He was the one who had destroyed the barrier, and normally, any student would jump at the chance to be recognized for such overwhelming skill. Kim Seon-woo only smiled and said that this much was already enough for him. His other identity was already bringing him more trouble than he wanted, and he had no intention of dragging that same chaos into his school life. For now, He needed everything that happened here to stay a secret. That was the one request Kim Seon-woo asked of him. Meanwhile, among the villains, Chin-hai was seething with rage as he cursed Yang Yeonjun under his breath. That idiot had failed to keep even one barrier locked down, and now their entire plan was beginning to fall apart. The Big C could hardly believe how badly everything had gone wrong. He had gone through so much effort to double seal the barrier, so he could not understand who in the world had managed to bring it down. At the same time, teacher Kim Yoon-jin was being congratulated for all her hard work, and even Yang Yeonjun was receiving praise along with her. Now that the barrier was gone, the high-level teachers and skilled mages were finally taking control of the situation. The child of prophecy still had not appeared, so if the mains had any sense left, this was the moment when they should retreat. The battle continued, but now it had become far more explosive and intense. With the other teachers finally free to move, they could swing their weapons properly, unleash their strength without restraint, and cut down even more of the filthy monsters flooding the area. Still, the monsters were not willing to die quietly. They snarled, rushed forward, and threw everything they had at the fighters, desperately trying to drag someone down with them. The man leading the charge clenched his fingers into a tight fist, stepped in with heavy force, and drove a powerful punch straight into the creatures standing in front of him. The impact blasted through them, sending their bodies flying backward like they had been swallowed by a crashing wave. The teacher was fighting as well, and the moment those flying creatures entered her range, she did not hesitate for even a second. With a sharp, determined look in her eyes, she unleashed a surge of electricity through the troublesome enemies. Some were struck so hard by the deadly current that they died instantly, while the rest were blasted away through the air. One of the task force members could not help applauding after seeing such a clean and brilliant display of power. He thought Teacher Lee Herong had finished them off beautifully. Teacher Jang and Kale's one-hit power was also worthy of praise, with each of his strikes still sharp, heavy, and overwhelming. Thanks to the combined efforts of the teachers and fighters gathered there, they cleared the area much faster than anyone had expected. The man smiled and said it was an honor to witness the special task force working from such a close distance. The task force still had no idea where the ringleader behind all this chaos was hiding, so everyone was told to stay on guard. Once they regrouped properly, their first priority would be tracking that person down. However, the support teacher already had one clue. She was not completely certain this person was the ringleader, but there was someone nearby who looked deeply suspicious to her. Without warning, the woman stepped forward, grabbed her fake assistant by the collar, and pulled her close. Then she glared straight into her face and demanded to know what she had really been doing while they were breaking the barrier. The others were stunned and quickly asked what had gotten into teacher Kim Yoon-jin, telling her to calm down. But she refused to back off, not when there was a strong chance this person could be one of the mains. Of course, Yang Yeonjun immediately acted shocked and wounded, sobbing about how cruelly the teacher was treating her after she had just helped them. The others were confused too. From their point of view, the red-haired teacher and Yang Yeonjun had just worked together to bring down the barrier, so accusing her so suddenly felt difficult to understand. The junior member of the task force wondered if they should step in and break up the argument, but his senior chose to stay still. For now, he wanted to watch how the situation unfolded a little longer. The white-haired woman sulked and insisted that the only reason she had taken so long was because she had to slow herself down to match the other woman's poor skill level. That slippery, lying witch even had the nerve to insult Kim Yoon-jin's ability while secretly working for the enemy. The redhead refused to let such nonsense slide, because she was certain she had seen that little rat acting against them. Every time the support teacher tried to break the barrier, it would immediately lock itself again with a second layer. The moment that statement was spoken aloud, everyone's eyes turned toward the person who had stepped in. It was Lee Seo-jin, and he had come forward to support his teacher, Kim Yoon-jin. He had also been inside the third-year exam hall when everything happened. As Lee Seo-jin stood at the center of attention, the red-haired teacher looked surprised that he had noticed such a complicated spell. But his words were completely correct. Lee Seo-jin then added that he had vaguely sensed something strange in the way the barrier had been behaving. He had not forgotten his promise to protect Kim Seon-woo's secret, so he had no intention of revealing who had actually brought the barrier down. Then the boy began mumbling a few half-baked explanations, claiming that he understood the basic theory behind how the barrier worked as well. He did not like lying to his teachers, but there was no other choice, so he simply kept making things up as he went along. Once even Lee Seo-jin, the genius everyone trusted, supported that theory, it suddenly sounded extremely convincing to the people around them. The crowd began staring at the white-haired woman with growing suspicion. Her story did seem strange now that they thought about it. And besides, there was no known A-rank support mage named Yang Yeonjun. By this point, the other mages were starting to look at her with suspicious eyes as well, and the main could feel panic rising inside her chest. She cursed the situation in her mind, desperately wondering what she was supposed to do now, while silently hoping Qianhai would appear and save her. But Qianhai only scoffed coldly and told the woman to do what had to be done. At that exact moment, the task force immediately recognized him as the ringleader. They launched themselves toward him at once, shouting for the others to catch him as they rushed in, ready to cut him down. In an instant, several brilliant attacks sliced through the air, but the man slipped away before their blades could reach him. The enemy had used the darkening technique, making it clear that they were dealing with an A-rank main. The situation had become far more serious than anyone had expected, and from this point on, they had to move with extreme caution. If this mission truly collapsed into failure, then the white-haired woman had only one final choice left. There was no room for hesitation anymore, and the look in her eyes made it clear she was ready to use her last resort. Li Xiujin's eyes widened in shock as, all at once, several humans scattered throughout the area began twisting and transforming right in front of everyone. There were far more manies hiding among the crowd than anyone had imagined. Under normal circumstances, they would have used the chaos to slip away unnoticed, but instead, they threw away that chance and began rampaging openly in the middle of the academy. The white-haired woman had already given her followers a simple and ruthless command, one they were absolutely forbidden to ignore. They were to kill as many humans as possible, spread as much destruction as they could, and once they had caused enough damage, they were supposed to die right there on the spot. She snapped her hand forward without warning, aiming straight for Li Xiujin. But the hero reacted just as fast, drawing his sword in a flash as his body moved on instinct. Li Xiujin's blade lit up with that familiar golden glow, and the instant he swung, a shining slash ripped cleanly through the air. The main's head was severed before it even had the chance to resist. When it came to cutting down manies in a single strike, this guy really did have the perfect power, and at last, the story was beginning to move in the right direction again. If that woman had planned to turn this place into a massacre, then she had chosen the absolute worst location to begin her rampage. The task force agent had also moved in, helping bring down the raging monster before it could cause any more damage. The other manies were dealt with almost just as quickly, cut down one after another before their rampage could spread any further. After all, this was the Magic Academy. It was a place filled with powerful mages who had been trained specifically to fight and destroy monsters just like them. Once the chaos finally began to settle, Li Xiujin lowered his head before Captain Kim Deokhyun and sincerely thanked him for stepping in to help. A full year had already passed since the two of them last met at the chairman's house. The young hero had grown into a far more impressive mage than he had been back then, and Captain Kim Deokhyun could not help feeling proud as he looked at him. He also reminded Li Xiujin not to forget to collect the bounty later for taking down that main. Li Xiujin thanked the agent with a bright and grateful smile, but then a small thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should have asked for the account number in advance, because honestly, the person who deserved the real thanks was Kim Seon-woo. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was caught in a completely different race against time. He had an important mission of his own to complete, and that meant finding the Child of Prophecy as quickly as possible. Without wasting another second, he sprinted forward with everything he had. The brown-haired boy poured magic power into his body and launched himself ahead with such speed that he almost seemed to be flying toward his destination. Then, a sudden explosion erupted up ahead, and that violent sound told him he was getting closer to the person he needed to find. Kim Seon-woo cursed under his breath and forced himself to move even faster, desperate to reach the Child of Prophecy before it was too late. And unbelievably, that person seemed to be Yu-era, the second-year rank 2 student at the Magic Academy. The main fighting her looked disappointed, as if he could not believe the genius said to rival Li Xiujin was only capable of this much. Then again, Yu-era might not have been fighting at full strength. If she was being held back by someone she had to protect, then it made sense that she could not fully show what she was truly capable of. That was because Yu-era was shielding Yoon-hae-young. The girl stood behind her trembling, her face drained pale, unable to understand how everything had suddenly fallen apart so completely. Only a short while ago, she had simply been training together with Era. Then, without any warning at all, monsters and manies appeared, turning what should have been an ordinary training session into a nightmare. Yoon-hae-young had rushed in because she wanted to help, but Yu-era quickly warned her that she would only get in the way. The best thing Yoon-hae-young could do was run, get away from the danger, and leave the fight to her. Yu-era had already made up her mind to face the situation alone. She stood firm in front of Yoon-hae-young, as if she intended to carry the entire burden by herself. The main burst into cruel laughter as it charged straight toward them, mocking them by asking if that was really all they had. Dark power gathered around its hand, thick, violent, and heavy, before it swung out with a savage attack. As it laughed, it sneered that the Fire Girl clearly was not the Child of Prophecy after all. Its attack smashed through Yu-era's defenses, and in the next instant, its hand clamped tightly around her throat. With a cruel smile spreading across its face, the main lifted her off the ground and began choking the life out of her. Manies always devoured humans for the mana flowing through their blood, and now that such rich, high-quality mana-infused blood was right in front of him, he could barely hold himself back anymore. Yu-era's throat was being crushed in his grip, and she gasped desperately, unable to draw even one proper breath. In that moment, it truly looked as if her life was about to end. Just then, a blast struck the man's hand, hitting the very hand that was choking her. He stopped and turned his head in irritation, glaring around to see which annoying pest had dared to interfere this time. It was Yoon Hae-young. She could not just stand there and watch her classmate be killed in front of her, not without at least trying to fight back. Her body was tense and her resolve was barely holding together, but she still declared that she would be the main's opponent. It was a touching, almost tear-jerking display of friendship, and really, humans could be painfully cute sometimes. But the main only laughed even harder, mocking her for believing that a tiny blast of mana like that could actually hurt someone like him. He began gathering power for his next attack, and Yoon Hae-young stiffened where she stood, bracing herself as the pressure in front of her grew heavier and more suffocating. Deep down, she already understood that she probably could not win this fight. Even so, she still wanted to try. She refused to run away and abandon her friend to die. No matter how terrified she was, she would not let herself become a coward. Yoon Hae-young gathered her ice magic, aimed straight at the massive brute in front of her, and fired. The attack pierced through his skin, shocking him completely. That was when the main finally began to understand. He recognized the mark, and he could not ignore the overwhelming power Yoon Hae-young had unleashed when she tore off his arm. Even worse, his wound was not regenerating. It should have been nothing more than an ice attack, yet the cold seeped deep into his body, chilling him all the way down to the bone. Yoon Hae-young herself was just as confused. The power that had burst from her fingers felt nothing like her usual magic. And more importantly, the amount of mana it had drained from her body was terrifyingly enormous. Her body finally gave out from the massive mana drain, and she collapsed to the ground. The main groaned in exhaustion, but now the truth was clear. They had finally found the child of prophecy, the mage born with the power to destroy manes. Now that they had discovered who she really was, there was only one thing left for them to do. They had to kill her with their own hands before she became a greater threat. But Kim Se-woo had no intention of letting that happen. The child of prophecy was far too important, a key player in everything that would come later, and he refused to let her be taken out this easily. So Kim Se-woo activated the great nature's heart, magic surging around him as the atmosphere shifted. Then he coldly declared that the main would be the only one dying here. Naturally, the demon-like man did not take that threat well. He bared his teeth and growled at the newcomer, warning him not to interfere. He still had one working hand left, and with that hand, he gathered a massive bolt of mana before blasting it straight toward Kim Se-woo. Fortunately, Kim Se-woo raised his spell shield in time. A blue barrier flared to life in front of him, strong enough to cancel out the dark, nasty power being thrown his way. A flimsy attack like that was never going to break through his defense. The main cried out in pain as energy shots slammed into him again and again. Meanwhile, Kim Se-woo remained safely behind the large glowing shield, using it as cover while continuing his assault. The man was shaken as the attacks kept landing, groaning from the pain battering his body. Kim Se-woo did not stop firing for even a second, because he could not afford to lower his guard. He had to protect two defenseless people all by himself, and that was anything but easy. The main groaned and writhed under the relentless assault until, at last, his legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. He could not understand how his opponent had so much mana. Of course, Kim Se-woo was drawing that power from the environment around him, but from the main's perspective, it was terrifying. He stared at the boy in disbelief, wondering how a mere child could possibly be this strong. Kim Se-woo simply scoffed, and said he had more experience than his appearance suggested. After all, technically speaking, this was already his third life. The main growled at him through the pain, declaring that he would not die alone. And the moment those words left his mouth, it became obvious he was about to do something reckless. Sure enough, his attention shifted straight toward Yoon Hae-young, the child of prophecy who could kill manes, and he slammed his foot hard against the ground. Using that force, he launched his body straight toward Yoon Hae-young, screaming out his murderous intent as he rushed in for one final desperate attack. Kim Se-woo could not let that monster get away with targeting her, not after everything that had just happened. He swung his magic immediately, striking with frightening speed, and the blow seemed to smash directly into the evil beast's head. The main's body dropped hard, crashing down onto the floor as blood burst out and scattered everywhere. Judging from the impact, the blow had gone in perfectly. Only then did Kim Se-woo's tense shoulders ease, and he finally allowed himself to breathe out in quiet relief. The brown-haired boy paused where he stood and quickly checked his own power. His eyes narrowed as the image flashed through his mind again. The monster had come dangerously close to reaching Yoon Hae-young. It had been far too close. Even so, the B-rank villain Jin-san was now defeated, and the causality rate had risen by another 0.4%. But at that moment, Kim Se-woo barely cared about the numbers at all. What mattered most was the fact that he had reached the ice girl in time and managed to pull her back from the edge before everything went wrong. With the savior achievement now completed, a reward of 3,000 points was added to his total. Yoon Hae-young's awakening had taken place much earlier than it should have, but despite being thrown into that terrifying situation so suddenly, the Ice Girl had endured far better than anyone could have expected. The Manies had already received a prophecy about the birth of the one destined to become their natural enemy. Because of that, this attack would not be the end. From now on, they would keep aiming for the school again and again, and through those repeated battles, Yoon Hae-young and Lee Seo-jin would be forced to grow stronger. And whether she wanted to be involved or not, Yu-era would inevitably be dragged into that same path of growth alongside them. While Kim Seon-woo had been trapped somewhere else, both girls had fought with everything they had. In his own quiet way, he felt thankful that they had managed to survive such a harsh and brutal ordeal. After the Manies' attack on the Magic Academy came to an end, the public story quickly spread. Lee Seo-jin, Yu-era, and 2 other students were announced as the ones who had defeated the monsters. The real reason behind the attack was still wrapped in mystery, and no one had a clear answer yet. But the faces of those 2 students were soon everywhere in the news. For once, after a major incident like this, Kim Seon-woo was not the person standing beneath the spotlight. Inside the hospital room, Yu-era stared at the article and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Her face twisted with irritation, because everyone was praising her like some fearless hero, even though she had collapsed before the enemies attacking her were truly finished off. Yoon Hae-young immediately scolded her for talking that way, insisting that Yu-era had already done more than enough. Without her overwhelming firepower, Yoon Hae-young might not have survived at all. But Yu-era shot back right away, telling the Ice Girl to stop running her mouth and lie back down already. Still, Yoon Hae-young's gratitude was completely sincere. Yu-era had fought desperately to keep the Manies away from her, and that effort could not be brushed aside. Yu-era, however, remained visibly annoyed with herself, unable to forgive the fact that she had passed out so pathetically in the middle of the fight. To Yu-era, her injuries were nothing more than a few bruises, hardly something worth all this attention. Yet the academy had reacted like it was a major emergency and forced her into a hospital bed anyway. Hearing that made Yoon Hae-young smile gently. The academy clearly just wanted them to recover properly, and since exams were already over, they finally had a chance to rest for a little while. Then Yu-era brought up what had happened while she was unconscious. Her gaze turned serious as she asked why Yoon Hae-young had stood in her place and fought the Maine instead of running away. She genuinely could not understand it. After all, they were not exactly close friends who would normally risk their lives for each other. Yoon Hae-young only let out a small, soft laugh and answered that anyone would have done the same if they were standing there. In truth, she had never forgotten the day when, at her loneliest and most desperate moment, someone had reached out a warm and gentle hand to her. Because someone had once saved her in that way, Yoon Hae-young now wanted to become the kind of person who could reach out to someone else when they were trapped in the same darkness. That simple belief was what had pushed the Ice Girl to step in front of the Maine, even while fear pressed down on her. Hearing such an answer, Yu-era could not completely hide the surprise that flickered across her face. When something became too heavy to handle alone, accepting another person's hand was not something shameful. It was a lesson Yu-era still had not learned, even after everything that had happened. But Little Miss Perfect looked almost physically repulsed by the thought of needing help from anyone. To her, relying on another person meant weakness, exposing her flaws, and admitting vulnerability, all the feelings she hated most bundled into one unbearable idea. And then, deep in the back of her mind, an old memory suddenly surged up again, wrapped in choking smoke, blistering heat, and raging flames. It was the worst night imaginable. Her parents were trapped beneath the collapsed rubble, surrounded by fire, desperately begging their innocent, beloved daughter to run away with someone else before it was too late. The little girl she had been back then was terrified beyond words. She struggled, cried, and kept trying to pull herself free, refusing to leave as she reached back toward the parents she could no longer save. At that age, she could not understand why she had to abandon them and escape alone. As the building shook and cracked around her, she screamed for her family again and again, sobbing so hard that the memory still remained burned into her heart like a nightmare that never faded. Remembering that terrible night only made Yu-era plant her feet even more stubbornly. With her pride rising like a wall, she declared that she did not need anyone's help. She went even further, insisting that she had no intention of accepting help from anyone at all. Yoon Hae-young did not seem hurt by her attitude. Instead, she simply said that, at least this once, it would not be so bad to show a little gratitude. If Kim Seon-woo had not come to save them, neither of them would still be alive. At the very least, they needed to know whose help they had received and who they should thank. Yu-era's expression shifted in clear surprise, because this was the first time she had heard that part. She had never realized that Kim Seon-woo was the one who had saved them. Yoon Hae-young smiled faintly, then turned her gaze toward him and told Kim Seon-woo to stop standing around and explain the details himself. Right at that moment, Kim Seon-woo walked into the hospital room. Unlike the 2 girls resting there, he was not wearing a hospital gown at all. With a relaxed smile on his face, he greeted them casually and asked if everyone was feeling okay. The girls immediately looked at him, wondering what had brought him all the way there. Kim Seon-woo answered as if it were nothing unusual, explaining that he had simply come to deliver something someone had asked him to pass on. What he placed before them was 5 million won, the bounty money for subjugating the main, and apparently, their share of the reward. No one looked more offended by that than Yuera. The moment she saw money she believed she had not earned, her expression hardened, and she immediately demanded to know why she was being paid when Kim Seon-woo was the one who had killed the main. The cash inside the envelope looked almost painfully dazzling, carrying the kind of golden temptation that could make nearly anyone's eyes linger for a second too long. Kim Seon-woo simply laughed it off and told them that by the time he arrived, the monster had already been driven to the edge of death thanks to Yuera's firepower and Yoon Hae-young's support. In his view, that alone was more than enough reason for them to receive the reward. Besides, the battle had been fierce for everyone involved, so they might as well accept the recognition that came with surviving and fighting through it. All Kim Seon-woo had really done was land the final strike, so everyone who stood their ground deserved a share. But no matter how calmly he explained it, Yuera still refused to touch what she saw as free money. To her, taking a handout from people she considered poor would trample on her pride, and deep down, she was also embarrassed by the idea of receiving money that only existed because she had fought together with others. As expected from a stubborn little brat overflowing with pride, she would rather let the so-called poor people divide the reward among themselves than admit that she had any rightful claim to it. After huffing, turning away, and acting like a full-speed Sundara train, Yuera suddenly flushed red. Then, in a much quieter voice than before, she muttered a thank you to the other two for saving her. So she really did have a cute side after all. But the instant she realized how embarrassing her own words sounded, she yanked the curtain shut with a sharp motion, hiding herself from their eyes. It was such a perfectly ridiculous Sundara reaction that it was almost impressive. Kim Seon-woo had originally planned to build a connection with Yuera by using Yoon Hae-young as the bridge. But since Yuera kept dodging him every chance she got, he had not been able to earn any points from her. It seemed that trying to storm Miss Grumpy's headquarters directly was still a little too early. Then, completely to Kim Seon-woo's surprise, points from Yuera arrived anyway. Her interest had climbed to level 1, and with that small change, he received a reward of 2,000 points. Yoon Hae-young laughed softly and said their classmate was probably just embarrassed by the whole thing, especially since Yuera had such a mountain of pride. Right after that, a pop-up appeared in front of Kim Seon-woo, announcing a special sale for the subspace pocket. The discounted price was 20,000 points, which just happened to match the exact number of points Kim Seon-woo currently had. His face brightened at once, because he had finally reached the item he had wanted for so long. At that point, he did not even care that Yuera was still huffing and puffing somewhere in the background. By then, Yuera had already left the hospital room. But even as she walked away, her thoughts kept circling back to the brown-haired boy who had saved them. The lie he had told was far too obvious, and she knew it right away. When she lost consciousness, the main had not been anywhere close to dying. It had not even entered its berserk state yet. That meant Kim Seon-woo must have taken down that monster almost entirely with his own power. Of course, Yuera had no way of knowing that one of her classmates possessed a cheat-like ability built specifically to kill manies. From what she could judge, he was neither a manifestation type nor a support type, and yet he seemed talented in nearly every field, almost like some hidden genius. Now, Yuera was beginning to look at him differently. The so-called loser who had approached her on the very first day of school no longer seemed quite as simple as she had once assumed. On top of that, Yoon Hae-young's impressive performance in the recent exam had also been thanks to that strange boy's help. The more Yuera thought about it, the more it felt like Kim Seon-woo was quietly standing behind every important change happening around them. If he had possessed that level of ability from the very beginning, then she could not understand why he hid it so carefully and allowed almost no one to recognize his strength. At their age, Yuera could think of only one reason someone would deliberately keep that much power buried out of sight. Naturally, her thoughts drifted toward something dark. Her hands slowly curled into tight fists as the memory of a certain evil group rose in her mind. Now she began to suspect that Kim Seon-woo might have lost his family to the same terrible people who had likely taken her parents from her. Meanwhile, back in the hospital room, Kim Seon-woo and Yoon Hae-young were left alone together. Warm sunset light spilled through the window, stretching across the room, and Kim Seon-woo decided this was the right moment to ask her a few things. The first thing Kim Seon-woo asked was whether she had already told anyone about her special power. Yoon Hae-young gave a small, nervous laugh, her expression turning awkward, but in the end, she admitted that she had not told a single person. For now, it was probably wiser for her to keep the power she had awakened hidden from everyone around her. If that ability became public too soon, she would only invite the wrong kind of attention. Yoon Hae-young quietly nodded as she remembered her senior's warning. Standing out too much would only make her training more difficult. And after gaining so much under his guidance, she had no intention of carelessly risking that progress. More than anything, she honestly wanted time to explore this new ability on her own. A power capable of destroying manies was enough to make her eyes sparkle with curiosity and excitement. Seeing that focused determination settle across her face, the boy smiled slightly and told her that this was exactly the attitude she needed to have. Compared to the way events had unfolded in the original story, Yoon Hae-young had awakened her main-destroying ability almost an entire month earlier than she was supposed to. She was still inexperienced, and her control over the power was rough at best. But if they could begin strengthening it from this point onward, that ability would become an enormous advantage later, especially in the distant battle against the King of Manies. With this, the brunette had finally found a way to raise one of Lee Seojin's future allies before the truly disastrous events began. He would personally create a training plan for her, and from now on, they would work through it together, step by step. If she ever ran into something she did not understand, or if there was anything she wanted to ask, she could come directly to him with every question. Yoon Hae-young still looked nervous, her fingers shifting restlessly as she hesitated. But there was one question she could no longer keep buried. After a brief moment of uncertainty, she carefully reached out, caught the edge of her teacher's sleeve, and asked him in a quiet, cautious voice. She had heard that the boy had rushed straight toward the training grounds the moment the barrier disappeared. So, with her gaze lowered and her cheeks slightly tense, she asked whether he had come all that way because of her. What she really wanted to know was whether he had been searching for her specifically. During the midterms, and even in the middle of that sudden attack, the boy had continued looking after her, as if protecting her had naturally become one of his priorities. In reality, he had only been trying to earn points through the main storyline, while making sure the protagonist did not die for a second time. But from Yoon Hae-young's point of view, all of his desperate movements to protect her looked completely different. Before she could stop herself, her cheeks warmed with color, and her heart began beating faster. The boy immediately noticed where her thoughts were drifting and reacted quickly, determined to correct the misunderstanding before it became any worse. He gently held her hand, met her eyes directly, and calmly eased her worries without allowing the atmosphere to turn romantic. As for the midterms, he explained that he had helped her because he believed she had real potential. And during the main incident, he had only run toward the largest explosion because that was obviously the most dangerous place. That was all there was to it. Our guy had no intention of opening a romance route when much bigger disasters were still waiting ahead. The poor ice girl was clearly disappointed, and for just a moment, her expression sank in a way she could not fully hide. Even so, she managed to handle the awkward situation with more grace than expected. Then the boy tried to soften the mood by teasing her a little, asking what exactly she had been imagining. Yoon Hae-young instantly panicked, her face turning bright red as she desperately denied that she had ever thought there was anything romantic between them. She quickly insisted that she had only been joking, forcing out an awkward laugh while telling him not to misunderstand her either. The heavy tension between them finally loosened, and a smile slowly returned to her face. For our guy, that counted as a clean victory. It was not as if the idea had never crossed his mind, either. After all, Yoon Hae-young was the bright and innocent type, the kind of cute person who naturally made others want to protect her. But everyone had a role they were meant to stand in. The ice girl belonged at the front, shoulder to shoulder with the other heroes, shining where everyone could see her. Meanwhile, our guy believed his own place was behind the scenes, quietly arranging things so those heroes could survive and succeed. He would take care of the plans, the risks, and the calculations, while they faced the impossible battles waiting ahead. The ice girl blushed again, this time with a faint trace of disappointment hidden in her voice, and mumbled that she really should not get the wrong idea. Then, at the very least, the boy could accept this much from her. They were truly planning to hand over all the prize money to him. Yoon Hae-young firmly insisted that he take the entire 7.5 million won. She said it would count as tuition, since they were going to continue training together from now on. To her, he was her precious teacher. The boy was a little overwhelmed by how direct she was, but at the same time, his eyes lit up with a sudden blaze of motivation. If she was going to entrust herself to his training, then he would train her properly, and without holding back. Yoon Hae-young smiled brightly, and said she would train as much as he wanted. Kids really had no sense of how valuable money was, but to Kim Seon-woo, that was not a problem at all. He was absolutely going to squeeze every last bit of usefulness out of these funds. Even better, they had received the money publicly, only to pass it to him privately. He already had a plan forming for everything they would start doing from tomorrow onward. But just as he began sorting through the schedule in his head, the boy suddenly stopped, noticing that something felt strange. The moment he lowered his gaze to his phone, his eyes widened in complete shock. Whatever he had just seen on the screen was enough to leave him genuinely horrified. For some reason, everyone seemed almost desperate to throw money at him, as if they had all been waiting for the perfect chance. He was truly suffering from success now, and honestly, the situation was becoming ridiculous. Even the hero had sent him money. At this point, it was becoming painfully clear that these kids had absolutely no proper sense of monetary value. After the midterms ended, the hero had finally satisfied the condition that teacher Lee Hyung had set for him. And now, our guy had climbed all the way up to rank 72, a result he was shamelessly proud of. Thanks to that, he could now confidently enter the talent track special class, a place he had never even managed to step into before his regression. All the real heavy hitters gathered there, and honestly, just looking at the lineup was enough to feel intimidating. Among them was Kim Chong-hyun, the rank 1 student among the third years, along with Park Min-hee, who held the third-year rank 4 position. There was also Choi Seo-yeon, the rank 1 student among the first years, and standing right beside that level of talent was Jeon Min-kyu, the first-year rank 2. Naturally, the second-year rank 1 and rank 2 students were there as well. And Lee Seo-jin, looking far too cheerful for the atmosphere, waved Seon-woo toward the front as if they were already the closest friends in the room. Yu-era was there too, sitting with her usual cold attitude and frosty expression. Of course, no one found that especially surprising. From this point onward, it would become much easier for him to involve himself in major future events and prevent the main characters from dying before their time. Then, right on cue, that blonde bully appeared again. This guy was unbelievably consistent when it came to being irritating. With a sneer, he said that some little rat had somehow slipped into the room, then mocked Seon-woo for only landing the final blow on a half-dead main. In his eyes, Kim Seon-woo still had not earned the right to sit at the same table as them. The main character simply sighed, because he had already fulfilled teacher Lee Hyung's condition and raised his rank properly. Besides, where he chose to study had nothing to do with the bully. The bully still refused to let the matter drop, growling that the brunette should at least have enough self-awareness to leave on his own. Seon-woo had no intention of backing down after finally reaching this place, but the blonde actually had the nerve to say he would drag the class clown out himself. But if he wanted to do that, he would have to get past Seo-jin first, because the hero was not about to let anyone interfere with the main character's seat. Park In-won was already giving everyone in the room a headache, and the protagonist's best friend finally snapped at him, yelling that he should stop with the nonsense already. The blonde scoffed and claimed that the class average ranking had dropped just because this guy had joined. But the protagonist knew better than to take such a cheap insult seriously. Kim Seon-woo's midterm record had been 22 minutes and 43 seconds. Then, unexpectedly, the fire girl spoke up. Everyone turned in surprise, because she was usually the textbook tsundere who acted like she did not care about anyone except herself. Yet Yu-era calmly pointed out that if they ignored the test from the start of the semester, the so-called class clown was actually far ahead of the blonde bully. In other words, it would be better for him to sit down and shut his mouth, because among all these geniuses, he was the one lowering the level. That comment instantly made the angry blonde explode. His face twisted with rage, and it was obvious he could not stand being put in his place so openly. The blonde tried to act like it did not bother him, scoffing as if he had only just realized Yu-era cared so much about that useless knucklehead. Even so, he was still determined to start a fight. He shouted that he would not obey, because for some reason, the brunette's very existence irritated him so badly that it made his nerves twitch. Kim Seon-woo caught that reckless hand with ease before it could do anything. He had fought demons far beyond one furious blonde teenager, so there was no way he was going to let some arrogant scum push him around now. The bully froze in disbelief, unable to understand how the so-called clown's grip strength could be this absurdly strong. And somehow, even though he had been the one to start the fight, he still had the nerve to tell the main character to cool his head. At that exact moment, something came crashing down onto the idiot's head with a brutal impact. The blow landed so suddenly and so heavily that he might have even bitten his tongue. Park In-won did not just get struck hard. Immediately after that, he was kicked straight down the stairs, tumbling away with a level of violence no one had expected. The main character could not help wondering if the blonde was even still alive after taking such a savage hit. The boy rolled all the way down the stairs while everyone stared in stunned silence at the person responsible. And that same culprit, acting as though nothing too serious had happened, turned toward Kim Seon-woo and asked if he was okay. The brunette gave a small laugh and thanked him for stepping in. Just like in the original novel, this guy had not changed at all. He was the junior agent from the Special Task Force, and with a relaxed smile, he said he had enjoyed watching the brunette's midterms because the boy's talent had been easy to see. The Special Task Force had come to the school for the special class activities, and that part was unfolding exactly as it had in the original story. First, though, they needed to wake up that stupid bully, Park In-won, so the class could actually begin. Of course, after running his mouth that much, it almost felt inevitable that he would end up getting beaten down like this. The agent seemed to realize only then that maybe he had gone a little too hard right from the start. Kids, apparently, were more fragile than he had expected. When the agent had first received this assignment and heard that he was being sent to a school, he had been completely shocked. Apparently, several manies that had been hiding separately had all gathered in one place and launched an attack on the Magic Academy. There were far too many suspicious details surrounding the incident for it to be dismissed as a simple coincidence. Normally, Manes acted alone unless the king himself personally commanded them to gather. That was exactly why this incident felt so unnatural. These monsters had slipped into the academy far too smoothly, as if the school's security system and background checks had been full of gaps from the very beginning. In other words, someone inside the academy had almost certainly helped them get in. Because of that, the agency's boss decided to send Jung Hyun-soo directly into the school. His mission was to cooperate with the academy, uncover what the Manes had truly been after, and above all else, expose the insider quietly hiding among them. Jung Hyun-soo faced the students with an easygoing smile, introducing himself in a cheerful, relaxed tone. He told them he would be joining their special class activities from now on, and that he was a special task force agent dispatched by the association. In other words, this was no longer going to be an ordinary school lesson. One student immediately asked if that meant the special class would be sent out for main subjugations or anti-terror operations. Jung Hyun-soo admitted that they would eventually take on that kind of work, but he also made one thing very clear. Little chicks like them were not about to be tossed straight into real combat. They were still students, still being trained, and there was a limit to how much danger they could handle right now. So instead, under his strict supervision and carefully arranged guidance, he would lead them to scout areas where monsters were expected to appear. On the surface, it sounded like a controlled field exercise, something just dangerous enough to feel real, but safe enough for talented students to experience without being crushed by it. Of course, Jung Hyun-soo still warned them that risks could exist, so if they spotted anything strange, they had to report it at once. But the truth was, they were not actually being thrown into a dangerous monster zone. The place they were heading toward was, in reality, a secret training ground used only by the Special Task Force. Technically, there was a dungeon located there, but according to Jung Hyun-soo, the entire area had already been completely cleared. That kind of confidence sounded exactly like the sort of thing that usually invited trouble. Still, he seemed certain that the surveillance network and the magic circles spread across the area would reveal any suspicious person the instant something went wrong. Compared to ordinary students, the special class had far more freedom to move around the academy. So if there really was an insider hiding among the students, there was a high chance that person belonged to this class. At least, that seemed to be the direction Jung Hyun-soo's thoughts were heading. Kim Se-woo had already lived through these plot lines once before, so just by watching how the situation unfolded, he could roughly guess what the agent was thinking. And the truth was, there really was an insider hidden inside the school. But that person was extremely sharp and cautious, the kind who would keep their head down for now and avoid making any careless move. What mattered most at this moment was helping Lee Seo-jin obtain the S-rank item hidden inside the dungeon's secret stage. On top of that, Kim Se-woo also needed to support Choi Seo-yeon, because she was about to reach an important stage in her own growth. During this special activity class, she was supposed to work alongside Lee Seo-jin, and that connection would carry a lot of weight later. Once the introductions came to an end, the teacher struck his cane sharply against the floor and announced that the students would move in pairs to their assigned operation areas. This time, Kim Se-woo was completely convinced that events would follow the original flow no matter what. After all, he was only one extra student who had been added to the class. That alone should not have been enough to disturb the entire arrangement. He was so confident that there was absolutely no way the team draw could change. Yeah, Kim Se-woo's confidence was shattered almost immediately. Before long, he found himself standing in the middle of the forest, staring in disbelief at the person assigned as his partner, Choi Seo-yeon. Apparently, even something like this could happen. Instead of being placed on Team 14 with that cheerful but slightly fake first-year student, he had somehow ended up paired with the exact person he had never expected. Choi Seo-yeon was not exactly thrilled about being matched with this strange senior either. Even so, she could not ignore the look on his face. He was acting as if getting paired with her was some kind of terrible disaster, and that made her stare at him with growing disbelief. Every other student in the academy would have jumped at the chance to get closer to her, yet this senior looked as if they had both just been diagnosed with some fatal illness. Honestly, it was a little irritating. Around them, some students were already burning with jealousy over the fact that Kim Se-woo had somehow been paired with the beautiful Choi Seo-yeon. Only two seniors reacted differently. Lee Seo-jin did not seem to pay any special attention to her at all, and that much she could at least understand. Someone like him, the top student of the second year, would naturally be difficult to impress. But this brunette was supposed to be the loser of his department, the biggest clown in the entire school. So why was he the one looking annoyed? The more Choi Seo-yeon thought about it, the more that expression started to get under her skin. For now, though, neither of them had any choice but to move. Since the pairings could not be changed, Kim Se-woo decided to accept the situation and make the best use of whatever had landed in front of him. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jin's best friend was absolutely crushed. He whined loudly that he had wanted some peaceful alone time with a cute junior too, sounding as though the entire world had personally betrayed him. Lee Seo-jin laughed and asked if that was really something worth throwing a tantrum over. Even Uera looked as if she found the whole thing pathetic. Meanwhile, the top two students of the second year had, of course, ended up on the same team again. Fate seemed determined to keep pushing them together, and the best friend wailed that it was easy for Lee Seojin to dismiss the situation when the cute junior was actually interested in him. This was Choi Seo-yeon they were talking about. She was practically the academy's symbol of perfection, the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses, blessed with talent, beauty, and status all at once. To most people, she was the kind of person everyone recognized as a prize. Still, Lee Seojin only laughed and pointed out that Uera was a magic noble as well. Uera, however, had absolutely no interest in being dragged into such a stupid conversation. The other boy insisted that the sweet, magical, fairy-like Choi Seo-yeon was on a completely different level from the satanic Uera. In the end, it seemed he was whining this hard because he had been paired with the most muscular guy around, and he simply could not stop crying about it. That muscular guy was Shin Young-jin, the second-year rank 3, who had been teamed up with John Min-kyu, the first-year rank 2. Honestly, Shin Young-jin really should have treated the sweet John Min-kyu with a little more kindness. Meanwhile, the supposedly lucky Kim Seon-woo was walking along a forest path, with his junior quietly following behind him. Choi Seo-yeon was also trying her best to make the awkward pairing work, keeping a pleasant expression on her face as she watched his every move. If both of them were unhappy about being paired together, then in a strange way, that actually made things easier for her. This senior was an anomaly in Choi Seo-yeon's eyes, and that alone made him worth watching closely. He had once been dead last in the entire academy, yet somehow, he had suddenly become close with Lee Seojin. And now, as if that were not strange enough, he had even slipped into the special class. Everything about Kim Seon-woo's behavior seemed suspicious. As Kim Seon-woo walked ahead, a notification suddenly appeared, informing him that Choi Seo-yeon had become curious about him. Just like that, he received a 500-point reward. Her curiosity was so intense that the way she kept staring almost felt like it was burning a hole into the back of his head. Noticing something in the distance, Kim Seon-woo casually pointed in a random direction and asked if she wanted to check it out with him. Choi Seo-yeon immediately smiled, her expression bright and agreeable, and said she would gladly go with him. But behind that pretty smile, she had already made up her mind not to fall for any strange scheme he might be planning. In her thoughts, things were absolutely not going to unfold the way he wanted. At the same time, she continued pretending to cooperate with him happily. She beamed at him and said she would gladly work together with her senior, all while secretly plotting his downfall inside her head. As long as she was here, Choi Seo-yeon was determined to make sure the situation did not play out exactly according to his plan. Kim Seon-woo let out a quiet sigh as he looked at Choi Seo-yeon. In response, she turned her cuteness up to the absolute maximum, smiling brightly, and even adding a faint blush while he struggled to organize his thoughts. But no matter how innocent she looked, that was definitely the face of someone planning something dangerous. At this point in the original story, this cheerful first year had become obsessed with recruiting Lee Seojin. She kept trying to get close to him because having someone like him by her side would increase her own value. Kim Seon-woo vaguely pointed ahead and said they should go that way first. If he used the situation as bait to lure Lee Seojin over, he might be able to force events back onto their original route. At the same time, Choi Seo-yeon was using this chance to observe him from up close. The more carefully she watched, the more impressive and suspicious he seemed. At the beginning of the semester, he had been humiliated in front of everyone and treated like a complete failure. Yet somehow, in such a short time, he had grown strong enough to enter the special class. To Choi Seo-yeon, that was an incredible achievement, almost like discovering that a clownish dog had suddenly learned how to climb a tree. Her so-called praise was so obviously backhanded that Kim Seon-woo's eyebrow twitched. He explained that what happened back then had only been a mistake, but apparently, that one mistake during his entrance exam was determined to haunt him for the rest of his life. Then Choi Seo-yeon sighed and said that forcing his way into the special class could easily backfire on him. She made it sound as if she was offering gentle advice out of concern, but in reality, she was a shameless manipulator carefully testing his reaction. After all, if he drew too much attention to himself, he could end up making a long list of enemies before he even noticed what was happening. Been there, done that. Kim Seon-woo had already dealt with the biggest problem that had appeared the first time around. Choi Seo-yeon was a devil wearing an angel's face. She had an outstanding family background, beautiful looks, and undeniable talent, so people often said she had been born with everything. But beneath that perfect surface was a very different truth. Her perfection had been built through endless effort and a fierce determination to meet the expectations of her family. Every single day, she worked relentlessly, sometimes harder than nearly anyone else, pushing herself to become someone worthy of the prestigious family name she carried. She worked hard to be kind to everyone, or at least to appear that way, while only keeping truly close to people who could raise her own value. That mask was not simple vanity. It was a lonely survival strategy. She could never show her real self to anyone, because surviving in the upper-class world had forced her to master a fake personality. When she brought up the topic of enemies, Kim Seon-woo sighed and decided to play dumb, acting as if he had no idea what she meant. Of course, that only made the young lady feel even more superior, and she laughed lightly, saying he obviously knew exactly what she was talking about after everything that had happened earlier that day. Aside from Senior Park In-won, no one had said anything openly. But there were definitely others in that room who did not want the former last-place clown sitting in the special class with them. Kim Seon-woo knew very well that jealousy and judgment were already aimed at him. Even when the other students kept their mouths shut, he could still feel those hostile looks pressing against his back. But honestly, he could not care less about any of them. He had not entered this class to earn their approval. Kim Seon-woo had a goal in life, something he absolutely intended to achieve through the special class, and as that unshakable purpose settled in his mind, a proud smile slowly rose on his face. Choi Seo-yeon froze for a moment, clearly shaken by what she had just heard. She had meant to jab at Kim Seon-woo, to unsettle him and drag him down with a few cutting words. But instead of losing his composure, he answered her with a calm, steady confidence that did not crack even once. He refused to dance along with her little mind game. And what disturbed her even more was the simple fact that this boy had a goal he was chasing with his own will. For Choi Seo-yeon, that kind of thing had always felt strangely distant, because unlike most people, she had never truly been allowed to choose one for herself. From the moment she was born, her path had already been laid out neatly by her parents, as if her life were something they had arranged in advance. All she was ever expected to do was step onto that prepared road and keep walking, obediently and quietly, without asking why, without doubting them, and without ever trying to cross the lines they had drawn around her. And they made that burden even heavier by constantly telling her that everything had been chosen for her own happiness. Since they claimed it was all done for her sake, Choi Seo-yeon was supposed to accept it with gratitude, lower her head, and follow every order as if obedience itself were the only proper way to repay them. After spending her entire life moving according to her father's commands, Choi Seo-yeon had never once seriously pictured herself chasing a dream that belonged only to her. So now, standing before this boy everyone called a clown, she found herself staring at something he carried so naturally. It was something she had never been given, and for the first time, that made her feel a sharp, unfamiliar envy. But that vulnerable look vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Choi Seo-yeon's face slipped back into its usual proud, arrogant mask, and a faint smirk curled at the edge of her lips, as though she had finally figured him out. She said she now understood why the teachers seemed to take an interest in this joker. Even then, her eyes stayed fixed on him, and she tilted her head slightly as she asked what he could possibly gain by forcing himself into the special class. One reason, of course, was that Kim Seon-woo needed to keep an eye on her and every other ridiculously overpowered fool tangled up in this story. But there was no way he could say something like that out loud. Luckily for him, before he had to come up with some believable excuse, his senses suddenly caught something nearby. It was hot, red, and violently hostile, burning straight toward them like a blazing warning. A razor-sharp wave of killing intent came rushing at them without warning. Kim Seon-woo moved on instinct, snatching his partner's hand in a single motion and pulling her close to him. At the same time, his magic surged outward, spreading in front of them as he prepared to block the strike before it could land. He dragged Choi Seo-yeon away just in time. In the next instant, a weapon crashed into the exact spot where the two of them had been standing only a heartbeat earlier, biting into the ground with brutal force. It was obviously an ambush, but that only made the situation more confusing, because there should not have been anyone here who had a reason to attack them. Then Park In-won stepped into view, and everything clicked into place all at once. Of course it was him. That shameless bully had really chosen this exact moment to corner the main character. What made it even worse was that his reckless attack could have caught Choi Seo-yeon in the blast, even though she had nothing to do with his grudge at all. The blonde bully did not look the slightest bit concerned. Flames licked and flickered around his body as he glared at Kim Seon-woo with open hatred. Through clenched teeth, he growled that this was his final warning. If the class clown valued his life, then from this point on, he had better keep his head down whenever he was at school. Kim Seon-woo simply scoffed, his expression barely changing. He looked completely unimpressed by the threat, and asked Park In-won what exactly he thought he was going to do if Seon-woo refused. That one calm response was enough to make the blonde snap. His anger flared together with his flames, pouring out of him in a violent surge. His face twisted with rage, and from the look in his eyes, he had completely given up on holding himself back. With a furious roar, Park In-won screamed that the brunette should just die, then hurled out another massive explosive attack. The blast came roaring forward with deafening force, and he was so consumed by rage that he did not even spare a thought for the first-year student standing beside Kim Seon-woo. The two students immediately threw themselves out of the way, because neither of them was foolish enough to stand still while that lunatic tried to blow them apart. Deep within the forest, hidden between the trees and shadows, a pink eye silently watched the chaos unfold. It followed every movement, every burst of magic, and every dangerous clash without making a sound. Those same watchful eyes also tracked Uera as she battled the monsters in another part of the training grounds. Her firepower flashed between the trees in fierce bursts, striking with sharp precision as she moved through the fight. They also kept watch over Shin Youngjin and John Min-kyu, following the way the two students handled their own battle. Every movement, every exchange, and every attempt to work together against the training monsters was being quietly observed. All of those observations were being managed by a red-haired woman, who let out a tired groan as she watched the students through her magic. She understood that these were the captain's orders, but she still found it difficult to believe a main spy could actually be hiding among kids like this. They were still students, after all. This woman was Baek Yejin, the support mage of the counter-terror task force. Her partner asked how the observation was going, but to be honest, nothing important had changed. All she saw was a group of students fighting training monsters like they were supposed to. If a main spy really was hiding among them, that person would probably wait until the students were allowed to move around outside before making contact. So even if the monitoring felt tedious and pointless, they had no choice but to keep their eyes open. Jung Hyun-soo told Baek Yejin to contact him immediately if anyone behaved suspiciously or tried to leave the training grounds. But right as he said that, the redhead suddenly raised her voice, her tone sharpening in protest. She could not say for certain whether they were insiders or not, but one of her magic eyes had just picked up something far more interesting than the usual monster training. A group of students was fighting each other. They were no longer focused on the monsters at all. From the look of it, these kids were clashing so violently that it seemed like they were trying to rip one another apart. Fortunately, Jung Hyun-soo recognized the group right away because he had already stopped that same bully earlier during class. And judging by the intensity of the fight, they were not treating this like a simple argument anymore. Kim Seon-woo quickly noticed that Park In-won's firing speed was genuinely impressive. The blonde might have been trash, but he had not reached the rank of second-year number 5 for no reason. If Seon-woo kept dragging the fight out and answering every attack one by one, his original plan to connect the plastic rich girl with the hero might fall apart before it even had a chance to work. Just then, Choi Seo-yeon suddenly cut through the tension for him, raising her voice in protest as if she could no longer stay silent. Being paired with a loser was already irritating enough for her, but getting attacked because of that loser was something she absolutely could not accept. If her seniors wanted to fight like starving dogs, then they should at least do it during proper training hours. Kim Seon-woo immediately shouted for Choi Seo-yeon to stay where she was, warning her that the area was still dangerous and Park In-won was still rampaging out of control. But another lunatic had already stepped into the mess, and she clearly had no intention of staying quiet. Choi Seo-yeon snapped that this kind of disgraceful behavior would only damage the school's name, and that senior Park In-won should know better than to act like this. She told him to put away his inferiority complex towards senior Lee Seo-jin and senior Kim Seon-woo before he ended up dragging the academy's reputation down with him. Even Kim Seon-woo was stunned that she had the nerve and energy to explode like that in the middle of all this chaos. Instead of listening like a normal person and stopping his madness, Park In-won only became even more furious when he realized people were taking the brunette's side. Of course, that might have been because he was the one acting like a maniac and rampaging outside the school grounds in the first place. The idiot raised his firepower even further and blasted it straight toward Kim Seon-woo and Choi Seo-yeon. He was pulling an innocent junior into his tantrum simply because his pride had been bruised, which was pathetic even for him. The heat surged so violently that the magic eyes watching the area were actually burned away. That alone was enough to turn the situation into a real emergency, and the agent monitoring them gasped in horror. Baek Yejin's magic circle shattered under the damage, and in an instant, her connection to that group of students was cut off. She could no longer see what was happening around them. Jung Hyun-soo was not the sort of man who wasted time panicking over something that had already happened. He grabbed his sword and moved out at once. He had promised the academy that this search would not place any of the students in danger. That promise made their safety his responsibility, and he had to confirm with his own eyes that those kids were still unharmed. Baek Yejin was horrified and shouted after him, saying he was about to ruin their entire operation over a student fight. But for Jung Hyun-soo, protecting the children came before anything else. He said he would break up the fight and come right back. For now, Baek Yejin only needed to keep watching the other students and contact him the second anything else happened. With that, the agent shot forward without wasting another word. Of course, Jung Hyun-soo recognized the students causing the disturbance, and he especially recognized Park In-won, who was quickly earning a permanent place in his mind as a walking problem. What an exhausting child. On top of that, the third person caught in the chaos was Choi Seo-yeon, a member of one of the 5 great magic houses. Nothing could be allowed to happen to her. He had to stop those idiots before the situation became truly serious. Meanwhile, Choi Seo-yeon had managed to raise a magic barrier around herself. The shield barely kept her safe as the bully and the so-called clown continued their dangerous, completely absurd face-off right in front of her. Park In-won was drowning in rage. He screamed that Kim Si-woo should have stayed the class clown, the same pathetic loser he had been at the beginning of the semester. He could not accept that a nobody like him had entered the special class. Even worse, he could not stand the fact that Kim Si-woo was not trembling in fear before his power. By that point, the guy was so swallowed by anger that he no longer seemed to care what kind of destruction he caused around him. Choi Seo-yeon was doing everything she could to hold that madman in place with her shield and stop the two seniors from tearing each other apart. But because she was pouring all her strength into defense instead of fighting back, her energy was draining at a frightening speed. The barrier would not hold much longer, and once it broke, the danger would become impossible to ignore. Kim Si-woo had already warned her to stay back because this place was no longer safe. Her eyes slowly opened, and a gasp escaped her when she realized her senior was standing directly in front of her. Kim Si-woo had stepped between her and the danger. Around his wrist was the special bracelet given to him by the pharmacy head he had befriended, and he activated the protective spell stored inside it, bringing up a shield of his own. Since Park In-won had pushed the situation this far, Kim Si-woo decided there was no longer any reason to hold back. He would deal with him personally. Before his regression, Kim Si-woo had only watched Park In-won's misdeeds from a distance. That blonde bully had freely terrorized plenty of weaker male classmates, trampling over them without hesitation. Back then, Kim Si-woo had thought of himself as nothing more than an extra standing on the edge of the story. Because of that, he believed he had no right to interfere with the actions of important characters, even when those people were clearly rotten to the core. So he had let the blonde do as he pleased and remained quietly in the background, convincing himself that it was better not to disturb the plot. But Park In-won had not changed at all. He was still obsessed with crushing others beneath him, and he still did not care if an innocent person was hurt along the way. In the end, the blonde was nothing more than a throwaway character, someone who appeared early on and had no real weight in the larger story. He was just a forgettable bully everyone would stop caring about after graduation. If that was the case, Kim Si-woo might as well do the story a favor and clean up this trash ahead of schedule. He summoned the power of Great Nature's Heart, gathering several different kinds of mana into his hand before hurling that concentrated force straight at the stupid blonde. For the first time, Park In-won hesitated. His eyes shifted as he finally realized the brunette in front of him was no longer only defending himself. Kim Si-woo was preparing to strike back. Park In-won shouted that he was using enhancement magic, as though pointing that out somehow made the situation unfair. Kim Si-woo simply answered that if the bully had a problem with it, then he should fight properly and try to teach him that lesson himself. But after Park In-won had dragged an uninvolved person into this meaningless fight, Kim Si-woo no longer felt the slightest need to be generous. He seized the idiot by the face and drove him straight into the ground with brutal force. That was right. This so-called loser had been suppressing an enormous amount of power all along, carefully holding himself back and doing everything possible to stay low profile so he would not stand out too much. Most of the time, he could ignore insults thrown by insignificant fools like Park In-won. But he was not going to stand by and watch that eyesore hurt someone else simply because his pathetic pride had been wounded. Now Park In-won was terrified, but Kim Si-woo had no intention of quietly listening to excuses. He wanted to hear one good reason why he should forgive garbage like him, and it had better be convincing. Power was already gathering in his hand, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The moment the blonde saw it, his attitude changed at unbelievable speed. Suddenly, Park In-won dropped to his knees and began begging desperately for forgiveness. He swore he would never pick fights again, and he even admitted that everything had been his fault. Just this once, he pleaded for Kim Si-woo to forgive him. Kim Si-woo honestly had no real intention of forgiving that useless piece of trash, not after the stunt Park In-won had just pulled in front of them. His hand was still raised, magic ready to fire, and the pressure in the air had not fully faded. But then the stiff-faced Choi Seo-yeon reminded her senior that he was only wasting mana on him. Annoying as it was, she had a point. Kim Si-woo slowly lowered his hand and let the gathered power fade away. It was not like he had truly planned to blast that idiot into pieces anyway. There were cleaner, smarter ways to deal with someone like him. Kim Si-woo reached down, grabbed the blonde by the hair, and forced him to face him properly. His voice turned ice cold as he told that loser to get as far away from this area as possible. And if Park In-won ever crossed his sight again, then the next time, he would be dead. That single warning carried more weight than any long lecture ever could. Park In-won understood it immediately, right down to his bones. The so-called class clown was not someone he should ever provoke a second time. Even after hearing that terrifying warning, Park In-won still hesitated for a moment. His body trembled, his face pale with fear, and he slowly looked up at Kim Si-woo. Then, in a careful, almost pathetic voice, he asked whether Si-woo would maybe keep what happened here a secret. Kim Si-woo had absolutely no desire to do that stupid blonde any favors. After everything Park In-won had done, he did not deserve even the smallest mercy. But at the same time, Kim Seon-woo also had no interest in letting the whole school find out how strong he really was. So instead of giving him a proper answer, he simply snapped at him to get lost. Park In-won did not need to be told twice. The moment he heard that, he bolted from the scene as fast as his legs could carry him. Once the blonde disappeared from sight, Kim Seon-woo finally let his body drop down onto the ground in relief. The battle had exploded out of nowhere and dragged him into a mess he had not planned for, so even for him, it had been more nerve-wracking than he wanted to admit. Still, when he thought about the result, it was not bad at all. For once, he had been able to watch Park In-won suffer properly in that miserable life of his. As Park In-won sprinted away from the area, Baek Yejin immediately picked up his movement through another one of her magic eyes. She quickly reported it to her senior, her voice turning urgent as she explained that the student who had just been involved in the fight was now rushing out of the training grounds. Young Hyun-soo understood the meaning of that report almost instantly. The tension in his movement eased just a little, and the frantic speed he had been using to rush toward the students slowed down slightly. That was exactly what Kim Seon-woo had been aiming for. He had not sent Park In-won running away simply to scare him. He had done it on purpose, knowing the special task force would notice the blonde leaving the area and immediately shift their attention toward him instead. Park In-won, meanwhile, had no idea he was being used that way. He was only grateful that he had managed to escape with his life. As he ran through the training grounds, he cursed under his breath, still furious and shaken after barely surviving that clown, Kim Seon-woo. But then, as if his luck could not get any worse, a mysterious older man suddenly began chasing after him from behind. The poor kid truly could not catch a break from anyone now. He had flown far too close to the sun with all his nonsense, and after provoking the wrong person, even a special agent had started coming after him. Back at the original spot, Kim Seon-woo let out a long sigh of relief and remained seated on the ground. With Park In-won running around and drawing attention, this should be enough to pull the task force's eyes away from him and Choi Seo-yeon. Even better, the incident would not seriously disturb the original flow of events either. Then, out of nowhere, a finger suddenly reached over and poked the bruise on his neck. Kim Seon-woo let out a sharp yelp, his whole body jerking from the sudden sting. Choi Seo-yeon, of course, acted as if she had done nothing wrong. With that same calm face, she said she was only trying to help because he looked so injured. Kim Seon-woo stared at her in disbelief, unable to process how she could say something like that so casually after stabbing right into the sore spot. Still, the resident pretty girl was genuinely impressed. Someone she had dismissed as a loser had just defeated Park In-won, the fifth-ranked student among the second years. On top of that, Kim Seon-woo himself was supposedly only around rank 70, which made the gap even harder to ignore. She had no choice but to reassess her senior's real ability. That was troublesome for him. So Kim Seon-woo laughed it off and casually claimed that if the blonde had truly come prepared to kill, he never would have won. He lied smoothly, saying he had only managed to chase him away by using momentum. The second year let out a small sigh, saying he actually felt a little bad about how things had turned out. Choi Seo-yeon probably wanted to team up with Lee Seo-jin, but instead, she had been dragged into this ridiculous mess because of him. The pretty girl looked at him and smiled softly. She said she was simply grateful that he had saved her, and that was all there was to it. Then, as if waiting for the perfect moment, his pop-up screen appeared in front of him. Kim Seon-woo glanced at it with quiet curiosity. That screen was always useful in situations like this, especially because it told him things other people would never admit out loud. Unfortunately for him, the message on the screen made one thing painfully clear. Choi Seo-yeon had now taken an interest in him. And for Kim Seon-woo, that was not a good sign at all. It was trouble. Choi Seo-yeon smiled faintly and admitted that at the beginning of the semester, she had not thought very highly of her senior at all. After all, she had seen him doing that pathetic mopping act the other day. Back then, it looked to her like he was desperately trying to draw attention because he had no real skill or talent worth showing off. But after watching him recently, her impression had begun to change. The way he helped Yoon Hae-young train, and now the power he had displayed tonight, made him seem like a completely different person from the dead-last attention seeker she thought she understood. Kim Seon-woo gave a small smirk and asked what he seemed like to her now. Choi Seo-yeon did not answer right away. She paused, her eyes lingering on him as she carefully searched for the right words. If she had to describe him, she said he was an interesting person, almost like a clown. Apparently, no matter how much he changed or how much strength he showed, Kim Seon-woo was not going to escape the clown allegations anytime soon. In any case, they had rested long enough. Most of the other teams had already moved far ahead of them, so if they wanted to keep up with the activity, they needed to get back on their feet and start moving again. Kim Seon-woo let out a tired sigh from where he sat and asked whether she really did not want to rest for just a little longer. His body had only just started relaxing, and the thought of moving again already sounded exhausting. Choi Seo-yeon laughed lightly and said she needed to find something and show proper results. That way, her sweet senior would not be looked down on by people like Park In-won. She spoke with a cheerful tone as she hopped forward, full of sudden energy. But just as she moved ahead, a monster suddenly popped out from nowhere. That beast had absolutely no business sneaking up on them like that. Before Choi Seo-yun could properly understand what was happening, she found herself face to face with a huge snake-like creature, its massive body rising in front of her and blocking her path. Choi Seo-yun screamed in horror, and the giant snake hissed back at her, as if answering her fear. A training monster had appeared directly in front of them, turning their path into danger in an instant. Kim Seon-woo immediately sprang to his feet and rushed toward her. Magic was already gathering in his hand as he moved, his body shifting into combat mode while he prepared to strike the monster before it could attack. But before Kim Seon-woo could launch his magic, a brilliant flash of light swept in from the side. The radiant strike sliced into the giant monster first, cutting through the danger before his attack could even leave his hand. It was light attribute magic, sharp and dazzling enough to tear through the thread in a single instant. The moment Choi Seo-yun saw that familiar brilliance, her face lit up with joy. Even Kim Seon-woo's expression brightened at the sight. The person he had been aiming to bring into this situation had arrived at exactly the right moment, as if the story itself had finally fallen into place. Lee Seo-jin appeared before them like a true hero, stepping into the scene right when they needed him most. His arrival was exactly the moment Kim Seon-woo had been waiting for. With a warm smile, Lee Seo-jin looked over the group and asked if everyone was all right. Apparently, Lee Seo-jin had been moving around the training grounds on his own, helping anyone who seemed to be struggling. Fortunately, he had not found any truly dangerous monsters nearby, which was a huge relief considering how tense the exercise had become. He smiled and said he must have been too tense because they had been told this place was a danger zone. The protagonist really did have a heart of gold, worrying about others even during training. Of course, for a genius like Lee Seo-jin, this kind of exercise probably did not feel difficult at all. Choi Seo-yun immediately began thinking that if Lee Seo-jin signed a sponsorship contract with her family, his genius would shine even brighter. She was already trying to recruit him right from the start, and honestly, her shamelessness was almost impressive. Lee Seo-jin only laughed it off and said he would think about that later. For now, they needed to focus on the training in front of them. The location, the members gathered here, and even the timing were all perfect. Kim Seon-woo could not help but feel satisfied. It had been a while since he had seen such a clean setup fall into place this smoothly. As long as the major event where Lee Seo-jin discovered the hidden stage remained intact, everything would be fine. Kim Seon-woo only had one real job here, and that was to bring Choi Seo-yun close enough to the dungeon so the original connection could happen. From the very beginning, the route Kim Seon-woo had taken with Choi Seo-yun had been carefully calculated. It avoided most of the monsters scattered along the way while safely overlapping with Lee Seo-jin's path. All he needed to do was guide them toward the right place at the right time. For now, this might have been his most successful mission when it came to keeping the story close to its original course. Then Kim Seon-woo suddenly pointed ahead with an exaggerated gasp, drawing everyone's attention as he told them to look over there. There it was. The dungeon entrance stood before them, dark and suspicious, looking exactly like the kind of place anyone with common sense should very obviously avoid. Lee Seo-jin looked surprised when he noticed the strange glow coming from ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly as he wondered aloud what it could be, since the light seemed to be spilling out from inside the cave itself. Kim Seon-woo laughed and said he was extremely curious about it too. Then, acting as if stepping into a suspicious glowing cave were the most natural idea in the world, he suggested that they all go in and check it out together. And just like that, those idiots actually walked straight into the dungeon. It was the Special Task Force's training ground dungeon, a place that had mostly fallen inactive in recent times. As Lee Seo-jin looked around inside with Choi Seo-yun, they soon realized this was no ordinary space. They had entered a hidden stage, an incredibly rare occurrence. A dungeon inside another dungeon. Places like that were far more difficult to clear than ordinary dungeons, and the danger could not be underestimated. But if someone managed to overcome one, the rewards waiting at the end were also far more valuable. This was exactly the situation Kim Seon-woo had been aiming for from the very beginning. The room he had once encountered inside the Tower of Proof had also been a type of hidden stage. Because of that experience, he already understood better than most just how special and valuable a place like this could be. And hidden stages like this could even appear inside dungeons that had been deactivated and modified. In the original story, this was the very place where Lee Seo-jin and Choi Seo-yun would join forces and defeat the boss together. This episode was not only the moment when Lee Seo-jin would obtain an S-rank weapon and draw even more attention from the world around him. After clearing the hidden stage, people would begin calling him the Korean genius, and his achievement would become so significant that a press conference would even be held for him. But the truly important part of this event was not the weapon or even the fame. This was the key moment when Choi Seo-yun would finally begin to mature mentally and take her first real step toward becoming one of Lee Seo-jin's allies. What had just happened was far more important than it seemed on the surface. This was not just some random discovery inside a training ground. And since Lee Seojin and Choi Seo-yun were both strong enough to clear this dungeon without much difficulty, Kim Seon-woo had already prepared everything he could think of before the situation ever reached this point. This time, Kim Seon-woo was truly forcing himself toward the center of the stage. He was stepping far beyond the quiet background role everyone expected from him, and his eyes carried a firm determination that made his decision clear. With that fire burning inside him, he suggested that the three of them should try challenging the dungeon on their own. Lee Seojin rejected the idea immediately, without even taking a second to think it over. Hidden stages were full of unknown variables, and from his point of view, the safest and most correct choice was to contact the task force first. Like the perfect model student he was already reaching for his phone to report everything properly. Sometimes, that saintly sense of responsibility of his was just a little too obsessed with doing things by the book. Kim Seon-woo moved the moment he saw the phone. He lunged toward Lee Seojin and tried to snatch it away before the guy could do something painfully responsible and completely ruin the storyline they were supposed to follow. If that report went through now, the entire event could fall apart before it even began. While those two idiots were busy wrestling over the phone like a pair of clowns, the pretty girl stood a short distance away from them. She lowered her gaze toward the water nearby, quietly watching her own reflection shimmer and distort across the faint ripples. At first, Choi Seo-yun only stared down because she was bored, her eyes following the gentle movement of the water beneath her. But then, without warning, a strange voice drifted toward her, soft and inviting, calling her a human child and whispering for her to come closer. A monster's shape began to appear inside the reflection on the water, but Choi Seo-yun did not seem to notice anything strange at all. She casually lowered her finger and stirred the surface, playing with the ripples like it was nothing more than a harmless pond. From somewhere deep below, something dark and hungry continued to beckon to her, luring her toward the cold, silent depths. The instant her fingertip touched the water, a strange sensation surged through the entire dungeon like a shockwave. Lee Seojin froze in disbelief, while Kim Seon-woo stared at Choi Seo-yun with open horror. This was not how the story was supposed to go. But now that the situation had twisted completely off course, whatever insane creature was hiding in that place was more than happy to take advantage of the opening. A burst of twisted laughter rang through the air. In the next moment, the creature grabbed Choi Seo-yun by the neck, instantly turning her into the helpless girl trapped in danger. And the monster was a girl as well, the ghost witch, a terrifying rank B beast. Somehow, while no one had been paying close enough attention, it had slipped right behind them. The two boys rushed forward at once, both desperate to save Choi Seo-yun before the situation became even worse. Lee Seojin shouted for her to snap out of it, his voice filled with urgency. But the empty, unfocused look in her eyes made one thing painfully clear. She was not going to return to her senses that easily. After all, she had been captured by some witch diva who seemed disturbingly eager to claim her for herself. From the witch's attitude, it sounded as if she imagined the two of them becoming a pair of cute, vicious girls together, or something equally unsettling. Needless to say, neither of the boys had any intention of letting that creepy plan happen. And as if things were not bad enough already, the witch had no intention of staying there to fight fairly. She was already trying to flee while taking Choi Seo-yun with her. For a monster to strike first like this, the plot had once again veered away from its original path. Kim Seon-woo had been struggling with everything he had to keep the story moving in the right direction, only for it to twist into another disaster right in front of his eyes. He was honestly exhausted by the constant chaos. But before he could even process it properly, a violent surge of force exploded from the dungeon behind them, shaking the air around the gate with a heavy, ominous pressure. Kim Seon-woo stared in shock at the swirling gate, while Lee Seojin demanded to know what had just happened. At that point, there was no denying the truth anymore. Choi Seo-yun had been kidnapped by a monster. Kim Seon-woo fell silent for a moment, as if he truly did not know how many more insane twists he was supposed to endure. But one thing was obvious. If he wanted the story to stay anywhere close to its proper direction, he could not afford to stand still. He stepped toward the dungeon and told Lee Seojin to follow him so they could rescue her. Lee Seojin looked startled and asked if they were really not going to wait for the task force. But waiting around and following procedure was exactly why Kim Seon-woo had been forced to deal with the main problem alone the first time. If they wasted any more time here, Choi Seo-yun would die. The monster that had taken her possessed the ability to absorb mana, and that meant every passing second made the danger worse. Once the witch finished draining all the mana from Choi Seo-yun's body, there would be no way left to save her. If they truly wanted to bring her back alive, then hesitation was no longer an option. They had to move immediately. Kim Seon-woo placed a firm hand on Lee Seojin's shoulder, forcing him to look at the situation clearly. This was not the time to wait, debate, or cling to procedure. A classmate's life was already hanging by a thread. With no real choice left, Lee Seojin tightened his grip around his weapon. He was not the kind of person who could stand back and watch a classmate die, especially not when there was still a chance to save her. They were going to rescue their junior right now. The moment that decision settled between them, the two boys charged straight into the portal without looking back. Meanwhile, the task force agent had finally caught up with the blonde student, who was whining loudly that he had done absolutely nothing to deserve being chased around like this. Whether that was true was honestly debatable, but the agent did not let up. He pressed Park In-won hard, demanding to know who he was conspiring with and what his objective was. Of course, the kid was clearly just an obnoxious bully, not some hidden main villain in disguise. Even so, the man remained convinced that this troublesome student was hiding something important. His eyes narrowed sharply as he questioned why Park In-won had suddenly tried to run away in the first place. The poor kid immediately remembered the humiliation he had just suffered at Kim Seon-woo's hands. Tears began to gather in his eyes, and he sobbed that this was the one thing he absolutely could not tell the task force agent about. That reaction only made the agent even more certain that Park In-won was somehow connected to the main suspects. Up until now, he had been holding back because the boy was still just a student. But at this point, he believed he had no other choice. The agent then informed the pitiful Magic Academy second year, rank 5 student, Park In-won, that he was being arrested on suspicion of conspiring with the main suspects. Park In-won was completely baffled, staring at him like he could not understand how they had managed to grab the wrong guy this badly. The agent contacted his partner, Baek Yejin, and told her that he had apprehended the suspect and needed backup to restrain him properly. But on the other end of the communication, Baek Yejin was already panicking. Another situation had erupted, and this one was far more serious than a runaway student. 3 students had just entered the dungeon that had been modified for training. One of Baek Yejin's magic eyes had seen the entire thing happen from start to finish. At first, the senior agent did not seem especially alarmed by that report. After all, the dungeon had already been deactivated, so by all normal expectations, it should have been nothing more than an empty cave at this point. But then Baek Yejin revealed the detail that changed everything. They had just confirmed signs that a hidden stage had appeared inside that very dungeon. In an instant, the situation shifted from strange to genuinely dangerous, and the man's eyes widened with real horror. The two boys stepped into an unknown land, bracing themselves as the world around them transformed into a field of ice and snow. The dungeon's interior looked completely different from what they had seen outside. It had become a frozen wonderland, glittering with cold light, sharp frost, and a biting chill that stabbed through their clothes. Kim Seon-woo quickly reasoned that the evil, which must have strengthened the entire environment using the ice attribute mana she had stolen from Choi Seo-yeon. Apparently, this story had more than one girl connected to ice power. Lee Seo-jin was already shivering badly in the freezing air. Both boys were far too lightly dressed for a place like this, and Kim Seon-woo could not help thinking about the mountain of problems still waiting ahead of him. For once, the focus shifted toward Lee Seo-jin's side of things. Even heroes, it seemed, could be absolutely miserable while trying to do heroic work. The cold gnawed at him so harshly that he seriously felt like he might collapse if they had to keep moving through this frozen world for much longer. That thought had barely settled in before Kim Seon-woo stepped in and draped a thick, fluffy wool coat over Lee Seo-jin's shoulders. He had no intention of letting the protagonist back out of such an important rescue mission, but he also was not about to let him freeze to death before they even reached the enemy. Lee Seo-jin looked genuinely shocked by the sudden help, his eyes widening as he glanced at the coat now wrapped around him. Kim Seon-woo, however, only smiled like it was no big deal. He told the dark-haired boy to wear it, since its insulation would protect him from the cold and make this dungeon a little easier to endure. A hidden stage like this was cold enough to become dangerous on its own, so Kim Seon-woo had already prepared for it. Inside the subspace pocket he had finally managed to obtain, he had packed 2 massive coats along with plenty of cold weather gear just in case. The warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, while the warm gloves added another 5%. Lee Seo-jin was stunned that Kim Seon-woo could even afford a subspace pocket, since an item like that cost more than 100 million. Kim Seon-woo avoided giving a clear explanation and simply brushed it off, saying he had bought some stocks and managed to cash them out. Of course, Kim Seon-woo had prepared one more coat for Choi Seo-yeon as well. But before she could wear it, they first had to find her somewhere in this frozen dungeon and bring her back safely. Then they spotted a figure waving in the distance. Lee Seo-jin immediately let out a breath of relief, thanking God, because she seemed unharmed at first glance. Kim Seon-woo, however, felt uneasy right away. There was no way the ice girl would simply be wandering around freely inside the dungeon right after being kidnapped. From far ahead, the voice called out for them to hurry and save her. Their goal was to get Choi Seo-yeon out of that place as quickly as possible, and Lee Seo-jin wanted to find the exit before anything else went wrong. But before that painfully good-natured hero could charge straight toward the obviously fake Choi Seo-yeon, Kim Seon-woo moved first. Without a second of hesitation, he blasted her with magic. Lee Seo-jin froze in complete shock, his face going stiff as he stared at Kim Seon-woo. He could not believe that Seon-woo had just attacked the pretty girl they had come all this way to rescue. The misunderstanding cleared up almost immediately. The moment the witch began to cackle, the truth became obvious. Apparently, Kim Seon-woo's instincts were sharper than expected for a mere human. The ice which had taken possession of Choi Seo-yeon's body, because apparently that was the only way she could obtain a fresh new face for herself. Now that she had a beautiful body filled with power, she was fully prepared to make that everyone else's problem. Suddenly, a sharp wave of killing intent locked onto them. Kim Seon-woo sensed it immediately, and that same instinct had been what warned him about the witch's scheme in the first place. The monster was controlling their friend. This creature was the ghost witch, and if they wanted to save Choi Seo-yeon, they first had to capture the witch herself. The witch laughed with cruel delight, savoring the situation as she said the child's frigid ice manna was an exquisite delicacy. The way she spoke about a minor was deeply creepy, making the entire scene feel even more disturbing. Then she declared that once she had absorbed every last bit of that child, she would devour the boys as well. She really was a greedy, power-hungry pervert in the worst possible way. But the witch did not seem bothered by the insult at all. Instead, she simply unleashed a burst of power and sent it flying straight toward the boys. Naturally, Lee Seo-jin stepped into the center of the action with that shining sword of his. He charged forward to cut down the thread in front of them, while Kim Seon-woo watched with a quiet look of satisfaction on his face. The ghost witch was an undead monster, which meant she should normally be weak against Lee Seo-jin's light attribute. As Lee Seo-jin leapt up to face the beast, the situation looked favorable at first glance. There was just one very real problem waiting for them. While the true protagonist stepped straight into the spotlight and took the front line, Kim Seon-woo stayed just half a step behind him, slipping naturally into the support role as if that were the safest place to be. Whenever that ridiculous witch sent another attack screaming toward them, he reacted from behind Lee Seo-jin and blasted it apart before it could land, clearing the pressure around the hero one shot at a time. This fight was going to be painfully difficult, because defeating the enemy was not their only goal. They still had to save Choi Seo-yeon, and the biggest problem was that the witch had already taken over that beautiful body. The person they needed to protect and the enemy they needed to bring down were standing in the exact same place. Unless they found a way to separate the witch from Choi Seo-yeon first, they would never be able to make any real progress. And Choi Seo-yeon was not just some ordinary rich girl with a pretty face and a famous family name. She was the #1 student among the first years, and her most famous specialty was manifestation, a dangerous kind of magic that could turn raw mana into something frighteningly real right in front of her enemies. With almost no warning at all, sharp shards of ice began forming around her, appearing in the frozen air as though they had been pulled straight out of nothing. Then, with one cold motion of her hand, she sent an entire barrage of those icy fragments flying toward the boys. As she charged in, her second specialty became obvious as well. Choi Seo-yeon's body was not only capable of manifestation, but enhancement too. Her movements suddenly grew sharper and faster, and instead of clashing directly with Lee Seo-jin, she slipped right past him and rushed straight toward Kim Seon-woo. She clearly thought he would be the easier target. Unfortunately for her, that assumption was about to fail in the most disappointing way possible. The worst part was that the boys could not simply attack her with everything they had. Since Choi Seo-yeon's actual body was still caught in the middle of this, they had to avoid hurting her while somehow stopping the witch inside her. That forced them onto the defensive, dodging, blocking, and searching for an opening without being able to strike back freely. The moment the girl formed a sword of ice in her hand, a blade of light cut in from the side and knocked her attack away. Lee Seo-jin moved at exactly the right time, stepping in before the frozen weapon could reach Kim Seon-woo and making sure that icy blade never got close enough to harm him. The hero was fighting while carrying two goals at once. He had to protect his friend, and at the same time, he had to bring down the witch hiding inside Choi Seo-yeon's body. And just as expected from the real protagonist, Lee Seo-jin refused to break no matter how much pressure came crashing down on him. But the ice witch was not backing off either. She had come here to win, and she was not the kind of monster who accepted rejection quietly. She gathered another wave of freezing magic, frost spreading through the air around her fingertips. Then, without giving the boys even a single second to catch their breath, she hurled the cold power straight at them again. The witch looked like she was enjoying every second of it, shamelessly using Choi Seo-yeon's pretty body as if it were some toy she had just claimed for herself. More and more icy shots flew toward the hero in rapid succession. But Lee Seo-jin was the protagonist for a reason. He planted his feet, raised his shining sword, and blocked them one after another, refusing to let even a single attack pass through easily. Each time Lee Seo-jin managed to push forward, the possessed Choi Seo-yeon was forced to retreat a little farther across the frozen ground. Still, this was not a situation they could drag out forever. If they kept trading blows without finding a real answer, they would eventually run out of options. They needed a proper way to deal with the witch before the fight turned against them completely. The witch soon caught on to their hesitation. Since neither of them was attacking with the intent to truly injure her, she burst into mocking laughter. She sneered that they were both too soft, not barbaric enough to strike a girl without holding back. According to her, every attack they threw at her was weak, timid, and completely pathetic. That was an incredibly bold thing to say for someone who had stolen another person's body, just so she could stand there and fight them from behind someone else's face. The battle kept raging across the ice, and Kim Seon-woo stayed firmly in the support role. He made sure Lee Seo-jin remained the one standing in the center of the action, because as far as Seon-woo was concerned, getting dragged any deeper into another troublesome main story crisis was the absolute last thing he wanted. Her attacks shifted rapidly between offense and defense, and the usefulness of the ice attribute became even clearer inside this frozen environment. Every spell seemed to blend naturally with the snow, frost, and cold air around her, turning the battlefield itself into part of her advantage. Even more ice came crashing down toward Kim Seon-woo, and he gasped as the frozen barrage filled the space above him. Even though this was supposed to be a 2-on-1 fight, the situation was horribly stacked against them, because they still could not strike Choi Seo-yeon directly without risking her body. Kim Seon-woo reacted fast, throwing himself out of the way before the downpour of ice could swallow him whole. Somehow, he slipped through the falling fragments and managed to escape the worst of the attack by a narrow margin. But when he glanced back over his shoulder, his expression immediately tightened. Their escape route had been torn apart behind them, completely demolished by the previous wave of magic. So that was her plan. The witch was not just trying to overwhelm them with raw power. She wanted to cut off their path, trap them inside this frozen space, wear them down, and slowly drain their mana until they had nothing left. What a calculated little diva. The witch laughed as she realized they no longer had anywhere easy to run. Then she released another wave of wicked, bone-chilling magic, sending that freezing force surging toward the boys once again. It became one attack after another, with no pause and no breathing room in between. Kim Seon-woo had no choice but to keep moving, retreating quickly across the frozen ground just to stay outside the range of her freezing magic. The fight was getting uglier with every passing second, and even Lee Seo-jin had to fall back to Kim Seon-woo's side. He looked toward the brunette and asked what they should do next. Since Kim Seon-woo always seemed to pull a solution out of nowhere whenever things turned messy, Lee Seo-jin was clearly hoping he had another answer ready. He wanted to know if there was still a plan. As it turned out, Kim Seon-woo did have a plan. The first step was to find that damn witch's real body and finally wipe that smug smile off her face. If her main body was put in danger, then the witch would have no choice but to abandon Choi Seo-yeon's body, giving them the opening they needed to finish her off. Lee Seo-jin immediately pointed out the obvious problem. This entire place was buried in snow and ice, and searching through a frozen landscape like this would be extremely difficult. Lee Seo-jin asked whether Kim Seon-woo already knew where the witch's main body was hidden. Unfortunately, Kim Seon-woo had to be honest about that part. He had not figured out its location yet. Lee Seo-jin stared at him in surprise, clearly caught completely off guard by that answer. The problem was that, in the original story, Choi Seo-yeon and Lee Seo-jin had entered this dungeon together. Back then, the hero defeated the Great Witch by slicing through the entire area and forcing the truth out with sheer power. It was not an easy method at all, but Kim Seon-woo was certain the witch's real body could still be found. The issue was that he was not the one suited to finding it. Before anything else, Kim Seon-woo pulled out one of his special mana elixirs and drank it down in one go. The effect activated almost immediately, pushing his mana recovery speed up by a massive 500% for the next 10 minutes. But that incredible boost came with a nasty price. Once those 10 minutes ended, the backlash would hit him hard, leaving him trapped in mana exhaustion for 30 full minutes. Kim Seon-woo then made his role clear. Finding the witch's true body and cutting it down was not something he was supposed to do. That job belonged to the protagonist. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Agent Young Hyun-soo had finally managed to squeeze the truth out of the blonde bully he had cornered. Park In-won broke down in tears and admitted that he had picked a fight, lost badly, and then ran away because he was too embarrassed to face what had happened. It was a humiliating confession, but even that was better than being treated like some mastermind's accomplice when, in reality, he was just a nasty little bully who had gotten in far over his head. Only then did Agent Young Hyun-soo realize he should have investigated each student much more carefully before jumping to conclusions. It also became clear that the students entering an active dungeon had absolutely nothing to do with the blonde witch at all. The bully himself looked confused by the entire situation, as if he could not understand what kind of criminal mastermind they thought he was supposed to be. He was just a mean jerk who had caused trouble and panicked when things turned against him. He truly did not know anything important. The senior agent was furious over how badly the situation had spiraled. He scolded his junior, reminding him that their duty was to guarantee the student's safety above all else. The junior lowered his head and apologized for the oversight, explaining that the hidden stage had been a completely unexpected anomaly. To be fair, no one had expected that dungeon to open, and no one had expected students to be reckless enough to walk inside either. Then the senior agent asked the question that mattered most. Was there any chance they could rescue the trapped students? Their first option was to try forcing the entrance open from the outside and see whether the dungeon would allow them to enter. If that failed, then they would be in serious trouble. At that point, all they could do was pray that the kids inside managed to clear the hidden stage and return on their own. And that was a terrifying gamble, because hidden stages were known for being dangerously difficult even under normal circumstances. By then, word had already spread among the students. A large crowd had gathered outside the dungeon cave, whispering anxiously and staring at the entrance, even though their teacher kept insisting that everyone needed to stay back and wait outside. But teenagers were far too curious for their own good. They were shocked to hear that some of their classmates had been trapped inside a hidden stage, because everyone knew that once someone was locked inside a place like that, escaping was incredibly hard. Uera stood among the crowd in silence, visibly nervous but unable to say anything. After all, their partners and friends were the ones stuck inside. The dark-haired girl was especially worried because she still had questions she wanted to ask Kim Si-woo, questions tied to a trauma she believed he was hiding, even though he did not actually have one. If something happened to him before she got those answers, she clearly would not be able to accept it. In her own awkward way, this was basically how she showed she cared. She cared about Kim Si-woo enough to need that idiot to hurry up and come back alive. Back inside the frozen dungeon, Kim Si-woo had finished explaining his plan to Lee Seo-jin, and the protagonist looked absolutely horrified. He could hardly believe that Si-woo was telling him to go off alone, search for the witch's real body, and slay it by himself. But that was exactly what a protagonist was supposed to do. This was the kind of moment that forced a hero to grow, and inside this frozen world, Lee Seo-jin could finally unleash his power without holding himself back. At the same time, the witch began moving more cautiously. She had noticed that the flow of mana around one of the boys had changed, and with a sharp scoff, she demanded to know what they were plotting. Before the boys could properly settle their plan, more mana surged up behind them, rising like a warning from the frozen ground. Both of them tensed in alarm. The witch was not even willing to give them a moment to think, determined to crush them beneath her ice magic before they could prepare anything. And the longer they wasted mana fighting that horrible witch on her own terms, the more the battle tilted in her favor. Every spell they spent, every second they delayed, only brought her closer to victory. Kim Si-woo turned toward Lee Seo-jin and told him that he did not need to hide his strength anymore, at least not in front of him. He could reveal his real power as it truly was. Kim Si-woo would not be scared by it. But if Lee Seo-jin kept suppressing himself like this, then at this rate, both of them were going to die. Once Lee Seo-jin thought about it, he realized Kim Si-woo was right. The only time he had swung his sword with full intent was during that final major attack before. Even during the midterms, he had been holding himself back. The reason was simple. Lee Seo-jin had been worried that if he pulled too far ahead, Uera would be hurt by the distance opening between them. After all, Uera was working desperately to catch up to him. She wanted to become his equal and stand beside him, not remain someone who could only watch his back from far behind. But Kim Si-woo had noticed that tiny hesitation, that subtle difference in the way Lee Seo-jin used his strength. Realizing that left Lee Seo-jin genuinely amazed, because it meant Si-woo had been watching far more closely than he expected. Then Lee Seo-jin made up his mind. If they wanted to survive this frozen nightmare, both of them needed to go all out. No more hiding power, no more holding back, and no more pretending this was a normal training exercise. This time, they would fight at full capacity. The ice witch burst into delighted laughter, mocking the tiny human brats and declaring that she was not afraid of them at all. Honestly, she probably should have been. After all, she was standing against one boy armed with cheat code level tricks, and another boy wrapped in pure protagonist plot armor. Since Kim Si-woo was putting this much trust in him and betting the entire plan on his strength, Lee Seo-jin could not keep pretending he was still holding himself back. The weight of that trust settled on his shoulders, and at that moment, the hero knew he had to answer it with everything he had. The instant Lee Seo-jin charged forward, brilliant light attribute magic erupted through his body. His eyes shone with a fierce glow, radiance wrapped around his sword, and his entire figure lit up as if he had become the center of the frozen battlefield. The ice which had been cackling like the entire dungeon already belonged to her. But the moment Lee Seo-jin stepped up and released that overwhelming wave of light attribute mana, her laughter broke apart. For the first time, her expression shifted, and she looked like she was starting to regret every choice that had led her to stand in front of him. Kim Si-woo shouted at Lee Seo-jin from behind, telling him there was no need to hold back anymore. If he had to, he should blow away the entire dungeon with one strike. That was the moment the witch realized her real body was in danger. Panic flashed through her, and that foolish monster finally abandoned Choi Seo-yun's body. The instant she let go of her hostage, the whole battle became much easier for the boys. With a sudden burst of movement, the ice switch shot straight toward her true body, practically guiding them directly to where it was hidden. If this was how she reacted the second she panicked, then she really needed to learn some composure, because falling for an opponent's bait that easily was a terrible habit. The evil ice switch dove back into her own body, as if she were throwing herself into the pool of life itself. The moment Kim Seon-woo saw it, a bright smile spread across his face. Choi Seo-yun could finally be retrieved safely, and now that their classmate was no longer being used as a shield, there was no reason to hold back. The entire space around them began to tremble and crack, as though the dungeon itself was convulsing under the witch's power. Tiny particles of ice gathered in the air, swelling and spreading through the frozen chamber as the witch revealed the strength of her restored true form. Now that she had returned to her real body, the ice witch shrieked in fury. Her voice echoed across the frost-covered dungeon as she swore she would never let these humans do whatever they pleased inside her domain. But Kim Seon-woo only smirked as he watched her rage. Now that Choi Seo-yun was no longer in the way, there was absolutely no reason to let that witch live. At last, it was time to unleash everything. The monster gasped as the truth finally sank in. She had not escaped their trap. She had walked straight into it. But that tiny gasp was practically the last sound she managed to make. In the next instant, Lee Seo-jin's light magic tore forward and pierced straight into her soul. Lee Seo-jin was merciless with it, too. He stepped forward through the blazing radiance, his sword raised, and made it clear to the beast that from this moment on, he was the one controlling the fight. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a group of desperate teachers was still doing everything they could to force their way into the dungeon. They kept checking the progress over and over again, but the portal entry analysis had only reached 2%. They were moving so slowly it was almost painful, and at this pace, the students inside could die long before anyone managed to break through. The opening they had created was so tiny that not even a mosquito could squeeze through it. The worst part was that this miserable progress was somehow the best they could do. No matter which support mage they brought in or how much effort they poured into the entrance, none of them would be able to open the gate any wider. Then, all of a sudden, the scarred agent received a message on his phone. He checked it immediately, his expression tightening with worry. At this point, even if Captain Kim Deok-hyun scolded him later, he felt he had no choice but to take responsibility himself. He quickly made a call and reported the situation, explaining that Lee Seo-jin was one of the students trapped inside a B-rank hidden stage dungeon. The agent started to apologize, his tone heavy with guilt, but the person on the other end calmly brushed aside his concern. They said it was fine and that the boy would come out on his own. That casual response left the agent completely stunned. Everyone around him was just as shocked, staring in disbelief as they wondered what that person could possibly mean. How were ordinary students supposed to survive a B-rank hidden stage dungeon and simply walk out by themselves? Right then, the space behind them erupted with light. It did not merely glow softly. It exploded. The blast shot into the sky like a nuclear wave, wiping away every bit of doubt and disbelief in an instant. The students watching from outside stared upward in shock, wondering what in the world was happening now and whether the dungeon boss itself had broken out. But Era would recognize that rivals light attribute mana anywhere. There was no mistaking that radiance, no confusing that power with anyone else's. It belonged to Lee Seo-jin. Inside the dungeon, Lee Seo-jin looked down at his broken sword and let out a small, disappointed sigh. It was a little sad, but in the end, the weapon he had been using until now simply could not withstand his mana anymore. Then the two boys looked ahead, and right there in front of them, waiting as if it had been prepared for this exact moment, stood a massive shining sword. Honestly, the timing could not have been more perfect. The sword gleamed with overwhelming power, its light filling the frozen chamber. And on top of that, they had successfully retrieved their classmate. Choi Seo-yun was still unconscious behind them, but at the very least, she was alive and safe. It was the Blue Moonblade, an S-rank sword filled with mystical moonlight power. Its weapon enhancement effect increased both destructive power and mana amplification by 50% for 30 minutes, and with only a 30-minute cooldown, its performance was honestly ridiculous in the best way. Kim Seon-woo sighed in relief and told Lee Seo-jin to claim the sword. After everything they had gone through to survive, it was only right that he wield it. Lee Seo-jin had contributed the most to defeating the Ghost Witch, and he just so happened to need a new weapon anyway. Of course, the kind-hearted hero immediately wondered what Kim Seon-woo would receive in return, since they had fought together. Kim Seon-woo simply smiled and said he would take every other treasure except the sword. If that was enough to satisfy him, then Lee Seo-jin should hurry up and claim his prize. Kim Seon-woo even said he would keep watch over Choi Seo-yun while Lee Seo-jin went to retrieve it. Standing tall beneath the dungeon's dim light, the protagonist stepped forward toward his destiny and picked up the sword that now belonged to him. The radiance pouring from the blade made it obvious that this was truly an S-rank weapon. Lee Seojin could hardly believe that his partner was giving up something this valuable so easily, as though it were nothing more than a reasonable trade. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was only doing it because he needed the hero to survive for a very long time in this story. If Lee Seojin died, the whole thing could collapse, and Kim Seon-woo might get dragged right back to square one. Naturally, he was handing over the sword. But in Lee Seojin's eyes, his partner simply looked like an admirable young man with a generous heart. Now that they had jointly subjugated the hidden stage alongside a key character, the causality rate rose by 0.8%. Lee Seojin's interest in Kim Seon-woo increased by 1 as well, bringing the protagonist's interest to level 2 and rewarding Kim Seon-woo with 2,000 points. Honestly, the system was starting to feel stingier with points these days. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo turned his attention to the girl they had rescued. Choi Seo-yeon was suffering from severe mana exhaustion because her current strength was still not enough to endure a battle on this scale. The evil which had pushed Choi Seo-yeon's body far beyond its limits. This was the painful aftermath of having her power forcibly dragged out and squeezed dry, while the ghost which controlled her body. Lee Seojin soon returned with a pleased expression, his coat bundled full of the other items scattered around the area. And, of course, he happily handed all of them over to Kim Seon-woo. Kim Seon-woo was grateful for the loot, but then Lee Seojin leaned a little closer, curious about what he was doing now. Since they had finally survived that troublesome battle from earlier, Kim Seon-woo was trying to give Choi Seo-yeon the extra recovery boost she needed. The Ice Spirit's Heart was an A-type elixir that restored mana when consumed and permanently increased a person's proficiency in controlling the ice attribute. Carefully, Kim Seon-woo poured the elixir into Choi Seo-yeon's mouth, making sure she swallowed it properly so her exhausted body could begin recovering faster. Slowly, the beautiful girl opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the 2 boys leaning over her after saving her life. Kim Seon-woo looked down and asked if she was all right, while Choi Seo-yeon stared back at her seniors in complete confusion. Then, out of nowhere, she burst into loud wails and demanded to know why they were staring at her like that. She clutched Kim Seon-woo's coat tightly around her body, acting as if the 2 boys were predators instead of the heroes who had just rescued her from a monster. Lee Seojin seemed impressed that she had recovered enough to make such a loud fuss already, but he did not look bothered by her crying and panicking at all. Kim Seon-woo, wearing a strained grimace, agreed that she definitely seemed full of energy now. Choi Seo-yeon stared at them in complete shock, still struggling to understand where she was, why she was wrapped in a coat, and what exactly had happened to her inside the dungeon. Explaining every detail properly would take far too long, so Kim Seon-woo kept it short. He simply told her that they had been inside a hidden stage. He explained that after Choi Seo-yeon was kidnapped by an ice witch, Lee Seojin worked incredibly hard and defeated the boss. Kim Seon-woo was practically advertising the hero like the best product on the market, because no matter what happened, he needed to push the protagonist to the front of every successful mission. Lee Seojin was starting to notice that pattern by now. Students their age clearing a hidden stage was something no one had ever recorded before. Technically, Kim Seon-woo had done it first, but that had caused plenty of troublesome problems for his other self, and he had no interest in dealing with that again. So this time, the protagonist needed to take the credit. Choi Seo-yeon stared at her 2 seniors with open admiration, her eyes still wide from everything she had just heard. But there was no time for her to keep gazing at them like that. The exit had already appeared, and they needed to leave the dungeon immediately. Lee Seojin smiled as he looked toward the glowing path out, and said he had never realized light could look this beautiful. Coming from someone with a light attribute, that was honestly pretty funny. But just as they were about to head outside, Kim Seon-woo had one more thing he needed to say first. He asked them to help him up because he was now suffering from mana exhaustion. He had done a lot of summoning, provided constant support, and spent the whole fight pushing Lee Seojin into defeating the big bad enemy. There was only so much a background character could get away with doing, and now his body was completely drained. Lee Seojin smiled, and the 2 of them helped that ridiculous guy back onto his feet. The last time Kim Seon-woo had awakened Choi Seo-yeon, he had collapsed right afterward, which had honestly been pretty embarrassing. But this time, he had perfectly calculated the duration of the elixir boost he used during the fight. Once this incident ended, the person drawing attention should not be him. Kim Seon-woo smiled with so much confidence that, at this point, he was practically daring fate to jinx him. Still, what he wanted was simple. Lee Seojin and Choi Seo-yeon needed to receive all the attention from this hidden stage, while he quietly slipped back into the background. With a satisfied smile on his face, Kim Seon-woo left the dungeon together with the 2 key characters. They stepped back toward the outside world while dragging him along between them like he was nothing more than a big sack of rice. After the chaos of the main subjugation incident swept across the entire country, Lee Seojin's name once again exploded into the public eye. After all, he was already known as the youngest person in history to clear a hidden stage, and now the nation was staring at him as if he had stepped straight into the center of history itself. The sword Lee Seo-jin had brought back, the Blue Moon Blade, was eventually sent in for a proper appraisal. But once the results came out, everyone involved was left stunned. Even when compared to other S-rank weapons, this blade carried two options that belonged at the absolute peak of the highest tier. It did not take long before the boy's face was printed across the front page of nearly every newspaper. The whole situation felt almost unreal, as if the world had suddenly chosen him as its next impossible miracle and placed him under a blinding spotlight. No matter where people looked, the papers were filled with massive full-page spreads of the young boy standing firmly with his magic sword in hand. With that blade at his side, he looked less like an ordinary student and more like a legendary hero who had walked out of an old myth. Lee Seo-jin's genius-level accomplishments were covered over and over again, with every article praising him from a different angle. From that moment forward, it was not just Korea watching him anymore. The eyes of the entire world slowly began turning toward Lee Seo-jin. After a long and thorough interrogation, the unlucky Park In-won was finally cleared of the huge misunderstanding that he had been one of the major insiders connected to the mains. At least on that front, he was no longer treated as a hidden traitor. But that did not mean Park In-won got to walk away without consequences. As the investigation dug into his attack on the main character and Choi Seo-yeon, his ugly past of bullying other students together with his gang was dragged out into the open for everyone to see. So in the end, that pitiful idiot was immediately hit with disciplinary action. And for Kim Seon-woo, the situation honestly turned out pretty well. From now on, that bully would not be able to swagger around campus and torment weaker students like before, and that alone made the whole messy incident feel worth it. Even though the entire incident had brought along all kinds of troublesome complications, the main character still felt satisfied in the end. The reason was simple. Despite everything that had happened, the overall flow of events was still moving along the path of the original story. The truth behind the special class activity would remain completely buried. No one outside the people involved would learn that it had actually been a task force operation, and to the rest of the school, the real purpose would stay hidden behind a sealed curtain. And through all of those events, Choi Seo-yeon would naturally begin forming a connection with Lee Seo-jin. It was the kind of bond that was supposed to grow quietly through danger, rescue, and shared experience. Of course, once Yoon Hae-young heard what had happened, she nearly lost her mind with worry. She was so shaken that calming her down took a ridiculous amount of effort, but after plenty of explaining and soothing, the situation somehow settled down well enough. Kim Seon-woo still had a few things left to take care of, and he was quietly sorting through his remaining schedule in his head. But right as his thoughts were lining themselves up, someone suddenly cut straight through them. It was the pretty junior girl. She walked up to him with a sly little smirk resting on her lips, her eyes carrying a teasing glint as she said she had heard some very interesting things from Senior Seo-jin. Because of what she had heard, she had come all the way over to thank him face to face. Standing directly in front of him, she looked up at him with a strangely meaningful expression, as if her gratitude carried more weight than her words let on. The boy froze for a brief moment, his body going stiff as if he had been caught completely unprepared. Her sudden gratitude had hit him from an angle he absolutely had not expected. The pretty girl's cheeks slowly turned red as she admitted what she had been told. Apparently, Senior Kim Seon-woo had been the one who insisted on going to save her. Not only that, she had also heard that he fought with everything he had for her sake. The boy was instantly horrified by this dangerous turn of events and hurriedly tried to correct her, insisting that the golden protagonist was the one who had actually saved her. Unfortunately for him, Lee Xiaojun was hopeless at lying, and it seemed he had already told her the truth, the full truth, and absolutely nothing but the truth. Kim Seon-woo kept desperately pushing the credit away, firmly repeating that the protagonist was the one who defeated the evil witch. But no matter how hard he tried to redirect the praise, the pretty girl only continued looking at him with that same knowing smirk. She still remembered the look on his face when she opened her eyes back then. That expression had remained so clearly in her mind that simply thinking about it made the entire memory glow with a soft pink warmth. Well, if her senior wanted to keep denying it so stubbornly, she had no intention of forcing him to admit anything. Instead, she simply smiled, let the matter pass for now, and lightly told him that she would see him again at the next special class. Unfortunately for Kim Seon-woo, Choi Seo-yeon's interest in him had now climbed all the way up to level 2, and our dude even received a 1,000-point reward for it. That was absolutely insane. She was now standing in the same lane as the protagonist, and at this point, Kim Seon-woo was starting to feel genuinely worried. So he made a firm decision in his heart. During the next incident, he would do even better, no matter what happened. Even if people tried to shove all the credit onto him again, he was absolutely determined not to accept a single bit of it. Meanwhile, over in the school gym, the atmosphere had shifted into something completely different. Students were scattered throughout the training room, and the sound of intense workouts filled the space as everyone pushed themselves through serious training. Kim Seon-woo glanced around the gym, taking in the sight of the students working hard from every direction. Seeing them all pushing their limits, a small satisfied smile naturally settled across his face. Everyone seemed to be giving it everything they had. Sweat rolled down their faces as they moved through their training routines, and each of them was putting in enough effort to make real progress toward becoming stronger. The brunette made his way through the halls in a good mood. Since he had been right beside Li Xiaojun when they exited the hidden stage, our dude had managed to earn a massive number of points. Using those points, he had purchased a new trait this time, the secret method of evolution and adaptation. It was a special ability that allowed the user to gradually evolve and adapt whenever certain conditions were satisfied. The purchase had been unbelievably expensive, but it was already showing its value. By staying in cold places for long stretches of time, our dude could slowly build resistance against the cold. And after spending enough time in dark places, even his night vision had improved. It was not some flashy skill that caused a sudden explosive transformation, but because it strengthened different basic abilities little by little, it was incredibly useful in almost any situation. In the original story, this trait was supposed to be obtained by John Min-Q, the first-year student ranked second. However, the version sold in the point shop was treated as a separate item, so buying it here did not really interfere with the original plot. Our dude stepped into the gym, and the moment he appeared, his fanboys immediately started cheering. They waved their arms with obvious excitement and loudly called him over. And of course, the two making all that noise were Li Xiaojun and his best friend Youngjun. They asked what had brought the class clown all the way to the training room. The boy simply laughed it off and said he was only trying to take care of his body. He was not doing anything strange or suspicious at all, just normal training like any ordinary high school boy would do. The protagonist laughed and said the main character sounded exactly like some old man worrying about his health. Still, since Kim Seon-woo had been acting like that ever since the first time they met him, it honestly felt completely normal by now. But before long, Youngjun pointed out that something else was happening inside the gym. A group of students had gathered their attention on them, whispering among themselves while staring over with wide eyes and obvious curiosity. Apparently, those students had been watching Li Xiaojun's usual morning bench press routine. They were carefully checking the weight he was lifting with pure physical strength alone, without using any mana enhancement, and none of them could believe the hero's body was already that powerful by itself. His best friend pointed out that Li Xiaojun was not exactly like other kids either. After hearing that, the other two boys could only laugh along with him, because there really was no way to deny it. And while they were talking about people who were nothing like normal kids, one other fiery young person immediately came to mind. She was the kind of girl who would scream Li Xiaojun's name with burning rivalry blazing in her voice. Yu Era always became fired up whenever her rival was involved. The girl was truly intense, and apparently, she had been throwing herself into hellish training while boldly declaring that she would show everyone what real firepower looked like. Hearing that, the hero seemed unsure of how he was supposed to react, especially because he knew exactly how passionate she could get. But the brunette was actually delighted by the news and said it was good for her. She should keep pushing herself like that and use it as fuel to grow even stronger. Yu Era was the type who worked harder when she had a clear goal in front of her, so this kind of stimulation was exactly what she needed. Still, something about the training room felt a little unusual today. Teacher Zhang Angxiel was nowhere to be seen, which stood out immediately because whenever there was no class, that man was almost always hanging around the gym. He was the kind of person who could sit down at a weight machine and knock out quick sets one after another like it was nothing. No matter how much he moved, he barely even looked tired. Apparently, the teacher was currently patrolling around the school grounds. It was supposed to be confidential, but they had supposedly found a body near the school, and the corpse had been completely drained of blood. That was definitely not a good sign. Seojin guessed that the victim must have been killed by a main, but his best friend only chuckled like there was nothing to worry about. According to him, even if those monsters attacked again, their genius would be there to protect everyone. Youngjun was cheerfully counting on Li Xiaojun to save them all if anything went wrong. The hero groaned and told his best friend to go away, clearly tired of being treated like a walking safety net. But beside them, Kim Seon-woo's expression quietly turned more serious as he began thinking through the situation. The truth was, the mains really could attack the school again at any moment. And the reason was even worse than most people knew. There was already an insider who had slipped into the academy. To be more exact, the thing that had infiltrated the academy was not just a human collaborator working with the enemy. It was a main itself. And now, it seemed the time had finally come for the spy hiding inside the school to step into the story. Just then, a beautiful lady entered the gym. Her dark hair flowed smoothly behind her, and her toned, muscular figure naturally drew attention the moment she appeared. With a gentle smile, she mentioned that Junior Seojin was sweating quite a lot. She was Park Min-ai, the third-year student ranked fourth. She happily handed her junior a towel with a calm, natural gesture. And of course, Shin Youngjin stood off to the side completely awestruck, staring as if the whole exchange looked unbelievably cool. Our dude was watching the exchange too. But unlike the others, he was not simply admiring the scene. There was a clear trace of caution in his eyes as he quietly observed Park Min-hye. Youngjun commented on how beautiful their senior was, saying it with the kind of honest amazement he could not hide. The lady let out a light laugh and thanked him anyway, telling him that his compliment was very sweet. The hero practically seemed to sparkle as well, his expression brightening as he received her kindness. He thanked Senior Park Min-hye politely and accepted the towel with a grateful look, completely unaware of the caution watching from beside him. The lady's lips softened into a warm, gentle smile as she told Lee Seo-jin that she had always been cheering for him quietly from the side. Her voice sounded so sweet, it was almost painful to hear, and in that moment, it became painfully obvious that Park Min-hye truly treasured her junior, Lee Seo-jin, deep in her heart. But hidden beneath that beautiful smile, every single word she spoke carried a dark and poisonous edge. Her dazzling appearance made her seem harmless at first glance, yet the moment her voice slipped out, it was as if pure malice was dripping from her tongue like venom. That very same night, she had already taken her time with one miserable victim. The poor soul cried out again and again, begging desperately for someone to come save him. But no matter how much he screamed, no help ever arrived. The cruel monster moved almost like a vampire in the darkness, closing in without the slightest mercy. She drained away every last bit of strength from her victim, leaving the poor person so weak that even staggering forward on trembling legs became nearly impossible. Now, Park Min-hye sat calmly on a bench, lightly brushing her fingers across her lips as if she were still savoring the taste of her latest meal. As the third-year, fourth-ranked student, she was undeniably beautiful, and every small movement carried the confidence of someone who knew exactly how dangerous her charm could be. But behind that shining identity was another truth. She was Jang Hana's only daughter. In other words, Park Min-hye was the daughter of the very first main that our guy had killed. That single connection tied her directly to one of the earliest, bloodiest problems he had ever created in this new flow of events. After finishing her meal, the girl gave a faint smile and said she had not expected anyone to come visit her. A heavy, shadowy presence stood quietly in the darkness nearby, but without even turning around in fear, she calmly asked whether he had come to attack the school again. Lord Cheon-hae had returned. From deep within the gloomy shadows, the man smiled with unsettling calm and said he had only stopped by to check on how the girl was doing. As if the poor victim had not already suffered more than enough, the man added one final humiliation by placing his foot directly on the unfortunate soul's head. Ever since Jang Han died and the girl had been left alone, the Lord had apparently been visiting her often, checking in to make sure she was still managing properly. Then, with terrifying casualness, he crushed that helpless human into a bloody mess beneath his foot. And while doing something so cruel, he spoke in an almost gentle tone, saying that looking after the girl was simply part of his duty. The girl let out an irritated sigh and complained that she had planned to play with that human for a little while longer, only for the Lord to kill her toy before she was finished. Naturally, she was far from pleased. The man, however, warned her that if she caused too much trouble on campus, someone would eventually catch her tail and expose her. Then the wicked monster asked how her school life had been recently. The girl accepted the money, but her thoughts immediately turned bitter as she remembered everything happening at school. Because of her current position, she could not even approach young Hyunsu freely, and Lord Ha-ryong had ordered her not to take revenge on Kim Jin-woo, even though killing him was exactly what she wanted most. Instead, she had to spend every single day looking at those same irritating brats. They were the ones who had reported her father and helped push events toward his death, yet she was forced to keep seeing their faces around campus. So of course, her school life felt absolutely miserable. Every time she saw Lee Seo-jin and his friend Young-jin, she had to force down the murderous rage boiling inside her chest before it spilled out in front of everyone. The man looked at her and let out a low sigh before mentioning that among those brats, Lee Seo-jin had recently become quite the hot topic. The boy's sudden rise through society had naturally drawn the attention of the monsters standing at the very top. During the school attack, Lee Seo-jin had also been marked as the strongest candidate who might possibly be the child of prophecy. The instant the girl heard those words, visible shock flickered across her face. Back during the attack, the boy with the sword had appeared almost exactly when the demon's grand barrier disappeared. That timing alone was already suspicious, but with the girl's own report added on top of it, the matter became even harder to ignore. The overwhelming power that erupted during the special exam could only be explained as a massive flood of mana, the very kind of power capable of destroying mains. That meant the child of prophecy was almost certainly Lee Seo-jin, and just as the original flow intended, he would now become their target. The girl could barely hold back her excitement. Every main had been granted the authority to track down and eliminate the child of prophecy, which meant she might finally get the chance to kill Lee Seo-jin with her own hands. No wonder she had smiled so brightly when she saw him in the gym after that night. But Lord Cheon-hae was not foolish. He studied her carefully and asked whether she was truly capable of handling this mission, because every one of them had witnessed that boy's power firsthand. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Li Xiaojin was an extremely dangerous problem. The girl answered that Lord Qianhai would never understand what it felt like to arrive at that scene and see her father's ruined body lying lifeless on the ground. Her thirst for revenge had become unbearable, especially when the fruit she wanted most was right there in front of her, yet still just out of reach. That helpless fury had been gnawing at her from the inside. But this was not only about her personal grudge. It was also for the sake of their clan. If that absurdly powerful boy really was the child of prophecy, then she would kill him without hesitation. To her, ending that troublesome hero once and for all would be an honor. For Zhang Yi, that was exactly the kind of resolve she needed to show. If she wanted to stand among monsters, her hatred and determination had to be that sharp. The girl gasped when a new figure appeared without the slightest warning. A man in a perfectly tailored suit stood there with a calm smile on his face, saying that things had turned out exactly as Qianhai had recommended. For someone so young, the girl had formed an impressive resolution. Lord Qianhai immediately dropped to his knees before Song Jin, lowering himself without hesitation as he admitted that he had not expected him to come in person. Song Jin simply made it clear that if someone was going to become his subordinate, then he needed to see that person's face with his own eyes. At the moment, the girl's power was still weak, but her determination was more than satisfactory. Because of that, Song Jin said he would gladly accept her. The young lady stood there stunned, though a trace of hesitation still flickered across her expression. The man in command ordered the girl to join the king's mission and attack the child of prophecy once again. Refusing was not something he planned to allow. It was basically a threat wrapped in polite words, especially as his dark energy spread around him while he waited for her answer. This man was one of the 10 Demon Council members, an S-rank man known as the king's right hand, Song Jin. Meanwhile, something was already unfolding at the 5th entrance of the Bukansan Demon Sealing Hall dungeon. Inside the dungeon, a fierce battle had broken out as a mage raised her power against a deadly swarm of bat goblins. A wide circle of mana gathered in her hands as she faced the flying monsters charging toward her. Then, with precise aim, she released a blast of ice that shot forward and pierced straight through several bat goblins in midair. It was Yun Heiyang, training with everything she had while our guy stood behind her and guided each spell she cast. The bat goblins were clearly intimidated by her relentless attacks. The same young girl who had once believed she was nothing more than mediocre was now strong enough to drive monsters back toward the safety of their own cave. This was what real growth looked like. As the creatures fled in panic, the ice girl turned around with a thrilled expression and happily asked her teacher whether she had done well, clearly eager to hear praise after working so hard. The boy admitted that she had improved a lot, though for now, their focus still needed to stay on helping her control this form more skillfully. She had been surprised when her teacher suddenly suggested they go somewhere together for the weekend. But in the end, that somewhere turned out to be a dungeon prepared entirely for her training. The boy could only laugh to himself, because he really had gotten lucky, and yes, this place was genuinely a lucky find. He had discovered this dungeon completely by chance back when he had been a C-rank mage before the regression. Since he still remembered its location in this new life, he figured it would be the perfect hidden training ground for his little ice student. This dungeon had never really appeared in the original story, and as far as he knew, he was the only person aware of it. So borrowing the place for a while should not interfere with the plot in any serious way. The dungeon was packed with demon-type monsters, which made it an ideal environment for sharpening Yun Heiyang's willpower. As he continued watching her progress closely, he asked what she had been thinking about when she manifested that power. The girl answered honestly, saying she had remembered the time she fought beside Era. Back then, the thought filling her mind had been simple, desperate, and painfully clear. She had wanted to save the person standing beside her, no matter what it took. When it came to handling the power capable of destroying mains, the most important factor was willpower shaped by a clear purpose and unwavering determination. Unfortunately for our guy, the center of Yun Heiyang's will seem to be him. It was honestly a little unfortunate, because all he had meant to do was help the ice girl grow stronger, yet now she had become deeply invested in the very trainer standing beside her. Even just now, while pushing herself so hard inside the dungeon, she had been thinking about how badly she wanted to enter the special class, just like her senior. Well, if they kept training together like this every weekend, he was certain she might eventually earn her place in the special class too. But from another angle, just the two of them spending every weekend together inside a dungeon made the whole thing feel dangerously close to a date. And judging from the happy look on the ice girl's face, she was still happily feeding those little fantasies in her head. She looked completely absorbed in her own sweet delusions and seemed to be enjoying every second of it. The girl cheerfully said she was perfectly fine with that. After midterms, she had ranked 82nd, so her next goal was rank 52nd, and after that, the special class itself. At this pace, Yun Heiyang would actually end up joining around the first semester of the 3rd year, just like she had in the original story. On top of that, All this repeated training in dark caves had also improved our guy's evolution and adaptation abilities. His eyes could now adjust to darkness far better than before. With that matter progressing smoothly, the only real issue left was Jang Hein's daughter, Jang Yi. In the original story, Jang Yi had been a villain who approached Lee Seo-jin and continued scheming against him, all for the sake of avenging her father. But in this timeline, the ones who had actually killed her father were him and Young Hyun-soo. For some reason, though, she was still getting close to the protagonist, even though Lee Seo-jin had never been publicly credited with killing her father. That strange contradiction made the main character wonder what she was truly after. It was true that Lee Seo-jin had delivered the final blow, but only the people who had been there in person knew that detail. To everyone else, that truth should have remained completely hidden. Something about this changed plot felt wrong, and he needed to uncover the reason before the protagonist ended up getting hurt. Before that villainess could cause any real damage, he had to move first and take control of the situation himself. It did not take long before the main character ran into the senior who, at least vaguely, seemed to remember his name. Of course, she remembered him. After all, she had heard the story about Lee Seo-jin recently being rescued from a hidden stage by Lee Xiaojun. She had also heard that this young junior had something he wanted to tell her. As she stood facing him, the girl quietly prepared to summon her magic, keeping herself ready beneath her calm expression. While wondering whether he had somehow discovered her use of main power, the brunette listened as he said that what he needed to tell her was extremely important. In his mind, this was the only way to properly deal with the problem known as Jang Yi. He reached into his clothes, and the moment the girl saw what he pulled out, her eyes widened and she gasped in surprise. It was sudden, but the boy decided to say it anyway. Raising a magical book toward her, he looked at his senior and told her that he wanted to stay in private contact with her. He had basically launched a confession attack straight into her face, without any warning. There was absolutely no way this reckless move would not come back to bite him later. Still, Kim Seon-woo believed that before anything else, he needed to create a situation where the two of them could be alone, and in a moment like this, nothing opened that door faster than a sudden confession. The very next second, a brutal disgust notification slammed into him like a slap. Wow, she really did not have to react that harshly, but the girl was clearly furious from the very bottom of her heart. And just like that, our guy earned the glorious medal of his very first rejection, along with a clean reward of 1,000 points. Honestly, in its own twisted way, a win was still a win. And her face made the whole thing painfully obvious. She looked so genuinely disgusted that it almost felt like this was the first time anyone had ever seen her wear such a raw, openly repulsed expression. The boy froze on the spot for a moment, his shoulders stiffening as the shock hit him. Even though he had expected rejection, being turned down that instantly and that mercilessly still left him visibly shaken. Once she stopped pretending to be human, the girl's beauty became genuinely terrifying. She was cold, merciless, and sharp enough to make the air around her feel dangerous. At first, she did not even need to say a word, because the look in her eyes alone felt like it could strip the flesh from his bones. Then she finally spoke to her junior, Kim Seon-woo, and calmly told him that he was not her type. Because of that, a personal relationship between them would never happen. For now, she said it would be best if they simply remained a good senior and junior. After saying that, she turned away and left immediately, practically burning with anger at his outrageous nerve. In the first place, she would never date a human. To her, humans were nothing more than inferior prey beneath her kind, so even suggesting a relationship felt like an insult thrown directly in her face. Even if he was human, Kim Seon-woo could not help sulking a little, because he knew he was at least kind of cute. Getting his first rejection from a girl who stared at him like he was something filthy honestly stung more than expected. Monsters really did have strange taste. In any case, Shin Young-jin sympathized with him, and that sympathy gave him another 500 points as a reward. But our guy only let a small smirk form on his face, because the person he had truly been aiming for was not the girl at all. It was that guy? This was perfect, because the hero's best friend had apparently been lingering near the pretty senior as well, and after witnessing Kim Seon-woo's rejection, he looked genuinely heartbroken for him. The boy stepped closer with a worried look, gently patted Kim Seon-woo on the shoulder, and told him to hang in there. Then he quickly added that he had not been trying to eavesdrop, or anything. The training grounds just happened to be on his route, so he had only overheard it by chance. To be fair, a senior like Park Min-hee was definitely someone worth confessing to, even if rejection was the only possible outcome. From the outside, she simply looked like someone who was uncomfortable receiving that kind of attention. Of course, the real reason was that she was a main, but ordinary students had no way of knowing that. Either way, Kim Seon-woo smoothly shifted the conversation and brought up the fact that Shin Young-jin had not even started his classical magic theory assignment yet. That hit the other boy completely off guard, and he immediately asked how Kim Seon-woo had somehow known about it. Young-jin let out a deep, defeated sigh and finally admitted the truth. When it came to physical activities, he was definitely an ace, but theory was a completely different kind of monster. No matter how much he tried to study, the material refused to stay in his head, and it was driving him insane. That was when Kim Seon-woo casually asked if he wanted to use his assignment as a reference, since he happened to be ranked #1 in theory. The musclehead's eyes practically lit up the moment he heard that offer. He asked if that was really okay, looking like he would gladly accept any help he could get with theory. But of course, a favor that convenient was not going to come without a condition attached. Kim Seon-woo gave him a sly little smirk, his expression turning suspiciously playful, and asked the hero's best friend just how familiar he was with using the school message board. Later on, the cafeteria was packed with students moving in every direction. Trays clattered, food was being scooped up, and groups of friends filled the room with noisy chatter as everyone settled in for what should have been a normal meal. Before long, the students began noticing the very guy they had been talking about after seeing the school board the other day. Their eyes drifted toward him one after another, and the whispers started up again almost immediately. Back when he was dead last, almost nobody had bothered paying attention to him. But now, he was suddenly pulling off one ridiculous stunt after another. To everyone else, it looked like Kim Seon-woo had done something outrageous on purpose just to drag the entire school's attention back onto himself. This time, 247 people had become interested in him, and that alone gave him a reward of 1,500 points. After seeing the result of all his hard work, the boy could only let out a tired sigh, as if even he was exhausted by the scale of his own nonsense. On the school message board, he had left an unbelievably bold announcement. It declared that absolutely no one was allowed to touch third-year senior Park Min-hee, because she was the Magic Academy's greatest beauty and had already been claimed by second-year Class A's Kim Seon-woo. Everyone else needed to keep their hands off. If a message this absurd failed to stir up the main, then nothing would. Sure enough, rumors about the ridiculous notice board confession were already spreading through the school like wildfire. Every hallway, classroom, and cafeteria table seemed to have someone talking about it. Even the teachers could not help laughing among themselves. They wondered aloud if this was simply how kids confess their feelings these days, as if the younger generation had invented some bizarre new form of romance. The teachers found it to be a strangely cute display of youth, and even the first-year students thought the whole thing was hilarious. Meanwhile, the ice girl was absolutely devastated after hearing that her crush apparently liked older women, while the fire girl simply told her to eat her food before she ended up hurting her own heart even more. Logically speaking, there was no way Kim Seon-woo had personally written and posted something that shameless, so the fire girl guessed that someone must have been playing a malicious prank on him. Unfortunately, that idiot really had arranged for someone else to post the stupid message on his behalf. The moment the ice girl heard the fire girl's theory, her gloomy mood brightened almost instantly. Now, instead of feeling heartbroken, she started worrying about whether Kim Seon-woo was okay, since someone had supposedly played such a cruel prank on him. Technically speaking, Kim Seon-woo truly had not posted the message himself this time. He had simply done something even more shameless by making someone else post it for him. The two boys involved in this ridiculous incident were both sweating bullets, their faces tense as they sat under the weight of the rumors. They were terrified that their little scheme might be exposed at any moment. Shin Young-jin whispered nervously that he had done his best to help, exactly as Kim Seon-woo had asked, and he really had posted the message on the board. But now the musclehead was worried that the whole plan had blown up in their faces, because Kim Seon-woo had become the laughingstock of the entire school. Of course, Lee Seo-jin had heard about it too, and he was laughing along with everyone else. Kim Seon-woo admitted that this was not exactly the result he had been hoping for, but thanks to his friend's help, his feelings had been conveyed very clearly. So in a strange way, even this outcome was fine. In truth, he had known from the start that if he pulled Shin Young-jin into even a little bit of gossip, it would spread across the whole school almost instantly. Kim Seon-woo thanked the musclehead for helping him carry out the plan. Young-jin, deeply moved by the moment, clenched his resolve and promised that he would support him all the way to the very end. Then, at last, the third-year student appeared in the cafeteria. Kim Seon-woo spotted her immediately among the crowd, his eyes locking onto her the moment she stepped into view. Then again, anyone with even the smallest amount of common sense would understand one thing. No one would confess their true, heartfelt love in such an absurd, embarrassing, and public way. Kim Seon-woo had only created this whole situation because he knew exactly what kind of effect it would have on the main girl. Every ridiculous detail had been chosen for a reason. Now the entire school was talking about Park Min-hee and her so-called admirer. Kim Seon-woo had escaped the label of dead last, but just as Choi Seo-yeon had once said, plenty of people now saw him as nothing more than an attention seeker. And as long as Park Min-hee was publicly tied to someone like him, it would become much harder for her to hunt people freely or harm Lee Seo-jin. After all, far too many eyes would be watching her every move. Kim Seon-woo did not have any respectable image left to protect anyway, so there was no real damage to him. If making himself look ridiculous could help block her movements, then he was completely willing to make that sacrifice. With shameless confidence, he even winked at the main girl like an absolute clown. Her friends immediately screamed in horror at how disgusting the gesture looked, while the poor monster girl began trembling with rage at the sheer audacity of his existence. Honestly, though, their disgust felt a little excessive. Sure, he was acting like a poser, but it was not like he was ugly. The main girl's friend sighed and said that pretty, kind people always seem to attract the strangest weirdos. They encouraged Park Min-hee to ignore that stupid human completely, insisting there was no reason for her to waste her time dealing with a loser like him. But Park Min-hee was boiling with anger beneath the surface. She had been entrusted with the critical mission of killing the hero, Lee Seo-jin. Yet now, because Kim Seon-woo had dragged so much attention onto her, every one of her plans was starting to fall apart. She could not make a move at all, because the whole school had suddenly turned its eyes toward her. That stupid junior had somehow become the biggest thorn in her side in record time. Just by acting ridiculous, he had managed to corner her more effectively than she ever expected. Kim Seon-woo would have loved to ambush her and get rid of her outright, but for now, this was the only way he could patch the situation together. After all, something far more important was about to happen to Lee Seo-jin. At the American Artifact Museum, closing time had finally arrived, and the calm evening atmosphere settled over the halls filled with priceless exhibits. The remaining visitors were politely reminded not to forget any of their belongings as they slowly made their way toward the exit, leaving the museum quieter with every passing moment. The students on duty were told that they had all done very well for the day. Now, before the night patrol began, they needed to check carefully for anything unusual. They answered in agreement and quickly moved to carry out their assigned work. Among the many exhibits resting inside the museum was the soul container, a holy relic said to hold the mysterious power to seal souls. 13 years earlier, the entire world had been threatened by the worst multinational terrorist organization in history, a group known as JN. And from the way events were now beginning to line up, it seemed those dangerous bastards were about to reappear at this point in the story. Back then, Magic Association Chairman Kim Jin-chul had fought a fierce and desperate battle against that evil organization. In the end, he managed to drive the villain group back and even succeeded in killing their leader, a man known as Jin Cheon-woo. One of the precious spoils left behind after that battle was the soul container. Eventually, that relic was gifted to the American Artifact Museum, where it became one of the museum's most important treasures. After checking the exhibit, the students confirmed that the soul container was clear, and the museum continued moving through its shutdown procedures. As a holy relic and one of the most important displays in the entire American Artifact Museum, it was handled with extreme caution and care. But then, a wicked-looking woman appeared inside the museum, and the atmosphere changed in an instant. The air around her felt heavy and dangerous, as if a massacre could break loose at any moment. The man tried to stay calm and play it cool, telling the sinister-looking lady that the exit was in the other direction. But she only smiled, her eyes fixed on the relic, and said that seeing a holy relic filled with this much mystery up close was truly a breathtaking sight. To her, an object this beautiful did not belong locked away behind museum walls like some ordinary display. Something that precious deserved to be held by someone worthy of its mystery. However, the artifact was just as dangerous as it was beautiful, and that was exactly why only qualified people were supposed to guard it. The lady laughed softly and said that 13 years ago, that man had been qualified to possess all of those mysteries, right up until the moment he lost to Kim Jin-chul. The association had only stepped in because they refused to stand by and let those washed-up terrorists abuse mystery however they wanted. But the instant their hero was mocked, the man's face tightened, and his voice grew colder. To him, mystery was never meant to be treated like a toy for criminals, fanatics, or cultists. Power like that existed for one purpose alone, to shield ordinary people and serve something greater than selfish desire. Of course, that was not a belief the woman standing before him could accept so easily. In her mind, the greater the power, the more meaningful the purpose it should be used for. And from where she was watching, the Magic Association did not look noble in the slightest. They looked like people scrambling to lock away an overwhelming force. Also, they could keep that treasure under their own control. That was when the man finally started to realize something was wrong. This woman was not merely some graceful beauty in a revealing gown who had wandered in to provoke him for fun. Behind that calm smile and relaxed posture, there was something sharp, deliberate, and far more dangerous than he had first imagined. His eyes suddenly flew wide open, and panic spread across his face as he yelled for security to come in and drag this possible criminal away at once. But by the time he understood the danger, he was already far too late. Someone like her would never have reached this room unless she had already broken through at least half of the guards stationed outside. And almost as if answering his fear, the remaining half of the security team came crashing into the room. Their bodies were thrown forward and dumped in a rough pile right at the man's feet, scattered there like damaged luggage no one cared about anymore. A massive, muscular man entered after them, dragging the battered, bloodied bodies of the so-called museum security behind him as if they weighed nothing. He tossed them aside with a bored look on his face, muttering in disappointment that playing around with them had not been fun at all. Every single one of them had been too weak, and what he really wanted was an opponent strong enough to make his blood boil. The man could only stand there and stare, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Every guard assigned to this place was supposed to be an A-rank mage, yet all of them had been crushed as if their rank meant nothing. Even worse, the museum's security system had only started responding after the entire situation had already spiraled completely out of control. While he was still frozen in that nightmare, a bored-looking emo girl wearing a red jacket casually slipped into the room. Without even treating it like a serious task, she cut open the contents of the special soul item. Their original plan had been simple enough: threaten the man, take the item, and leave. But now, right in front of him, it was obvious that the plan had shifted into something much messier. That sudden change made the whole situation far more troublesome than it needed to be. The man shook where he stood, cold fear crawling over him, because he had barely even noticed the exact moment that other woman had appeared beside them. Overcome by terror, the poor man finally collapsed onto the floor. His voice shook as he stammered out a desperate question, asking who these terrifying people were. The association may have taken their god away from them long ago, but it had never succeeded in crushing their faith, their loyalty, or the will that kept them moving. The villains stepped in closer, their shadows stretching over him as they looked down with cold, disgusted eyes. To them, the trembling man on the floor seemed less like an enemy and more like something filthy that had dared to speak out of turn. Being called washed-up terrorists was not an insult they were willing to swallow. That one phrase had crossed a line, cutting directly into their pride, and there was no chance they would simply let it pass. They were going to make this man pay dearly for daring to mock their almighty king. As their anger pressed down over the room, the air itself seemed to grow heavier, thick enough to choke the breath from his throat. When they finally revealed who they were, the man understood exactly what kind of monsters had stepped into the museum. The terrifying figures standing before him were none other than Jae-yoon. That name was the only thing he managed to force from his mouth. In the very next moment, the entire museum was swallowed by a blinding burst of light before erupting into a massive explosion. The blast roared across the city, sending a thunderous echo rolling through the streets. It sounded almost like both a warning and a declaration, announcing to everyone that Jae-yoon had finally returned. Far away from the chaos, a schoolbook trembled faintly in the hero's hands. He stopped reading mid-page, his body going unnaturally still as that distant rumble seemed to strike something deep inside his soul. Before long, the news broke everywhere. The recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum had been carried out by the cult group known as Jae-yoon, a terrifying organization that had disappeared from the world years ago and was now suddenly back in the public eye. Although most of the records at the site had been destroyed, investigators still believed the attack had been led by Executive Burt. Across every broadcast, people demanded that the Magic Association release an official statement. But for Era, none of those voices could drown out the terrified pounding of her own heart. After searching for them for so many years, Era's face slowly lost its color as the truth struck her. The monsters who had stolen everything from her had finally stepped out of the darkness again. Trying to conceal how shaken she was, she lied and said she was only feeling a little nauseous, then quietly slipped out of the dining room. It was finally about to begin. The first true collision with the story's main villain organization, Jae-yoon, was no longer some distant possibility. It was drawing closer with every passing moment. Jae-yoon had resumed its activities, and the nightmare group from 13 years ago had returned. Sigma News continued broadcasting report after report about the American Artifacts Museum attack, confirming that the vanished cult group Jae-yoon was responsible. Even though the records left at the scene had been badly damaged, the attack was still believed to have been led by Executive Burt. A man turned to the woman and asked whether she was satisfied with how the news had come out. She did not even need to answer him out loud. The pleased smirk spreading across her lips already said everything, especially since the photo they had used had turned out beautifully. They had been pressed for time, so the man had only barely managed to hide their faces from view. If they were going to create such a loud, flashy disaster anyway, he could not help wondering why he had even gone through the trouble of disabling the security system in the first place. That man was Jean, one of Jane's members. In the end, the entire plan had only gone off track because one foolish curator had opened his mouth at the wrong time and dared to insult the blonde woman standing before him. The woman smirked without showing the slightest trace of remorse and said she had made that man properly atone with his life. She simply could not tolerate some worthless loser calling them washed up. That woman was Natasha, another member of Jae-yoon. The larger blonde man folded his arms across his chest and grumbled that the whole massacre had ended far too quietly for his liking. From his point of view, leaving things on such a tame note was not satisfying at all. Back in the old days, they would have burned the entire surrounding block to ashes before walking away. Jae-yoon clearly had no shortage of conqueror instincts or a taste for arson, but acting that recklessly in the current situation would only create problems they did not need. Times had changed, and making such an extreme move now would be far too hasty. Even the dark-haired terrorist among them agreed with Jin's colder, more cautious judgment. After all, the task force and the Blade of Dawn were still hunting them down, so they could not afford to take pointless risks just to amuse themselves. The big guy, however, did not care in the slightest. He said he was ready to fight those goody two-shoes anytime, and when the woman called him an idiot, he immediately snapped back and told her not to say that. The blonde woman then pushed herself up from her seat and calmly said their group should vanish somewhere quiet for a little while. Just as Jean had pointed out, she admitted that she had been a bit too hasty this time. Since things had already become noisy, they might as well head to Korea and rest there for a short while. The suggestion instantly lit up the entire terrorist group. Korea had more than enough powerful opponents for the big guy to challenge, and the smaller-looking woman was already thinking ahead, eager to visit the Sil Magic Arena this time. Jean admitted that traveling to Asia itself was not a problem, but he made one point absolutely clear. If they were going there, he wanted everyone to avoid crossing paths with Kim Jin-chul. The blonde woman only let out a quiet chuckle and said the darkest place was always right beneath the lamp. No one would expect them to go there first, and that was exactly what made it the perfect choice. Besides, there was something she wanted to confirm with her own eyes. The playful look on her face softened slightly as her gaze drifted down and settled on a photograph that appeared to show a high school boy. The man could already guess exactly who the blonde woman wanted to meet. She smiled faintly and reminded him that he knew very well what that child meant to them. They had also been pulled into several incidents lately, enough to make them wonder what Baek Eun-sung had managed to dig up through his surveillance. The situation around them was growing unstable, and even in the big guy's opinion, it was better for their group to keep moving. With that, their next move was decided. The woman in charge turned her attention toward Jean and gave him a direct order to prepare their fake identities. It was time for them to get this little show moving. They would need fake IDs, passports, and then a way to contact Baek Eun-sung. Once everything was ready, they would send word and let him know that they would be arriving soon. The woman leading them was Bert, a member of Jaehyun. Meanwhile, at the restaurant Kintia, our guy was simply trying to live his life in peace. It had been quite a while since he had shown himself publicly as Kim Jin-woo, so he figured it should finally be safe to move around again. Since he had stayed cautious for so long, Waryeong's interest in him should have cooled by now, and he had absolutely no intention of drawing the attention of such a dangerous man again. More than anything, before he ended up clashing with one of the story's main villain groups, he needed to raise his own specs as much as possible and prepare himself for whatever was coming. With that goal in mind, Kim Seon-woo stepped into the specially reserved room. Waiting inside was already his favorite client, seated comfortably as if she had been looking forward to his arrival. The woman's face brightened the moment she saw him walk through the door, her expression filling with genuine delight. Kim Seon-woo told her she could have simply sent someone else to deliver the item, but she smiled back warmly and said it had been a while, and she had wanted to see his charming face in person. Still smiling in that cheerful mood, she brought out exactly what he had requested and carefully placed the items in front of him, a holy herb potion and a pair of high-durability combat boots. Kim Seon-woo looked down at the items on the table, and clear amazement spread across his face. He could not hide how impressed he was by the quality of what she had prepared for him. The boots were 6B functional multi-purpose combat boots, custom-fitted so they would match the user's body perfectly. On top of that, they reduced stamina loss from walking and running by 20%, which made them an incredibly practical and worthwhile purchase. They even came with dual options, making Kim Seon-woo gasp in genuine admiration. He was certain these boots must have cost several times more than other items of the same grade. But to her, they were meant to be a gift, and she simply could not bring herself to choose the ordinary items he had first asked for. Before long, the food was brought into the private room. And just as expected from a restaurant of this level, every dish that arrived looked luxurious enough to make the entire table feel like a feast prepared for someone important. To her, a gift should never leave the person receiving it feeling disappointed. That was not merely an act of kindness or generosity on her part. It was a personal principle she lived by. Kenya was not just any fancy restaurant. In the original story, this was the very place where Lee Seo-jin had nearly passed out after tasting only a single bite of food. Kim Seon-woo had also heard that ordinary people had to wait several months just to get a reservation here, which made the restaurant feel almost absurdly exclusive before the meal had even properly begun. So naturally, Kim Seon-woo could not stop himself from wondering whether the food was really as amazing as the rumors claimed. With curiosity rising and his expectations getting higher by the second, he finally picked up his utensils and decided to take a bite for himself, just to see what kind of taste could make people react that strongly. Kim Seon-woo carefully sliced off a small piece and placed it into his mouth. The instant the golden pastry shell broke apart between his teeth, a deep, gentle mushroom aroma from the duxelle sauce spread across his tongue, blending perfectly with the rich, savory juices flowing out from the meat inside. And wrapped beneath that delicate layer was the true highlight of the dish, a perfectly cooked 1++ Korean beef roast. It had been prepared so precisely that each bite felt as if the chef had calculated the timing down to the very last second. The flavor then met the red wine, and together they transformed into a rich burst of sauce that seemed to explode across his mouth. Kim Seon-woo chewed slowly, letting every bit of that taste sink in, and his eyes began to shine with pure happiness as his entire expression brightened in delight. He could barely believe that food this good was actually sitting right in front of him. The outside was crisp, fragrant, and beautifully baked, while the inside was tender, juicy, and packed with flavor. It tasted so incredible that tears of joy started gathering in his eyes as he kept eating, and the woman across from him laughed warmly, saying that seeing a reaction like that made treating him to a fine meal completely worth it. Still basking in the aftertaste, Kim Seon-woo neatly wiped his lips and released a long, satisfied sigh. From the relaxed look on his face, it was obvious that the meal had completely won him over. After receiving such generous hospitality, Kim Seon-woo felt he could not just sit there shamelessly and accept everything without giving anything back. But the woman only laughed lightly and told him there was no need to bring up money, because people like them were not the type to worry over something so ordinary. Kim Seon-woo smiled back at her, his expression calm but confident, and said that if money was not necessary, then he could offer her something much more valuable instead. He had already noticed earlier that something seemed to be troubling her, and he guessed it was probably connected to the terrorist threats spreading across the world. Someone had demanded that 2 billion won be deposited into a specific account, warning that if the money was not sent within 3 days, they would bomb the Hansong pharmaceutical building. The woman froze for a moment, surprise flashing across her face. She was stunned that Kim Seon-woo somehow knew about information so confidential that it had not even reached the press yet. He only gave her a calm smirk and said he had his own ways of finding things out, and she should understand that better than anyone. Returning to the real issue, after the news about Jae-yoon broke out, copycat crimes had begun spreading all over the world. The poor woman was already busy dealing with the power struggle against her brother, but fortunately, the person threatening Han Se-young had nothing to do with Jae-yoon at all. Kim Seon-woo happened to know the truth behind it. The real troublemaker targeting the pharmaceutical heir was not some member of Jae-yoon, and the whole incident had a much smaller, uglier source than she probably imagined. The culprit was an underground alchemist named Jo Sung-han. In the bigger picture, he was nothing more than a petty criminal, the kind of low-level villain who would eventually be caught after trying to extort the rising Hansong pharmaceutical. Kim Seon-woo advised her to start by looking into the financial condition of her own security staff. If she investigated carefully, she would eventually find someone tied to a low-grade alchemist. In the original story, that man had only appeared briefly to trigger a single event, so Kim Seon-woo figured that interfering at this level should still be acceptable. That was how he tended to think about most of his changes, at least until those small changes slowly grew into problems much larger than he had expected. Even so, he had handled everything somehow up to this point, so he was not especially worried. After dinner, Kim Seon-woo and the woman stepped outside and walked together. Beside him, she looked unexpectedly small and slender, even though she was a manager deeply involved in the affairs of a major business empire. The pharmaceutical heir kept turning the situation over in her mind as they walked. She could not understand how Kim Seon-woo had learned such high-level information, especially when even she herself had not been able to access it. But no matter how much she wondered, his source remained completely hidden from her. In the end, she finally said what had been weighing on her. She told Mr. Kim Jin-woo that she did not know who he worked for, but if he was willing to consider joining her side, she would reward him generously. What she had no way of knowing was that she was making a serious recruitment offer to a minor who was basically using cheat code knowledge to solve every problem around him. Even then, the pharmaceutical heir continued pressing her offer. She told him that if someone like him stood beside her, she did not believe she would lose to her brother in their competition. She was even prepared to offer him at least an 8-figure salary, along with treatment far beyond what he could normally expect. Kim Seon-woo let out a soft laugh and told her that this was not the kind of work he did for compensation. Even so, the sincerity behind his desire to help Han Se-young was real, and he had no intention of pretending otherwise. The woman gave a small sigh, though a smile soon returned to her face. She admitted that if he accepted her offer right away, it probably would not be very fun anyway. Still, she had no intention of giving up completely. With that same composed smile, she suggested that they have dinner together again sometime. By then, she promised, she would prepare an even better offer for him. Kim Seon-woo smiled at her words, his mood clearly lifted, and honestly admitted that he was looking forward to seeing what she would bring next time. Han Se-young's offer really had been tempting, but if Kim Seon-woo accepted it, he would inevitably be pulled away from Lee Seo-jin, and that was the one thing he could not allow. After all, that golden-hearted hero was the central axis this entire world revolved around. So Kim Seon-woo needed to keep watching him closely every day. Still, there was one thing he had to admit from the bottom of his heart. He absolutely loved his new combat boots. The pharmaceutical heir was unbelievably generous, and he genuinely appreciated the kindness behind the gift. He was already wearing the boots now, and the moment he stepped out on his own, he activated their air-walking ability. Part of it was to test how they felt in actual use, but another part of him simply wanted to enjoy the impressive aura that came with moving through the air. All he had to do was channel mana into the shoes, and just like that, they essentially became triple-option equipment. Fortunately, among the hidden stage drops, there had been something genuinely useful after all, and Kim Sian-woo rushed forward with an excited grin spreading across his face. With one sharp leap, he launched himself from the edge of a rooftop, his body cutting into the open air. Then he kicked down as if there were an invisible foothold beneath his feet and landed firmly in midair. That was right. Kim Sian-woo had just pulled off one of the coolest miracles imaginable, running straight forward through the sky, as if the empty air itself had turned into a road beneath him. Being able to walk across the sky felt unbelievably cool. As long as he kept feeding mana into the boots, he could keep performing bold air-walking moves like this again and again without immediately dropping back down. Before long, Kim Sian-woo landed on another rooftop and smiled with clear satisfaction after testing the power of his fancy new equipment. The boots were definitely not bad at all, though he knew he would need more practice before he could truly get used to moving with them. Back in Magic Law class, however, Kim Sian-woo had no choice but to put all that excitement aside and return to focusing on his studies like a normal student again. The lecture was serious enough that most of the students were actually paying close attention. And despite all of his late-night activities, Kim Sian-woo somehow managed to concentrate even better than poor musclehead Youngjin. Then the students were told they had a two-person theory research assignment due the following week. Some students immediately looked excited by the idea, while plenty of others reacted as if a disaster had just fallen on their heads. The classroom quickly filled with noise and complaints, and Youngjin only woke up because of the sudden commotion breaking out around him. Youngjin grumbled that the teacher should at least extend the deadline for them. But Lee Seojin looked at him with obvious judgment in his eyes, since he had clearly watched the guy sleeping through class only moments earlier. Of course, the teacher had absolutely no intention of extending the deadline, which meant the students simply had to accept it. Thanks to his inside knowledge, Kim Sian-woo was confident he could finish the assignment in a single day and still have time left to rest afterward. What he needed now was a decent partner to work with. But before he even had enough time to properly look around the classroom, someone was already walking straight toward him. Before Kim Sian-woo could even blink, Yu-era approached him directly and told him, without any hesitation, to be in her group. The other students immediately began to complain, grumbling that Yu-era had snatched up the kid famous for being excellent at theory assignments. They whined that the top theory students were going to claim all the best partners for themselves before anyone else had a chance. Yu-era, however, shamelessly declared that it was their right to do exactly that. A dark, oppressive aura seemed to settle around her as she spoke, and the boys in the classroom quietly accepted their fate one by one. None of them had the courage to challenge her over this. After all, it was first come, first served, so she was free to take whoever she wanted. Then Yu-era turned her gaze back to Kim Sian-woo and asked him directly if he had any problem pairing up with her. To be honest, Kim Sian-woo did not mind partnering with her at all. More than anything, he was simply surprised that she had chosen him so decisively and actually wanted to work with him in the first place. With that settled, Yu-era told him to come find her after school, because she would be at the training grounds. What Kim Sian-woo did not know was that she had formed a completely mistaken belief that he was also hunting the Shin Jaek group. Still, the arrangement was not bad for him at all. After all, he had already been meaning to check on this particular character at some point anyway, so this gave him a convenient excuse. At least, that was what he had been thinking until he suddenly found himself pinned against a wall. Kim Sian-woo instantly sensed that this might be much more troublesome than expected, and he asked what on earth she was talking about. Yu-era's eyes sharpened dangerously as she glared at him, her voice dropping low as she growled that denying it would not work on her. She said she already knew his identity, and the moment those words reached him, Kim Sian-woo began panicking on the inside. Kim Sian-woo tried to keep his face calm and told her that even if she said it like that, he was not exactly sure what she meant. And honestly, that was the real problem. She could have been talking about anything. His true identity might mean the secret behind what happened in the hidden stage, the truth connected to the main attack incident, the next incident that had not unfolded yet, or even the matter of possession itself. At this point, he had so many secrets stacked on top of each other that he could not even panic properly, because he had no idea which one she had figured out. Yu-era then brought up the first day of school. She said he had casually mentioned her personal circumstances back then, information he should only have known if he had investigated her in advance. That was the first moment she began to suspect that something about him was strange. And now, she was convinced that Kim Sian-woo had also been caught up in a Shin Jaek terrorist attack. At last, all of her assumptions clicked together, and Kim Sian-woo stared at her with wide eyes. So that was what this was about. She thought he was another victim. Well, technically, he was a victim too, just not in the way she imagined. He was a victim of being dragged into this ridiculous story with its endless tangled plot lines. 13 years ago, Jaeyoon, an evil and despicable organization, had hunted down prestigious mage families as well as smaller clans. Their goal was to seize the power of mystery for themselves, no matter how many families they had to destroy along the way. Yuera's family had been one of the unlucky bloodlines swept into that tragedy as well. Even though they belonged to the 5 great magic houses, their prestige, history, and powerful name had not been enough to protect them from the disaster Jaeyoon brought crashing down on their doorstep. In the end, her family had fallen before Jane's violence. And after those monsters destroyed everything, they even stole the clan's treasured artifact for themselves, leaving behind only loss, ashes, and a wound that would never truly close. From that moment forward, the young and fiery Yuera made a vow deep in her heart. She would become stronger, strong enough to take revenge on that villainous group with her own hands. And when the day finally came, she wanted enough power to kill them without flinching, hesitating, or looking away. For 13 long years, Yuera had pushed herself forward without mercy. She trained, sharpened her skills, and buried every soft part of herself beneath that single purpose, as if revenge was the only path still stretching out in front of her. But from Kim Si-woo's point of view, the whole thing was honestly hard to believe. Somehow, Yuera had convinced herself that he was another victim of Jaeyoon, and he had no idea how she had reached such a dramatic conclusion. He could not figure out where that extreme misunderstanding had come from, so he asked her directly. Yuera answered that she had vaguely suspected something during the midterms, but it was only yesterday that she felt she had finally confirmed it. When everyone else had been shaken by the news, Kim Si-woo's reaction had stood out to her. The moment he heard that those villains had resurfaced, he remained strangely calm, almost like someone who had already expected Jaeyoon to come back one day. And to be fair, she was not completely wrong about that part. Kim Si-woo really had been waiting for Jaeyoon to return, just not for the reason Yuera had imagined. Even so, the painful feeling she was talking about was something he could understand. At first, anyone would feel pure shock when an enemy like that returned. But after 13 years of silence, there would also be a twisted, sickening kind of relief. The feeling that the monsters who had hidden for far too long had finally crawled back into the light. For Yuera, even that possibility was enough to make her tremble. If Jaeyoon had truly returned, then it meant the chance she had been waiting for all these years had finally appeared. A chance to take revenge on those despicable villains. Kim Si-woo immediately told her to slow down before she rushed too far ahead. She was already charging straight toward the dream of destroying that terrorist group, but Jaeyoon was not made up of normal enemies. Their members were S-rank mages, and at their current level, there was absolutely no way they could stand against monsters that dangerous. Of course, that was exactly the kind of thing Yuera did not want to hear. Her expression twisted with anger, and she snapped at him sharply, telling him not to lump the two of them together as if they were the same. There were tens of thousands of Jaeyoon's victims scattered across the world. In Yuera's eyes, Kim Si-woo must have lost something precious to them too, just like she had, and that belief made her voice burn with painful certainty. No one had ever truly understood the pain she felt that day, when everything she loved was burned down by those terrorists. She had carried that agony for 13 years, letting it grow heavier and darker inside her with each passing day. Just thinking of Jaeyoon filled the dark-haired girl with a violent, suffocating rage, because those people had taken everything from her. Then, all at once, her words came to a stop. Her gaze lowered toward Kim Si-woo's wrist, and there she noticed the wound and the bandages he had been trying to keep hidden beneath his sleeve. Yuera froze on the spot, and Kim Si-woo's heart instantly sank. He realized he might have completely messed up this time, so he hurried to explain that the scar was not the kind of wound she seemed to be imagining. But in that moment, Yuera looked at him with such overwhelming pity that he nearly lost the chance to correct her. It was almost as if she believed he had once hurt himself just to escape the terror Jaeyoon had left behind. And somehow, because of that absurd misunderstanding, Kim Si-woo even received a $10,000 reward from the system, which made the situation strangely beneficial in the worst possible way. Still, Yuera quietly murmured that she could tell the difference between a wound made by one's own hand and a wound caused by something else. Slowly, she turned her face away from him, her voice softening as she apologized to Kim Si-woo for carelessly digging up memories that must have been painful for him. She had not realized just how deeply traumatized he was. It was not exactly a perfect apology, but in her own stiff and awkward way, Yuera promised that she would handle the assignment for both of them. After that, she simply told him she would see him tomorrow. Then she fell quiet, offering no more explanation, as if saying anything else would only make the moment harder. With those words, the dark-haired girl turned and started walking away, leaving Kim Si-woo standing there in stunned silence. But then, all of a sudden, he called out after her and told her to forget about the assignment. He was not going to let her leave while carrying everything alone like that. Instead, he decided he would help her. Yu Era was far too important for him to let slip away, especially when he needed to protect every ally connected to Lee Seojin. No matter what it took, Kim Seon-woo would help her move toward the revenge she wanted. He reminded her of the first day of school. Back then, he had meant every word when he said that she was better than the top first-year students from both grades. And that had never been empty flattery. Kim Seon-woo truly respected Yu Era's talent, effort, and fierce determination. If he became the one guiding her, he was confident he could help her grow even stronger than she was now. After all, she had already seen how much he had helped Yoon Hae-young improve. If Yu Era accepted his help as well, then she could become strong enough to take revenge for both of them. The fiery girl trembled slightly, and Kim Seon-woo had no idea what part of his words had shaken her so badly, but in the next second, she suddenly tossed something toward him. It was medicine meant for the scar on his wrist, something that would help the wound heal cleanly without leaving a visible mark behind. To Yu Era, if she did not end this revenge with her own hands, then none of it would truly mean anything. That prideful, stubborn girl was willing to risk her life just to prove herself against S-rank criminals. Kim Seon-woo could already tell that helping her would not be simple at all, and this mission was going to be far more difficult than it looked. Deep down, Yu Era understood better than most that wounds carved into the heart often ended up leaving marks on the body as well. Even though Kim Seon-woo had talent, the way he had acted on the first day of school probably was not completely unrelated to the scars she believed he carried inside him. And because Yu Era believed he was carrying that kind of pain, she could not bring herself to drag him into her revenge any further. In her own clumsy and awkward way, Yu Era was trying to be kind to him, and because of that, the tense moment between them became unexpectedly gentle. When Yu Era was younger, she had once told her older sister about her plan. Trembling with rage, she declared that after graduation, she would go after that insane group herself. She would join the task force, or even her sister's Blade of Dawn unit, and she could not understand why her sister opposed the idea so fiercely. Her older sister had taken Yu Era's hand in hers, and told her that the only thing she wished for was for her last remaining family member to live happily. Her sister had promised that she would put an end to Jae-yoon with her own hands. Back then, Yu Era's older sister had also carried a similar scar on her wrist. The fiery girl knew that kind of expression far too well, and that was exactly why she kept fighting. She wanted to make sure no more victims like them would ever appear, and she intended to personally finish off the evil monsters of Jae-yoon. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo had begun doing the kind of research that was absolutely necessary for what came next. For someone like Yu Era, who usually avoided opening her heart to others, sharing something that personal was definitely a real step forward, even if it had only happened because of a slight misunderstanding. Yu Era seemed to feel a strange sense of kinship with him now, and the system rewarded Kim Seon-woo with 150,000 points for it. Still, he could not help wondering what on earth he was supposed to do about this misunderstanding going forward. Back in the hidden stage, Kim Seon-woo had used a special dagger item in order to gain an adaptive trait. It was a dagger coated with paralytic poison, and whenever it stabbed an enemy, it could freeze their body in place. Of course, the strength of that paralysis depended on how much poison resistance the target already had. Using that dagger, Kim Seon-woo had slowly stabbed himself again and again to build up resistance. The problem was, there was no normal way to explain that to Yu Era, because most people in this world did not have a cheat system conveniently handing them special abilities. Still, a win was a win. His poison resistance had risen by 50%, and his recovery speed had increased to 70%. Kim Seon-woo let out a quiet sigh, because moments like this were exactly why people needed to train properly instead of relying on luck alone. Every night, he refined his mana while carefully thinking through how he could support the developments that were about to unfold around him. Jae-yoon was an enemy they would inevitably have to face someday, and helping Yu Era move toward her revenge was also another way of helping Lee Seojin survive and grow stronger. So from Kim Seon-woo's perspective, this situation was a genuine win-win, giving him both a reason to help and a way to prepare for the danger ahead. Now he only needed to set the stage properly. The blessing of great nature had risen to rank 3, giving him additional mana, a mana recovery speed of 65%, and a cooldown of 23 hours. It was not a bad deal at all, and it meant he finally had something useful to show during the next incident. Yangwol, Gangwon-do. This place had been chosen as the location for the mercenary experience activity, one of the elective field activities every student was required to participate in. For this activity, students had to form groups, accept missions from mercenary corps across the country, and then spend around 3 days helping them out directly in the field. According to the original story, the mission their group accepted was escort support for Black Flame, the large Gangwon-do mercenary corps that had specifically requested Lee Seojin to come all the way out there. Of course, the group was filled with familiar faces right from the start. Lee Seojin was there as the story's hero. Youngjin had tagged along as his loud musclehead best friend, Yu Era stood among them as his fiery rival, and naturally, Kim Seon-woo had somehow ended up pulled into the same team as well. Zhang Hai was also participating in the activity, which made the situation feel a little more dangerous than it first appeared. Kim Seon-woo knew he had to keep watching her carefully, though he also understood that the enemy would probably avoid attacking Lee Seo-jin while veteran mercenaries were surrounding him. Even in the original story, this part had passed without anything major happening. Still, Kim Seon-woo decided it was better to stay cautious until they reached their destination. For now, he would make sure Zhang Hai never got too close to Lee Seo-jin. Too many things had already drifted away from the original flow, and lately, he could not afford to relax just because he thought he knew what was supposed to happen. So Kim Seon-woo put on a bright, pleasant smile, turned toward his senior as if he were being perfectly considerate, and politely asked whether she wanted something to drink. Naturally, he had no intention of letting the rumors about his supposed crush fade away that easily. If keeping Zhang Hai irritated and uncomfortable helped him control the situation, then he was willing to keep playing that painful role until the very end. It was going to be miserable for both of them. Zhang Hai immediately refused the water with forced politeness, saying that the thought alone was enough. But Kim Seon-woo did not back off there. He leaned right back into the act and asked if she needed a towel to wipe away her sweat. Zhang Hai shook her head again and told him to give it to the juniors walking behind them instead. Deep down, she clearly hated him with every fiber of her being, and in silence, she swore that one day, she would absolutely make him pay for this. Lee Seo-jin watched from the side and chuckled, saying he had never seen Kim Seon-woo look this energetic before. Yu Era, however, had no interest in watching this loser continue his pathetic crush routine. What annoyed her even more was that a manifestation-type mage like Kim Seon-woo somehow had enough stamina to keep climbing this rough mountain path without falling behind. Young-jin, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying the situation more than anyone else. With a satisfied laugh, he wondered if all his efforts to bring those two closer together were finally starting to pay off. After all, the senior was no longer glaring at her junior with open disgust. The other two main heroes, however, seriously doubted that his interpretation was anywhere close to reality. Then, all of a sudden, the teacher called everyone's attention. The man leading them was Young Ha-jun, an A-rank mage and the captain of Team 6 from the Black Flame Mercenary Corps. They had finally arrived at the mission site. The men stationed at the gate looked them over carefully, checking their identities before confirming that the group approaching the entrance was made up of friendly visitors. Once the confirmation was complete, the students and the mercenaries accompanying them were finally granted permission to step inside the premises. A mansion hidden deep in the mountains was already impressive enough on its own, but knowing this was where they would be working made the whole place feel even more unreal. The students were expected to be amazed, since most of them had probably never stood before a place like this, not even the famous geniuses among them. The mission itself was only D rank, and their client was a well-known artist. Recently, several valuable pieces from the mansion's collection had been stolen. Because of those repeated thefts, outside help had been requested to protect the remaining artwork and investigate the situation. For the next 3 days, the students would be helping out directly on site. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps had been assigned to guard the mansion from petty thieves, while the academy students were there to support their work and gain field experience. Young Ha-jun took the time to explain the assignment clearly and carefully, but it did not take long to realize that the students were barely listening to a word he said. Instead, their attention had already scattered throughout the mansion. They wandered with wide eyes, staring at the elegant interior and admiring the beautiful paintings displayed all around them. Kim Seon-woo even began explaining the artwork to his classmates, pointing out that the artist used intense colors, yet the background never swallowed the main subject. Everything stayed balanced in harmony, and that careful balance revealed the artist's unique way of seeing their own work. His classmates looked genuinely impressed by how sharp and confident his interpretation sounded. They turned toward him in surprise, asking how he even knew about things like that in the first place. Kim Seon-woo simply beamed with confidence, wearing a proud smile as he said he knew plenty of things. And when it came to this kind of topic, he had an especially good reason to know what he was talking about. That was when their client finally came downstairs to meet them. With a soft sigh, she said she was grateful that the students thought so highly of her work. She greeted them warmly and told them they could simply call her Charlotte. This was the very client who had personally designated Lee Seo-jin for the mission. She said she would be in their care for the next 3 days and added that she was looking forward to seeing what the students of the Magic Academy were capable of. More than anything, she seemed especially eager to see Lee Seo-jin in action. And sure enough, this woman was Bert from the villain group, the true mastermind behind the incident that was about to unfold inside the mansion. The blonde woman stood before the students with a graceful, radiant smile and casually told them that they could call her Bert. She cheerfully said she would be relying on them for the next 3 days. She looked delighted to be protected by students from the Magic Academy. And of course, she seemed especially excited about Lee Seo-jin. Naturally, a woman like this was no ordinary wealthy client. On the surface, she was a famous artist who had personally requested the hero for this escort duty. But behind that elegant appearance and gentle smile, she was also the central villain waiting at the heart of the incident about to happen here. The beautiful client was publicly known as the artist Bert, but her real identity was far more dangerous than any of the students realized. She was Bert, a member of Jaehyun. Meanwhile, the other members of Jaehyun were quickly checking in with one of their informants. They seemed to be hiding out in a nearby safe house, away from the mansion itself. Before anything else, they needed to confirm whether their informant had made any mistakes in his assignment. The nervous man immediately insisted that he had been completely dedicated to the task. His name was Baek Eun-sung, another person connected to Jaehyun. As the one responsible for surveillance, Baek Eun-sung confessed that he had never once taken his eyes off Lee Seo-jin. Whenever possible, he had stayed nearby and watched the boy closely from the shadows. He had also kept track of Lee Seo-jin's grades, relationships, and even his health condition, receiving regular reports without fail. At that point, it was honestly difficult to tell whether this man was an elite-grade stalker or some bizarre, overprotective guardian. However, the dark-haired woman was not satisfied with his report at all. She wondered why their precious hero had still gotten dragged into so many irritating incidents when he was being watched that closely, especially since he had nearly died more than once. Skye, the big guy, only laughed at their concern and said they should just watch Lee Seo-jin fight if they wanted to see how much he had grown. Instead of arguing over it, he thought they should focus on eating. Natasha snapped at him, saying that nobody could eat properly when Skye was busy devouring everything on the table by himself. In a strange way, Jaehyun almost looked less like a terrorist group for a moment and more like some twisted parental surveillance squad hovering around the protagonist. Baek Eun-sung firmly insisted that if the young boy had ever been in true danger, he absolutely would have stepped in. To be fair, they had to admit that Baek Eun-sung was not completely incompetent. Meanwhile, Natasha and Skye kept bickering over table manners, food, and whether Skye had even bothered to wash his hands before eating. Their endless arguing stressed Jin out so much that he finally snapped and told the two idiots to shut up and eat. He was trying to solve an actual problem, while the only thing they were contributing was a ridiculous fight over food. That shut them down faster than expected, allowing Jin to finally return to the matter at hand. Tonight, at 10 o'clock, something was going to happen. Even so, he could not help wondering if they truly needed to go this far, just for the sake of seeing Lee Seo-jin. If they were simply curious about his skills, they could have tested him directly. Going through the embarrassing trouble of disguising themselves as petty thieves felt completely unnecessary. Natasha, however, answered plainly that they had to do it because Bert had ordered them to, and apparently, that alone was enough reason for her. Baek Eun-sung, on the other hand, seemed more than happy to join in on the fun. He put on his mask with obvious excitement and asked how he looked. Jin sighed in resignation, but still put on his own mask as well. If they wanted to avoid drawing Kim Jin-chul's attention, then hiding their identities first was only natural. Bert's orders were clear: hold back, and do not kill anyone else. For now, they needed to move quietly. Even though everyone understood those instructions, as Jaehyun prepared to begin their night operation, a few of them were clearly uneasy because they were not exactly confident in their ability to restrain themselves. After all, every single person gathered there was a terrifyingly powerful enemy in their own right. And once they were fully dressed for the job, their masked appearances made them look even more dangerous and intimidating than before. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, the students were being treated with unexpectedly high-level hospitality. Their host smiled warmly and encouraged them not to feel pressured, telling them to relax and enjoy the meal comfortably. After all, they might have a rough night ahead of them, so she wanted to make sure every student ate properly and had enough strength ready in case they needed to fight. Even being served a proper meal was more than the students had expected from this activity, so they happily thanked her for the food. From their point of view, what was supposed to be a mercenary experience was starting to feel like a strangely healing little trip. Kim Seon-woo tasted the food as well, but he could not help judging it a little in his mind. After eating at Kenya, this meal simply could not reach the same level. Once someone had tasted food that felt almost miraculous, it was hard not to feel a little bitter toward anything less. Technically, this mansion was enemy territory, but in a strange way, it was also relatively safe for the moment. In just a few hours, Jaehyun would infiltrate the place disguised as thieves, but their goal was not kidnapping. They only wanted to test the special being known as Lee Seo-jin. For reasons that still were not entirely clear, that villain group had become deeply interested in the protagonist, watching him as if he were something far more important than an ordinary student. And if someone like Jang Hai revealed her true colors during this kind of exercise, she would obviously be executed on the spot, so Kim Seon-woo did not need to worry too much about her right now. Even so, his senior was clearly still bothered by all the attention he kept giving her, and from the look on her face, she desperately wished he would just stop already. Meanwhile, their host continued making bright, flashy small talk with the main hero. She mentioned that she had seen the news about him becoming the youngest A-rank mage to clear a hidden stage, and she added that he had even saved the student sitting over there, the one who looked especially sincere. Lee Seojin gave a slightly unsteady nod and admitted that it was true. But honestly, Kim Seon-woo had played a huge part in saving himself back then, so calling him sincere was probably about as far from reality as anyone could get. Even Kim Seon-woo felt a little offended when he realized he apparently gave off such an honest impression. To him, that did not sound like praise at all. It felt more like someone had insulted him straight to his face. Then the blonde woman seemed to notice that the female student who usually moved around with Lee Seojin had not come with them this time. Lee Seojin explained that Choi Seo-yeon had family matters she needed to take care of. Once the others heard that, a few students began to wonder if this whole request for academy students was really just an excuse to get closer to Choi Seo-yeon, who was quickly becoming a rising celebrity. The blonde woman only smiled quietly, her expression gentle but impossible to read. Of course, the questions she was asking had reasons behind them, and those reasons were not nearly as innocent as they sounded on the surface. Then, thinking about Lee Seojin's talent and the attention surrounding him, she smiled softly and said his family must be very proud of him. The moment those words left her lips, Lee Seojin's expression paused, and a faint hesitation passed across his face. He did hope that somewhere out there, if his family existed, they would feel proud of the person he had become. But with a small, sorrowful smile, Lee Seojin quietly admitted that he did not really have a family. Lee Seojin explained that he had not lost them because of someone else. The truth was, he did not even know who they were in the first place. It was a genuinely touching confession, but nearby, Jang Hai sat there with hatred burning silently inside her. She blamed him for her father's death, and in her eyes, Lee Seojin had no right to mourn the absence of a family after taking hers away. Even so, Lee Seojin continued in a soft voice, saying that if his family truly existed somewhere in the world, then he hoped they were proud of who he had managed to become. The blonde woman gave a faint gasp, then let out a quiet sigh as if she had realized she had stepped into something painful. She said she had asked an inappropriate question because she had gotten carried away by excitement, but she also understood that kind of feeling more than he might think. Meanwhile, Jang Hai was practically trembling with anger as she listened to the conversation unfold. It was honestly quite a sight. Kim Seon-woo kept watching her closely from the side, because he had to make sure her rage did not boil over and ruin the mission before it even truly began. Lee Seojin wondered what their host meant when she said she could relate to him. The woman only gave a pitiful little sigh, saying that loneliness and sadness were indeed difficult things for anyone to endure. Then she gently placed her hand over Lee Seojin's, smiling softly as she told him that family was not always something a person was born with. Sometimes, family was something people made for themselves. At that point, it almost looked like the evil organization was trying to recruit the hero right there at the dinner table. She told him they should both do their best together, and Lee Seojin smiled back, thanking her with complete sincerity. Lee Seojin's heart was so pure and straightforward that he would never even think to suspect the woman speaking so warmly to him. He had no idea that the kind-looking host sitting across from him was actually a complete villain who had done all kinds of horrible things to other people. After the meal came to an end, everyone thanked their host for feeding them, and before long, it was time to head back to their assigned rooms. Some students whispered that Bert's words had genuinely moved them, while others were still more focused on how good the food had tasted. According to the mercenary activity briefing they had received earlier, they were supposed to patrol the mansion interior according to a fixed schedule. Everyone understood that much, but Jang Hai immediately started trying to make her move. That murderous little witch was clearly done waiting, especially after Lee Seojin's tear-jerking story had poured even more fuel onto the anger burning inside her. In fact, she was trying to steal a private moment with the ever-passionate hero while the rest of the group was distracted and their attention had shifted elsewhere. Of course, before she could get very far, Kim Seon-woo suddenly spoke up and told Lee Seojin that he had just thought of a way to reinforce the patrol route. He called the hero over and told him to come with him right away, stealing Lee Seojin's attention at exactly the perfect moment. In the process, he basically saved the hero's life again, much to Jang Hai's frustration and hatred. That stupid brunette just would not stop getting in her way. Jang Hai trembled with fury, her expression twisting as she wished there was some way to remove Kim Seon-woo from the picture once and for all. Since Lee Seojin had left, Youngjin noticed that their senior's expression had suddenly turned terrifyingly sharp. Naturally, he began leaping to every wrong conclusion possible, gasping as if he had just witnessed the birth of some dramatic love triangle. Excited by his own wild imagination, Youngjin turned toward Yuera and asked if she had seen all that intense chemistry building too. In his mind, it was obviously a love triangle, and he even asked what she planned to do about it. But Yuera was not thinking about romance in the slightest. Her thoughts had drifted back to the words Lee Seojin had spoken during dinner, especially the part about his family and how he hoped they were proud of him. She let out a quiet scoff, refusing as always to linger too long on soft, sentimental emotions. Youngjin, who had been completely ignored, wailed in disappointment from the side. Yuera simply marched away to begin her patrol, focusing on the things she actually cared about in life: effort, discipline, revenge, and the harsh path she had chosen for herself. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo finally managed to find a quiet spot where he could speak with Lee Seo-jin alone. First, he explained that if they started from the corners of the mansion, they could create a more efficient patrol route and cover the interior more effectively. Kim Seon-woo's real goal was to guide Lee Seo-jin toward an area where ordinary people would not get caught in the fight once Jae-yoon made their move. He wanted to reduce the casualties as much as possible. After laying out the route, he looked at the hero and asked if there was anything he did not understand. Lee Seo-jin said there actually was something he was curious about, but it had nothing to do with the patrol route. What he wanted to ask about was Kim Seon-woo himself. Kim Seon-woo had not expected the conversation to suddenly swing toward him. Lee Seo-jin explained that his friend had always felt a little strange. For someone who was supposedly lacking mana, Kim Seon-woo had fired off magic during the hidden stage battle as if he had an endless supply. On top of that, Kim Seon-woo's fighting style was unusual. He charged straight from the front while spamming magic, yet still aimed precisely for the enemy's weak points. Lee Seo-jin only knew one person who fought that way, and now he was starting to feel suspicious about everything, from Kim Seon-woo's appearance to the way he battled. Almost everything about Kim Seon-woo resembled the mysterious mage Lee Seo-jin had once encountered in the wild, the infamous Kim Jin-woo. Kim Seon-woo definitely had not expected this quiet conversation to turn against him so quickly. The protagonist was suddenly acting just like Uera had earlier. Still, Kim Seon-woo quickly pointed out that the idea made no sense. A minor like him could not possibly be the mage known as Kim Jin-woo. Lee Seo-jin admitted that much was true. The mage Kim Jin-woo was a hero who had conquered the tower's hidden floor and defeated a major enemy all by himself. In all likelihood, that man was several times stronger than his strange and suspicious classmate. Kim Seon-woo honestly could not tell whether that was supposed to be a compliment or an insult, but if it meant his secret identity stayed safe, he was willing to accept the damage to his pride. Even so, Lee Seo-jin still wanted to know who Kim Seon-woo had learned that fighting style from, and why he kept hiding his own power from everyone around him. Especially after Kim Seon-woo had once told Lee Seo-jin not to hide his own abilities. Unfortunately, Lee Seo-jin was making some very reasonable points, and they were hard to argue against. Kim Seon-woo began sweating, desperately wondering what kind of excuse could possibly get him out of this situation. Then, before he could answer, a voice suddenly cut into the conversation. Someone said that he was not hiding his power, but that he simply had no choice. Both boys turned in surprise and saw Uera stepping into the scene. Uera was exactly the person Kim Seon-woo would have preferred to avoid at a moment like this, but unfortunately, she was not easy to shake off. She simply said she had been taking a walk because she had things to think about, and that much should be allowed. Sure, taking a walk was allowed, but Lee Seo-jin immediately asked her to explain what she meant by Kim Seon-woo having no choice. Uera sighed and said there were cases where psychological factors made mana discharge unstable. In those cases, the gap between the amount of mana someone possessed and the amount they could actually release could become unusually large. She explained all of this while sincerely believing that Kim Seon-woo had been traumatized by an encounter with Jae-yoon. By sheer coincidence, her strange little theory actually lined up with Kim Seon-woo's first test, back when he had ranked dead last in the class after showing an extremely poor mana output. In other words, from Uera's perspective, the Kim Seon-woo standing in front of them was not simply developing new skills from nothing. He was slowly recovering back to the level he had originally possessed. She was so frighteningly sharp that it was almost terrifying. She was wrong about several details, but somehow, her final conclusion landed strangely close to the truth. Now Lee Seo-jin looked genuinely impressed by Kim Seon-woo, and the system rewarded him with 500 points. Still, Kim Seon-woo found the whole explanation completely absurd. Sure, he had possessed more power in his previous life, but in this life, he really had started from zero and was slowly building himself back up. Unfortunately, Uera's theory made a lot of sense to Lee Seo-jin. He even suspected that it explained the strange medicine Kim Seon-woo had taken during the hidden stage. Since Kim Seon-woo could not think of a better explanation for why he acted the way he did, he simply went along with it, letting out a dramatic sigh, as if they had uncovered his almighty secret. With a heavy expression, Kim Seon-woo sighed, and said he had kept everything hidden from the others because he did not want anyone looking at him with sympathy. Lee Seo-jin looked horrified the moment he heard that, and he immediately apologized for prying so deeply into something so personal. He then promised that he would absolutely keep the matter secret from everyone else. Now that his secret had supposedly come to light, Kim Seon-woo put on a pitiful act and said he was going to head back for a while. He told Lee Seo-jin to begin the patrol from the mansion corners and follow the route he had planned. Then he claimed he needed a little time alone to collect himself. Lee Seo-jin told him to get some proper rest, and Kim Seon-woo quickly sped away, leaving the hero alone with Uera before anyone could ask him anything else. Once he had put a safe distance between himself and the two of them, Kim Seon-woo finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Somehow, thanks to Yu-era's misunderstanding, he had managed to survive that dangerously sharp conversation. Now that he was moving through the mansion alone, Kim Seon-woo began looking around more carefully. As his gaze swept across the halls and displays, he could not help noticing that Bert had collected an incredible number of precious items. This mansion was not just a luxurious residence in the mountains. It was actually one of Jaehyun's hideouts, one of several secret locations the villain organization had scattered around the world. Some of the paintings displayed here were works Bert herself had created under her public identity as an artist. But most of the valuables hidden throughout the mansion had been plundered and gathered to help fund Jaehyun's operations. However, the mansion's true treasures were not the artworks openly displayed in the halls. The real valuables were items Jaehyun had separately stored inside a hidden room. Using his special ability, Kim Seon-woo detected concealment, illusion, confinement, disruption, seals, and alarms layered across the area. There were so many wards protecting that stash that it was obvious Jaehyun absolutely did not want anyone getting near it. Using the search function, Kim Seon-woo soon identified one of the items hidden inside, an inferior mana concealment elixir. Everyone else was so focused on their own duties that none of them noticed a real thief had slipped into the mansion. And Kim Seon-woo was shameless enough to plan on stealing from a villain organization. All he had to do was keep working quietly until the third party that would soon intrude caused enough chaos for him to make his move. Before much time had passed, the concealment elixir began to dissolve through Kim Seon-woo's body. Its effects spread quietly beneath his skin, smothering the faint traces of mana that normally surrounded him. For the next 10 minutes or so, his presence would be hidden so completely that even the flow of his power would be difficult for others to sense. A crooked, wicked smile slowly curled at the edge of Kim Seon-woo's lips as he triggered the unique trait of outsider's privilege. In his head, he was already imagining the villagers' stunned expressions when they finally realized the truth, that the polite, sincere-looking young man they had never once suspected had robbed them completely blind. And just like that, beneath the stillness of the night, the two central heroes of the second-year class were left standing alone together, with no one else nearby to interrupt them. Yu-era turned her gaze toward Lee Seo-jin and openly wondered what rank Kim Seon-woo might reach if he ever fought, without holding anything back. Lee Seo-jin paused for a moment, thinking the question over carefully before giving his guess. In his view, Seon-woo would probably land somewhere around rank 15. To Yu-era, that answer sounded far too low. She had expected Lee Seo-jin, more than anyone else, to notice just how much hidden potential the brown-haired boy was carrying beneath the surface. From what she had seen, Kim Seon-woo was someone who could clearly rise far higher than 15th place. Still, standing there and arguing over it now would not change anything. Since Yu-era would be taking over the next patrol shift after Lee Seo-jin, she told him there was no need to come and wake her later. The top-ranked student simply gave a small wave, then added that he had already sent the patrol route directly to her student ID. When the time came, all she had to do was check it herself and follow the route. Far above them, the moon hung bright and pale in the dark night sky, while thin strands of cloud drifted slowly across its glow, softening the silver light over the mansion grounds. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was already focused on his own task. He understood better than most that having an enormous mana pool did not automatically make someone a first-rate mage. What truly separated a skilled mage from the rest was the ability to control that power with precision, shape it cleanly, and execute magic without wasting even the smallest movement. So when Lee Seo-jin estimated that Kim Seon-woo might be ranked 15th, that number was not the ceiling Seon-woo imagined for himself. To him, 15th place was nothing more than the starting point. And if the strength he had revealed back in the hidden arena was truly his real ability, then even Lee Seo-jin could not help but smile at the overwhelming talent hidden inside that boy. Then, without warning, a faint sound brushed against his ears. It was subtle, but sharp enough to make him realize that someone was moving somewhere nearby. Lee Seo-jin reacted at once. His head snapped toward the direction of the sound, and in the darkness ahead, he caught sight of a figure wandering through the night. It was the senior who should have been patrolling much farther away from this area. Kim Seon-woo had left the others to handle things on their own, and already they were doing everything except following the plan properly. Lee Seo-jin had discovered Senior Minhee outside, while Kim Seon-woo was still deep inside, busy robbing the thieves who had been stealing from others. He needed to finish quickly. If some unexpected third party barged in now, the entire situation could spiral into chaos before he had time to control it. With his attention sharpened, Kim Seon-woo began decoding the magic formula woven into the security system blocking his way. Thanks to outsider's privilege, the structure of the spell opened itself before his eyes, allowing him to examine the magic layer by layer and read through its design piece by piece. But if the enemy was a djinn on the same level as Bert, then even the small amount of mana he was releasing right now might be noticed. This was not a simple break-in where he could move carelessly. Every adjustment, every pulse of mana, and every tiny change in the spell had to be handled with extreme caution. Fortunately, Kim Si-woo had already swallowed the mana concealment elixir before coming here. At a dangerous moment like this, that hidden layer of protection was exactly the kind of advantage he needed. His plan was to slip past the entire security system using a method that only someone like him could possibly pull off. With 10 minutes of near-perfect concealment working in his favor, it was time to let the villains experience exactly how miserable it felt to become the ones getting robbed. Kim Si-woo immediately activated the unique trait of outsider's privilege. If he shut the barrier down completely, the alarm would go off, and that would cause far more trouble than he wanted. From the way the spell had been constructed, it was obvious this was magic created by Jean from JN. So instead of ripping the spell apart, he only needed to make a slight adjustment. If he altered the structure just enough to allow a single person through, there was a real chance he could slip inside quietly without triggering the security system. The instant the adjustment settled into place, it worked perfectly. A hidden door opened silently in front of Kim Si-woo, as if the mansion itself had decided to invite him deeper inside. Past the entrance, he found himself standing inside a concealed passageway, a narrow hidden route that led straight toward Jaehyun's secret room. When he finally reached the display area, he saw that the same kind of security magic had been installed there as well, tightly guarding the treasures kept inside. Even so, Kim Si-woo still had around 10 minutes to finish what he came to do, and with his space pocket, that was more than enough time. Storage like that made stealing almost absurdly convenient. Tonight, he was not planning to leave the villains with anything worth protecting. Outside the mansion, the guards were slowly growing bored as the night dragged on. They had heard rumors about thieves repeatedly targeting this place, but by now it was already late, and not a single suspicious shadow had appeared anywhere near them. Eventually, one of the security men stepped closer to his captain, his expression uneasy, and reported that something about the whole situation felt strange. The captain of Team 6 from the Black Flame Mercenary Corps was Jung Ha-jin, an A-rank mage. Rather than brushing his subordinate off immediately, he turned toward him and calmly asked what the problem was. The other man pointed out that they were currently in Gangwon province. Just a short distance away from the road, the land opened into a monster field where high-level monsters rampaged freely. No matter how valuable the artwork inside the mansion might be, it seemed completely insane for ordinary thieves to risk their lives just to target a place this dangerous. Jung Ha-jin dismissed the concern without much hesitation. As far as he was concerned, their role was simple: stand guard, finish the assignment, and collect the money they had been promised. At worst, Jung Ha-jin figured this whole thing might be a staged incident meant to squeeze out insurance money. Wealthy people sometimes pulled tricks like that, and both of them knew it. Rather than wasting energy digging into the client's real motives, Jung Ha-jin thought they would be better off figuring out how to recruit Lee Seo-jin. His subordinate could only let out a tired sigh and agree with him. Neither of them noticed that someone had already appeared behind them. Wrapped in a heavy, ominous darkness, the masked man reached out and placed one hand on a soldier's shoulder, speaking calmly as he praised them for all their hard work. Only a few seconds later, both Jung Ha-jin and his unfortunate subordinate lay dead. In the end, the payment they had been waiting for would never reach either of them. A jinn had slipped into the area. With a dark gleam burning in his eyes, the man walked past the fallen bodies as if they were nothing more than objects scattered across the ground. He finally came to a stop when he found the person he had been searching for. Thanks to his subordinate's guidance, he had been able to follow the trail all the way here without much difficulty. He felt genuinely grateful to Zheng Yi for leading him to this place. The girl looked toward her senior and asked for only one thing: permission to be the one who personally cut off Lee Seo-jin's breath. The man merely smiled at her request. Before killing anyone, they first had to confirm whether that boy was truly the child of prophecy. After all, there was no meaning in slaughtering some random human if they had not even found the correct target. The man was just about to tell the girl to lure Lee Seo-jin into their trap when Lee Seo-jin appeared on his own, throwing himself straight into danger without hesitation. He shouted for Senior Minhee to watch out, drew his sword in one swift motion, and charged forward with the determination to protect her from the jinn who had suddenly appeared. A brilliant flash of light exploded through the darkness as Lee Seo-jin launched himself at the monster, aiming to cut him down in a single decisive strike. The force behind his power was so intense that the girl was thrown off her feet, her eyes squeezing shut from the shock of the impact. In the next instant, Lee Seo-jin grabbed the girl and pulled her away from that dangerous creature. He was strong, but he was not foolish enough to ignore what his instincts were telling him. One glance was enough for him to understand that this monster was far beyond anything he could currently handle. They had to get inside and escape immediately. Right now, his only concern was keeping his senior alive. But the foolish boy still had no idea that the hand he was holding so tightly belonged to one of his enemies. At first, Lee Seo-jin had wondered why Senior Minhee would be outside in a place like this at such a dangerous hour. But now, he thought he finally understood. An outside intruder had killed the Black Flame mercenaries and forced his way into the area. That alone was already horrifying, but the situation became even worse when he realized the so-called thief was actually a djinn. His breath caught in his throat, and a deep, chilling ache seemed to creep through his bones. They had not even exchanged a proper blow yet, but the crushing pressure pouring from the enemy told Li Xiujin everything he needed to know. This monster was ancient, experienced, and terrifyingly powerful. This was not some ordinary djinn standing in their path. The enemy before them was an S-rank monster. That terrifying beast carried an aura strong enough to dominate an entire battlefield. The moment it washed over them, it felt as though the very space around them had been sealed shut. There was no safe path left. Li Xiujin knew with absolute certainty that if they stopped here and tried to fight, they would die. The old monster, however, seemed rather impressed by how quickly Li Xiujin had judged the gap in their strength. Still, the power that had struck him just now was not the kind of power meant to destroy Jin. It appeared they had chosen the wrong child after all, and to him, that was truly a shame. One of the monster's soldiers emerged behind him, stepping out from the darkness, and the old Jin glanced back before asking whether everything had already been taken care of. More Jin soldiers appeared from the shadows one after another, their faces twisting into cruel, wicked grins. They reported that every mercenary guarding the mansion had been wiped out completely, without a single survivor left behind. The story was already veering into a far more dangerous direction, and with each passing moment, the situation surrounding the mansion was becoming deadlier than anyone had expected. At that very moment, the leader issued his command without the slightest pause or mercy. Every student inside the building was to be eliminated, with only Li Xiujin left alive. This was not a suggestion or a decision made on the spot. It was an order handed down directly by the king himself. The instant the Jin received that command, they sprang into action like shadows tearing through the night. One after another, they scattered toward the mansion, moving to carry out the order with no hesitation. There was no space for failure, and no unexpected variable was going to be allowed to walk away alive. Somehow, Li Xiujin made it back to the mansion before the situation completely collapsed. He rushed inside, breath ragged and face tense, warning everyone that an S-rank Jin had suddenly appeared outside the building. The Black Flame mercenaries had already been slaughtered, and even worse, more Jin had surrounded the mansion from every direction. Senior Minhee had witnessed it with her own eyes as well. Still catching her breath, she admitted that if Junior Li Xiujin had not stepped in at that exact moment, they would have been in serious danger. But Li Xiujin did not think of it as anything special. To him, it was simply what anyone would do in that kind of situation. If someone was in danger right in front of him, then of course he would reach out and try to save them. Minhee only gave him a faint smile in response, while Shin Youngjin watched the two of them with narrowed, suspicious eyes. His ridiculous love triangle theory was not only still alive, it was growing more dramatic by the second. Meanwhile, most of Kim Seon-woo's carefully arranged plans had already crumbled without him even knowing, since he was still off stealing. And somehow, Youngjin was already getting teary-eyed over the tragic pain of this completely imaginary romance. Right now, however, the students had no time to worry about anything except surviving. Li Xiujin quickly suggested that they call for outside help immediately, and the first person they needed to contact was Bert. Unfortunately, Bert had left several hours earlier to buy art supplies, almost as if fate itself had chosen the worst possible timing, making the situation feel more hopeless with every passing second. Meanwhile, Minhee's mind was locked onto only one thought. Her target was standing close enough for her to reach, trapped right in front of her, exactly where she had wanted him to be. Of course, she wanted nothing more than to grab this chance and take her revenge immediately. But if she moved now, she would have to face both Yu Era and Shin Youngjin at the same time, and that would be no different from suicide. On top of that, she still could not disobey Lord Songji's order. Until they confirmed whether Li Xiujin truly carried the power they were searching for, she was not allowed to engage. Because they were deep in the mountains, their phones had no signal at all. Li Xiujin quickly turned, intending to ask Kim Seon-woo what he thought they should do next, only to realize that the boy was nowhere in sight. That immediately felt strange. Kim Seon-woo should have been somewhere inside the house, since he had supposedly gone to rest earlier than the others. With only 5 students left in this deadly situation, they could not afford to leave anyone unaccounted for. They all hurried straight to Kim Seon-woo's room, expecting to find him sleeping under the covers. But the figure in the bed did not move at all, and when Yu Era stepped forward and pulled it up, everyone realized the truth. Kim Seon-woo had never been lying there in the first place. Yu Era froze where she stood for a moment, staring at the empty bed in complete confusion, as if her mind had not caught up with what her eyes were seeing. Everyone was confused by Kim Seon-woo's disappearance, but Li Xiujin looked especially worried about whether he was safe. For now, he told the others to stay inside the mansion where it was at least somewhat protected. He would go out himself and search for their missing classmate. After Li Xiujin left the room, the remaining students fell into a tense silence, their gazes lingering on the door he had just walked through. The air around them felt heavy and suffocating, because every one of them understood that this single decision might decide who survived the night and who did not. While all of that was unfolding elsewhere, Kim Seon-woo was still completely absorbed in looting the place clean. At last, he grabbed the final special item, a beast summoning scroll capable of calling forth an epic hell serpent that would obey the one who used it. Without wasting even a second, he stuffed everything into his subspace pocket. He had taken so much by this point that even the pocket itself was nearly pushed to its limit. Kim Seon-woo had practically emptied the entire safe house from top to bottom, leaving almost nothing behind. The guy was being shamelessly greedy, and he did not look the slightest bit sorry about it. There was nothing quite as absurdly valuable as a holy relic, but he had still managed to secure several relic-grade items. Looking over the haul he had gathered, Kim Seon-woo felt more than satisfied with the results of his little robbery. Now, all he needed to do was return before what he believed would be the Jin event began. Unfortunately, the situation outside had already changed far more than he realized. In the original incident, it was not Lee Seo-jin or Jae-in who settled everything. A third party was supposed to step in and bring the chaos to an end. And while that confusion unfolded, Jae-in would be far too distracted to worry about the items that had vanished from the hidden storage. The third party who was supposed to clash with Jae-in was someone Kim Seon-woo had already predicted and was fully expecting to appear. What he had not expected, however, was to step out of the secret storage room and immediately run straight into a man waiting nearby. Kim Seon-woo stared forward, his expression tightening as he realized just how terrible his luck had become at the worst possible moment. The Jin standing in front of him, on the other hand, looked absolutely delighted. After searching around for so long, he had finally found a student he could kill. Kim Seon-woo somehow managed to dodge the first attack, slipping away just in time, but the hulking monster did not seem bothered at all. He had the entire night to finish the job, and most of the students trapped inside this unlucky mansion were no better than cornered rats. Kim Seon-woo, however, could not understand why a Jin had appeared here in the first place. His mind immediately began racing, wondering where the plot had gone wrong this time. He dashed forward without hesitation, forcing his body to move before his thoughts could slow him down. There was no time to stand around and calmly figure out why a monster was suddenly trying to chase him down. Right now, survival had to come first. With that single thought in mind, Kim Seon-woo quickly reached into his newly stolen treasures and pulled out one of the scrolls. It was a monster summoning scroll, the kind of item that could call forth a powerful hell serpent and bind the creature to obey whoever held ownership over it. Barely 2 seconds had passed since he stole the thing, and Kim Seon-woo was already putting the stolen artifact to use in the middle of a counterattack. Fortunately, the snake scroll activated exactly as intended. A monster burst out from the pages and lunged straight toward the burly Jin, who clearly had not expected some random student to command anything as dangerous as a giant serpent. Kim Seon-woo let out a small smirk, since his goal had only been to summon something that could buy him a little time. But even he had not expected such a powerful serpent to actually answer the call. The creature was enormous, its towering body coiling through the space with obvious hunger. The moment it appeared, it bared its fangs and pressed forward, forcing the monster man back with its sheer size and pressure. With the Jin restrained for the moment, Kim Seon-woo stepped a little closer, his eyes sharpening as he began to study the situation more carefully. The summoned creature was a B-rank monster. After confirming that, Kim Seon-woo immediately shifted his attention back to the Jin and demanded to know why he was attacking this place. The monster was starting to feel intimidated now. This kid could summon mana balls from nowhere, call out giant snakes, and still look strangely calm. He was not eager to find out what else the boy might be hiding. But then the big monster suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. Even if the kid was strange and dangerous, he had no intention of betraying his master, especially not for some puny student. He laughed that all of them would be killed by Song-ji anyway. What he failed to realize was that those careless words had already handed Kim Seon-woo exactly the information he needed. The moment Kim Seon-woo got what he wanted, he stopped wasting time and finished off the Jin without the slightest hesitation. For a low-level goon who claimed he would never talk, the guy had ended up spilling quite a lot in the end. But the fact that the enemies had already pushed this far into the area meant the mercenaries guarding the outer perimeter had almost certainly been killed. This was easily the worst possible development. If trained veteran mercenaries had been wiped out instantly, without even raising an alarm, then there had to be more Jin here besides the one Kim Seon-woo had just taken down. And to make the situation even worse, Song-ji himself had apparently come along with them. Kim Seon-woo could not understand why the Jin King's right hand would appear in a place like this. That villain was not supposed to show up until much later in the story, yet somehow he was already here, leading a group of Jin straight into the mansion. None of it made any sense. But more important than figuring out the cause, Kim Seon-woo knew one thing for certain. He could not allow these monsters to clash with Lee Seo-jin. Unfortunately, it did not take long for the Jin to figure out which room most of the students had taken shelter in. Naturally, Shin Youngjin put his strength to work immediately, throwing himself against the monsters trying to force their way inside. The problem was that the Jin had arrived in numbers, and they had no shame in calling for backup whenever they needed it. Their goal was brutally simple: kill every student except Lee Seojin. Thankfully, the entrance to the room was narrow, preventing the monsters from flooding in all at once. The students had to make sure Youngjin did not get pushed away from the door. He planted his feet firmly, braced his body, and held his ground as best he could against those vicious enemies. Then, all of a sudden, a cheating Jin with far greater firepower stepped forward and ordered his subordinates to move aside. He would deal with the children himself. A massive sphere of condensed magic was hurled straight toward poor Shin Youngjin. Even the Jin near the door looked shocked that someone on their own side would endanger them like that. But before the dangerous mana ball could smash into anyone, an even larger burst of flame shot out from inside the room, blazing over Youngjin's head. Apparently, those idiots had forgotten that Uera was still standing there. She answered their attack with a fiery greeting of her own, making her presence impossible for anyone to ignore. Her flames crashed directly into the purple mana ball, and the collision erupted with a violent explosion strong enough to shake the entire house. The blast sent the monsters flying backward, giving the students a brief moment of breathing room. But that victory was only temporary. Those bastards still had far too many reinforcements, and if the students wanted to survive, they needed to rethink their plan immediately. Shin Youngjin shouted that Uera should at least warn him before firing something over his head, but she only scoffed and said that with his skills, he should have been able to dodge that much on his own. Meanwhile, Minnie stood among them with a complicated expression, trapped in the same room as the very students she was supposed to kill, while they happily cut down her own kinsmen right in front of her. Uera felt a sharp rush of satisfaction when she saw just how much force her attack had produced. Compared to the way she used to be, all those brutal days of relentless training were finally turning into real, visible results. But even as she caught her breath and steadied herself, the Jin near the doorway were already beginning to push themselves back up from the floor. No matter how many times they smashed those monsters down, the enemies kept dragging their battered bodies back onto their feet. Uera clicked her tongue in open frustration, painfully aware that her flames still did not have enough finishing power to end this fight cleanly in one decisive blow. Once again, the Jin lunged toward them, rushing the entrance like starving beasts. Uera immediately shouted at Shin Youngjin to keep his attention locked on the enemies directly in front of him. She and the others could support him from behind as much as they could, but even their strength had limits. Still, Youngjin shouted back with stubborn determination, swearing that no matter what happened, he would protect Senior Minnie. Minnie gave them a faint smile and sweetly thanked her juniors for trying so earnestly to protect her. But beneath that soft expression, her thoughts were twisted into an ugly conflict of interest. If she attacked the students right now, her disguise would be completely exposed. Yet with several of her own brethren gathered just outside the door, she also believed that killing 2 children here might not be all that difficult. At last, Minnie quietly made her decision. First, she would eliminate the students trapped inside this room, and after that, she would move on to kill Lee Seojin with her own hands. But before the Jin girl could make even the smallest move, a massive surge of power erupted from beyond the door. Everyone froze at once as a very familiar presence swept through the hallway and filled the space around them. The force was so overwhelming that it tore through the entire corridor and wiped out the monsters standing there in an instant. The Jin did not even have time to react before they were blasted away, their shock twisting into rage and despair as they disappeared from the doorway. The students stared toward the entrance in stunned silence, their eyes wide and their bodies frozen in place. None of them could immediately understand who had just appeared, or what kind of power had cleared the hallway so suddenly. In the next moment, the hallway outside was completely empty. All that remained was a huge gaping hole torn into the ground, while every monster that had been blocking their way had vanished without a trace. The 3 students stood there in confusion, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Meanwhile, Lee Seojin was sprinting through the mansion with everything he had, his footsteps pounding across the floor as he desperately searched for Kim Seon-woo. He had no idea where Kim Seon-woo could have gone at a time like this, but this was absolutely the worst possible moment for some twisted game of hide-and-seek. A dark possibility flashed through his mind. Maybe a Jin had already gotten to him. But Lee Seojin forced that thought down and clung to hope instead. He had to believe Kim Seon-woo was still alive somewhere in the mansion, safe enough to be found. But while Lee Seojin was searching with all his strength, the leader of the Jin attack found him first. The monster still wanted to measure the boy's power for himself, and he mocked Lee Seojin for running around so desperately, trying to find some way to save his comrades. It was the same S-rank Jin who had appeared at the front gate. Lee Seojin immediately braced himself, his muscles tightening as he prepared for another attack, while the monster smirked at him as if he had known from the very beginning that the boy would end up here. The monster pointed his sword straight at the golden boy and ordered Li Xiujin to draw his own blade. Before killing him, he would at least allow the protagonist to stand in front of him and face him head-on. On the surface, it sounded like an incredible chance, but in reality, Li Xiujin had no way to defeat an opponent like this at his current level. Still, if he turned his back and ran, the monster would only chase him down and cut him apart anyway. Knowing there was no clean path to escape, Li Xiujin rushed forward without hesitation and drew his sword in one swift, practiced motion. He activated weapon enhancement, pouring power into his blade as he braced himself for the impact that was coming. Across from him, the S-rank monster lifted his own weapon with calm, crushing confidence, as if the outcome had already been decided. No matter how terrifying the enemy in front of him was, Li Xiujin still had one thing he absolutely had to do. He could not let this S-rank Jin break through and reach the others. That was why he fought with such desperate tenacity, throwing himself into the clash again and again. Their swords slammed together like a violent dance between two sharpened wills, each strike ringing through the mansion as both sides tried to overpower the other. This was not merely a fight between two blades. It was a collision of duty and resolve, because both warriors had their own reasons for standing there and refusing to step back from the battlefield. The S-rank Jin looked genuinely impressed that someone as young as Li Xiujin could still launch a counterattack so quickly while under that kind of suffocating pressure. It was interesting, certainly, but in the monster's eyes, a boy was still only a boy. He suddenly drove a brutal kick into Li Xiujin's body and sent him flying backward, though the fight was far from over. Naturally, the monster expected him to grab his sword and keep fighting. Li Xiujin crashed back across the floor, groaning as pain ripped through his body from the force of that vicious blow. Given a few more years, the Jin was certain that almost no monster would be able to stop Li Xiujin, and that was exactly what made this boy so dangerous in the first place. Li Xiujin rolled aside at the last possible second, barely avoiding the old monster's blade as it came stabbing down toward him, aiming to end his life on the spot. He slid hard across the floor, then forced his battered body back onto his feet. This was not only a fight for his own survival, but also for the lives of his friends, so no matter how violently his body screamed in pain, he could not allow himself to collapse yet. But even after testing him like this, the Jin still could not find the one thing he had truly come here searching for. It seemed Li Xiujin was not the child of prophecy after all. Even though the boy was undeniably strong, it looked as if he simply happened to possess a light attribute. Then again, the monster could not completely ignore another possibility. Perhaps Li Xiujin was holding back because he did not believe this S-rank Jin was worthy of witnessing his true power. Of course, Li Xiujin himself had no idea what the monster was even talking about. Li Xiujin shouted back that he did not know anything about that, then charged at the man once again, every step heavy with the determination to bring the monster down. The monster began making quick calculations in his head, but he still believed the kid was only pretending not to know. And naturally, that kind of attitude insulted him deeply. He swung his sword with brutal, overwhelming violence, and Li Xiujin answered with a fierce strike of his own, refusing to back down even for an instant. The moment their swords connected, a violent burst of force exploded between them. Li Xiujin had to pour every bit of strength he had into his body just to remain standing against such a terrifying monster. The Jin grew even more irritated, saying he had come all the way to this remote land under orders to kill the child of prophecy. If his own kind had identified Li Xiujin as that child, then the boy needed to stop lying and simply reveal the proof with his own power. Li Xiujin still had absolutely no idea what this monster was talking about. To make matters worse, his sword could only endure so much punishment. This battle was pushing him far beyond his current limits, because he still had not reached the level needed to fight a villain like this head-on. The Jin pressed him even harder, demanding a confession and asking why the boy dared to toy with him using such weak lies. But Li Xiujin had been telling the truth from the very beginning. Whether it was the power of ruin or the child of prophecy, he knew absolutely nothing about either one. Even so, with a sharp movement of his hands and blade, Li Xiujin managed to deflect the attack that had been aimed straight at him. And even if he did know something, there was no chance he would ever reveal it to a beast like that. The S-rank Jin tilted his head slightly, then coldly decided that Li Xiujin was useless to him. If that was the case, there was no longer any reason to keep the boy alive. Li Xiujin could barely keep himself standing, leaning heavily on his sword as the last of his strength began to drain away. The monster lifted his blade and brought it down, intending to finish him once and for all. For one terrifying moment, it truly looked like Li Xiujin was done for, until a familiar burst of blue light suddenly tore into the room. The Jin froze, but he had not moved far enough to avoid it. The mana blast slammed into him and ripped straight through his shoulder. A sniper had appeared out of nowhere, leaving both Li Xiujin and the S-rank Jin stunned by the sudden interference. With everything happening so abruptly, both of them were left wondering who had fired that attack. Well, There was one person nearby who had just spotted the attacker trying to retreat. If Kim Seon-woo wanted to avoid taking responsibility for that shot, he really needed to run away a lot faster than that. The S-rank Jin, Song-ji, was not pleased in the slightest. His face twisted with anger as he growled through clenched teeth, demanding to know who had dared interfere in his battle. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was not stupid enough to reveal himself on purpose. Honestly, the fact that this monstrous bastard had somehow avoided his fatal shot had not been part of the plan at all. The villain had escaped the worst of it, but thankfully, he had not managed to dodge the entire blast. Kim Seon-woo had used his trusted amplified mana elixir trick, forcing his recovery speed higher and raising his mana levels by 500%. Of course, that also meant he had fallen straight into the mana exhaustion period afterward. Thankfully, the concealment elixir was still doing its job, allowing him to stay hidden even after taking such a reckless shot. The poor boy had stacked a potion on top of the heart of great nature and poured every ounce of power he had into that one absurd attack. S-rank Jin really were no joke. Monsters like that simply refused to die easily. Still, Kim Seon-woo could hardly believe they had mistaken Lee Seo-jin for the child of prophecy. He knew the first Jin attack would bring plenty of attention to the hero, but this was definitely the wrong kind of attention. The worst part was that Song-ji was now furious. At this point, he did not even seem to care about killing Lee Seo-jin anymore. What he wanted most was to find the rude little rat who had fired a death blast straight at his face. And if that rude rat refused to show himself, then Song-ji looked more than willing to hunt him down personally. His killing intent sharpened, as if he was ready to slice through the entire building just to drag him out. Clearly, this monster had absolutely no concern for someone else's property. Shin Jae-ik clearly had no intention of letting this end quietly. As that terrifying man started pulling his power together, Lee Seo-jin forced strength into his trembling legs and pushed himself back up from the floor. His body was barely listening to him, but his eyes already knew where the attack was headed. That monster was aiming straight for the brunette friend he had fought so hard to reach. And even if the difference in strength was absurd, Lee Seo-jin still had to move before Kim Seon-woo was killed. That was simply the kind of person Lee Seo-jin was. No matter how ridiculous the gap was, even when the enemy stood so far above him that fighting back almost looked meaningless, he still tried to rise and put himself between danger and someone else. Even Kim Seon-woo could see that they had reached a dead end. The whole clown show had been entertaining for a while, but now the situation had grown far beyond anything he could predict, and the story had spiraled into a mess he had no way of controlling anymore. By then, only one thing left in this entire disaster had even the smallest chance of saving them. Then, without warning, a violent blast ripped through the entire area, powerful enough to make the air itself feel like it had exploded. In that instant, the brunette understood that their final hope had finally arrived. A brilliant golden radiance flooded the scene, bright and overwhelming, pouring out with such crushing force that even the S-rank main standing in the middle of it looked strangely small beneath that monstrous pressure. The man clenched his teeth and let out a furious growl as he tried to endure the pressure crashing down on him. The force of the impact shook the surroundings so hard that even Kim Seon-woo, standing away from the center of the blast, could feel the sheer weight of that explosion pressing against his body. The attack was so brutal that it tore through more than just his defenses. It actually ripped the villain's clothes straight off his body, leaving him exposed, furious, and humiliated. His face twisted with rage as he snarled that his opponent had struck him from behind like some kind of coward. But the ridiculous part was that she was not hiding behind him at all. She was standing right there by the front door, fully visible, facing him directly, as if she had attacked him head-on from the very beginning. He barked at her, demanding to know who she was and why she had appeared there, but the woman did not even flinch. Instead, she threw the question right back at the bastard who had broken into her home and wrecked the place. At long last, the owner of the house had returned, and judging by the cold look on her face, she was in absolutely no mood to laugh this off. At the same time, the other mains scattered throughout the compound were being crushed almost as soon as her people reached them. The intruders barely had time to understand what was happening before another group suddenly stormed into what they thought was their own base and started wiping them out one after another. Honestly, barging in like that and getting in the way was just unbelievably rude of them. The unlucky mains were beaten down so quickly and so thoroughly that most of them barely managed to react before they hit the ground. Meanwhile, Jean simply adjusted his glasses with a calm, almost bored expression, as if this entire violent cleanup was nothing more than a mildly irritating chore. This was exactly why a villain organization packed with dangerous people could never be treated lightly. When every single member on one side had real power, even a sudden raid could turn into a one-sided massacre before the enemy understood what had gone wrong. Now the leading lady stood directly in front of Song-jin, her gaze sharp and icy as she questioned him. She wanted to know why a monster like him had forced his way into her house, and, more importantly, why he had been targeting Lee Seo-jin. Only then did the brunette finally release the breath he had been holding. At this point, They no longer needed to take the full weight of the battle themselves. They could simply shove one enemy into another and let those monsters rip each other apart. Now those two could try to murder each other as much as they wanted, and the students would not have to be the ones carrying that impossible burden. And sure enough, the moment they clashed, it became painfully obvious that both sides were genuinely trying to kill the other. When two overpowered monsters collided, there was no reason for either of them to hold anything back. High-level magic began tearing through the area like a nightmare given form, blasting across the scene with terrifying speed and force. The lady did not even seem shaken by it. Honestly, Lee Seojin would not have been wrong to wonder why she had bothered hiring them in the first place. Since that stubborn man clearly had no intention of answering politely, she had no intention of treating him gently either. A surge of magical power slammed into her and sent her flying backward, but the S-rank man only growled through his rage. Anyone who dared interfere with the king's orders, he warned, would be killed without exception. And just like that, both of the major villains ended up blasting each other straight out of the house, dragging their brutal fight outside with them. Which meant that, at least for a brief moment, everyone still trapped inside finally had a little room to breathe. Lee Seojin could hardly process the level of firepower Bert was carrying. With that much destructive strength at her fingertips, ordinary thieves should have been the very last thing she ever needed to worry about. But putting that strange detail aside, it seemed the other students had finally managed to find him. Shin Youngjin rushed over with panic all over his face and immediately asked if Lee Seojin was all right. The entire place looked like it had been turned into a battlefield, with wreckage scattered everywhere, and Era could not make sense of what had happened. Lee Seojin admitted that he had nearly died while fighting an S-rank demon, only for Bert to appear at the very last second and save him. That explanation only made his musclehead friend look even more confused. As far as he knew, Bert was supposed to be nothing more than an ordinary civilian, so none of this added up at all. Youngjin immediately wanted to rush out and help her, but Kim Seon-woo saw the situation completely differently. They needed to escape from this nightmare right now, before they got pulled into that vicious fight outside. The others were relieved to see that he was still safe, but the fire girl quickly turned on him, snapping at him and demanding to know where the hell he had been while everything was falling apart. The boy answered honestly and admitted that he had been hiding in a corner, but that detail was not important at the moment. What mattered was that they had to get out of this place immediately, before things got even worse. Of course, Era could not feel good about running away while Bert was supposedly risking her life in battle. But in reality, the situation was the complete opposite. That terrifying woman in heels was going to be perfectly fine. The ones in real danger were them, especially if she found out that someone in their group had stolen from her. And it was not like Kim Seon-woo could casually explain that the blonde woman was actually an even worse villain than the first monster. However, Park Min-hee had already understood the situation with frightening clarity. If even her own boss, Song Jin, was struggling this badly against that woman, then there was absolutely no reason for them to throw themselves into the fight and try to help Bert. After everything that had happened earlier, the sweet-looking senior quickly changed her face. She put on a frightened expression and began acting as if she was completely terrified by the chaos around them. She was still their enemy, there was no doubt about that, but Kim Seon-woo could still use that convenient reaction to steer the situation in his favor. Even then, he could not stop himself from wondering why she had suddenly decided to act so scared and helpless in front of everyone else. The answer was simple. Park Min-hee hated every single person around her, but even that hatred was nothing compared to how much she hated the thought of dying here. If they interfered now, the result would only become worse, so she was more than ready to run away. All she needed was to convince the rest of the classmates to choose escape as well. Survival came first, and revenge could wait until later, when she could take it with her own hands. That was the selfish nature of a monster, no matter how cute and innocent her outside appearance seemed. Since most of them had finally reached the same conclusion, Kim Seon-woo quickly told the group that he had found a way to slip out unnoticed. All they had to do was stay close and follow his lead. With a serious frown tightening across his face, he guided the group forward. Even if Jang Yu was pulling her usual dirty tricks somewhere in the background, neither he nor she could do anything about the larger situation right now. The only thing that mattered was getting out alive. This was their chance, and they had to use it to escape before the monsters outside turned their attention back to them. Meanwhile, the front lawn had already transformed into a scene of pure carnage, death, and destruction. The two villains were tearing into each other with the ferocity of wild dogs fighting over fresh meat. And the battle was every bit as terrifying as it was spectacular. Both monsters were wrapped in different kinds of high-powered magic, their auras raging around them like storms, and neither one showed even the slightest intention of stepping back. The man launched black flames forward with overwhelming force, while Bert answered with golden lightning that cracked through the air. Both of them were trying to crush the other into the ground with everything they had. Bert recognized his dark transformation attack almost the moment it appeared. Without hesitating for even a second, She responded with her own high-level magic and met the attack head-on. Even that chaos was not enough to break her focus. She pushed straight through the storm of power and closed the distance until she was facing Song Jin directly. As Song Jin leapt forward and swung his massive sword, one of Bert's henchmen suddenly appeared in his path and blocked the strike. It seemed her subordinates had already finished clearing out the insignificant monsters nearby, and now that they had nothing better to do, they were more than willing to join in and help beat down the old man. Naturally, the old big bad man was not pleased about being interrupted when there was someone he wanted to kill. But from the confusion and anger in his reaction, it was obvious he still had no real idea who he had just picked a fight with. They snapped back at him without hesitation, reminding him that he was the one who had interfered first. This was their battlefield, their trap, and their carefully prepared plan. Yet this idiot had appeared out of nowhere and tried to claim the hero for himself. Obviously, they were not going to simply tolerate that. The first attacker's slash tore straight through the man's leg, and before he could fully recover, another subordinate appeared right after him. One by one, they had already finished handling the smaller jobs assigned to them, and now their attention was shifting toward the far more interesting fight surrounding their madam. The man was finally beginning to understand that something was seriously wrong. Out of nowhere, he had found himself surrounded by an entire group of S-rank mages. What had started as a one-on-one fight had suddenly become a 3-against-1 battle, and judging by the way things were going, those numbers were only going to get worse. He was also convinced that one of the people attacking him had to be the bastard who had sniped him earlier, and he desperately wanted to tear that person apart. Of course, this S-rank monster was nothing like the ordinary weaklings they were used to crushing. Within seconds, his severed leg regenerated, and he snarled at the pests swarming around him to get off. Obviously, none of them had any intention of listening. He was the one who had barged in, rampaged through the place, and destroyed their property, so there was no way they would ignore such miserable interference with their own plans. The fight continued without pause, and the battle only grew even harsher than before. With all of her underlings now taking over the actual fighting, Bert finally allowed herself to step back for a moment. She watched the chaos unfold in front of her, calmly reassessing the situation while the battlefield roared around her. Jean reported that they had finished clearing out every main on the first floor, along with the enemies in the garden. Scar should also be finishing off the monsters on the second floor. As for Licio Jean, the hero they were so strangely focused on, he was safe for now, and Jean had confirmed that he had escaped together with the other students. Bert let out an irritated sigh, her expression tightening with frustration. There had been so many things she wanted to ask the boy, but this sudden interference had completely ruined that chance. So she gave her next order without the slightest hesitation. Baek In-sung and Natasha were to put an end to this nonsense immediately. Enough was enough. From this moment forward, there would be no more playing around, no more testing the waters, and no more hesitation from either side. The air around them sharpened instantly, as if everyone on the battlefield understood that the real killing was about to begin. The Mayan's mouth twisted into a cold, mocking smirk, his eyes narrowing as though he found their command almost laughable. To him, these people were nothing but insects standing at the edge of death, yet somehow they still had the nerve to bark orders at him like they actually had the upper hand. But the instant he raised his sword and tried to bring it down on the fighter in front of him, his expression suddenly froze. No matter how much power he forced into his arm, the blade would not move another inch. Natasha had locked his hands in place, forcing them to remain suspended in the air, and with his weapon trapped above him, his entire body was left wide open. The black-haired villain looked at the old man and let out a low, mocking scoff, his gaze filled with obvious contempt. Did this fool really think that being able to regenerate was enough to decide the outcome of a fight like this? The Mayan roared that he would kill her, his voice shaking with furious killing intent. But honestly, he should have kept his focus on the enemies right in front of him, because they were not the type to stand there politely while he wasted time threatening someone else. And just as expected, Seongjin paid for that tiny lapse almost immediately. Baek In-sung had been waiting for the perfect opening, and the second the Mayan's guard slipped, his blade shot forward and sank straight into his body. Baek In-sung did not end it with a single stab, either. His arm moved again and again, driving the blade into the Mayan's body in rapid succession until it looked as if he had punched nearly 100 holes through the old monster. The Mayan's scream tore through the battlefield, raw, ugly, and filled with pain. The relentless attacks did not seem to stop at his flesh alone. Every strike felt like it was grinding through his body, crushing his mind, and scraping against the deepest part of his soul. A furious roar of hatred burst out of him. He could not tolerate it. He could not accept that mere humans dared to stand against him like this, pushing him back, making him bleed, and forcing him to suffer in front of them. Then a huge explosion thundered from the direction of the house, the sound booming so violently that it seemed to roll across the entire property. Every student flinched on instinct, their shoulders jerking and their bodies tightening, but none of them stopped moving. All they could do was keep slipping away as quietly as possible, desperate not to get caught up in a disaster far beyond their level. Li Xiaojin slowed for a moment and looked back toward the house, his face heavy with confusion and unanswered questions. Who exactly was the woman who had appeared and saved him? What was the truth behind the Mayan who had tried to kill him? And what kind of mission had they actually been dragged into? Those questions burned in his mind, but this was not the time to chase answers. Right now, survival came before everything else. The Mayan's fighting spirit suddenly flared like a fire being fed with oil, and the entire clash shifted into something even more dangerous. This was no longer just a battle between strong fighters. It had become a true fight between monsters, with pride and survival tangled together. And when a Mayan that fed on human blood was pushed all the way to the edge, its body would awaken one final instinct to keep itself alive. For him, that last resort arrived as a violent transformation. His whole body began to tremble and twist, bones and muscles shifting as a savage roar ripped from his throat. The life around him seemed to warp under the pressure. His eyes sank into complete darkness, and his ultimate rampaging state finally awakened. The man who had gotten close enough to stab the rising monster suddenly froze where he stood. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the enemy change right in front of him. The Mayan was no longer simply healing from his wounds. He was slowly turning into something else entirely. A cold shiver ran through him the moment he understood how dangerous the situation had become. He shouted a warning to the others, making it clear that the monster in front of them was about to lose every last bit of control and go completely berserk. Another massive blast shook the area, while the students shamelessly poured all their effort into escaping the chaos. No matter how they looked at it, that fight was so far above them it was almost ridiculous. The smartest choice was painfully obvious: get off the property as quickly as their legs could carry them. Even so, the hero could not completely turn his heart away from the battlefield behind them. When the explosion flared in the distance, he looked back with genuine worry in his eyes, because running while others were still fighting for their lives did not sit well with him at all. Meanwhile, the League of Villains had gathered near one another, but the moment the monster's transformation began, every one of them instinctively stepped back. Without needing anyone to say it, they widened the distance and gave themselves room to react. When a Mayan entered Rampage, almost all reason disappeared, leaving only raw instinct behind. But in return, its physical abilities recovered to a terrifying degree, and every trace of mana inside its body surged upward with frightening intensity. For Mayan ranked A or higher, that Rampage could even reshape their bodies into forms built purely for battle. And that was exactly what had happened to the old Mayan. He now stood there covered from head to toe in elegant, high-class armor, the polished kind that looked almost too refined for a mindless beast. Horns rose from his head, a magical sword rested in his hand, and his entire appearance had turned both stylish and terrifying. One glance was enough to tell them that this was no ordinary monster. The real question was why something this dangerous had appeared on their property in the first place. The stronger a Mayan was, the more terrifying its rampage became, sometimes multiplying its threat several times over. So naturally, every gaze shifted toward Bert, waiting for their leader to decide their next move. The simple truth was that this monster had barged into their home without permission and was now ripping the place apart. Even so, they could not ignore the danger standing in front of them. A horrifying enemy had appeared, and confronting it meant putting their lives on the line. The question was whether anyone there was actually willing to step forward against such a beast. Of course, among the members of the Villain League, there was one person who did not look scared in the slightest. If anything, his eyes seemed to brighten, as if the sight of such a powerful opponent had only made his blood run hotter. With a sudden burst of excitement, Sky jumped straight into the battlefield, a wild grin spreading across his face. The more dangerous the enemy looked, the more thrilled he became, and he boldly declared that he would be the one to destroy this monster for good. Sky rushed in and launched several quick blows, but not a single one landed properly. It was far too early to bring down a monster of that level, especially now that it had wrapped itself in that absurd battle form. After slipping past the first attack, the Mayan struck back almost gleefully, swinging with brutal force and smashing Sky so hard that he was sent flying across the compound. That was a pretty rude way to answer a greeting, but the Berserk Mayan seemed perfectly satisfied with itself. It flexed its huge body as if showing off its power, silently daring everyone around it to step forward and test their luck. Sky pushed himself back onto his feet, brushing off the impact as though that crushing blow had only made the fight more exciting. To him, that was not such a bad greeting at all. Bert watched the exchange with sharp, focused eyes, carefully measuring the monster's speed, strength, and reactions. Beside her, Jean was also scanning the area, checking the terrain and the state of the battlefield before the next clash could erupt. Before throwing himself back into the fight, Sky glanced over his shoulder and called out to them. He wanted to make sure Bert and Jean were both still all right after the chaos had spread across the property. Jean immediately snapped at him, clearly furious that this idiot had just said their names out loud when they were supposed to come and go without leaving traces. Then again, by this point, Most of the people who might have recognized them were already dead. Only they and the beast remained. And the beast certainly was not waiting around for introductions. It charged forward, its heavy steps smashing cracks through the concrete beneath it. At the same time, the big blonde reported that he had followed orders properly, killing only the Mayan and leaving the kids unharmed. Then he asked if they had been over there enjoying themselves and fighting without him. Bert only released a tired sigh and answered that they had merely been warming up. As she spoke, flames began curling around her hand, wrapping her fingers in heat as she prepared to face the beast directly. The monster lowered its stance as well, bracing its armored body for the next clash. Then, without the slightest warning, it launched itself straight at them with terrifying speed. Right now, all of the villains were gathered in one place. For the monster, that made everything far simpler, because it no longer had to chase scattered enemies. It could pour all of its rage into a single target area. As that dark, evil mass came barreling toward them, the blonde woman gave her group a clear order. From this moment on, they would fight together as JN. There was no longer any reason to hold back. The children had already escaped the immediate danger, which meant the villains could finally release their full strength without worrying about protecting them. Meanwhile, the kids kept pushing their way toward safety, but the battle behind them was still impossible to ignore. Lightning flashed across the sky, thunder rumbled overhead, and the air itself seemed to shake from the force of the fighting erupting nearby. The fiery, hot-tempered girl in their class suddenly felt a strange shiver pass through the air. Her body stiffened, and for a brief moment, even her usual fierce energy seemed to waver. Those thunderclaps sounded strangely familiar to her, like echoes from something she had tried to bury deep inside her memory. On top of that, the mana burning through the air felt so harsh and oppressive that every breath made her hand go numb. Even the sky above looked like a memory she had desperately tried to forget. It dragged her mind back to the day her parents were murdered by those creatures wearing human skin, beings she could never accept as human no matter how much they looked like people. The boys noticed her looking back, of course, but only the main character understood just how dangerous it would be if she realized what was truly happening behind them. Even from where they stood, they could feel the energy crackling in the distance. It was sharp, heavy, and violent, like invisible sparks crawling through the air around them. There was no mistaking that pressure. It was the unmistakable power of an S rank. This was the kind of burden they would have to carry from now on, especially once the truly important events of the main story began moving in earnest. At that very moment, JN was clashing with a rampaging Mayan, and the students had no reason to throw themselves into that battlefield. But even while running away, the lesson was impossible to ignore. They had to become stronger. Somewhere behind them, an enemy separated from them by an overwhelming, almost immeasurable gap in power was locked in combat. Back on the battlefield, magic circles spread through the air, glowing beneath the monster and all around it. At the same time, more magical chains shot out from every direction, whipping around the enemy in an attempt to pin down its violent movements. The chains tightened around the rampaging Mayan, holding its massive body in place just long enough for magical attacks to slam into its weak points one after another. JN fought like a perfectly coordinated unit, each member striking with speed, force, and deadly precision. The Mayan bled from multiple places as it thrashed violently against the chains binding it down. Its greatest weakness at that moment was painfully clear. It had chosen to fight alone. Then yellow lightning came crashing down from above, ripping across the sky and staining the clouds with its glow. The blast struck the enemy with merciless force, roasting the Mayan where it stood. Sparks crawled over the old monster's body, and he screamed in agony as pain burned through him from the inside out. What the main character had truly wanted to show Yuru and Lee Seojin was never supposed to be a hopeless battlefield like this. What was happening down there was a fight they had no chance of winning. And almost as quickly as the clash had begun, it was already reaching its end. JN finally let out a breath as the Mayan dropped to his knees, the suffocating tension of that brutal battle easing at last. For a rampaging Mayan to return from that state at all was extremely rare, and seeing it happen right in front of them was honestly an incredible sight. And despite everything they had thrown at the old monster, he still looked strangely intact. Even after taking all that damage, some part of his awareness remained, and he had not completely lost control of himself. The more that creature healed itself, the more opportunities Skye had to break it apart all over again, and for a battle-obsessed lunatic like him, that made the old monster almost the perfect opponent. He grinned as if the whole terrifying situation was some kind of private entertainment, even glancing toward Beck unsung like he expected him to agree. But the other fighter only answered with a tired sigh, clearly not sharing his excitement at all. Those names finally clicked inside Kim Seon-woo's mind. He remembered exactly where he had heard them before, and his gaze lifted in surprise toward the fading traces of Jae-yoon. So the pathetic losers who had once been wiped out by Kim Jin-chul were still crawling around out there like cockroaches, stubbornly refusing to disappear. Naturally, Bert did not take kindly to being called a loser. Her expression sharpened at once, and honestly, that insult sounded especially ridiculous coming from the fool lying there after being beaten into the ground while he was still rampaging out of control. Skye let out a giggle, saying they must be so famous that even other villains recognized them wherever they showed up. But the girl snapped back at him in pure frustration, yelling that the only reason anyone knew their identities was because he had stupidly shouted all their names out loud himself. The whole thing was so unbelievably annoying that she could barely stand it. Either way, there was still a much bigger problem sitting right in front of them. A stranger had barged into their territory, turned their home into a battlefield, and dragged chaos straight to their doorstep. Before anything else, they needed to know exactly why he had come here in the first place. The dark-haired woman shot back coldly that he had no right to call them losers, not when he was the one in such a miserable state. But strangely, the man did not bother giving her a proper answer. He only lowered his voice, his eyes darkening, and muttered a chilling command for them to be killed. But the blonde woman had not forgotten the real reason they still needed him alive. The one in charge calmly told him that he was not allowed to die yet. First, he had to explain why he had come all this way to kill Lee Seojin. Once he gave them that answer, then, and only then, they would let him die however he wanted. That was the only deal on the table. The man only chuckled under his breath, as if their conditions were not even worth taking seriously. In a low, twisted voice, he told them it did not matter what he wanted anymore, because every one of them was going to die anyway. And he was not talking about himself alone. Every single person inside that house was included in his words. This no longer sounded like a simple threat thrown out in anger. The way he said it made the air turn cold, as if some sinister plan had already been set into motion. When they looked up, they saw something bright and pink tearing through the night sky, cutting downward in a blazing line as it descended straight toward them. Jae-yoon really could not catch a break that night. One invader after another kept dragging trouble right into their house, as if the entire world had decided to show up uninvited. It seemed Little Rat still had a few allies left after all, which was deeply inconvenient. But as the blonde woman stared upward, she recognized the irritating flow of mana almost immediately. It did not belong to the man in front of them. The old man seemed to smile as if he understood what was happening too. Far above their heads, a massive, swirling mass of power came crashing down, shining like a star that had been torn out of the sky and hurled toward the earth. The blonde woman let out a weary sigh, already completely fed up with every bit of this nonsense. Still, there was no denying what was happening now. Another guest had arrived at the mansion, and it looked like the person Kim Seon-woo had been waiting for had finally stepped onto the scene. The brunette's eyes widened as a third force finally entered the stage on that fateful night. Around him, the other students could only stare in stunned silence as a gigantic red mass of burning rock dropped from the sky, casting its fiery glow over everything below. The muscle-headed student pointed upward in alarm, his voice filled with panic as he watched the flaming mass fall. Even so, the others somehow managed to keep themselves from completely breaking down. Honestly, that person had arrived right on schedule. This was the breathtaking sight Kim Seon-woo had wanted his friends to witness with their own eyes. The power of S-rank villains was overwhelming, so massive and terrifying that an ordinary hero could not even begin to imagine how to face it, let alone overcome it. But Kim Seon-woo did not want the protagonists of this story to be crushed beneath the fear and strength of villains. He did not want that terror to carve scars into their hearts, twist their minds, or haunt them every time they remembered this night. What he wanted them to see was the figure appearing high above them, carrying that enormous sphere of red light. Because no matter how powerful a villain might seem, there would always be an even stronger ally somewhere in the world, someone capable of standing above that darkness and overpowering it. With one smooth wave of her hand, the newly arrived hero sent the burning rock crashing down toward the villains below. The massive fireball split apart into a dozen blazing fragments, pouring through the sky like a rain of flaming meteors. Someday, Kim Seon-woo wanted these young heroes to believe they could grow beyond even these earth-shaking legends. And when their darkest moment finally arrived, he wanted this kind of hope to shine in front of them, bright enough to push back despair. The Witch of Flames had arrived. Young Uera stared up in pure awe as her older sister appeared before her, standing against the nightmare that had surrounded them like the one person capable of burning it all away. She was the master of the Blade of Dawn, the guild formed from the victims of Shin Jae-ik and built around those who had suffered because of him. And leading that small but elite force, made entirely of A-rank to S-rank mages, was none other than the overwhelming Witch of Fire, Yuian. She was a monster among mages, wielding the primordial flame attribute in its manifested form like it belonged to her alone. Something had drawn her to this place, and now she had finally found the enemies she had been hunting. The scum known as Shin Jae-ik were right there before her, and this time, she swore she would erase them completely from the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Bert let out another exhausted sigh as she greeted yet another troublesome guest. Apparently, this had become the kind of night where people simply broke into her home without asking. She had not invited a single one of them, which made the whole situation unbelievably rude. The dark-haired member of Ji-yoon immediately suggested they retreat, because this fight did not look like something worth risking their necks over. But the man laughed at their attempt to run. Escaping from magic on this scale was practically delusional, and in his eyes, there was no way they could flee from such an almighty force now. That fireball was already falling too fast for anyone to avoid it normally. Then the man laughed even harder, saying that at least the road to the afterlife would not be lonely. The lunatic who had ruined their entire night was actually delighted by the idea of dragging them down with him. He said he would get to watch every one of them burn to death, as if their deaths were some final show prepared just for him. Skye growled that before they left, he should crush that disrespectful insect of a man right there on the spot. But his teammates quickly shut that idea down, reminding him that wasting time on pointless anger would be stupid. Their first priority was getting out before the flames reached them. The blonde woman smiled and turned toward the blonde, bespectacled magic user, her gaze landing on him with complete trust. She told him she was counting on him, because no matter how messy things became, he always found some way to clean up their problems. The man could only use that charm once, but he activated it without even a moment of hesitation. The instant he triggered it, magic surged up around him, bubbling and swelling like a wave rising from beneath the ground. Slowly, glowing magic circles opened beneath their feet, spreading under the members of Ji-yoon as the spell took shape. One by one, they prepared to be carried away from the battlefield before the falling fire could swallow them. The man could only stare in disgust and horror as his enemies clearly prepared to escape right in front of him. Somehow, they had found a way to avoid this humiliating, tasteless death, leaving him to face the end alone. They even had the nerve to tease him, saying they would have loved to bring him along too, but unfortunately, there was a strict limit to how many people the spell could carry. Of course, that was an obvious lie, and everyone there knew it. Because immediately after saying that, he told the monster to rot in hell by himself. Then, before the man's furious eyes, the entire organization vanished from the mansion in a burst of magic. That poor murderer was left behind to die alone. He sat there trembling beneath the night sky, staring up at the burning rock as it came crashing down toward him. In his final moments, he sent one last message to his king, praying with the same fanatical devotion as always that his dark king would reign forever. Then the blazing rock finally struck, swallowing him completely along with the entire house around him. The explosion that followed was enormous, a devastating display of just how overwhelming an S-rank hero's power could truly be. Flames surged upward like a gigantic flower blooming in the middle of the night, its petals glowing in violent shades of orange and yellow. Even from a distance, the kids could see the blast clearly, and the light was so intense that they instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes. Only then did they truly understand something shocking. Their client, Bert, had not been an ordinary employer at all. She had actually been a member of one of the worst terrorist organizations around. A man from the guild landed in front of the kids and immediately raised a protective shield, placing himself between the students and the force of the blast. Holding his stance firm, he warned everyone behind him that this encounter had to remain a secret. If word spread that these students had come into contact with Ji-yoon, it could interfere with the guild's pursuit of them. The man standing guard before them was Jong Jae-kwon of the Blade of Dawn, an A-rank mage whose presence alone helped steady the chaos around them. Jong Jae-kwon shouted toward his guild master, his voice cutting through the smoke and noise as he announced that he had found the kids they had rescued from that horrifying house. The instant Yuyin heard those words, she rushed over without even a second of hesitation, because her little sister was among those children. The fiery woman descended with incredible force, her hair streaming behind her as she landed near them. As soon as she touched down, her teammate reported the situation with Jae-yoon. Unfortunately, those cowards had escaped, and they had done it using a degraded copy of a teleportation sacred relic. The fact that they were still so annoyingly resourceful made the whole thing even more frustrating. Ju-won groaned the moment he heard that explanation, already certain it had to be Jin's handiwork. That magical engineer was someone he hated with every part of himself, and just hearing about his tricks was enough to irritate him. Then the older fire mage suddenly went still. Her expression shifted the moment her eyes landed on her younger sister. For a brief moment, she simply stared at Era in silence, as if making sure she was truly standing there unharmed. Then she softly called her name, and Era looked back at her, answering her older sister in a quiet voice. In the next instant, without wasting time on any more words, the older sister stepped forward and pulled Era tightly into her arms, holding her in a deep, protective hug as if she never wanted to let go. Yuyin kept her little sister wrapped tightly in her arms, holding her so close it was as if she was afraid Era might vanish if she loosened her grip. Relief washed over her so powerfully that, for a few seconds, no words would come out. Era was alive. She was safe. And after everything their family had already lost, that single fact felt almost like a miracle. The last time their family had crossed paths with those monsters, fate had not been nearly this kind to them. That was why Yuan could not bear the idea of letting Ji-yoon take anyone from them ever again. Era lowered her eyes, her frustration clear as she let out a heavy sigh. She admitted that their enemies had been terrifyingly strong, but what hurt her pride the most was not their strength. It was the fact that fear had frozen her so badly that she had not even dared to lift a finger against them. But her older sister understood that pain better than anyone. Yuan had spent years hunting those people, carrying the weight of vengeance on her own shoulders, and even then, she still urged Era not to follow that path. She wanted her little sister to live freely, to smile without fear, and to have a peaceful life, while Yuan took on the burden of revenge for both of them. After all, no older sister would willingly stand by and watch her younger sister walk into the same darkness that had nearly swallowed her. But Era immediately shouted back, her voice fierce with emotion, saying Yuan should already know she could never accept that kind of life. She was far too ambitious to stay behind and do nothing. She wanted to join the hunt for Shin Jaek herself, and she wanted to make them pay with her own hands for every scar they had left behind. Yuan could hardly believe it. Even after all the pain Era had endured, her little sister's heart had not changed at all. But maybe that was simply the kind of person Era had always been. Era looked at her with a small smile and said that her big sister had never been able to beat her stubbornness in the past, and there was no way she was going to beat it now. However, Yuan only released a quiet, helpless sigh. To her, this was not something as simple as ordinary stubbornness. What Era was holding onto was much heavier than pride, and far harder to break. It was a promise that had been carved deep into both of them. Yuan lowered her gaze to the cloth wrapped around her hand, and a memory from 4 years ago rose clearly in her mind. Back then, her little sister had begged her never to hurt herself with a knife again. Era still carried the pain of seeing her older sister cut herself during those hopeless days, which was why she had reacted so sharply when she noticed the scars on Kim Se-woo. During the darkest period of Yuan's life, helplessness had crushed her so completely that she had nearly lost the strength to keep living. At that time, Era had thrown her small arms around her and cried until her voice broke, telling Yuan through her tears that she was the only family she had left. Those words had almost shattered Yuan all over again. Seeing her tiny little sister cling to her like someone desperately holding onto a raft in the middle of a violent storm forced tears from her eyes as well, no matter how hard she tried to hold them back. In the end, the two sisters only had each other, so they held on to one another with everything they had. That promise was what saved Yuan back then, pulling her away from the edge. And from that day forward, she had sworn that Era would one day grow into an even greater mage than she could ever be. And now, Era seemed completely determined to keep that promise in her own way, which made Yuan laugh softly despite herself. For the moment, she decided they could argue about Era's future path another time, after they had properly reunited and finally had a real chance to talk like sisters again. Lee Seo-jin stood a short distance away, quietly watching the sisters' reunion unfold in front of him. He did not interrupt them. He simply took in the sight of a broken family, holding on to what little warmth they still had. Even the hero himself felt a faint sting of envy as he watched them. Somewhere deep inside, he wondered whether he could ever become that strong in his own way, strong enough to protect someone and still keep moving forward. His muscle-headed best friend noticed the distant look on his face almost immediately. With his usual bright smile, he leaned in and asked what Lee Seo-jin was thinking about so seriously. Lee Seo-jin gave a small smile in return and brushed it off, saying it was nothing much, just a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Whatever it was, his best friend told him not to overthink every little thing. The hanging incident, the hidden stage, and even this latest disaster had all somehow worked out in the end, even if every single one of them had been terrifying in the moment. No matter how much of a genius Lee Seo-jin was, he still could not solve every problem in the world by himself. So instead of trying to carry every burden alone, the best thing he could do was help others when he could, just like others had stepped in to help him. Lee Seo-jin's expression softened at those words. The tension in his face eased a little, and he quietly thanked Yongjin for encouraging him at a moment when he had needed it. Yongjin immediately broke into a grin and said that if Lee Seo-jin was really that grateful, then once they got back, he should hurry up and help him with his note-taking assignment. Lee Seo-jin's answer came without even a second of hesitation. That part, Yongjin could handle by himself. Still, Kim Se-woo felt genuine relief as he looked at how everything had turned out. Intervening had been the right move. If he had not anonymously leaked the information to the Blade of Dawn, the plot could have twisted in a far darker direction than this. After Jae-yoon finished dealing with that man, they might have turned their attention toward the students, and the entire situation would have gotten ugly far too quickly. Era's future worries had changed, and Lee Seo-jin's motivation had been affected as well. The flow of the story had definitely shifted away from its original path, but in the end, that change could still become a firm foundation for their growth. For now, Kim Se-woo had managed to land a hit on an S-rank demon and earned 5,000 points. On top of that, because he had indirectly helped defeat an S-rank demon, he received another 5,000 points. These rewards were getting more unpredictable by the second. He had also made a small contribution to the subjugation of the S-rank villain Song Jin, which counted as a major change in the story, raising his efficiency by 1.2. The progression had shifted away from the original route, but it seemed nothing had directly affected Lee Seo-jin this much until now. Kim Seon-woo turned his eyes toward the fire girl, watching as the wind tugged gently at Yuera's hair. She had briefly encountered Jae-yoon, seeing them closer than she had since the day they destroyed her life, and even now, the determination to bring them down was still burning fiercely inside her. For the time being, Kim Seon-woo knew he had to start preparing for every unpredictable variable that might appear from this point forward. The story had already begun to move in ways he could not completely control. Soon after, they returned to the Blade of Dawn's Korean headquarters. As expected, the specific details of the incident were kept hidden from the public. The news only reported that a massive forest fire had broken out on the outskirts of Gangwon province, leaving multiple Black Flame mercenaries dead. Mage Association Chairman Kim Jin-cheol had clearly pulled strings behind the scenes to make sure the hidden connection between Lee Seo-jin and Ji-yoon never became a subject of public gossip. In the burned ruins of the mansion that had served as Ji-yoon's hideout, investigators searched through the wreckage but failed to uncover anything especially valuable. In the end, they could only assume that the villain organization had stored its truly important items somewhere else. Unfortunately for them, Kim Seon-woo had already cleaned the place out before anyone else could get there, and that enormous fireball had done a wonderful job of burning away whatever traces he might have left behind. This time, it seemed Ji-yoon's real goal had been to approach Lee Seo-jin directly. The older Yu sister immediately ordered everyone in the field to withdraw. From this point on, their next objective was clear. They needed to pursue their enemies, track down every remaining trace, and erase them once and for all. Before they moved out, her colleague asked whether she planned to see her sister one more time. Yu-yin always acted as if she did not care, keeping her emotions locked behind a sharp expression, but Jo-won knew very well that she missed her baby sister. Even so, Yu-yin simply answered that she would not waste the time of someone who was already busy. From this point forward, things were going to become extremely hectic. More specifically, they could not afford to take their eyes off Lee Seo-jin or the people surrounding him. In other words, Yu-yin had just gained a perfectly reasonable excuse to see her little sister far more often. Her precious little sister was far too important to lose. Yu-yin silently swore that she would never allow her sweet angel to fall into danger again. This time, she would burn those Jae-yoon cockroaches down to ashes so completely that they would never crawl back from it. Meanwhile, in a place that had been ruined yet still somehow retained traces of luxury, the sound of footsteps echoed through the damaged halls as a man quietly walked inside. The Blade of Dawn was a guild that even Ji-yoon acknowledged, mostly because they had always been the biggest thorn buried in their side. Those annoying heroes had definitely swept through the mansion searching for magical items, but Jean was confident they had not discovered the additional secret hideout. Strangely enough, the building was still stable enough for him to sneak inside and walk through a hallway that had mostly survived the destruction. As expected of Jae-yoon, their hideouts were built from impressively sturdy materials. Still, even the paintings Bert had drawn had been burned to nothing, and the blonde man was clearly not pleased about that at all. But what truly mattered to him was not the burned artwork or the ruined halls. His real concern was the hidden safe where they had stored their secret treasures. He opened the magical wardrobe and reached inside with complete confidence, certain that those foolish heroes could never have discovered this special compartment. The real treasures, disguised and hidden away like ordinary pieces of art, were worth far more than anything they could have found lying around in the mansion. Jean trusted the person who had designed the security around his precious collection. With protection that careful and a hiding place that clever, there was no way something so well-guarded could have been exposed that easily. But when he looked inside, the supposedly perfect storehouse had been emptied completely. Not a single valuable item remained. Kim Seon-woo had robbed them blind. The blonde man could not believe the hero organization had been that efficient. His face twisted with anger as he growled under his breath, wondering which enemy who had appeared that day had managed to steal every last one of his belongings. Of course, the true culprit was the one enemy he would have suspected least. And somewhere far away from the ruined hideout, the brown-haired youth was already chuckling happily to himself. Kim Seon-woo sat comfortably in his room, surrounded by his brand-new inheritance. Among the stolen treasures were the legacy of the formless spirit relic and a whole pile of other artifacts he had quietly taken for himself. A deeply satisfied smirk spread across his face as he looked over the spoils. He calmly said that he would make very good use of every single one of them. Mystery was a kind of power that neither science nor ordinary magic could fully explain, no matter how carefully people tried to define it. It was a force connected to the very root of the world itself, and items that carried such mysteries were known as relics. The legacy of the formless spirit was one of those relics, an item capable of imbuing magic with an elemental attribute. Among everything Jae-yoon had hidden away, This ring was the only true relic. Light, along with the non-attribute element, was one of the only elements that could not be obtained through ordinary training, no matter how much effort someone poured into it. So if Kim Seon-woo was going to obtain an element first, the answer was obvious. He steadied himself, focused seriously, and began drawing out the power in front of him, shaping it with careful control. Naturally, the talent he wanted to acquire right now was the light element, the one path that would be nearly impossible to reach through normal methods. With the help of the relic, if he added his newly grown power to the light formula he was working on, there was a real chance that he might eventually be able to learn every element. There was one important thing Kim Seon-woo had learned from the battle in Gangwon province, and it was not something he could afford to ignore. The discovery only seemed to apply when he used elixirs or skills, but when he concentrated his mana to the absolute limit, his power could briefly reach the level of an A rank. That was exactly why Song Jin had noticed Kim Seon-woo's sniping when he secretly assisted the hero of the story. His attack had gone beyond the limit of C-rank mana concealment, making it impossible to hide completely from someone that powerful. From A rank onward, manifested magic could create a silver aura. Now, Kim Seon-woo had unlocked the achievement for silver mana manifestation, increasing his mana control proficiency by 30%. He had also earned another reward of 5,000 points. If he could somehow get used to controlling this power freely, then he would be able to push himself even further than before. Kim Seon-woo steadied his breathing, gathered his mana as carefully as he could, and slowly pulled in a deep breath before releasing it in a long, exhausted sigh. After all that training, the only real result he had achieved was driving himself straight back into mana exhaustion. The numb heaviness spreading through his body was starting to feel painfully familiar, and it was even more frustrating when he was working this hard just to scrape together the smallest hint of progress. Even with the heart of Mother Nature supporting him, and even after using an elixir to push himself further, it still was not enough to give him the time he needed. No matter how hard he tried to force the process, he could not compress his mana up to the level of power he was aiming for. After repeating that training again and again, he only had a few of those precious extra resources left. Since they were not the kind of things he could throw away carelessly, he wanted to save them for a moment when he truly had no other option. As Kim Seon-woo quietly weighed what choices were still available to him, his thoughts drifted back to the battle against that terrifyingly powerful man. Just remembering it made his expression grow tense, because he knew he could never allow another situation like that to happen again. Lee Seo-jin had come far too close to dying that time. And after everything Kim Seon-woo had already done to keep him alive, losing Seo-jin now was absolutely not an option. Not after all the planning, all the risks, and all the effort he had poured into protecting that boy from the shadows. Completely drained, Kim Seon-woo collapsed back onto his bed and raised one hand above his face, staring at the ring he had stolen. If he did not become stronger than he was right now, then with his current abilities, he would never be able to provide any real help to Lee Seo-jin when the moment truly mattered. That night, Kim Seon-woo stayed awake until morning, lying there as his mind kept turning over every possible method. He agonized over what he could actually do with the tools in his hands, searching for even one path that might let him break through. He had already checked through the demonic beast summoning scroll, and he had also gone over the sun and moon pharmacopoeia carefully, combing through each possibility to see if either one could become useful. Aside from the relic ring, those two items were the only truly valuable treasures he had managed to loot from the villain organization. He had already tested the demonic beast summoning scroll in real combat, so he knew it had practical value. As for the sun and moon pharmacopoeia, Han Se-young would probably be overjoyed if he handed something like that over to her. And depending on how he handled it, he might even be able to use that book to squeeze a few extra points out of the pharmacy company as well. While walking ahead, Kim Seon-woo suddenly came to a stop as a character insight notification appeared in front of him. In the end, he had spent the points he earned from the recent incident to buy a trait that seemed like it might prove useful. Yu-era and his sweet student were already waiting nearby. The moment the two girls noticed him approaching, they raised their hands and waved brightly, calling him over to join them. Kim Seon-woo apologized for arriving late, then quietly decided to try out his new character insight skill. Unfortunately, the information that appeared before him was mostly just a collection of things he already knew. The two girls standing in front of him were Yoon Hae-young and Yu-era, both 18 years old. Yoon Hae-young's mana felt bright and cheerful, while Yu-era's mana was calm and composed. Hae-young, the ice mage, was C rank, and Era, the fire mage, was B rank. Era's interest in him was still only level 1, while his little student's interest had risen to level 2. Hae-young smiled warmly and told her senior that she had saved him a seat, while Era, as sharp and proper as ever, simply asked why he was so late. Since that was about all the skill could show him for now, Kim Seon-woo just laughed lightly and said he had not slept very well the night before. Hae-young immediately looked worried and asked if he was feeling sick, while Era even suggested that he try meditating before going to bed. So the fire girl really did have a softer side after all. At the moment, though, Kim Seon-woo was too busy trying to make use of every possible method available to him. That morning, their lesson was for second-year Class A in the manifestation department. The students murmured among themselves, wondering what they would be learning in manifestation class that day. The teacher soon revealed the topic clearly: mana shape transformation. First, every student had to form a sphere of mana above their hand. Once they succeeded in forming the sphere, their next task was to change it into another shape. Standing calmly at the front of the classroom, the teacher demonstrated the process herself, turning her mana ball into thin, sharp slivers of lightning. The students stared at the display with open admiration, watching how smoothly the mana shifted form. Excitement quickly spread through the classroom, and many of them looked eager to try the technique with their own hands. The teacher encouraged everyone to begin practicing on their own, explaining that this kind of exercise would help them use their imagination more flexibly whenever they handled their mana. Of course, the technique was nowhere near as simple as it sounded. Creating a shape from the beginning was one thing, but taking magic that had already manifested and reshaping it into something else required a much finer, more delicate touch. Uera looked down at the ball of flame hovering above her hand. Then, with control that seemed almost effortless, she shifted its form until it began to resemble a burning bush made of flickering fire. The flames spread around her, growing brighter and larger as they expanded outward with impressive force, filling the space near her hand with a vivid, blazing glow. At that point, the fire girl was obviously showing off, and everyone around her gasped in amazement like they always did. They could hardly believe someone their own age could handle such advanced magic with that much ease. Era simply huffed, acting as if the whole thing had been the easiest task in the world. Meanwhile, Hae-young was also working hard, carefully shaping her mana into an ice cup. When she managed to complete it on her very first attempt, the others praised her with excited voices. Her skills had clearly risen sharply since the midterm exams. Shape transformation was an especially useful technique for manifestation mages. By changing the form of their magic to switch between offense and defense, even manifestation mages who were usually weak in close combat could control the flow of battle much more smoothly. Kim Seon-woo, however, was struggling much more than he wanted anyone to notice. Unfortunately, he had become fairly popular in class, which meant plenty of students were quietly watching and waiting for him to do something impressive. Kim Seon-woo understood better than anyone that transformation was on a completely different level from simple manifestation. Only people with natural talent could handle it smoothly from the start. He was trying his best, but at that moment, he really wished his classmates would stop staring at him and focus on their own practice instead. Suddenly, he felt that familiar prickling sensation of someone's gaze and looked up, only to find Uera watching him like a cat observing a mouse. He asked whether she found it strange that he was struggling, or if this was her first time seeing someone fail at shape transformation. Era answered that it was not exactly that. She had simply gotten used to seeing him suddenly excel at strange things in strange moments, so seeing him stuck like this felt a little unexpected. She knew Kim Seon-woo had his own circumstances, but she still could not quite understand it. Someone who could use compression manifestation should not, in her mind, have this much difficulty with shape transformation. Kim Seon-woo scoffed as soon as he heard that, immediately saying those two techniques belonged to completely different realms. Compression manifestation was a matter of control. It was the kind of technique someone could build through endless repetition, strict discipline, and constant training over time. Shape transformation, on the other hand, required someone to handle the flow of their own mana through instinct and imagination. It was tied much more closely to innate ability, and unfortunately for Kim Seon-woo, that was exactly the kind of thing he struggled with most. In other words, he was saying that compression manifestation belonged to the world of hard work, while shape transformation belonged to the world of talent. That was exactly his point, so he really needed these two girls to stop pressing him about it. Talent and effort were not the same thing. Even after hearing his explanation, though, the fire mage still looked surprised, because she had always assumed Kim Seon-woo was the kind of young man overflowing with natural talent. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo turned his attention toward his student and asked if she was still keeping up with her practice. Hae-young beamed with pride and said that she was, even inviting him to train with her over the weekend. Uera had never personally watched his training with her own eyes, but she was still certain Kim Seon-woo had talent. More than that, he had pushed past his limits through a level of hard work that might have gone even beyond her own efforts. That realization left Uera genuinely startled. But before she could stay lost in thought for too long, Kim Seon-woo suddenly spoke to her, saying she should probably focus more on manifestation or missions instead of spending extra time on shape transformation. Era paused at the unexpected advice, and Kim Seon-woo continued calmly. From what he could see, she was already complete in that area. If she felt her firepower was still lacking, then instead of obsessing over shape transformation, she should put her energy into missions. What startled Era even more was how accurate his words were. During the fight against the demonic humans in Gangwon province, and even after watching her older sister fight, She had kept feeling that her own power was still nowhere near enough. Now, she finally understood why. As Kim Seon-woo's advice settled in her mind, the direction her training needed to take became much clearer. It was exactly like Yoon Hae-young had once said. Hae-young had told her before that if she ever hit a wall, Kim Seon-woo had a way of breaking through it for her. Kim Seon-woo only laughed lightly and brushed off the praise, saying he was simply a little more observant than most people. Most mages had trouble looking at their own abilities objectively. Since he had already pointed out Era's problem for her, Kim Seon-woo was confident that her growth would begin speeding up as well. After all, making sure the heroes continued developing was part of his job. Then, without warning, Era said there was something she wanted to ask him. She looked straight at him, her gaze unusually direct, and asked whether he had ever run into a wall himself. The timing was almost funny, because Kim Seon-woo was currently standing right in front of a very serious wall of his own. He looked up at her in surprise, caught off guard by how directly she had aimed that question at him. Era's question had hit the mark perfectly, almost as if she had reached straight into the problem he had been hiding. Kim Seon-woo had indeed reached a wall, and worse, he knew exactly what was holding him back. His mana capacity was simply too low, and that weakness was making it harder and harder for him to keep growing. Up until now, he had been covering for that flaw by using elixirs and the heart of Mother Nature to explosively boost his mana regeneration during battle, but a temporary method like that could never fix the root problem forever. But from this moment forward, Kim Seon-woo knew the enemies waiting ahead would not stay at Song Jin's level. Stronger opponents were certain to appear, and once they did, the entire story could be thrown into even greater chaos. If he wanted to survive those real battles, he had to prepare now, because in the middle of a life-or-death clash, he could not waste several long minutes compressing mana every time he needed to launch a single attack. And if that was a problem he could not overcome with his own strength alone, then the path in front of him was already obvious. He needed to stop struggling by himself and find someone with enough knowledge to guide him. So Kim Seon-woo went straight to a teacher and asked how he could increase the speed of his magic compression. The question was oddly specific, enough to make anyone pause for a second, but he believed that a teacher from the manifestation department might be the one person who could actually point him toward a useful answer. What he needed was simple in concept, but difficult in practice. He wanted a way to improve his compression manifestation. If he could compress mana faster, then his attacks would come out quicker, his reactions would sharpen, and he would no longer be chained down by that painfully long preparation time. Deep down, he had hoped the teacher might know some hidden method, some quiet little shortcut that experienced mages used as if it were common sense, but never bothered teaching properly to ordinary students. Ms. Lee's eyes widened with genuine surprise when she heard him. After all, Kim Seon-woo was usually the one helping other students solve their problems, so seeing him come forward with such a serious struggle of his own clearly caught her off guard. But in the end, Ms. Lee did not give him the answer he had been hoping for. There was no special trick, no secret method hidden behind the curtain. In magic, most progress still came down to talent, time, and relentless effort. It sounded like a clean and reasonable answer, but for Kim Seon-woo, it was the worst possible news. He lacked natural talent in that area, and worse than that, the one thing he truly did not have was time. Then, just when the answer seemed to end there, Ms. Lee added one more thing. For a mage, speed was not the only path to becoming stronger. Later, under the pale glow of the full moon, Kim Seon-woo stood alone in the quiet night and let her words sink in. Increasing his manifestation speed would not happen overnight. It would demand an enormous amount of time, constant repetition, and effort that could not be skipped. But that was exactly the problem. Time was the one luxury he did not possess. The villains aiming for Lee Seo-jin were not going to wait politely in the darkness until Kim Seon-woo finished training and became strong enough to face them. After turning the teacher's advice over in his mind again and again, Kim Seon-woo finally reached a different answer. If he could not raise his speed immediately, then he would sharpen the detail of his manifestation instead. He drank an elixir, lifted one hand, and slowly began gathering magic into his palm. Era's flames did not need heavy compression to become terrifying. Her fire carried destructive force on its own, blazing with raw power. And Hae-young's ice was the same, capable of unleashing frightening strength without relying entirely on compression. Even when two spells shared the exact same basic form, the way that form was refined to suit its element could completely change the result. A small difference in shape, texture, or control could decide how much destructive power the magic truly produced. With his current level, Kim Seon-woo could only sigh at the fact that his limit was still nothing more than a basic sphere. But that did not mean he had reached a dead end. Even a simple sphere could be made far stronger if every detail was refined, and in truth, perfect manifestation was something even skilled mages struggled to achieve. So if true perfection was still beyond his reach, then he would spend the entire night pushing himself toward the closest version of it that his current ability could create. Kim Seon-woo narrowed his eyes and poured all of his concentration into the mana forming above his hand. Again and again, he shaped the magic, trying to make it sharper, cleaner, denser, and far more dangerous than before. He would not shorten the compression time yet. Instead, he would keep that part exactly the same and pour everything into raising the sphere's clarity and precision until it reached the very edge of what he could handle. As close to perfect as his current body, his mana control, and his limited talent would allow him to reach. That was the standard he set for himself beneath the moonlight. Then Kim Seon-woo drew in every bit of strength he could gather and fired the refined mana straight toward the target standing in front of him. The practice target could not move or dodge, but that made it perfect for testing the attack. The moment the blast struck, the target was blown apart completely. Kim Seon-woo stood still for a moment, breathing heavily as he slowly lowered his hand. And just as he was catching his breath after the attack, another achievement appeared before his eyes. At this rate, it looked like his days were only going to get busier from here on out. Kim Seon-woo kept training with a focus that did not waver. Blue mana erupted from his hands in a powerful stream, swelling into a massive blast as it tore across the open field toward the distant target. The target was destroyed in an instant, shattered so violently that it barely even seemed to withstand the impact before being torn apart. After the imaginary enemy had been wiped out, Kim Seon-woo lowered his gaze and quietly looked down at his own hands. The power was growing, but so was the weight of what still remained to be done, and once again, he felt just how much work was waiting for him. Later that evening, Kim Seon-woo found himself sitting down to dinner with his favorite pharmaceutical company president. The A-rank state he had reached during training a few days earlier was only temporary. It was not a level he could reproduce naturally whenever he wanted, and he had only managed to touch it with the support of powerful magical drugs. If he wanted to truly master that technique and eventually step into A-rank officially, then he needed to repeat that training again and again while using elixirs to force his body closer to that state. Han Se-young looked pleased as she slid a box toward him across the table, her expression carrying a faint smile as she told him to open it and see the contents for himself. When Kim Seon-woo opened the case, the sight inside matched exactly what he had asked for. 100 bottles of elixir were arranged neatly in front of him, lined up so cleanly that they almost looked unreal. He stared into the box for a moment, already knowing that if he wanted to keep pushing past his limits, he was going to burn through an enormous number of those bottles. He knew better than anyone that his request had been unreasonable, but Han Se-young had truly lived up to her reputation as a genius pharmacist. She simply laughed it off and told him that if anyone else had asked for something like this, she would never have gone so far. Because of him, she had been able to achieve all kinds of new breakthroughs. On top of that, the information he had provided had helped them catch the terrorist who had been threatening her company. So Han Se-young told him to accept the elixirs as a token of her gratitude, and Kim Seon-woo received them with sincere thanks. Han Se-young smiled as she watched him, then brought up the same offer once more. Was he truly sure he did not want to come over to her side? If he agreed, she made it very clear that she could give him treatment far better than most people could even imagine. It was definitely a tempting offer, and Kim Seon-woo knew that. But he still had to keep watching over the heroes, because if Lee Seo-jin died, the entire world could collapse with him. So no matter how attractive the proposal sounded, he had no choice but to refuse. He appreciated her offer, but once again, he turned her down politely. This time, Han Se-young tilted the conversation in another direction and asked if he was waiting for her to take control of the Han-seong family first. Then, with a teasing smile, she warned him that if he waited until then, he might already be too late. Kim Seon-woo only smiled back at her and said that from the sound of it, she seemed to be preparing some kind of new business venture. The moment he said that, Han Se-young's eyes lit up with excitement. She leaned in slightly, lowering the distance between them, and said that since it was him, and since she trusted him, she could give him just a small sneak peek. Recently, they had discovered a massive dungeon out in the provinces, and Han Se-young's plan was nothing small. She intended to build an enormous hotel inside the dungeon itself. With luxury accommodations and item auctions operating in the same space, she was certain the added value would be astronomical. Kim Seon-woo stared at her in disbelief, realizing she was seriously talking about creating a dungeon hotel. Han Se-young confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. The dungeon was so massive that clearing it would take around 30 years, which meant it could provide stable long-term profit for both her and the company. Then her expression shifted slightly as she shook off the unpleasant image of her brother trying to steal the idea from her. She had been pushing herself to exhaustion, even losing sleep, all to make sure he would never have the chance to take this project away. The moment Kim Seon-woo heard that, his expression changed sharply. Without hesitation, he told her to stop right there. Naturally, Han Se-young was confused. She blinked at him, clearly unable to understand why he would suddenly say something so blunt out of nowhere. But Kim Seon-woo's voice stayed firm as he told her exactly what he believed. The dungeon hotel business was guaranteed to fail. He had seen it once before on the news, back before his regression. The Hanseong Group had invested a staggering amount of capital into building a hotel inside that provincial dungeon. But roughly 3 months later, an even larger dungeon appeared in Seoul. The moment that happened, the entire provincial project lost its value and became nothing more than an absurdly expensive burden. Now Kim Seon-woo finally understood that Han Se-young had been the one who originally pushed for that proposal. No one could have predicted the sudden appearance of the Seoul dungeon, but that failure must have dealt a serious blow to her position against Han Se-jin. With that realization, many things that had once seemed unclear suddenly made sense. Of course, Han Se-young could not easily believe something like that when it came out of nowhere. From her point of view, there was no visible reason the dungeon hotel would collapse, so she asked Kim Seon-woo to explain the basis for such a claim. Naturally, he could not tell her that he had already seen it happen in his past life, because there was no way to prove a future that had not happened yet. So the only explanation Kim Seon-woo could offer was that, while dungeons were still difficult to discover at the moment, a massive one could suddenly appear somewhere else without warning. Unfortunately, that was still nothing more than an assumption. Han Se-young could not cancel a project that was already close to being announced based purely on speculation. In business, a decision that large needed concrete data behind it. Even so, Kim Seon-woo was satisfied with Han Se-young's reaction. Kim Seon-woo needed Han Se-young to believe his warning, even if it sounded impossible on the surface. So instead of pushing her with emotion, he kept his voice calm and reminded her of one simple truth she could not ignore. Until now, every warning and piece of information he had given her had turned out to be right. That fact was undeniable, and Han Se-young had no way to argue against it. Even so, hesitation still lingered on her face, so Kim Seon-woo decided to make the offer even harder to refuse. If she chose to trust him this time, he would hand her something extra, something so valuable that taking his side would feel worth the risk. In truth, he had already intended to give her that precious pharmacy book sooner or later. Since it was going to end up in her hands anyway, he figured he might as well use it now, turning the timing into a proper exchange that could benefit him too. The book was none other than the Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia, a secret medical text that had vanished from the world for 50 long years. The instant Han Se-young understood what she was looking at, disbelief spread across her face. She could hardly process how Kim Seon-woo had managed to obtain something so impossibly rare. With that single book in her possession, Han Se-young could elevate the quality of every product produced by Hanseong Pharmaceutical, raising the company's entire foundation to a new level. The secret recipes of the prestigious Sun and Moon family had been hidden in Jae-yoon's hands all this time. But now, those villains would never get the chance to squeeze profit from that ancient knowledge. Instead, Kim Seon-woo could take what they had hoarded and turn it into a weapon for his own advantage. Han Se-young was caught in an extremely painful position. Kim Seon-woo quietly watched the conflict flicker across her face, then asked if she was ready to reconsider. And just as he expected, she began to seriously weigh the choice in front of her. The Dungeon Hotel was clearly a business venture with enormous potential. But potential did not guarantee success, no matter how bright the numbers looked. Meanwhile, the genuine Sun and Moon Pharmacopoeia was right there before her eyes, and as a pharmacist, her pride would never allow her to turn away from such an irreplaceable treasure. Han Se-young narrowed her eyes, studying Kim Seon-woo as if trying to see through him. Why was he tempting her with something this valuable at exactly this moment? Her expression tightened while she silently measured the warning, the book, and the risk all at once. It was a maddening choice. She had to balance a massive business gamble, her own future in the Hanseong family, and Kim Seon-woo's strange warning, all while trusting the instincts that had carried her this far. The pressure finally got to her. Han Se-young grabbed her drink in frustration and gulped it down in one go, as if the alcohol could burn away the tangled thoughts piling up inside her head. Then she raised her voice, irritation slipping through as she asked whether Kim Seon-woo had any idea how much money she had already invested in that luxury hotel project. Pulling back now would be painful, and just thinking about it was clearly enough to upset her. Kim Seon-woo watched her reaction for a moment, then quietly chuckled to himself. Seeing Han Se-young act this way after drinking was unexpectedly charming, almost cute in a way he had never imagined from her usual sharp and confident self. Han Se-young mumbled that he was playing unfairly. First, he claimed the Dungeon Hotel would fail, and then he placed a treasure she could not possibly ignore right in front of her. If his warning turned out to be wrong, she told him he had better take responsibility for the damage. And as the alcohol made her eyes a little misty and her emotions more obvious, she somehow kept adding even more cute points without realizing it herself. Kim Seon-woo answered that he would take responsibility, then calmly asked again if they had a deal. He had been planning to give her the book eventually anyway, but if handing it over now could also erase a dangerous variable from the future, then this trade was more than worth making. Han Se-young knew very well that Kim Seon-woo was not the kind of person who would say something this serious without a reason. In the end, she chose to trust him once more. Still, Completely abandoning a project that was already on the verge of being announced would be a terrible waste. So if the business was destined to collapse anyway, then she might as well pass it off to her rotten brother, the same brother who was already secretly working with demons behind the scenes. Kim Seon-woo smiled when he heard that answer and told her she had made an excellent choice. Later that night, with the moon hanging high in the dark sky above him, Kim Seon-woo stepped out of the car and into the cool air. He hoped this move would land a proper blow against Han Se-jin. If that bastard suffered a large enough financial loss, then maybe he would finally be forced to stop pouring money and resources into the demons as their human collaborator. Kim Seon-woo had to keep the major forces in check if he wanted to prevent another disaster like the one in Gangwon province. Those enemies should never have been able to show up at Jae-yoon's hideout in the first place. Back at school, Kim Seon-woo had been using character insight to keep a constant watch on Jang Yi. By now, he had confirmed the basics about her. She was 19 years old, one of the main characters, and her attitude toward him was tense, with absolutely zero personal interest in him. Because of the official rumor spreading around school that he had some kind of crush on her, the entire situation had become painfully embarrassing. But ironically, that same rumor gave him an excuse to follow her movements without drawing too much suspicion, even if from the outside, he looked like a seriously creepy stalker. Jang Yi was often visibly displeased whenever she noticed him nearby, but honestly, Kim Seon-woo felt the same way about her. After all, she was constantly trying to kill the hero of the story. The only silver lining was that her hatred toward him was somehow earning him a few extra points. Even so, Kim Seon-woo could not stop wondering whether leaving things like this was truly the right choice. The question kept circling in his mind. Just how far was he allowed to interfere with the original plot? It had been a while since he had drunk alcohol, and now it was making his thoughts harder to organize than usual. His head felt heavy, and every idea seemed to move slowly, as if his brain were sinking through a thick fog. Kim Seon-woo cursed quietly under his breath while staring up at the moon. Then, without warning, a voice came from nearby, asking what her senior was doing out there. The sudden sound startled him so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. The person who had appeared beside him was none other than Choi Seo-yeon. Kim Seon-woo shouted in surprise, then immediately scolded his junior for sneaking up on him like that. Seo-yeon only laughed and easily guessed that he must have been thinking about Senior Minnie, the name Jang Yi used at school. To her, his so-called crush was written plainly all over his face. Kim Seon-woo quickly protested, saying he was just out for a walk, then asked what she was doing outside so late. Seo-yeon explained that she had just come back from home. Around this time, the rich and popular junior was constantly being dragged around and pressured by her main family, one of the 5 great families. With the Night of the Pioneers, high society's major social event, drawing closer, her father, Choi Jae-hyung, kept forcing her to attend gatherings so he could expand his connections. He knew his daughter was beautiful and well-mannered, and he treated her like an elegant decoration meant to improve his image in front of others. Deep down, Seo-yeon had wanted to join the upperclassmen on the field trip too, just like everyone else. Instead, she had been forced to come back to school without even getting enough time to wash off her party makeup. Kim Seon-woo let out a sigh and said she must have been going through a lot, completely forgetting that he was not supposed to know the details of her situation in the first place. Every time Seo-yeon was dragged to family events and treated as nothing more than a pretty accessory, she found herself asking the same painful question. Why did her life have to be like this? And whenever those thoughts pulled her into a darker place, she would remember the person who had saved her life, the bright presence that had appeared in the middle of her suffocating world. Originally, that role should have belonged to Lee Seo-jin. But now, the one who had taken that place in her heart was Kim Seon-woo, a young man who chose his own goal and fought desperately toward it, no matter what stood in his way. He had become someone she wanted to resemble someday, and just standing near him like this was enough to make warmth rise to her cheeks, leaving her quietly blushing in the night air. Then, all of a sudden, Seo-yeon noticed something strange. She pointed out that she could smell alcohol on him, and Kim Seon-woo instantly panicked. Technically, he was old enough to drink, since he had lived a whole adult life before regressing. But right now, he was still stuck in a teenager's body, and getting caught smelling like alcohol at school would absolutely be game over. He quickly turned toward her and practically begged her not to tell anyone about the alcohol. Seo-yeon agreed in a sweet voice, but of course, she did not let him off that easily. She had one condition. From now on, she did not want to keep speaking to him so formally. She wanted permission to call him Appa instead of maintaining that stiff distance between them. Kim Seon-woo blushed and complained that she had no manners, but in the end, he still agreed. Now that she had his permission, Seo-yeon smiled brightly and reminded her Appa that the two of them now shared 2 secrets. Seo-yeon said she was heading back inside, but before she left, she gave her Appa one last gentle warning not to drink too much and to make sure he got some sleep. As she walked away, Seo-yeon kept thinking about the image of her senior drinking alone under the night sky. It was an unexpectedly vulnerable side of him, one she had never imagined she would get to see. While Seo Yun happily hurried off, Kim Seon-woo finally let out a relieved sigh. At least she had only discovered the alcohol, and nothing more serious. Now that she was gone, he knew he really should stop wasting time standing around and return to his training. There was no use sitting alone under the moon, endlessly worrying about the problem with Jang Yi. For the moment, the only thing Kim Seon-woo could truly do was keep moving forward and focus on growing stronger in his own way. Kim Seon-woo had already prepared himself to interfere with the original plot if the situation demanded it. If Jang Yi made any suspicious move connected to taking the protagonist's life, then he was ready to kill her with his own hands. Meanwhile, the very girl he had been watching was already involved in something deeply sinister. In a dark place far from ordinary eyes, Jang Yi knelt before the shadowy figures of demons gathered around her. Then the Demon King looked over her and finally gave her permission to speak. The S-rank king lowered his gaze toward the B-rank demon, Jang Yi, and asked whether the ones who had killed his loyal subject, Song Jin, were truly the villain group known as Shin Jaek. The wicked old lord shifted his icy gaze toward the girl, his eyes carrying enough pressure to make the entire room fall silent. Then he ordered her to speak, making it painfully clear that every demon gathered there would now be listening to her words. Standing before the Dark Lord, the girl explained everything in a steady voice. From the very beginning, they had prepared a trap and waited for the perfect moment to spring it. And the instant Lord Song Jin moved to kill Lee Seo-jin, Shin Jaek stepped in and disrupted the entire plan. While the loyal noble demon was desperately holding back the villain group, the situation turned against him. In the chaos, he lost his life beneath the attack of the Blade of Dawn, who had been chasing after Jae-hyun at that time. Among those listening stood Har-yong, an S-rank demon of the 10 Demon Association, his face set in silent concentration. Beside him was Won-hyuk, the eldest member of the old 10 Demon Association, and he too carried the overwhelming presence of an S-rank demon. The old man's temper exploded the moment he heard the full account. His voice rose with fury as he declared that this was no ordinary incident. In his eyes, it was a direct provocation from Jae-in against the entire demon race. He insisted that they could not simply swallow such an insult and move on. If they wanted to restore the dignity and prestige of their race, then their response had to be absolute. They needed nothing less than all-out war. But the other man, the one who had already appeared earlier, saw through the old man's intentions immediately. This was not some noble cry for revenge. The old man was simply looking for a convenient excuse to unleash his violence and go on a rampage. If this incident grew too large, and Kim Jin-cheol personally intervened, then the demons would not be marching toward victory. They could easily end up facing a battle so disastrous that the entire demon race might be erased from existence. This so-called revenge could end with every last one of them wiped out. But the man also knew exactly what kind of monster the old demon was, a violent tyrant who would not hesitate to kill even his own people if they displeased him. So the coward lingering at the back swallowed his objections and kept his mouth shut. But just then, another voice cut through the tense silence, saying that if they truly wanted revenge for Lord Song Jin, then the one they should aim for was Lee Seo-jin. The demons gathered around the room immediately began whispering among themselves, their murmurs spreading through the dark hall. And the coward in the back widened his eyes in shock when he saw Jang Yi step forward from among them. The brutal old man was obviously displeased, his face twisted with irritation, unable to understand how a mere defeated soldier could dare interrupt a meeting of the 10 Demon Association. But the king reacted differently. Rather than dismissing her, he showed interest and ordered the young girl to continue. His gaze remained fixed on her as she stepped forward, as if he were deciding whether her words were valuable enough to let her keep her blood. The devil spoke in a calm, controlled voice, saying that revenge should not be carried out through blind rage. If they wanted vengeance, then it had to be done with reason and purpose. Killing Lee Seo-jin, the child of prophecy, was the mission Lord Song Jin had failed to complete. And more than that, it was the very desire shared by every demon gathered in that room. Now that it had become clear Lee Seo-jin was also someone the villain organization Jae-in had their eyes on, destroying that young hero would accomplish more than simply finishing Song Jin's mission. It would also deliver an even deeper humiliation to their enemies. Since she was the one who could approach the young hero without drawing suspicion, the girl offered to carry out the late Lord's will herself. She would get close to Lee Seo-jin and take his life with her own hands. But her old mentor immediately stepped forward to oppose it. He reminded everyone that young Jang Yi had only just reached B rank, and with both her age and her limited strength, she was far too inexperienced to be entrusted with a mission of such importance. The king, however, answered in a low and steady voice. He said that such concern only cast an unnecessary shadow over the young girl's noble resolve. If Qianhai was truly worried about her lack of strength, then that was a problem the king could solve himself. All he needed to do was fill that weakness with the terrifying power gathered inside his ominous hand. With a casual wave of his hand, the man sent a surge of sinister energy straight into the girl's body. There was no warning, no chance to brace herself, and no time for her to prepare. The king then declared that he had injected her with a bloodstone, a dangerous treasure created from the blood of A-rank mages. The poor girl was instantly crushed beneath the weight of that power. Her body shook violently, her strength gave way, and before she could steady herself, she dropped hard onto her knees. Under normal circumstances, that kind of power had to be absorbed slowly, bit by bit. But with her determination to save the fate of their race, the king was certain that she could endure the backlash of taking it all into her body at once. That terrifying confidence in her endurance immediately proved brutal. The power forced the girl down onto her hands and knees, pressing her body toward the floor. Blood began leaking from her eyes and mouth as she struggled just to breathe, but even through the unbearable pain, she forced herself to endure. Zhang Yi had stepped forward because her hatred was tied to a much larger plan, and her revenge was never meant to end with Li Xiujin alone. He was only the first step on the path of revenge she had chosen. First, she would kill the child of prophecy and earn the recognition of the Ten Demon Association. After that, she would turn her blade toward Yung Hyundai, Kim Jin-woo, and Shin Yongjun. Every single person connected to her father's death would be forced to pay the price. She would not stop until she had extinguished every last one of their lives with her own hands. Did she even understand that killing the hero could lead the entire world to ruin? Maybe she did not. Her mind was so completely swallowed by revenge that she believed nothing would end until all of them were dead. Her obsession burned with such intensity that even her mentor began staring at her with visible concern. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, the unease in his eyes was clear. Once the new power finally settled inside her body, the king ordered her to rise. Still trembling from the force coursing through her, Zhang Yi slowly pushed herself up and stood back on her feet. Then the king gave her his command. For the sake of all demons, she was to go out and kill the hero, Li Xiujin. The power inside her body churned like a violent storm, surging through her in uncontrollable waves and spilling out around her in dark, unstable bursts. Now reborn through the power of the bloodstone, the girl turned toward her grandfather. Her voice was calm as she declared that she would be leaving now. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of town, warm light poured from inside a building, creating an atmosphere that felt worlds apart from the darkness of the demons. Everyone there seemed relaxed, as if they were simply enjoying a peaceful evening. An old man stood near the window, quietly gazing through the glass. A moment later, someone entered the room and greeted him, answering the summons after being called there by the old man himself. This old man was not only the boy's grandfather. He was also the chairman of the Mage Association. The old man observed that his grandson looked surprisingly healthy for someone who had just survived such a strange and dangerous ordeal. And this grandfather was none other than Kim Jin-cheol, the strongest mage. The grandson standing before him was Li Xiujin. He said that he had already heard team leader Kim Du-kyung had reported everything that happened in Gangwon province. But words could twist the truth, and reports had a way of bending memories into something slightly different. So the old man said he would confirm what happened with his own ability instead of relying only on someone else's account. With that, he gently placed his fingers against his grandson's head and activated his power. A strange, shield-like flow of mana formed around the young hero's head as the ability took effect. Kim Jin-cheol's special trait was called Mana Scan. With nothing more than physical contact, he could sense the magic another person had used. And by tracing that magic backward, he could read not only the memories connected to it, but even the emotions buried within those memories. Using that special ability, the old man looked back through the memories connected to the brunettes, and then to the blonde, sinister figure who had appeared within them. His expression slowly turned serious as he examined everything his grandson had experienced. Only after taking it all in did he finally pull his hand away. Li Xiujin gasped in shock, clearly upset that his grandfather had used the ability on him so suddenly. He reminded the old man that he had already told him not to read his memories without permission. But his grandfather brushed the complaint aside, insisting that the boy had nothing to hide anyway, so there was no need to react so strongly. Even so, Li Xiujin still felt frustrated. He had not even been able to react to his grandfather's movement for a single second before the ability had already activated. That was the true power of the strongest mage, a man who stood at the absolute peak of all three fields: enhancement, support, and manifestation. Then his grandfather reached out and ruffled the boy's hair, softening the tension in the room as he asked whether Li Xiujin had been bothered by what Bert said about his family. But the boy simply smiled, his expression gentle, and answered that he had never felt lonely, not even once. After all, his grandfather had taken him in and raised him with care. The members of the special task force had always watched over him as well, and beyond them, he even had friends waiting for him back at school. The grandfather's face softened with genuine satisfaction as he looked at his disciple. Seeing Li Xiujin answer with such a bright, unwavering attitude seemed to put the old man's heart at ease, as if that quiet confidence alone was enough to lighten the worries he had been carrying. Setting the heavier matters aside for a moment, the old man smiled and teased him, saying that among all the students at his school, Lee Seojin was probably still the strongest. Seojin did not even pause before answering that he was, and the bold certainty in his voice made both of them break into warm laughter together. After that, the old man's tone shifted slightly, and he brought up the strange young man he had seen while looking through his grandson's memories. Lee Seojin understood the hint almost instantly, and the name Kim Seon-woo surfaced in his mind without any hesitation. That genius from the unpredictable class was not an easy person to understand. He often moved in ways that seemed impossible to predict, and some of his decisions looked completely unreasonable at first glance. And yet, when a true crisis arrived, he somehow became the kind of person others could lean on. In the end, no matter how strange or reckless Kim Seon-woo's methods appeared from the outside, he always had a way of reaching the best possible result. That was exactly what made him so difficult to ignore. Lee Seojin admitted honestly that he did not know much about Kim Seon-woo from their first year. Still, Seon-woo's grades had shot upward at a speed that was almost impossible to believe, and if he continued growing stronger like this, Seojin said he would eventually like to make a deal with him. The old man fell quiet after hearing that. His eyes narrowed just a little, and he seemed to roll Lee Seojin's words around in his mind, as though even the possibility of such a deal had stirred his curiosity. Then a low chuckle slipped from the old man's lips. With a knowing look, he said it might not be as long as Lee Seojin thought before that boy climbed all the way up to Seojin's level. Lee Seojin was visibly taken aback by that judgment. He knew Kim Seon-woo had a talent for surprising people, but from what Seojin could see, Seon-woo was still far from reaching that sort of height. The old man only laughed softly again, and said people always noticed a flower only after it bloomed, then acted as though it had appeared out of nowhere overnight. But before any flower could bloom, its seed first had to disappear beneath the soil, spread its roots in darkness, and survive a long, silent winter. Those painful hidden stages were the parts no one ever noticed from the surface. Kim Seon-woo's green eyes, in the old man's view, seemed to hide far more than they revealed. They looked like the eyes of someone who had trained brutally and endured suffering in places where no one else had been able to watch. At least, that was the old man's judgment. People with eyes like that, whether their path turned out good or bad, always found a way to make their talent blossom in the end. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward a nearby picture, one that appeared to show him standing with former students, including someone who looked very much like Lee Seojin. In any case, the old man told Lee Seojin to keep a close eye on that Kim Seon-woo fellow. He believed Seon-woo might be able to cover the gaps in Seojin's own abilities, and after hearing that, Lee Seojin nodded, accepting his grandfather's judgment. Just as the old man was about to leave, Lee Seojin suddenly stopped him. There was still one last question he could not let go of. His grandfather had most likely already seen it while reading through his memories, but Lee Seojin still wanted to ask with his own mouth. Did the old man know anything at all about the power of ruin? Later, while sitting in class, Lee Seojin let out a frustrated sigh as his grandfather's answer replayed in his head. How was he supposed to understand something that, in the end, seemed to be nothing more than a legend handed down by word of mouth? According to that old tale, roughly 300 years ago, there had once been a human who carried a power that stood as the natural enemy of demons. But the details ended there. No one truly knew who that person had been, and in fact, nobody could even say for certain whether such a person had ever really existed. A demon-destroying attribute that was supposedly different from the light attribute. The more Lee Seojin turned those words over in his mind, the more troubled and complicated his expression became. He began to wonder if that mysterious force could have been the same power that protected him when the demon attacked him back then. But when he slowed down and thought about the situation more carefully, the attack that had saved him had only looked like an ordinary A-rank non-elemental spell. That contradiction only made the question feel even more unsettling. Just who, in the end, could the special child of prophecy actually be? While Lee Seojin sank deeper into his thoughts, a brunette seated nearby quietly watched him from the side. A demon-destroying attribute separate from light. The idea seemed to hang in the classroom air, heavy and impossible to ignore. Lee Seojin still could not stop thinking about it. Was that strange power truly the thing that had shielded him during that dangerous moment? Yet the more he considered it, the less convincing it seemed. What saved him back then had looked like nothing more than a normal A-rank shot, plain and ordinary on the surface. And because of that, his curiosity only grew stronger. More than anything, Lee Seojin wanted to know who had stepped in at the final second and saved him. The answer was sitting right beside him. The person responsible remained silent, watching Lee Seojin quietly as he lost himself further and further in thought. Lee Seojin, 18 years old, human, calm by nature, carrying A-rank mana, and currently showing a level 2 interest in Kim Seon-woo. To Seon-woo, this was someone he absolutely could not take his eyes off, especially when the fate of the world was connected to how long this boy managed to live. Even so, Lee Seojin looked completely normal today, just like always. Kim Seon-woo could not help feeling a little jealous, though, because having A-rank mana at only 18 years old was honestly absurd. At that moment, the teacher suddenly called for everyone's attention. Once the chatter in the classroom died down, he announced that all students would be participating next week, and that he would now explain how the second midterm exam would be carried out. On the surface, the exam method sounded simple. The students would be sent to a deserted island owned by the school, where they would hunt the monsters living there and collect the magic stones inside their bodies. Their scores would be based on both the number of magic stones they brought back and the quality of those stones. Students were allowed to form alliances regardless of grade level, but fighting duels against other students was strictly forbidden. For safety, the school had already placed surveillance drones throughout the entire island. In other words, the teachers would be watching the exam closely from every angle, so the students were warned not to try anything reckless or foolish. The announcement ended there, but the classroom immediately filled with low whispers. Some students wondered if the school had chosen a deserted island because of the demon attack during the previous midterm. With duels banned and drones covering the area, it was clear the academy was putting student safety first this time. The second midterm exam was unfolding exactly as it had in the original story, and every student was expected to participate. Jang Yi would probably appear there as well, and Kim Seon-woo would not have been shocked at all if she decided to make her move during the exam. After what had happened in Gangwon Province, Kim Seon-woo knew very well that a few drones alone would not be enough to keep everything under control. That thought made him wonder if the point shop might have some item capable of strengthening surveillance. Then, while checking his phone, he suddenly noticed an alert from Park Min-ae. She was asking whether he had a moment to spare, and the message caught him so unexpectedly that he paused for a second. This was not something he had expected at all. Most of the time, Park Min-ae deliberately kept her distance from him, yet now she was the one reaching out first. Of course, Kim Seon-woo still went to the meeting place. And just as expected, when he arrived, Park Min-ae was already there, waiting for him ahead of time. Park Min-ae greeted him with a soft, sweet smile and said she had been worried because he had not been coming to the training room since the Gangwon incident. With her prettiest, most harmless girl act fully in place, she gently asked how he had been and whether he was doing all right. Kim Seon-woo gave an awkward laugh and replied that he had been thinking about her day and night. In reality, though, he had been spending every night training while drinking elixirs, which meant he simply could not wake up early enough to meet everyone at the training center. A few days earlier, he had already confirmed that Jang Ye's mana rank was only B. Since she was not really an opponent he needed to fear, there was no reason for him to be tense. So now, he looked at Park Min-ae and asked if there was something she wanted from him. Almost without thinking, Kim Seon-woo activated character insight. At first glance, the senior standing in front of him did not seem to have changed all that much, except for one very important detail, her mana rank. For some unknown reason, this girl, who had already been ridiculously strong before, was now carrying A-rank mana overnight. Kim Seon-woo froze in pure horror as he realized just how insane that sudden jump really was. And her mana rank was not the only thing that had risen to A. He could also feel a dark, unsettling aura leaking from her power. Park Min-ae was clearly plotting something dangerous, and that gave him far too many reasons to worry. A person's mana rank was generally decided by combining two major factors: the raw strength of their manifestation power and the level of control they had over it. Under normal circumstances, even B rank was already considered professional level. It was the kind of rank that allowed someone to earn a living through magic, and reaching that stage while still a teenager was enough to be called exceptional talent. Once someone reached A rank, they entered an entirely different league. Magic users at that level could work as agents for government organizations and had enough power to confront serious, high-level villains head-on. They could also become the main fighting force of guilds or mercenary groups. And as for the rare S-rank figures scattered throughout the world, they were treated almost like living disasters, just like the superpowered man who worked for the pharmacist and the other absurdly powerful individuals recorded throughout history. Raising one's mana rank was never supposed to be simple. At the very least, it demanded years of relentless practice and dedication, and for some people, that climb could take an entire lifetime. That was exactly why Lee Seo-jin belonged in a category all by himself. For someone who was still only a teenager to already possess an A-rank rating, his talent was so abnormal that even the so-called geniuses around him started to look almost ordinary in comparison. Jang Yi was certainly impressive in her own right, but she was never supposed to be some blazing supernova of talent who could jump from B rank to A rank in only a few days. The moment that realization crossed Kim Seon-woo's mind, Jang Yi noticed the color draining from his face and looked at him with a soft, worried expression, gently pointing out that he had suddenly gone pale. Kim Seon-woo nearly forgot how to breathe when Jang Yi suddenly leaned closer, closing the distance between them until her bright smile was right in front of him. With her eyes locked directly on his face, she asked in a sweet, quiet voice whether speaking with her made him feel uncomfortable. His face turned red almost immediately, and he quickly looked away as if turning his head could hide how badly she had shaken him. Even so, he managed to answer with surprising honesty, boldly admitting that being alone with her was making his heart race far too fast. Zhang Yi let out a small, amused chuckle, then smoothly guided the mood along, suggesting that they sit down and talk for a while. But beneath that awkward reaction, Kim Sian-woo's nerves were already pulled tight. The longer this conversation continued, the more dangerous the situation felt, and he seriously began wondering whether he should force a fight right here before things slipped even further out of control. The problem was that his current A-rank mana was only temporary. If he started a fight in this moment, there was a very real chance he could lose. And worse than that, if Zhang Yi was not exposed as one of the mains, he would only look like some unreasonable jerk attacking her for no clear reason. He could not stop questioning whether he was truly capable of defeating an A-rank main in a direct head-on battle. But while Kim Sian-woo was trapped in that calculation, Zhang Yi had already shifted her attention elsewhere, smoothly steering the conversation so that his focus would land exactly where she wanted it. For the second midterm, she asked in a sweet voice whether he would be kind enough to team up with her. On the surface, it sounded like an ordinary invitation, but to Kim Sian-woo, it immediately looked like a golden opportunity wrapped in danger. She was trying to gather as many people around her as possible, and since handling him directly would be troublesome, she planned to use him as bait to draw Lee Seo-jin into her group. Because her true goal was to bring down as many enemies as possible in one move, she even told him to invite Shin Young-jin as well. They could make a full team for the exam, she said, as if she simply wanted everyone to enjoy an exciting experience together. But beneath that playful, innocent tone, her real intention was painfully clear. She wanted to gather them all in one place and slaughter them, and Kim Sian-woo could see right through the smile she was wearing. Shin Young-jin had also been connected to her father's death, so Zhang Yi intended to use this exam as a chance to eliminate that annoying stalker too. This was not simple anger anymore. Her mind was sharp, her aim was ruthless, and her determination was frighteningly steady. Kim Sian-woo opened his mouth with visible tension on his face. After only a brief pause, he forced himself to answer clearly and rejected her offer on the spot. If her trap was already this obvious to him, then there was no way he would willingly walk into it. Handing an overpowered woman the perfect chance to kill all of them at once would be nothing short of suicide. He insisted that in an exam like this, hunting alone and keeping all the rewards for himself was far better than forming alliances and splitting the results. Zhang Yi sighed softly, pointing out that he was usually the one clinging to her so stubbornly, yet now that she had reached out first, he was suddenly the one backing away. Then the corners of her lips lifted into a sharp little smirk. Maybe, she suggested, the real reason was that standing beside Lee Seo-jin had finally made him realize how badly outmatched he was, so now he was retreating before he could embarrass himself any further. After all, even back in the hidden stage, he had been lying there helplessly unconscious until the hero appeared and saved him. She was clearly trying to provoke him, tossing the insult out like bait and waiting for him to bite. But instead of flaring up in anger, Kim Sian-woo only smiled to himself with a wicked little edge and calmly admitted that she was absolutely right. He said that yes, he really was just a pathetic guy who had stayed unconscious until Lee Seo-jin came along and saved his life. And since both of them understood that perfectly well now, he would be leaving. The written exam was about to begin soon, and he had no reason to keep standing there entertaining her any longer. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed as she watched his back, silently calling him a useless clown in her mind. No matter how many times she looked at him, she still could not figure him out, and that only made her wonder even harder what he was truly trying to do. And just like that, the written portion of the second midterm exam finally began. Lee Seo-jin was already leaning over his desk, writing down his answers with steady focus. Meanwhile, Kim Sian-woo sat with his own exam paper in front of him, his hand moving across the page even though his mind was clearly tangled up in a much more serious problem. Zhang Yi had tried to use him as a bridge to get closer to Lee Seo-jin, but instead of trapping Kim Sian-woo, she had unknowingly handed him a chance he could use. Zhang Yi's sudden, explosive growth had to be connected to the 10 main assembly. There was simply no other reasonable explanation for a jump in strength that unnatural. Before she became an even greater threat than she already was, Kim Sian-woo understood exactly what he had to do. During this exam, he needed to assassinate Zhang Yi. The real problem was how to make it happen. He thought so intensely about that single question that the written exam sitting right in front of him started to feel like nothing more than background noise, making it almost impossible to focus properly on the questions. After only a short while, Kim Sian-woo suddenly pushed himself up from his seat, gathered his exam paper, and walked straight toward the front of the classroom. He placed the exam sheet in front of the teacher, and the teacher stared down at it in clear surprise, obviously not expecting any student to submit their answers so quickly. Only 10 minutes had passed since the exam began, so the teacher asked if he was giving up without even reading the questions properly. Kim Sian-woo answered calmly and denied it without the slightest hesitation. The truth was, he had been so worried about Zhang Yi that he activated the outsider's benefit and used it to solve every single question. A villain was actively trying to kill him and the people around him, so he had absolutely no time to sit there pretending this written exam mattered more than the danger closing in. Meanwhile, in another part of town, beneath the cold glow of the moon hanging high in the night sky, a man lay lifeless on the ground. Blood soaked across his body and spread beneath him in a dark, silent pool. Standing above that corpse was a high school girl, her shadow stretching over the dead man beneath her feet. Of course, that girl was Zhang Yi. She had slipped into the role of an evil villain almost too naturally, as if this dark and twisted side of her had been waiting beneath the surface her entire life. With a thrilled smile spreading across her face, she murmured in excitement, completely intoxicated by the overwhelming power the Bloodstone had given her. Qianhai continued watching over her from nearby, his voice carrying a note of caution as he warned the young girl not to get so drunk on power that she began acting carelessly. Zhang Yi acknowledged her senior's warning, and in response, Qianhai handed over the item she had requested. It was a device capable of shutting down every electronic machine within a 30-mile radius. That item was no ordinary tool. It was an artifact, supplied by a human supporter who had been backing the 10 main assembly from the shadows for a very long time. Because this mission carried the fate of their entire race, Qianhai believed they had to prepare with absolute precision. He was careful, deliberate, and thorough in every step. The bitter irony was that all of that preparation might still go to waste, simply because the young prodigy under his watch was far too reckless. Zhang Yi only smiled, and said there was no need for all that preparation. The power bestowed by the king was already more than enough, and with it, she was certain she could stand on equal ground with Li Xiujin. Qianhai's expression did not soften. In a firm voice, he warned her that strategy must always come before raw strength. Until now, she had carefully maintained a calm, harmless image at school, allowing her to gather information without attracting suspicion. Because of that, he reminded her to keep observing her surroundings carefully and not overlook anything unusual. If someone around her was hiding the truth and lying to her face, then that person was very likely the child of prophecy. But Zhang Yi told her mentor not to worry so much. This time, she was certain she would choose the correct target and finally claim the revenge she had been craving. At that same time, Kim Xianwu was also preparing from his side. He stood in front of the tools he had laid out, his eyes fixed on everything he had prepared while his thoughts stayed locked on Zhang Yi. And elsewhere, Zhang Yi's own mind was completely consumed by Li Xiujin. With killing intent burning in both of their eyes, each of them silently swore to take the life of the enemy standing in their way. For both sides, this was no longer just a plan forming in their heads. It had become a promise. Kim Xianwu was already ready, staring down at every item he had prepared for what might become one of the most dangerous fights of his life. This time, no matter what happened, he would finally deal with the pest known as Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was making vows of her own, her gaze dark and heavy as her thoughts centered only on Li Xiujin, the person she wanted to kill more than anyone else. This time, both Kim Xianwu and the villain girl were moving with the same bloody purpose. Neither side was thinking about mercy. Both of them were aiming for death. And so, every student in the academy gathered near the portal that would carry them to the venue for the next stage of the exam. One by one, the students stepped into the shining portal, their figures swallowed by the dimensional gate in flashes of light. A moment later, they emerged on the other side, finding themselves surrounded by a completely unfamiliar landscape. Once the teacher finished checking that every student had arrived without incident, the final number came out to 450 in total. With everyone safely gathered on the island, it was finally time to close the dimensional gate, so the teacher raised his voice and called for all of their attention. For this exam, each student would first head toward the area assigned to them. From there, the test would begin that afternoon and continue all the way until the following morning. As they had already been informed, surveillance drones had been scattered throughout the entire island, hovering above the exam grounds and watching every movement from the sky. Because of that, cheating was absolutely forbidden, and after making that warning clear, the teacher asked if anyone still had questions. Li Xiujin stood quietly among the other students, his thoughts drifting back to what his grandfather had told him. The old man had said that he needed to see things with his own eyes and decide for himself whether there was truly something worth learning here. After thinking it over for a moment, the hero turned toward the one person who seemed best suited for an unpredictable exam like this. He asked whether Kim Xianwu had already joined a team. When the brunette admitted that he had not, Li Xiujin's expression brightened at once, and he immediately invited him to team up together. Kim Xianwu was clearly surprised by the sudden offer, but he had no choice except to reject it right away, saying he already had his own plan. Li Xiujin looked disappointed and insisted that they could simply carry out that plan together, especially since his abilities would make everything progress much faster. It was not that Kim Xianwu failed to appreciate the offer. The real issue was that bringing the person he needed to protect straight toward the girl trying to kill him would be a nightmare. If he guided Li Xiujin directly into Zhang Ye's trap, it would practically look like he had chosen to help the villainess himself. So for now, all he could give the hero was one serious warning. His advice was simple, but the weight in his voice made Li Xiujin pause. No matter what happened during the exam, Li Xiujin had to move alone. That was the only warning Kim Xianwoo could safely say out loud. Because Kim Xianwoo spoke with such a grave expression, Li Xiujin actually stopped and considered it carefully. Unlike the dungeon training from the beginning of the semester, this exam had no score adjustment. Even if students formed teams, they would lose time gathering together and then have to split the rewards afterward, so moving alone really did make practical sense. Meanwhile, the Ice Girl had cheerfully teamed up with the Fiery Girl from their class. For students competing near the top ranks, even a single moment could matter, and hunting down one extra monster might be enough to change their final standing. Kim Xianwoo really was the kind of person who seemed to think several steps ahead, looking far beyond what everyone else around him could immediately see. After taking Kim Xianwoo's advice seriously, Li Xiujin contacted his senior, Zhang Yi, and told her that he would not be joining her after all. Since his friend had suggested that he act alone, he had decided to follow that recommendation. Naturally, Zhang Yi was not pleased when she heard his answer. A major part of the plan she had so carefully arranged had just begun to collapse right before her eyes. But by then, the time for choosing partners had already come to an end. At that exact moment, the teacher's voice rang out across the gathered students, officially declaring the start of the second midterm monster hunt. This exam was no longer just a simple competition for points. Beneath the surface, two opposing sides had already begun to move, and Li Xiujin's life was now hanging in the balance along with the fate of the world itself. No pressure at all. Following the instructions they had been given, the students began spreading out from the starting area, stepping one by one into the thick greenery of the island forest. The forest was beautiful at a glance, filled with lush green scenery, tall trees, and fresh natural air. But the students had almost no time to enjoy any of it. Almost immediately, they were thrown into the chaos of battle, forced to hunt down every monster they encountered if they wanted to survive and earn points. Era moved with fierce speed, hurling fireballs one after another as flames burst through the forest. But the other students were not falling far behind either. Across the island, monsters were being struck down in every direction as everyone fought desperately to collect as many points as possible. Before long, another group of monsters appeared nearby, and the students quickly began shouting to one another for help. Some called for backup, while others charged forward together, all of them trying to bring down as many beasts as they could before anyone else got the chance. While the rest of the students were busy hunting for points, second-year rank 72, Kim Xianwoo, did not have the luxury of relaxing for even a single moment. Of course, earning a high score in this exam was nowhere near the most important thing on his mind right now. Kim Xianwoo carefully weighed the situation, but one priority kept pressing down on him harder than anything else. Before Zhang Ye's power could grow even further and turn her into a greater threat, he had to assassinate her. What he needed now was a way to track Zhang Yi down in some isolated part of the island, then create a situation where she would have no easy way to escape or interfere with anyone else. Inside the control room, the teachers watched the exam unfold through rows of surveillance screens, their eyes following the battles taking place across the island. Naturally, they were impressed to see Kim Xianwoo already capable of taking down high-level monsters, especially when he seemed to be improving every single day. At this pace, after just 3 hours, he would easily climb higher in the rankings. The teachers could not help admiring his performance, though they were also amused by the fact that the young man had actually brought hiking gear to an exam held on a deserted island. He had packed a compass, trekking poles, and various survival tools, which the teachers found oddly cute in its own way. Still, they had to make sure the equipment did not violate any exam rules. Unfortunately for them, everything he brought was meant purely for survival, so none of it interfered with the test itself. What Kim Xianwoo was truly relying on, however, was the demon detection compass. It was a special item capable of tracking the nearest demon's location for 2 hours. Once that limit ran out, the effect would disappear completely, which meant he only had a narrow window to make it count. Kim Xianwoo narrowed his eyes and focused on the compass needle. After watching it carefully, he quickly noticed that it was pointing him toward the west. Zhang Yi was probably hidden somewhere in the forest, waiting for the perfect chance to ambush Li Xiujin and kill him. With her power boosted so dramatically, she would be even more excited, reckless, and dangerous than before. Kim Xianwoo had to find her before she reached Li Xiujin. Even if Zhang Yi had already risen to the same A rank level as Li Xiujin, Kim Xianwoo still could not afford to let his guard drop for even 1 second. Before she launched a real attack on Li Xiujin, he could already guess that Zhang Yi would first try to observe him from a distance and study the hero's fighting habits. Zhang Yi, meanwhile, had no time to waste on pointless distractions. Right now, The only thing that mattered to her was finding Lee Seo-jin as quickly as possible. If Kim Seon-woo had been even slightly more useful, this whole situation would already have been settled. Instead, that foolish boy who had spent so long clinging to her and making her life difficult was suddenly backing away right when he could have helped her most. Then again, she had never expected much from him in the first place. But just then, Jang Ye's body stiffened as a sound reached her from behind. She turned quickly, her eyes sharpening in an instant as she tried to see who was approaching. It was the young first-year genius. When the girl spotted Jang Ye, she greeted her senior with a bright and polite voice. Jang Ye hesitated slightly as her gaze moved over the prey the girl had already managed to take down. She had not expected to run into Choi Seo-yeon here, and personally, she had no real grudge against her. Choi Seo-yeon was simply loud, energetic, and annoying in the way an overly lively child could be. Choi Seo-yeon cheerfully said that she had never had many chances to speak with her senior, but she had always respected her from afar. In her eyes, Jang Ye always seemed graceful and elegant, yet surprisingly ruthless whenever battle began. But while the sweet junior showered her with admiration, Jang Ye was silently wishing the girl had died back during that unfortunate hidden stage incident she had been dragged into. Then, all at once, Jang Ye realized this unexpected meeting might actually become useful. Since Choi Seo-yeon had fought beside Lee Seo-jin in the hidden stage, Jang Ye decided to take advantage of the moment and ask her a few questions. Choi Seo-yeon looked a little surprised by the question at first, but after a brief pause, she nodded and admitted that yes, it was true. That was exactly what Jang Ye wanted to hear. She stepped a little closer with a calm expression and asked what Lee Seo-jin had been like when Choi Seo-yeon saw him fight up close. After all, it was not every day that someone got to watch the school's famous prodigy in an actual life-or-death battle. Jang Ye admitted that there were many things she wanted to know about him. Choi Seo-yeon fell quiet for a moment, her expression shifting as she remembered a certain story she had once happened to hear. It was something the hero's best friend had told her not to share with anyone, even though he had already let the secret slip to a junior student himself. Apparently, she had heard about the S-rank demon Shin Jae-ik and the Blade of Dawn incident. The Kangwon incident had been filled with shocking details, but what Choi Seo-yeon focused on most was the fact that Shin Young-jin's words seemed to be true. In other words, the three of them really did appear to be caught in some kind of love triangle. At least in Choi Seo-yeon's mind, being adored by two of the most perfect boys in the entire school was basically every girl's dream. Her eyes began to sparkle as she happily squealed over the juicy gossip, thrilled that she had somehow stumbled into such an exciting story. Jang Ye had no idea why the junior suddenly looked so excited, her eyes glittering as if she had just uncovered some incredible secret. Still, she had already come this far, so she pushed ahead and asked what she truly wanted to know: how Lee Seo-jin fought in the hidden stage, what habits he showed in battle, whether they had met him along the way, and every useful detail Choi Seo-yeon could remember. Choi Seo-yeon was more than happy to talk, but she had completely misunderstood the situation. She assumed her senior simply wanted to learn more about the person she liked, so she filtered out the dangerous intent hidden behind Jang Ye's questions. But before she started talking about someone else, the junior girl wanted to ask something first. With open curiosity, she brought up Jang Ye's feelings toward Kim Seon-woo. Honestly, Jang Ye had already heard that boy's name and seen that boy's face more than enough for one lifetime. If she described her true feelings about that classmate honestly, she might end up being arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. So to avoid that problem, she kept her answer as short as possible. As far as Jang Ye was concerned, Kim Seon-woo had no skill and no usefulness at all. Choi Seo-yeon looked startled by such a harsh answer, but Jang Ye had already begun speaking, and she clearly was not finished yet. To Jang Ye, Kim Seon-woo was nothing more than the kind of person who craved recognition, yet only knew how to cause trouble and act like a fool. People like that were exactly the type she despised most, and in her eyes, she had never once felt even the slightest interest in that boy. It was a brutally cold answer, sharp enough to crush the mood in an instant. After saying it, Jang Ye asked whether Choi Seo-yeon was satisfied now, because she still wanted to hear more about Lee Seo-jin. But those harsh words had struck deeper than she realized, especially because she had just spent all that time insulting someone Lee Seo-jin genuinely respected. Choi Seo-yeon looked truly wounded, as if the senior she had admired from afar had suddenly revealed a much crueler side than she ever expected. Sure, Kim Seon-woo was not exactly some flawless, shining model student, and yes, he definitely acted strange at times. But when it came to the things that truly mattered to him, she knew he was more serious than almost anyone else. He was always helping people in places where no one could see him, quietly moving behind the scenes without asking for praise or attention. He even stayed up all night pushing himself, doing things others would never expect from him, like training until morning. The way Choi Seo-yeon said it almost made the whole thing sound suspicious. But even so, she could not just stand there and listen while her senior called the person she liked a clown. The conversation had drifted into a strangely awkward direction, and even the rich girl's cheeks turned red as she wondered why she was defending that clown with so much passion. Before she could stop herself, she accidentally let slip the truth about who had really worked so hard to save her back then. The instant Jang Yi heard those words, her entire body went still, and shock froze across her face. Choi So-yeon gave a nervous little laugh and hurriedly added that this was supposed to be a secret, but since she trusted her seniors so much, she would tell only her. Unfortunately, the person she had chosen to trust was Jang Yi, a villain who was currently trying to kill as many people as possible. Out of everyone she could have confided in, she had picked the worst possible one. Then Choi So-yeon blinked in confusion. By the time her eyes opened properly again, Jang Yi had already vanished from where she had been standing. The senior had launched herself forward without warning, tearing through the forest at high speed as she raced between the trees and branches without once looking back. Jang Yi sprinted with a furious growl clawing out of her throat, her eyes wide as the truth slammed into her all at once. From the very beginning, she had been deceived. During their last conversation, Kim Seon-woo had openly called himself pathetic, claiming he had been knocked unconscious during the hidden door battle until Lee Seo-jin stepped in and saved him. But now Jang Yi understood that none of it had been true. The person who cleared the hidden stage alongside Lee Seo-jin had not been Choi So-yeon at all. It had been Kim Seon-woo, and that one realization forced her to reconsider everything she thought she knew. Her mentor's warning echoed sharply through her mind. If someone was lying to her, then that person was most likely the child of prophecy. That meant she had to change her target right away. But by the time Jang Yi finally realized she had been fooled, the situation had already moved beyond her control. She finally stopped for a brief moment, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath after sprinting so hard through the forest. If she wanted to shake off the danger closing in around her, then her only choice was to run as fast as her body could possibly move. The reason Kim Seon-woo had hidden his strength and even lied about what happened was probably because he possessed the talent to break through barriers. Jang Yi began to understand that she had never been the hunter in this situation. From the start, she had been the one being hunted. Realizing that they had all been tricked, she quickly pulled out her phone and called Shinhai. She was right about one thing. They really had been deceived. But she was completely wrong about who the child in the prophecy truly was. Breathless and frantic, she shouted into the phone that Lee Seo-jin was not the child of prophecy after all. Shinhai was stunned the moment he heard her words. He immediately shot up from his seat, his voice tightening as he demanded to know what she was talking about. He asked what had happened and whether she was safe, because even through the call, he could hear Jang Ye's ragged breathing and the panic shaking her voice. But just as Jang Yi tried to explain, the network began to crackle and break apart. She rushed to deliver the most important message first, trying to force the words out before the connection collapsed completely. Unfortunately, the signal interference struck too hard. Before Jang Yi could reveal who the real child of prophecy was, her voice was swallowed by a burst of harsh static. Jang Yi froze for a second, then slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes locked onto the drones hovering above her, the very machines that were maintaining the barrier around her. As she stared at the drones in front of her, she noticed one of them flickering unnaturally. Sparks jumped across its damaged frame, and small flames licked at the broken machinery. There was only one person who would interfere with her network like this. It had to be Kim Seon-woo. And just as she suspected, the boy himself was watching from far away, hidden at a distance while power slowly gathered in his hands. It was one of those rare moments where Kim Seon-woo's face looked truly dark and dangerous. He raised his hand, pushed his power to the limit, and then fired without hesitation. Jang Yi was still drowning in hatred and obsession toward Kim Seon-woo, especially now that she understood he was far more than the useless weakling she had always believed him to be. She could faintly sense him somewhere nearby, and sure enough, he was watching her from a distance with a sphere of power forming in his palm. This fight had been building for a long time, and now both of them were staring through the forest with murder burning in their minds. With his hand raised, Kim Seon-woo released his power in a straight, piercing beam. The attack tore into the center of the woods, blasting through the trees and setting the forest ablaze as flames began to spread. Jang Yi screamed as the attack grazed her body, burning across her shoulder before the impact knocked her off balance and sent her crashing hard onto the ground. The blast had clearly wounded her, and Jang Yi growled from the dirt as she realized her sworn enemy had brought magic capable of disabling electronics. Naturally, she was furious that he was using an ability that seemed to clash directly against her blue condensation core. Kim Seon-woo had come fully prepared to kill her, while Jang Yi had poured all of her attention into Lee Seo-jin. The girl suddenly burst into motion, sprinting with everything she had as another beam came crashing down like a laser from above, forcing her to run desperately beneath the storm of attacks. For a mere human, Kim Seon-woo had unbelievable nerve if he truly believed he could hunt down and defeat a powerful A-class main like her. Red magic began to bubble and surge around Jang Ye's body as she finally grew sick of running and prepared to unleash a violent counterattack. Kim Seon-woo was ready too, already forming another magic circle for his next move. At the same time, he kept the communication jamming kit active, making sure no outside eyes or outside voices could easily interfere with their battle. The jamming would only hold for 30 minutes, so he wanted to finish this fight as quickly as possible. The inheritance of the formless spirit relic was performing even better than he expected, allowing him to inject an attribute directly into his magic. Right now, the attribute he was using was light. He had already checked through the satellite system and confirmed that there were no other satellites nearby, which meant there was no need to hold back against her. Given the situation, it would likely take the school some time to realize what was happening in this isolated corner of the exam grounds. And once the teachers finally noticed, they would almost certainly be thrown into complete panic. But none of that mattered to Kim Seon-woo in this moment. His focus was locked on a single sequence. First, use the high-rank mana concealment potion, and then immediately follow it with the amplified mana elixir. Power surged violently through his veins as he shot forward, his body bursting into motion. In the next instant, Kim Seon-woo activated Airwalk, then followed it with the Heart of Great Nature. He was pulling out every boost, every hidden card, and every advantage he had stored away, pouring all of his strength into preparing the next attack. Then he unleashed beam after beam of blazing power toward Jang Yi, giving her almost no room to breathe as the attacks rained down around her one after another. To be fair, Jang Yi had prepared herself to fight an entirely different target. She had never imagined that she would end up exchanging blows with the very boy she had dismissed as nothing but a powerless weakling. But she was a villain for a reason, and there was no way she would let this kind of humiliation pass without striking back. Jang Yi stretched out her long red claws and lunged straight at him, hurling dark crimson magic packed with pure killing intent. Kim Seon-woo instantly blocked the attacks with the monster summoning scroll, stopping her dangerous blood-red power before it could reach him. He had prepared specifically for the monster she had become, and he fired blue sparks of power at her like exploding fireworks. At the same time, he twisted through the air and shifted his body with sharp precision, dodging each of her attacks before they could land. Jang Yi shrieked as she fell, unable to stop his calm descent. By then, Kim Seon-woo had landed on the same ground as her, bringing the two of them face to face on the same battlefield. Kim Seon-woo had gained the upper hand, and he used that advantage to launch several deadly attacks in rapid succession. The damage kept stacking until Jang Yi was bleeding heavily, her battered body dragging across the ground as she desperately tried to crawl away. It would have been easier to feel sorry for her if she had not been actively trying to murder everyone. Still, even with Jang Yi reduced to such a miserable state, Kim Seon-woo knew he could not relax. If they were standing on the same rank, then the one who landed the first decisive strike would probably win. Until Jang Yi was completely finished, lowering his guard was not an option. With that in mind, he gathered mana once again and prepared another blast, firing roughly 5 shots at once toward the scurrying mane. Jang Yi sensed the incoming blasts racing straight toward her, and in that instant, her eyes began to glow with demonic power. A huge explosion suddenly tore through their side of the exam field, erupting with enough force that no one on the island could possibly pretend not to notice it. And with every communication line already being jammed, it was almost certain that the teachers had realized something was going horribly wrong in that area. The blast was so violent that Kim Seon-woo immediately lifted one arm in front of his body and formed a spell shield. He was not even blocking the explosion itself anymore, but the scattered drops of blood and debris flying toward his uniform. But this was Jang Yi they were talking about, an A-rank demon. Even an attack that destructive was probably not enough to kill her outright in one clean hit. And sure enough, through the smoke and wreckage, she was still there. Or rather, something that only barely resembled Jang Yi was still standing in the middle of the destruction. Her body had twisted into something much closer to a blood breed, her entire figure soaked in deep red as blood and demonic power crawled over her skin. In a dark, distorted voice, she muttered that his power was not non-elemental after all, it was the light attribute. Her demonic essence was now fully exposed, but at this point, Jang Yi no longer cared about hiding anything. The only thing that mattered was surviving, and to survive, she had to kill the enemy standing in front of her, Kim Seon-woo. Her monstrous feet pressed into the ground as she finally understood that he was not like the others. He had been acting like a fool all this time just to deceive her. The form she had taken now was an enhanced version of Main's Berserk, a partial berserk state that preserved just enough sanity while pushing her body far beyond its normal limits. Kim Seon-woo was already gathering mana for his next attack, the glow in his hand growing brighter as he coldly guessed that she still had not been beaten badly enough. He could not afford to ease the pressure for even a single moment, not when this opponent kept dragging herself back up no matter how many times he knocked her down. So he made up his mind. He would crush her again and again, like grinding an insect beneath his heel, until she no longer had even the strength to stand. With that decision made, he fired another brutal mana blast straight at her, trying to force her down for good. Beams of light rushed forward all at once, tearing toward the red-covered girl. But this time, Jang Yi was much more prepared than before. After all, Kim Seon-woo had been repeating the same type of attack again and again, and little by little, Jang Yi had begun learning how to read it and survive against it. Driven by sheer determination, Jang Yi sharpened her survival instincts to the limit, throwing her body out of the path of each incoming blast. But avoiding them was anything but easy, because the attacks kept pouring down without pause, like a storm of burning rain crashing through the forest. She could hardly believe this was the same bright-eyed boy she had known before. That strange, overwhelming fighting style felt far too similar to the man who had killed her father. The pieces were slowly beginning to connect inside Jang Ye's mind. But the longer this exchange dragged on, the more her irritation boiled over into rage. Then one possibility suddenly struck her. What if there was some kind of restriction on that power? Now that she thought about it, the man who fought her father had also stopped attacking all of a sudden in the middle of the battle. That meant this power had to come with a weakness. If she could just discover what that flaw was, she might be able to turn the situation around. As that realization burned through her thoughts, Jang Yi finally reached a conclusion. The weakness had to be a time limit. Unfortunately for her, figuring that out did not fix everything, because she was also running dangerously low on blood. She had gone on a wild killing spree earlier, but Kim Seon-woo's blast had blown away most of the reserves stored inside her body. She could not keep trading attacks with him forever, which meant she needed to find different prey and replenish herself. But Kim Seon-woo had absolutely no intention of letting her run away, especially when he was also fighting against his own ticking clock. He fired another blast toward Jang Yi, who was clearly sick of being blown apart over and over. But this time, she used Shadow Shift, slipping away from the attack in an instant, and Kim Seon-woo was forced to pause briefly to catch his breath. He could hardly believe that she was already capable of using a technique that only a small number of A-rank or higher demons could handle properly. Her position kept shifting as well, flickering in and out around him like a shadow that refused to stay still. For a moment, he wondered if she was trying to retreat, but the Jang Yi he knew was not the kind of person who would abandon a target once she had locked onto it. So when she claimed she was going to look for other prey, it was probably just bait, a trick meant to make him hesitate and drop his guard at the worst possible moment. Even so, Kim Seon-woo could not ignore one deeply troubling fact. Most of the events so far had already drifted far away from the original flow of the story. In the original sequence, Jang Yi had almost no reason to target Lee Seo-jin on this island. But because the Mion incident had taken place at the Jaein house, everything had changed, and now they had ended up in this dangerous situation. Kim Seon-woo's mind raced as he wondered whether the altered plot had also changed Jang Ye's behavior. There was a real chance that she had truly given up on him, and was now heading off to drain the blood of other students. Only 2 minutes remained before mana exhaustion hit him. He could not afford to waste even a single second. If he failed to kill Jang Yi before the elixir wore off, then he would be the one dying here. It was time to push even harder than before. But while he was thinking through his next move, a massive aura of red madness rose behind him, making his body freeze as he realized she was definitely still close. Kim Seon-woo had never been the kind of natural-born genius who could solve everything with raw talent. But through pure effort, he had learned to fight with whatever method worked, calculating each situation over and over until he found a way to break through. What he trusted most was not the original story, and it was not some sudden burst of instinct either. Above everything else, Kim Seon-woo trusted the experience he had earned through struggle. The red demon creeping toward him suddenly stopped in surprise when Kim Seon-woo reached out and pulled out a pair of glasses. If he could not predict exactly what Jang Yi would do next, then he would force the battlefield into a situation he could control. Sliding on the glasses that had belonged to the man who killed her father, Kim Seon-woo smiled faintly and wondered if this would be enough to drag all of her attention straight onto him. And in this case, the situation he wanted was simple. He needed Jang Ye's rage to explode the moment she saw the image of the person who had taken her father away. The effect was immediate. Jang Yi activated ignition, her body flaring with violent power as she roared that it had been him all along. He was the one who had started her entire grudge against the story's hero, and everything that followed had begun because of him. Kim Seon-woo instantly felt her killing intent sharpen and lock onto him. Jang Yi screamed in fury, calling him the child of prophecy and the murderer of her father. Honestly, she was placing far too much importance on his lowly shoulders, but Kim Seon-woo was more than willing to accept that burden. After all, he had been waiting for this exact chance to end her once and for all. Her enormous red form lunged toward him, dragging a terrifying mass of demonic magic behind her like storm clouds rolling across the sky. As she marked him as her next victim, Kim Seon-woo turned around with his own blast already forming in his hand. Jang Yi screamed his fake name with pure rage, while Kim Seon-woo clenched his teeth and growled that he was about to send her to join her disgusting father. Then he raised his hand and fired with everything he had, unleashing the blast like a massive finishing cannon. The beam shot forward, ripping through the space between them, and in the next instant, the entire area was swallowed by a blinding flash of brilliant light. Sometime before all of this, an older man had been seated at his dressing table, carefully preparing for a competition while makeup and beauty products were neatly arranged in front of him. His daughter walked in while he was still getting ready, calling out to him in a cheerful voice. Back then, Zhang Yi was just a normal teenage girl, or at least, as normal as a demon teenager could be. She waved happily and asked her father whether his performance preparations were going well. Even in those days, Zhang Yi had already reached the level of a B-rank demon. Her father's face warmed with a gentle smile the moment he saw her, and for a brief while, the two of them looked like an unexpectedly sweet little family. He, too, was a B-rank demon, a man named Zhang Han. Zhang Han greeted his precious daughter with affection, then gently reminded her not to call him Dad when they were outside. But Zhang Yi pointed out that no one else was around, so there was no reason to worry about his cover being exposed. He chuckled, ruffled her hair, and asked how she had gotten there. She answered that Lord Qianhai and Mr. Beckgang had kindly dropped her off. The two men she mentioned appeared soon after, waving cheerfully toward Zhang Han. It was almost painful to think that among everyone gathered in that room, only two were still alive in the present. Qianhai, the 8th-rank demon of the 10 demonic assembly, arrived with his usual sour expression, accompanied by the B-rank demon Beckgang. Both of them greeted their friend warmly, teasing that his daughter had become so polite now that she was working under Qianhai. After all, when she was younger, she used to call him Uncle Qianhai. Zhang Yi laughed and replied that unlike Beckgang, she actually knew how to separate personal matters from professional ones. Zhang Han let out a worried sigh, admitting that he still was not sure whether sending her to the Magic Military Academy had been the right decision. She was so young that he feared she might end up causing trouble there. Still, Qianhai reassured him that Zhang Yi was performing exceptionally well on her infiltration mission. And although he said it calmly, the truth was that she was already in her graduating class. With talent like hers, she was almost guaranteed to become a major asset to the 10 demonic assembly one day. Besides, graduating from the Magic Military Academy would make it much easier for her to blend naturally into human society without raising suspicion. They all understood exactly why succeeding inside human society mattered so much. For demons like them, it was not about preference, pride, or ambition. It was a matter of survival. Then Qianhai paused, his expression tightening a little as he studied his friend more closely. He asked whether Zhang Han had been keeping up with their regular blood meals, because he did not look healthy at all. Zhang Han admitted that hunting had been getting harder with each passing day. Too many humans had flooded into the area because of the festival scheduled to take place at the Han River in only a few days. If he moved to another territory, he would have far fewer chances to see his daughter. So in the end, Zhang Han figured he had no choice but to endure the hunger somehow and keep pushing through. Even so, Qianhai's face did not soften at all. He looked at his old friend with genuine concern and reminded him to take better care of himself before things went too far. That hunger, small as it seemed in that moment, was actually the first quiet push in a chain of calamities that would one day wipe out every single man gathered in that room. But at the time, none of them could possibly have understood what was coming. All Qianhai could do was warn Zhang Han not to keep neglecting his blood meals, because if he continued starving himself like this, there might come a day when his instincts snapped and he went completely berserk. The others joined in as well, telling him to contact them if he ever truly needed help. But Zhang Han only gave a low chuckle and told both of them to focus on keeping their own territories under control first. In Zhang Han's mind, he had not fallen to the point where he needed to bow his head, swallow his pride, and ask his friends to rescue him just yet. Just then, Zhang Yi turned toward her father, her eyes bright and her expression full of innocent warmth, before flashing him a cheerful smile and telling him that he had absolutely nothing to worry about. She promised him that once she officially entered the 10 demonic assembly someday, she would make certain he could live the rest of his days in comfort, wrapped in authority, status, and enough blood that he would never have to suffer hunger again. Zhang Yi smiled with the fearless confidence of a girl who truly believed in the future she was chasing, and Zhang Han smiled back at her with quiet affection. He thanked his daughter for pushing herself so hard and pursuing her dream with such sincerity. Deep down, he hoped that one day, she might help build a world where demons could stand proudly under the open sky, no longer forced to hide their faces or lower their heads. It might have been a beautiful dream, if only their survival had not depended on taking innocent lives. But that fragile brightness was destined to break before long, because the cheerful girl who spoke so proudly that day would soon be forced to watch her father die right in front of her. That moment carved itself so deeply into Zhang Yi that it never truly faded. Even when she was awake, it replayed in her mind again and again, trapping her in the memory of standing there helplessly while her father's life slipped away before her eyes. And now, under the very same hands that had once struck him down, she herself was collapsing, with a massive hole blasted clean through her torso. Before everything had spiraled into blood and tragedy, Zhang Ye's greatest regret from that day was painfully simple. She had not even been able to give her father a little of her own blood when he needed it most. Now that regret tangled together with unbearable pain, Zhang Yi screamed, her body convulsing as she crashed down onto the ground, her desperate surprise attack failing before it could ever touch its target. Kim Sian-woo had not been caught off guard at all. Instead, he had read the ambush, turned her own opening against her, and struck first with a surprise attack of his own, driving her body hard into the earth. Zhang Yi cried out in agony, twisting weakly against the dirt beneath her. Above her, Kim Sian-woo stood with cold determination, another glowing sphere of power already gathering in the palm of his hand. He had already made up his mind to kill her, and he would not stop until that decision was carried through. Beneath him, Zhang Yi clenched her teeth through the blood spilling from her mouth, growling that she would kill him no matter what it took. She had sworn to take the life of the enemy who murdered her father, because in her heart, that was the very least she could do to make up for failing him while he died in front of her. All this time, the one she should have been hunting was Kim Sian-woo, yet she had poured her hatred into Lee Seo-jin instead. Now that the truth had finally settled in, the realization made her feel unbearably foolish. Since the day her father died, she had been running in circles, chasing the wrong shadow, and now she was about to die by the same hands that had taken him away. Before the final moment arrived, Zhang Yi screamed with fury and grief twisted together, demanding to know why Kim Sian-woo had to be so cruel to them. Her voice broke as she asked why he kept hurting them, and why he had stolen her father from her. Kim Sian-woo's reply was not gentle words, but another brilliant blue beam aimed straight at her face. Maybe, under different circumstances, he might have wanted the luxury of a long, painful conversation. But he could not afford to let himself fall into mana exhaustion while this dangerous girl was still breathing. As for why he had done what he had done, he told her to ask the innocent people that she and her family had killed just to preserve their own strength. Those dead victims would probably have wanted to ask her the exact same question. Those were the last words Kim Sian-woo left her with before he unleashed the final blast directly toward her face. As the blue light swallowed Zhang Yi whole, tears poured down her cheeks, and with the last strength in her body, she screamed the name of the enemy she hated more than anyone in the world. Blood erupted from her body, and with that brutal final impact, the life of the villainess came to a tragic end. At last, a notification appeared before Kim Sian-woo, confirming that he had defeated the A-rank villain Zhang Yi entirely on his own. A small change had now been made to the original flow of events. Causality had risen by 0.85, and his proficiency with the light attribute had increased by 23%. As an additional reward, he had also obtained the blue condensation core. The forest around him remained strangely beautiful, full of bright green leaves and dense, living color, but Kim Sian-woo moved through it with slow, careful steps that barely kept him steady. He had just burned through everything he had to defeat a major villain. So if anything else evil was hiding among those trees and happened to notice him now, his drained body would have almost no way to survive. Even while he kept walking, the image of that crying demon girl in her final moment stayed sharply burned into his mind. He had a feeling that face would linger with him for a long time, even though he knew he had not been given any real choice. If he had not killed her first, she would have brought the story to an end by killing both him and the hero. Still, in the original plot, there had never been a moment where a demon shed tears like that. Seeing it happen right in front of him shook Kim Sian-woo far more than he had expected. It was not that Kim Sian-woo had suddenly allowed his feelings to take over or cloud his judgment. After all, just as Zhang Yi had lost her father because of him, demons had stolen the families and loved ones of countless other people. They were a race that had to wound and kill others in order to keep themselves alive. Besides, Kim Sian-woo's goal right now was painfully simple. He had to save Lee Seo-jin, survive the mess he had been thrown into, and someday find a way back to his original world. That goal was difficult enough already, so he tried to force himself to believe that a villain's tragic circumstances were not something he had the room or the right to pity. But his body had already been pushed far beyond its limits, and as he kept moving, his feet suddenly slipped clumsily against the path beneath him. He had been so swallowed by those heavy thoughts that he stopped watching where he was stepping. In the next instant, his balance gave way, and he began sliding down the slope. A scream nearly tore out of his throat, but he forced it back, knowing that even one loud sound could draw danger to him. His hand shot out, catching a nearby branch just in time to stop himself from tumbling any farther. Mana exhaustion was, without question, one of the most miserable things a person could experience. His whole body trembled from nothing more than the effort of staying on his feet. At this point, the most urgent thing was not gaining more points or hunting anything else. He needed to find some way to keep himself safe until the exhaustion finally passed. And defeating Zhang Yi did not mean the danger around him had ended. He still had to get far away from her corpse while the communication jamming device remained active. On top of that, he needed to prepare a believable alibi proving he had nothing to do with her death. While he was still sorting through those problems in his head, a sharp and dangerous sensation suddenly flared from behind him. It seemed his killing intent skill had triggered on its own. Kim Sian-woo spun around just in time to see a monster lunging toward him, its body rushing in as if it planned to swallow him whole. He quickly drew his paralyzing dagger, hoping that at the very least, he could stop the creature's movements for a moment. It was only a low-grade monster, but meeting even something this weak while suffering from mana exhaustion was just about the worst luck he could have asked for. Right now, every disadvantage he could imagine seemed to be piling onto him all at once. The creature roared, opening its huge jaws wide enough to bite down on the young boy in a single gulp. But Kim Sian-woo had no intention of simply standing there and dying, so he raised his weapon high and braced himself for a desperate struggle. But before he could strike back, a shard of ice flashed through the air and pierced straight through the monster standing in front of him. Kim Sian-woo went still for a brief second, staring in surprise as he instantly recognized the sharp, freezing nature of that magical power. A spell like that could only have come from Choi Seo-yeon. The moment his junior appeared in front of him, Kim Sian-woo felt a wave of relief, so strong, it almost made his knees give out. Choi Seo-yeon calmly retrieved the mana stone from the small monster, then turned toward him as if nothing unusual had happened, and asked how many mana stones he had managed to collect so far. After burning through nearly everything he had just to bring down a demon, Kim Sian-woo had barely gained any proper credit from the hunt at all. Choi Seo-yeon looked genuinely surprised and asked what he had been doing this entire time, so he simply answered that he had been hunting monsters. It was a convenient excuse, and considering how rotten his luck had been today, it was believable enough that he had failed to take down many. Since Choi Seo-yeon was the one who had defeated this monster, she could not exactly hand the mana stone over to him for free. Kim Sian-woo quickly read the situation and told her not to worry about it, adding that he was not the kind of senior who would beg his junior for handouts. Even in this condition, he still had at least a little pride left. Choi Seo-yeon looked at him with curious eyes, then a small smile touched her face as she remembered how serious senior Min Yi had seemed when asking so many questions about Kim Sian-woo. Before long, the junior's cheeks turned faintly red, and her thoughts started drifting far too deeply into the possible romantic situation between her seniors. Meanwhile, Kim Sian-woo was nowhere near thinking about romance. His mind was locked onto something far more practical. Once night fell, the monsters in this forest became much more violent and dangerous. There was no guarantee he could survive another 20 minutes with only one dagger in his hand, so he began seriously considering the idea of hiring a temporary mercenary to keep him alive. Then he leaned slightly toward the mercenary who had appeared at almost the perfect moment, just when he needed help most. Choi Seo-yeon was exactly the right person for the job, so Kim Sian-woo asked if she would be kind enough to stay by his side for the next 20 minutes. To Kim Sian-woo, it sounded like a perfectly reasonable and practical request for survival. But Choi Seo-yeon had feelings he was completely unaware of, so naturally, those words reached her ears with a very different meaning. Choi Seo-yeon hesitated, suddenly unsure how she was supposed to respond, while Kim Sian-woo only laughed lightly and added that he simply wanted someone to talk with for a little while. Under normal circumstances, Choi Seo-yeon would have had no problem giving Kim Sian-woo 20 minutes of her time. But after everything that happened during the hidden stage incident, her family's expectations for her had risen even higher, and that invisible pressure had been weighing on her shoulders harder than ever before. It was a little unfortunate, but if she wanted to meet her father's expectations, she could not afford to sit around and casually chat for an entire 20 minutes. Not even if the person asking was the one she secretly liked. In fact, because it was the person she liked, she had even more reason not to let herself get distracted. On top of that, one of her classmates, John Minji, had been pushing himself to the limit just to compete with her. This time, especially after how badly the previous exercise had gone, she needed to defeat him by an overwhelming margin and prove the difference between them. Kim Sian-woo thought about it for a second, then calmly concluded that taking first place must matter most to her. But Choi Seo-yeon immediately protested, insisting that it was not as simple as he was making it sound. That goal had been pressing down on her for a long time, forcing her to keep working harder and harder without slowing down. But right as that tension hung between them, Kim Sian-woo suddenly reached out, pulled out a crystal, and held it toward her. Right there on the spot, he offered her a deal. For every 5 minutes she stayed with him, he would pay her with 1 mana crystal. If she stayed for the entire 20 minutes, she would leave with 4 crystals in total. From Kim Sian-woo's point of view, it was a perfectly reasonable offer. But Choi Seo-yeon was left stunned, her eyes fixed on the size and purity of the mana stones, because collecting that many on her own would normally take her at least 3 full hours of hunting. The examiners had banned students from fighting each other, but there was no rule saying they could not trade. More than anything, the adults had probably never imagined that a student would willingly make this kind of exchange in the middle of the exam. Since Kim Sian-woo was offering proper payment for her time, Choi Seo-yeon even suggested that she could keep him company for as long as he wanted after the exam was over. But Kim Seon-woo did not even hesitate before insisting that it had to be right now. Choi Seo-yeon could not understand why he seemed so desperate all of a sudden, but without someone guarding him, Kim Seon-woo really would be in serious trouble. If he had to spend the next 20 minutes panicking, running, and dodging monsters through the dark forest, his mana would never recover properly. So with a face that was far more serious than the situation seemed to deserve, he asked Choi Seo-yeon to stay beside him. Because it was Kim Seon-woo asking, Choi Seo-yeon eventually decided that she could make one special exception. Of course, the fact that he was so strongly insisting they stay together alone at this late hour did absolutely nothing to calm her feelings. Still, she was practical enough to ask for the payment first. And just like that, beneath the dark night sky, the two of them entered into a very strange but completely well-meaning agreement. The night stretched quietly above them, dark and open, with scattered stars glimmering faintly across the sky while the cool wind rustled through the trees around them. They gathered several pieces of wood, stacked the logs together, and lit a small fire, letting the warm crackle of the flames push back the darkness as they settled down near the camp. As Kim Seon-woo sat there trying to rest and recover even the smallest amount of strength, Choi Seo-yeon put on her most polite, businesslike smile and asked what exactly he wanted to talk about, since he had gone so far just to spend time with her. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo, who had essentially paid for her protection, sat motionless beside the fire, staring blankly into the distance like a man trying to figure out how to feed 3 children when his pockets were completely empty. Choi Seo-yeon called out to him, but he barely gave any reaction at all. After a while, she let out a small sigh, sat down beside him, and pouted in confusion, unable to understand why he had asked her to stay with him when he had spent the past 10 minutes silently gazing into the fire. Kim Seon-woo still said nothing. He only looked into the flickering flames as though the fire itself were staring back and questioning his soul. Since he refused to speak, Choi Seo-yeon quietly used the chance to study her senior from the side. That was when she noticed the small wounds scattered across his body. In her mind, she assumed he must have fought desperately because he wanted to look impressive in front of Senior Min-hee. Of course, she had completely misunderstood everything, because the truth was that he had fought so desperately in order to kill Senior Min-hee. And yet, the magic stones he had worked so hard to collect were now almost being handed straight to her. It was not exactly free, since he was technically paying her to protect him, but even so, the whole thing still felt strangely generous. Kim Seon-woo, on the other hand, had finally arrived at a painful and heavy realization. This world, this place, and this life were not where he truly belonged. Then Choi Seo-yeon finally broke the silence and asked if he had gone quiet because of Min-hee. The sudden mention of that name caught Kim Seon-woo completely off guard, especially after what he had just done to their precious senior, and for a moment, he had no idea what kind of answer he was supposed to give. With a quiet sigh, Kim Seon-woo turned his whole body away from her, as if he were trying to hide whatever expression had just appeared on his face. Sometimes, a person's true feelings could slip out through the smallest movement. Choi Seo-yeon gasped softly when she saw how dramatically he reacted to nothing more than Min-hee's name. At first, she had thought it might not be anything serious, but now she was convinced that Kim Seon-woo truly liked their senior. Choi Seo-yeon had grown up being taught that appearance, grades, and a dignified attitude worthy of her status were the things that determined her value. But when it came to honestly expressing pure feelings without hiding behind pride, rank, or family expectations, that had always felt like something almost impossible for her to do. So in Choi Seo-yeon's eyes, people who could push through that fear and run straight toward the person they loved seemed more noble and admirable than anyone else in the world. Seeing such intense feelings supposedly aimed at her senior made even someone as beautiful and wealthy as Choi Seo-yeon feel a faint, bitter sting of jealousy in her chest. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was not drowning in romantic longing at all. His attention was locked on something far more practical, as he carefully kept track of the time and waited for the exact moment his power would finally return. Choi Seo-yeon let out a soft sigh and told her senior that he could speak whenever he felt ready. She said she was there for him, ready to comfort him and stay beside him through this dark, difficult moment. For the amount she had received that night, she was determined to remain faithfully by his side. And so the night passed in near silence, with almost nothing around them except the steady crackling of the fire. At last, the waiting came to an end, and the full 20 minutes had finally passed. Kim Seon-woo stood up with a faint smile on his face, then thanked Choi Seo-yeon for listening to his very long story. It was an absurdly strange thing to say, especially considering that he had not actually spoken a single word the entire time. Then, without giving her any proper explanation, he simply ran off, laughing lightly as he said that what had just happened was already more than enough, and that he would see her later. Mysterious and unpredictable as ever, Kim Seon-woo disappeared into the trees, leaving his beautiful admirer behind. Choi Seo-yeon growled in frustration and shook her fist after him, completely unable to understand what that whole strange exchange had been about. Still, in the end, it did not matter too much, because she had earned plenty of magic stones from the deal. For now, Choi Seo-yun tried to turn her focus back to the exam instead of chasing after the impossible dream of a boy who seemed to have feelings for someone else. Even so, she could not stop the small smile that rose on her face as she thought to herself that her beloved senior really was an unbelievably strange person. The next morning, at exactly 10 o'clock, the students gathered together at the meeting point on the deserted island's beach. A glittering pile of crystals had been spread out across the sand, and most of the students were proudly showing off the mana stones they had managed to collect during the exam. But the biggest haul of all came spilling out of Lee Seo-jin's small bag, instantly pulling everyone's attention toward him. The other students stared in amazement at the sheer amount he had gathered. As expected, he had even managed to hunt down a boss-level monster completely on his own. Lee Seo-jin truly stood in a league that the others could only look up to. Yu Era and Yoon Ha-young had also achieved impressive results of their own. All that harsh training had clearly paid off, with the ice girl looking excited to show off her victories, while Yu Era stood there acting cool and composed like a boss. But deep down, even she was quietly regretting that maybe she should not have chosen the wrong path. As expected from someone born into one of the 5 great mage families, Choi Seo-yun looked ready to take first place among the first years once again. She had pushed herself hard throughout the night and gathered a massive number of victories. Her classmates congratulated her with proud smiles, and for good reason. After all, overwhelming victory was practically the motto of her family. Now she was certain that her classmate would finally understand the massive gap in skill between her and John Minji. Meanwhile, John Minji could only lament that perhaps he simply did not have the brains needed to make it work. In the end, he really was too much of a musclehead. Then Choi Seo-yun turned her head and noticed Kim Seon-woo standing nearby, quietly staring down at the single glittering stone he had managed to collect. Everyone remained gathered around as the submissions were checked one after another, but even the teachers looked strangely tense, as if something about the situation was already weighing on them. Suddenly, someone hurried over and called for the teacher's attention. The instructors were in the middle of taking attendance, and they needed to know why Min-yi still had not shown up. Everyone waited anxiously for any news about Min-yi, and the unease among the students grew heavier with each passing second. Then a student came running over, panting hard from the rush. He still had no direct news about her, but teacher Jang Han-cheol was continuing the search, and everyone could only hope that he would find her soon. The magnetic field in the area should have weakened by now, so they planned to send out even more drones to widen the search. At the same time, another teacher would lead the remaining students back to the school first, making sure they were safely removed from the island. Then teacher Jang Han-cheol suddenly contacted them and announced that they had found her. At first, it sounded like the kind of news that should have brought relief, but his voice carried a heavy hesitation, as though he did not know how to explain what they had discovered. The first problem was that the girl they had been searching for had been found completely lifeless. The second problem was even more shocking, because that girl was not human at all. Without saying too much over the communication line, Jang Han-cheol simply ordered them to report the discovery to the special duty team immediately. On the beach, the portal stood wide open, its entrance ready, and the students began passing through it one after another. Before he left, Kim Seon-woo glanced back over his shoulder, his expression faintly clouded, as if a trace of concern had briefly crossed his face. Even so, he forced himself to keep walking forward, and as he moved, he quietly dropped some kind of time device into the sand behind him. Meanwhile, far away from the deserted island, the Dark Lord of the Demons sat upon his throne inside his castle, watching over everything from the shadows. Qianhai had come before the throne to deliver the last pieces of information they had managed to extract from Jang Yi. But the conclusion waiting at the end of that report was painfully bitter. Lee Seo-jin was not the child of prophecy after all, and even after everything they had sacrificed and risked, they still had failed to uncover the true identity of that child. Naturally, the Demon King was anything but pleased. His anger exploded through the throne room like a storm, and like a spoiled monster who only knew how to express rage through violence, he lashed out at his own servant, stabbing him as if pain were the only answer he cared to give. But the Demon King still needed more information, and that meant Qianhai had no choice but to keep speaking. Even as sharp spikes of blood pierced into his body again and again, he forced himself to continue the report without raising his head. As the last surviving person connected to that failed group, Qianhai lowered himself before the king and admitted that death would be a fitting punishment for the failure of the mission. The blame belonged to him. Because of his mistaken judgment, he had given Jang Yi the wrong information, and in doing so, he had pushed that poor girl straight down the path that ended with her death. The Ten Demonic Assembly had accepted someone like Qianhai, despite him only being A rank, because he had proven his competence again and again up until now. But this time was different. Not only had he failed the first search mission, but they had also wasted an enormous amount of power chasing after a lead that turned out to be completely false. The Demon King's fury grew even darker when he thought about what that failure had cost them. They had lost his loyal subject, Zhang Yi, and along with her, they had also lost the bloodstone and the artifact. Poor Qianhai could do nothing except endure it. The bloody spikes kept tearing into him one after another, ripping through his body without the slightest mercy. The Demon King made his warning perfectly clear. If Qianhai allowed this kind of failure to happen again, then the next price he paid would be his life. For now, however, the Demon King seemed willing to call this mercy. Instead of taking his servant's head immediately, he allowed Qianhai to pay with unbearable suffering. Qianhai screamed through the pain, swearing that he would obey the command, and above all else, he promised that he would avenge the dead girl he had failed to protect. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the news of Zhang Ye's death and the truth about her identity sent the entire school into chaos. Students whispered in every corner, all of them trying to understand what had really happened on that deserted island. After the midterms, the Magic Academy had once again allowed a demon to slip into its grounds, and far worse, no one had noticed until it was already too late. Because of that humiliating failure, the academy immediately tightened its security, determined to prevent another demon from infiltrating the school ever again. Kim Seon-woo, who had been known for being close to Zhang Yi, was quickly treated like the tragic male lead of some heartbreaking story. Rumors spread through the halls that he had once held a desperate crush on the girl who had been killed. And to be fair, it was true that Kim Seon-woo had looked gloomy ever since the incident involving Zhang Yi. After all, he had lost the demon detection compass worth 10,000 points, along with the communication jammer kit worth 20,000 points. In order to prepare for hunting Zhang Yi, Kim Seon-woo had spent every point he had saved on the blue condensation core artifact, which had the power to disable nearby electronic devices. It was fortunate that he had gained another artifact with the same effect as the jammer kit, but that alone was nowhere near enough to prepare him for whatever disaster might come next. While everyone else thought he was grieving over emotional heartbreak, Kim Seon-woo was mostly mourning the loss of his items instead of his moral compass. Though honestly, that moral compass had probably disappeared a long time ago. Then, all of a sudden, someone jumped onto him from behind, calling his name in an adorably bright voice as she wrapped both arms around him. It was Hayoung, his Ice Element Jr. She smiled at him with sparkling excitement and proudly announced that she had climbed all the way up to 32nd place in the second midterm. Kim Seon-woo congratulated her for working so hard, but Hayoung happily insisted that it was all thanks to him. After all, she had risen from 52nd place, so for her, this improvement was a huge leap forward. Then she asked what rank her senior had managed to reach. Kim Seon-woo only laughed and said that he had gone from 72nd place to 16th. Even after all that effort, bad luck had still clung to him, since he supposedly had not been able to find many monsters. In reality, of course, most of his strength had been spent getting rid of his fake crush. The Fire Girl immediately protested, saying that a rank like that was far too low for someone with his ability. But the others simply laughed it off, brushing it aside as one of those days where nothing seemed to go the way it should. Kim Seon-woo told her that next time, he was sure she would be able to beat Lee Seo-jin, and he even promised that he would cheer for Yu-era as well. But the girl only scoffed at him and told him to stop worrying about comforting everyone else when he clearly needed to take care of himself first. Then she gently patted him on the shoulder, as if she were trying to comfort him over the loss of the girl everyone believed had been his crush. The Fire Girl was only trying to encourage him in her own way. Kim Seon-woo was honestly a little touched, especially since both the Fire Girl and the Ice Girl seemed to be showing him sympathy. Thanks to that unexpected warmth, he gained a healthy 1,500 points. Since those points were genuinely useful for helping him stay alive, Kim Seon-woo was finally able to give them a real smile. Then they told him that teacher in Sheol was apparently looking for him, and that he should go see him as soon as possible. Kim Seon-woo's expression shifted with surprise, and he wondered why his teacher would suddenly want to meet him. He had already explained that his relationship with Zhang Yi had only been casual. Even so, before long, he found himself standing inside an office, facing two adults whose serious expressions made the room feel far too heavy for comfort. The extra person who had been called in to join the meeting was someone Kim Seon-woo did not recognize at all, and that unfamiliar presence only made the atmosphere feel even more tense and uncomfortable. Still, the teacher quickly made it clear that this was not the reason young Seon-woo had been summoned to the office in the first place. What they truly wanted to discuss was the score he had received on the most recent theory examination. Seon-woo stared at the results in open disbelief when he saw his name sitting at the very top. He had taken first place in the theory exams. After a brief pause, the boy simply shrugged and nodded as though this outcome was completely normal. Theory assignments and written tests had always been his strongest field, since studying from books did not require him to possess an enormous amount of magic energy. Whenever it came to academic work, Seon-woo had consistently claimed first place without much trouble. He was especially skilled at explaining the modern magical definition of magic itself, breaking it down through the three major perspectives of energy, information, and individuality. After all, The Korea Magic Military Academy existed to polish the future gems of the magical world, so its theory tests and assignments were unbelievably demanding. The questions were so difficult that students sometimes spent the entire 3-hour exam wondering how anyone could possibly write complete answers to every single one. But for Sean Woo, who possessed the advantages of an outsider, those impossible questions were absurdly easy. With his built-in cheat-like ability backing him up, he could produce flawless answers one after another and quietly push his exam scores to perfection. First, his cheat ability would interpret the material in front of him. Once that was finished, it would search through the relevant information, analyze the data, and arrive at the most optimal answer possible. There had never been any real issue with him answering questions this way, and he had done it often enough that his excellent performance should not have seemed suspicious. Theory also carried a relatively small grading ratio, which made it a fantastic way for him to raise his overall rank without drawing too much attention. Recently, however, Sean Woo's assignments and exam papers had become a serious topic of conversation among the teachers. Sean Woo's assignments had reached a level that was nearly comparable to a doctoral thesis. What had once looked like ordinary schoolwork was now receiving professional attention, and some people had even begun calling the quality of his answers a form of art. Several faculty members could not understand how someone with talent like his had failed to enter the support class. The support teacher was still furious about being rejected, and she even threatened to report the entire matter directly to the academic community. In fact, Sean Woo's latest theory examination was judged to have achieved the highest degree of perfection in the entire history of the Magic Academy. Once people outside the academy began taking an interest in those unbelievable theory scores, the man before Sean Woo stretched out his hand and explained the real purpose of his visit. The SCS Broadcasting Network had decided that it wanted to make a documentary centered on the young student. Unfortunately for Sean Woo, this was exactly the kind of overwhelming attention he had been trying his hardest to avoid. The brown-haired boy took a quiet moment to assess the situation, then used character discernment on the man holding out his hand. His name was Lim Young-ji, a 39-year-old human with an F rank. He was excited about the opportunity, but he did not appear to have any particularly deep interest in Sean Woo himself. Lim Young-ji put on a polished business smile and asked what Sean Woo thought about the offer. He encouraged him to appear on television while he was still young and had so much attention around him. At the very least, Sean Woo could tell that the man in front of him was neither a villain nor a demon. Then again, if Sean Woo truly felt uncomfortable with it, he could simply use that chance to refuse the documentary altogether. The teacher admitted that the public's attention could become suffocating, especially after the recent incident, so the academy would respect the students' wishes above all else. That was what he said out loud anyway. Deep down, the academy desperately needed to repair the reputation that had been shattered after the Jang Yi incident, and he was quietly hoping Sean Woo would accept the offer. As it turned out, Sean Woo had his own reasons for wanting the same thing. He reached forward, took the broadcaster's extended hand, and gave his approval for the documentary. With a bright smile, Sean Woo immediately asked when filming would begin. Attention earned him points, after all, and he needed to raise his power level after spending so much time beating the life out of Jang Yi. 2 weeks later, inside the Korea Magic Military Academy library, someone sat lost in thought over the fact that Min-hee had somehow become the center of everything. It was the sweet junior who had been secretly rooting for a romance between her senior and Seon Woo. She had also noticed that her senior had been looking terribly depressed lately. Ever since the exam, she had barely been able to speak with him properly. The junior kept wondering what she could possibly say to comfort him. Then she realized that her words probably would not help much anyway. The girl he liked had ended up being some terrifyingly cold, ruthless killing machine, so there was only so much encouragement anyone could give. Her friend watched her sitting there with an unmistakably love-struck expression, then finally leaned closer and asked whether she was thinking about her man again. The girl immediately protested, demanding to know who her friend was even talking about. Her friend only grinned wider and teased her, asking whether the rich girl was thinking about Seo-jin of all people. Most people naturally assumed she had developed feelings for the boy credited with saving her life. Even so, she had personally gone out of her way to learn who had truly fought to bring her back safely. Seo-yun let out a long sigh at that assumption, and her reaction immediately told her friend that the guess was wrong. Her friend looked genuinely surprised, because Seo-yun had spent so much time following that guy around and trying to recruit him into working under her father. Well, that part was true enough. Seo-yun had almost forgotten that she used to behave that way. At the beginning of the semester, she had chased after him relentlessly, yet at some point, she had suddenly stopped. The strange part was that she could not even remember exactly when that change had happened. These days, the only person filling her thoughts was her senior, Sian-woo, with his large, soulful eyes and his soft brown hair. Her eyes suddenly widened as the realization struck her. Her attention had completely shifted at the exact moment the rescue mission took place. Flustered by her own discovery, Seo-yeon hurriedly changed the subject. She scolded her friend for talking so loudly in the library and insisted that they needed to stop chatting and begin studying. Her friend easily accepted the change of topic, remembering that final exams were approaching soon anyway. Seo-yeon reminded herself not to lose focus. If she wanted to keep her grades high and earn her father's approval, then she had to devote herself fully to studying. Just then, a wave of commotion spread through the library. Both girls turned around and saw several students entering together. Seo-yeon wondered what was happening and why everyone was suddenly making so much noise. Her friend soon remembered hearing that a broadcast crew was coming to film that day, and they both wondered whether Seo-jin was going to be the focus again. Honestly, it was not as though filming Seo-jin was some rare event, so Seo-yeon could not understand why everyone was reacting so dramatically. In any case, the cameras were about to start rolling behind them, and whoever the star was needed to look good on camera. Then, before anyone could expect it, Sian-woo became the center of everyone's attention. The instant his name was called, Seo-yeon spun around so quickly that it was obvious she had just heard the name of her favorite star. She could hardly believe it. Sian-woo was actually here in the library. Sunlight poured through the tall windows, filling the library with a clean, bright glow and making the entire room feel even more lively than usual. Sian-woo smiled calmly for the cameras and said that he mostly focused on studying from textbooks. He was completely taking advantage of that genius bookworm image, acting as though he spent every waking moment buried in study materials instead of relying on his cheat-like skill. With an easy flourish, Sian-woo explained that the school textbooks already contained everything students truly needed. He added that the academy library was packed with fascinating materials, no matter how many times someone returned to browse through them. At first, he had only visited out of curiosity, but now he gave a faint smirk and admitted that the library felt almost like home to him. Seo-yeon could barely process the sight unfolding right in front of her eyes. The boy she liked had not shown his face in the library even once during the entire semester, and she would know because she was always there studying. Yet now he was standing before the cameras, pretending to be some perfect, stereotypical bookworm. The broadcaster laughed when he finally noticed Seo-yeon nearby. He turned toward her and asked whether she was the student from one of the 5 great magic schools. They introduced Choi Seo-yeon as a first-year student ranked number 1 overall, then asked what she thought about her upperclassman, Kim Sian-woo. Seo-yeon glanced to the side and saw her crush standing there, practically glowing beneath the bright light like the sun itself. Answering a question like that without any preparation was far more difficult than she could have imagined. After struggling to compose herself, she finally said that she believed he was truly an upperclassman worthy of her deepest respect. The moment she heard the playback of her own voice, the poor girl nearly screamed herself apart from embarrassment. Inside, she silently swore that she would never show her face at school again. Before long, the documentary was plastered all over the internet. It even carried an unbearably corny title, a special program about the greatest theoretical genius in academic history, revealing second-year student Kim Sian-woo's study secrets. The documentary quickly became a hot topic across every major website, and its ratings were so high that people were already talking about producing a follow-up special. That level of success was ridiculous for a documentary about a fake bookworm. Naturally, word reached everyone in Sian-woo's class as well, including the hero, his best friend, the ice girl, and the fire girl. When Seo-jin stopped to think about it, the whole situation felt oddly familiar, almost like he had seen the same kind of thing happen before. The fire girl immediately wondered whether that smug little brat had written the article himself just to build up his own reputation. Still, after a brief moment of suspicion, they chose to believe Kim Sian-woo was not pathetic enough to pull a stunt like that. Either way, he had gotten exactly what he wanted out of it. With the documentary now broadcast for everyone to see, he unlocked the television appearance achievement and received 5,000 points as a reward. That pushed his total all the way up to 5,120 points. For more people had become interested in him, bringing in another 10,000 points. On top of that, 6 important figures had apparently found his television appearance amusing, which earned him an additional reward of 5,000 points as well. Seeing those numbers climb made him grin with satisfaction. Apparently, in this day and age, promoting yourself was not something to feel embarrassed about at all. Sometimes, making sure people noticed you was simply part of getting ahead. The broadcaster had been asked why he chose to make an entire documentary about a student like Kim Sian-woo in the first place. Sure, Kim Sian-woo's theory grades were excellent, and nobody could deny that. But there were still plenty of academy students whose overall records looked even better than his, especially when practical performance and other subjects were taken into account. The broadcaster only laughed when he heard that question. Then, with a casual shrug, he admitted that he had chosen Kim Seon-woo for one very simple reason. The kid was entertaining to watch. People loved watching someone who looked completely ordinary push through impossible hardships and rise above them. And when that same person suddenly revealed an unexpected gift or talent, the audience could not help becoming invested. That was exactly what the broadcaster was paid to do: find those hidden gems, the people nobody expected much from, and place them where everyone could finally see them shine. Ordinary-looking people with remarkable ability deserve their moment in the spotlight too. Of course, Kim Seon-woo was not exactly a fair example of an ordinary hidden talent. In situations like this, he was practically cheating. Still, hearing strangers praise him so openly did not feel bad, and he found himself enjoying it more than he expected. He was walking along in a noticeably better mood when he spotted what looked like an elderly man approaching from ahead. The old man was slowly dragging a heavy cart behind him, his body bent forward under the apparent strain. For a brief second, the two of them simply passed one another on the street without saying a word. Now that the documentary business was finally behind him, Kim Seon-woo returned to his other work. Blue energy began gathering around his hand, and without hesitation, he hurled the concentrated blast straight towards something in front of him. The poor old person let out a frightened cry as the blue magic exploded nearby. The shockwave knocked them off their feet, sending them tumbling to the ground in panic. Blood splashed across the area in a sudden, violent burst. Watching it happen, Kim Seon-woo decided that his break from this kind of work had lasted long enough. It was time to return to business. He had already spent plenty of time dealing with academy problems and sorting out school-related matters. Now, he needed to focus on becoming stronger, and while he was at it, make some money too. As the blue smoke and magical glare slowly faded, the people nearby were horrified by what they thought they had witnessed. From their perspective, a young man had just launched an attack at a helpless elderly gentleman in broad daylight. It was not exactly a heroic image for Kim Seon-woo. The crowd immediately began shouting at him, calling him insane and demanding to know how he could attack a defenseless old man like that. Then the crowd realized they had been wrong. It had actually been an old woman all along. Furious, they demanded to know why he had suddenly attacked an elderly woman who had done absolutely nothing to him. Kim Seon-woo did not answer right away. His eyes stayed fixed on her, sharp and cautious as he watched every little movement. The old woman suddenly chuckled. She remarked that he had caught on much faster than she expected, but before anything else, she wanted to know how he had figured it out. Slowly, she pushed herself up from the ground. The frail appearance vanished before everyone's eyes, revealing a bitter-looking young man with a violent glare and an openly hostile expression. The bystanders froze in shock. That harmless old lady had been nothing but a shameless disguise. The man standing before Kim Seon-woo was Yoo Hyun-suk, 34 years old, a B-rank enhancement-type mage, and a smuggler. Kim Seon-woo had already pieced together Yoo Hyun-suk's plan. The smuggler intended to move those magical tools to Incheon that day, then send them overseas through illegal channels. Yoo Hyun-suk sneered at the accusation. Smuggling aside, he believed it was honest business that was not hurting anyone, so why should this stranger care? Nobody else was supposed to know anything about his operation. He could not understand how this annoying busybody knew so much about him. But as people took a closer look at the young mage, recognition began spreading through the crowd. This was Kim Jin-woo, the rising hero of the Han River, the guy who supposedly appeared out of nowhere and solved crimes in 10 minutes. He had already built himself quite a name, and judging by the excited reactions around him, he even had a small fan base. So the famous Kim Jin-woo was the one ruining Yoo Hyun-suk's work today. The smuggler had no idea where this so-called hero had gotten his information, but he was determined to make him regret interfering. With a furious glare, Yoo Hyun-suk reached into his clothes and pulled out a large knife, clearly intending to use it. Meanwhile, after gaining the ability to manifest A-rank mana, Kim Seon-woo had greatly extended the amount of time he could operate under the identity of Kim Jin-woo. He had already spent that extra time doing things like catching convenience store robbers and casually claiming that he had merely happened to be passing by. In reality, he waited in places where criminals were supposed to appear according to the original events. Once he confirmed someone's identity through character discernment, he would make his move. He had even ambushed gang hideouts and wiped out criminal groups like that, collecting points every time he took down another group of bad guys. He also made sure to strike first whenever possible. Since he could usually finish his targets within the active duration of his elixir and the Heart of Great Nature, there was no reason to give them a chance to fight back. As he activated the Heart of Great Nature again, power surged through his body and throbbed heavily inside his chest. With that burst of power, Kim Seon-woo doubled his strength and brought down the enraged criminal who had just charged straight at him. The unlucky smuggler was launched through the air with such force that his body slammed into the street and cracked the pavement beneath him. Heroes were always saving the day, but somehow the nearby infrastructure never survived their fights. At any rate, Yoo Hyun-suk was completely unconscious, and after seeing Kim Jin-woo handle the situation so quickly, the people nearby began looking at him like some kind of reliable problem solver. The crowd cheered and happily pulled out their phones to record yet another case being wrapped up in 10 minutes. As Kim Jin-woo's popularity continued to rise, more people became interested in him. His interest count increased by 80, with 2 additional people taking notice, earning him 1,500 points. He had also successfully subdued Yoo Hyun-suk, which brought in another 1,000 points. On top of that, causality had increased by 0.2. That way, Kim Seon-woo could leave the truly dangerous main villains to Lee Seo-jin instead of wasting time fighting petty criminals. Meanwhile, he could quietly farm points and causality for himself. His growing crowd of admirers stayed nearby, cooing with excitement whenever they thought he had smiled at them, even slightly. A moment later, someone stepped forward and announced that they were responding to a report of terrorism. The officer immediately spoke into a walkie-talkie, relaying updates and confirming whether this had truly been a terrorist attack. Fortunately, the situation had already been brought under control. Kim Jin-woo smiled with easy confidence. The support officer could only give him credit, admitting that Kim Jin-woo had once again arrived at exactly the right moment and saved the day, just like he always seemed to do. It was a huge relief to learn that this had not been terrorism after all. It was simply a smuggler trying to move illegal goods through the area. Kim Jin-woo explained that Yoo Hyun-suk had been slippery, so he had needed to use a little force. He figured the civilians must have misunderstood what they saw, and he apologized for disrupting the anti-terror special task force. Even while saying that, he had left a sizable mess in the street from fighting just one criminal. Still, the task force members brushed it off and noted that his skills had improved considerably since the Han River incident. Kim Jin-woo beamed at the compliment and proudly said that he was planning to apply for an A-rank promotion soon. That statement clearly caught the task force officer off guard. Only a few months earlier, Kim Jin-woo had been struggling against a B-rank demon at the Han River. Now, he was already talking about advancing to A rank. That kind of growth was remarkable, even by their standards. If he truly had improved that much, then Kim Jin-woo's talent was nearly comparable to Lee Seo-jin's. The task force officer understood the situation, and the criminal handover was completed without any further trouble. Kim Jin-woo was told that he would receive the bounty before the end of the day. Kim Jin-woo smiled at that news, but before everyone could finish up and leave, one of the task force members asked him a more personal question. With skills like his, Kim Jin-woo could have joined a large guild, lived comfortably, and received plenty of respect. So why was he working alone instead, chasing down small-time criminals like the smuggler from today? Of course, he could hardly tell the task force officer the truth, that he was still just a student attending school. So Kim Jin-woo simply smiled and came up with something that sounded cool enough. He said he was doing it for his own benefit. Then, after delivering that vague answer, he waved to them and walked away. Meanwhile, back at the Special Task Force headquarters, a small meeting was taking place inside one of the conference rooms. The task force agent who had handled the incident returned to headquarters and took his seat at the meeting table. Present at the meeting were the Special Task Force leader, S-rank Mage Kim Deok-hyun, and Special Task Force A-rank Mage Baek Yejin. Baek Yejin turned toward her senior with a bright grin. She had heard that he got to meet the local hero, Kim Jin-woo, and she was openly jealous that he had met someone she thought was that cool. Kim Jin-woo had become known as the mysterious hero who quietly appeared whenever a crime broke out, handled everything before it could get worse, and wrapped the whole situation up in 10 minutes. To the junior officer, the whole thing sounded unbelievably cool, almost like some dreamy fantasy playing out in real life. The task force agent beside her could only let out a weary sigh, convinced that the guy was pushing his whole vigilante persona way too far. Even so, the fact that he succeeded every single time proved he was not just putting on an act. He clearly had the ability to back up all that confidence. That left them wondering what kind of work Kim Jin-woo had done before becoming a vigilante. The task force agent admitted that he had been curious too, so he searched the archives for Kim Jin-woo's registered profile. But the search came up completely empty. There was nothing at all, as though Kim Jin-woo had simply appeared in the world one day without leaving behind a single trace. That was what made the situation feel so suspicious. Kim Jin-woo looked like a man who had never existed until recently, only to suddenly materialize out of thin air with no past for anyone to find. They lived in an era where identities were managed with extreme care, so the junior officer could hardly believe someone might have absolutely no history. Still, Strange cases did happen from time to time. Every now and then, someone managed to slip through the cracks without anyone noticing. There was also a student who looked almost identical to Kim Jin-woo, and that boy did not have much information on file either. His name was Kim Seon-woo, a classmate of Lee Seo-jin. Apparently, records for people with no living relatives sometimes ended up being erased or lost entirely. The red-haired officer sighed, saying it was sad but also strangely fascinating that two people who looked so alike both had almost no records. Maybe they were family members who had been separated at birth or something equally unbelievable. And when they thought about it more carefully, Lee Seo-jin had a somewhat similar situation surrounding him as well. But before their thoughts could wander any further, both of them finally noticed the icy death glare aimed straight at them from across the room. Their superior officer was staring them down so fiercely that they immediately quieted themselves. The man coldly asked whether they had finished chatting yet. Startled back to their senses, the two officers hurriedly apologized to their team leader for getting distracted and neglecting the meeting. With that little detour over, the room returned to the far more serious matter at hand, the incident involving the girl at Magic Academy. The girl had entered Magic Academy under the fake identity of Park Min-hee. In truth, however, her real name was Jang Yi, and she was a main demon hiding among the students. She was also the only daughter of Jang Han, the main demon who had been killed near the Han River some time ago. The autopsy report confirmed that Jang Yi had been killed by a light attribute spell rated at A rank or even higher. Lee Xiaojun was the only student known to possess the light attribute, so an A rank light spell naturally made everyone suspect him first. However, investigators had also discovered traces of B rank mana near Jang Ye's body that suggested the killer had gathered and concentrated their mana, briefly forcing out an attack with A rank destructive power. Lee Xiaojun had also been outside the reach of the strange magnetic field during the estimated time of Jang Ye's death. His alibi was solid from every angle, which meant the hero could not have been the one who murdered his classmate. They believed the magnetic field had been created artificially. Its purpose was likely to avoid surveillance drones while wiping away any evidence that could reveal the killer's movements. Putting all the clues together, they concluded that a light attribute mage of at least B rank had deliberately assassinated Jang Yi. Whoever did it had known perfectly well that she was a main demon. Since Lee Seo-jin's alibi had already been verified, the investigation was now moving forward under the assumption that an outsider had infiltrated the school. From that point on, they planned to focus on two questions: why the attacker had gone to such lengths to conceal Jang Ye's assassination, and what Jang Ye's real objective had been when she infiltrated the academy. The possibility of an outside intruder remained firmly on the table. As the discussion continued, the task force agent found himself thinking about Kim Jin-woo again. He remembered Kim Jin-woo casually saying that he intended to apply for an A-rank promotion soon. For some reason, that vigilante mage kept returning to his mind. Kim Jin-woo was an outsider connected to Jang Yi, and he supposedly possessed A-rank abilities as well. Still, the idea felt like an absurd leap, so the agent quickly forced himself to push the suspicion aside. Kim Jin-woo probably was not even a light attribute mage. The team leader suddenly called out Young Hyun-soo, asking whether he was spacing out in the middle of an important meeting. Young Hyun-soo quickly denied it, insisting that he was still paying attention. His junior immediately complained that she had worked hard to prepare all of that information, so it was incredibly rude for him to drift off while she was presenting it. With a playful tone, Young Hyun-soo told her to come in. Even so, he kept reassuring himself that it would be far too much of a coincidence for Kim Jin-woo to actually be the culprit. Besides, that guy probably did not even have the light attribute. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo was sitting alone in his room, steadily raising his light attribute proficiency. In his palm, the power glowed and grew like a small flower slowly blooming under the sunlight. His light attribute proficiency had risen sharply all at once after he killed Jang Yi, giving him a huge boost in progress. To improve an attribute quickly, he needed to hunt targets that matched that attribute. Around the same time, Hanseong Pharmaceuticals was making headlines again because of the sacred herbs development. The company was working to revive forgotten pharmaceutical methods and restore the prestige of the Hansong family. The heiress was even displaying the pharmacopoeia she had recovered, a book that had been missing for 50 years. Kim Seon-woo was pleased to see that his gift was being put to such good use. Jae-yun would probably figure out where that book had come from eventually. Still, after everything that happened during the Dungeon Hotel incident, she would definitely be grateful to him. That meant Kim Seon-woo should start thinking carefully about what he wanted in return. While he was busy congratulating himself, a message suddenly arrived from Uera. The message caught him off guard. Uera had sent him a link along with one simple question, asking whether the person in it was really him. The link led to an article about the secret grade scandal at Magic Academy, and the story had suddenly exploded online. That was definitely not a good sign. Students everywhere were talking about how much one of the people involved resembled him. The number on the display had reached 4,260. Out of nowhere, 3 more people had become interested in him, and he received a reward of 5,000 points. Kim Si-woo had absolutely no idea what was causing all of this. Then, the very next day, his friends cornered him and confronted him directly. Kids these days caught on frighteningly fast. Kim Si-woo groaned and rubbed the side of his head, desperately trying to think of an answer that would get him out of this mess. They wanted him to stop avoiding the question and tell them the truth. Was that person really him or not? The account that promoted Si-woo's documentary, along with the account that uploaded the video of him during the exam at the beginning of the semester, had both been posted from the same account. That meant Si-woo had supposedly humiliated himself earlier in the year just to attract attention, and now he was apparently using forced self-promotion to chase even more attention online. It was honestly embarrassing just hearing them say it. His friends were determined to uncover the truth, so Kim Si-woo realized he had no choice but to show them proof. Fine, he would let them see his smart student account. In this world, a smart account was basically the same thing as an official identification card tied directly to its owner. Every person could only have one account, and each one was managed directly by the Mage Association. At first glance, those security laws might have seemed unnecessarily strict and suffocating. But this was a world filled with terrorists, demons, and monsters far beyond normal human control or understanding. To keep human society from falling apart, that level of strict control had become an unavoidable necessity. The entire system had been established by the strongest mage, Kim Jin-chul, and it was controlled by the Mage Association, the organization that commanded the Special Task Force, the strongest armed force in the world. Under a system like that, one person possessing 2 separate smart accounts was supposed to be virtually impossible. However, Kim Si-woo had a little cheat that made those impossible rules almost meaningless. Smiling to himself, he confidently pulled up his smart student account and showed it to his friends. The account displayed on his phone was named StubbyKeller1234. The students gathered around him stared at the screen in stunned silence for several long seconds. Finally, Lee Seojin broke the silence, amazed that the account was not KSW123. That meant they had worried over nothing. The person behind all that cheap self-promotion was not Kim Si-woo after all. Of course, Kim Si-woo was not actually from this world. With the little system at his disposal, bypassing their supposedly airtight security laws was as easy as taking a casual stroll. He had simply logged into his Kim Jin-woo account and used that account to upload every one of those videos. Relief immediately spread through the group as his friends relaxed. They were happy that the person behind those posts was not their friend Si-woo after all. Laughing, they said it would have been hilarious if he really had done it, because everyone would have started calling him the class clown all over again. Meanwhile, Kim Si-woo slumped back in his chair and acted completely exhausted by the whole situation. He asked them whether he seriously looked like the kind of person who would pull an embarrassing stunt like that online just to get attention. Honestly, he was exactly the sort of person who might pull off something shameless just to grab everyone's attention. The only difference was that he had the confidence and looks to make it work, and he had clearly gotten away with this kind of thing plenty of times before. Seojin was mostly relieved to learn that Si-woo had not been behind the account after all. With the tension finally gone from his face, he even scolded his best friend for daring to suspect the brunette in the first place. Since the account did not belong to Si-woo, they could finally rule him out completely. There was simply no way their sweet, brilliant master would do something that ridiculous, right? Ardut firmly agreed with that conclusion, while the ice girl let out a soft laugh and admitted that her master had looked incredibly handsome on camera. Everyone was already celebrating and ready to move on, but the fire girl remained still, staring at him as another thought began forming. Si-woo casually joked that he looked much better standing right in front of them than he ever could through a camera lens. That only made the group laugh harder, and the playful mood continued as everyone kept teasing him. But once Si-woo was cleared, a new question immediately took over. If he was not the one praising himself online, then who in the world was secretly running that controversial KSW123 account? The mystery was still completely unresolved, and nobody seemed sure what they were supposed to do with it. Yet after looking over everything that had happened so far, there was only one explanation that seemed to make any sense. Then the fire girl suddenly raised a hand and pointed straight at Si-woo, her eyes widening as she announced an even stranger theory. According to her, Si-woo definitely had a stalker now. The idea sounded surprisingly believable, and his classmates accepted it almost immediately. Before long, everyone seemed convinced that someone out there was secretly obsessed with him. Si-woo did not even know how to react anymore. In only a few seconds, he had gone from being accused of shamelessly chasing attention to being treated like the victim of a stalker. The whole situation was so absurd that it was almost funny. Meanwhile, behind the Magic Academy, the students began gathering in front of the entrance to the ruined stage. The old structure stood waiting for them, as everyone slowly assembled near its battered entrance. The fire girl still looked extremely proud of her deduction. She told Xianwu that he should be grateful for her incredible reasoning, though she quickly added that he could thank her properly once it turned out he really did have a stalker. Xianwu could only shake his head at that. At this rate, he was practically stalking himself. If someone had actually been following him around, he would have squeezed every possible point out of the situation a long time ago. Xiaojin walked over after noticing Xianwu quietly shaking his head. He asked whether the brunette was still bothered by everything that had happened earlier that day. As someone popular enough to deal with a few stalkers himself, Xiaojin understood exactly how irritating and exhausting that kind of attention could become. Still, Xiaojin told him not to let the situation frighten him. If Xianwu truly felt unsafe, Xiaojin could even speak to the special task force on his behalf. But Xianwu quickly insisted that he was not scared at all, so Xiaojin did not need to worry about him. That answer genuinely surprised Xiaojin. When he had first dealt with the stalker himself, he had been so overwhelmed that he immediately went to his grandfather and asked for help. Xiaojin could not help being impressed by how calm Xianwu remained. The brunette really did seem to have nerves of steel. Of course, Xianwu's real problem was that he was basically the one stalking himself, so he desperately wanted everyone to stop talking about it already. Once everyone had arrived, the instructor stepped forward and announced that he would now explain exactly how today's training would be carried out. As the students prepared themselves for the exercise, Xiaojin was still watching Xianwu with open admiration, clearly unable to stop thinking about his unusual confidence. The training area was located right beside the artificial dungeon, where they had taken their dungeon exploration class at the beginning of the semester. The familiar grounds immediately brought back memories of that earlier lesson. Today's training would take place inside the ruined stage. Unlike the artificial dungeon from before, there were no monsters stationed inside this area waiting for the students. Instead, they would need to search through the entire area and sense the mana coming from relics hidden throughout the ruins. Their grades would depend on how many relics each student managed to secure, making this their official ruins exploration training for the day. There might not be any monsters lurking around, but the students still had to stay alert. Traps and illusion magic circles had been placed throughout the ruins, guarding the relics and waiting to catch anyone careless enough to stumble into them. So in simple terms, the whole exercise would work like a treasure hunt. Strong mana detection would matter, but managing their stamina carefully would be just as important if they wanted to keep searching until the end. One student asked whether they would really be finding genuine relics that day. The answer was no. These were academy-made training relics, and anyone hoping to uncover real ancient artifacts would need to visit actual ruins instead of digging around the mountain behind the academy. Xianwu smiled as the other students laughed at that response. Ironically, real ruins would eventually be discovered near that same mountain behind the academy. Unfortunately, by the time those ruins were finally excavated, grave robbers had already looted them clean. Even so, the remains of the ruins should still be hidden there at this very moment. The reason Xianwu knew this was because of Li Xiaojin. In the original story, Li Xiaojin had sensed a strange trace of mana during this very ruins exploration training. His mana detection was so sharp that he noticed something unusual, but he assumed he had simply imagined it and let the feeling go. In reality, that strange presence was most likely the grave robbers sneaking into the hidden ruins. If that was true, then the ruins behind the academy were probably going to be robbed today. Soon enough, everyone received permission to enter, and the students began filing into the artificial ruins spread out before them. Running into grave robbers would be nothing but trouble, so Xianwu decided that he needed to separate from Li Xiaojin again this time around. Before those grave robbers could dig up the hidden treasure, Xianwu had every intention of reaching the item buried in those ruins first and taking it for himself. He had worked far too hard to become an expert at stealing from thieves. After all, with a pleased grin, Xianwu curled his hand into a fist and rushed forward, determined to finish his little theft before anyone else got there. Naturally, everyone noticed the moment Kim Xianwu suddenly dashed away on his own. The students quickly began splitting into smaller groups as well, spreading through the ruins to hunt down relics for themselves. There was something secretive in Xianwu's eyes, something Xiaojin could clearly see even from a distance. The brunette was obviously putting in blood, sweat, and effort where nobody else could witness it. Xiaojin remembered his grandfather's warning to keep a close eye on that Xianwu kid. His grandfather had said that Xianwu would surely be able to make up for whatever Xiaojin himself still lacked. Well, one thing was certain. Xianwu was definitely hiding something from him. and Seo Jin could feel it more clearly than ever. Still, instead of confronting him, Seo Jin only smiled. He decided to remain close by, quietly watch Xian Wu's movements, and learn whatever he could from him. And with that, the journey through the ruins continued as the students moved deeper into the training grounds. The hidden ruins from the original story should be somewhere around this area. Xian Wu just needed to figure out where the entrance was buried and find a way inside. Without wasting any more time, he began searching the area carefully and thoroughly. Seo Jin happened to come across him and asked whether Xian Wu was searching for a relic. Then, almost casually, the hero handed him one that he had already found, and Xian Wu thanked him for it. But then Xian Wu paused, his expression changing as he slowly realized something important. Seo Jin had been following him. Xian Wu was completely horrified to find Seo Jin right beside him. He immediately asked why he was even there, but Seo Jin only smiled and explained that he had followed him because he wanted to see whether Xian Wu needed help. Thanks to the advice Xian Wu had given him during the second midterm exam about moving alone, Seo Jin had easily maintained first place. He had also avoided getting dragged into the Zhang Yi incident. Xian Wu, meanwhile, remembered that he had only given that advice because he wanted Seo Jin out of the way while he was busy killing Zhang Yi. Either way, things had worked out well for Seo Jin. So for this particular training session, he wanted to stay close to Xian Wu and offer him help whenever he needed it. Xian Wu simply tossed the relic straight back into Seo Jin's hands. With a confident grin, he said that relying on someone else was not really his style. Of course, that was only an excuse so he could shake Seo Jin off. Xian Wu wanted the satisfaction of finishing his own work with his own two hands, especially when he had something important to steal. That stubborn attitude had to be what Seo Jin's grandfather meant when he spoke about the quality Seo Jin seemed to be lacking. Far from making Seo Jin lose interest, Xian Wu only became more fascinating in his eyes. And because of that, Seo Jin found himself wanting to follow him even more closely. The poor guy was completely stumped. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out how to shake off this hero, who kept trailing behind him like a hawk watching its prey. He had a mountain of urgent things waiting on his side, yet with the hero shadowing his every move, he could not get a single task done. Finally, he turned toward the other boy and demanded to know just how much longer he planned to keep following him around. The hero simply gave him a relaxed smile, looking completely unbothered by the question. Then he calmly said that he wanted the two of them to stay together. But far beneath the surface of what looked like a massive, hollow eye, a faint spark of golden mana suddenly flickered to life in the darkness. That golden mana slipped farther inward, winding its way through the depths until it reached a radiant tree formed from glowing energy. Coiled tightly around the tree was a dragon, its enormous body wrapped around the shining trunk like a living seal. This appeared to be the concealed passage leading to the place where the true relics had been hidden. And deep inside that shadowy cavern, someone with sinister intentions was already working in secret. A voice suddenly asked whether they had found something. And sure enough, the answer came from Goldwyn of the criminal syndicate. The S-rank elixir, the Golden Ling, was finally within their grasp. Not far away, the A-rank mages Li Chiolhee and Kim Jing-won were still busy digging through graves for treasure. And with that, this episode comes to an end. Until next time.